Southern Continent, Xianjian Sect, Law Enforcement Hall. Li Ruochen, are you still human? You even stole the spiritual treasure of Junior Brother? Humph. No wonder the outside world has rumors that the senior brother of Xianjian Sect has bad behavior and even bullies his fellow junior brothers. You really bring shame to my Xianjian Sect. Kneel down and apologize to Junior Brother. Otherwise, we will no longer recognize you as the senior brother. Dizzy, Li Ruochen's eyes gradually became clear, but the scene in front of him made him stunned. Huh, wasn't I staying up late playing games? How come when I open my eyes, this is... Suddenly, memories flooded into my mind like a tide, and I reacted immediately. I traveled through time. According to memory, the original owner was the strongest genius of this generation in Southern Continent, with the innate Wanfa sword body. After becoming the senior brother of Xianjian Sect, in less than 100 years, he had already reached the peak of the Hadao realm. However, this seems to be a female fantasy world. No matter how high your realm is, you still have to be reasonable when doing things. This is the logic that the original body has been practicing until now. Li Ruochen was speechless about this. Sure enough, the logic of this female channel is against the sky. How can you reason with a group of ants in the Qi refining realm? According to this novel, in the following plot, these people will force him to admit his guilt and then voluntarily withdraw from the position of the eldest senior brother. Not long after, they slandered Li Ruochen again, saying that he colluded with the devil, abolished his cultivation, broke his limbs, expelled him from the sect, and starved him to death. In the law enforcement hall, a young man with fair skin and a handsome appearance was the stolen junior brother. Lin Hao. At this moment, he looked at Li Ruochen with a hint of pride. The fair senior sister, Su Qiuyue, saw that Li Ruochen was still standing there, indifferent. She was immediately annoyed. Li Ruochen, is this your responsibility as the eldest senior brother? Dare to do it, but not to take it? At this time, the elder of the law enforcement hall, who had not spoken for a long time, suddenly spoke up to interrupt the indignation of the crowd. Ruochen, I know you were confused for a moment, but your heart is not bad. Return the stolen spiritual treasure to your junior brother and apologize sincerely, and I will pretend that this matter did not happen. Steal? Li Ruochen sneered in his heart. The spiritual treasure was originally his. It was just Lin Hao, relying on his favor in the sect, forcibly slandered him for stealing. As a result, this group of people in the sect dared to accuse themselves without knowing right from wrong. Okay, I have lived too long, and those who are looking for death are here. If I don't give you some male frequency shock, do you really think I'm still the submissive, powerful person in the Hadao realm? When thinking of this, Li Ruochen raised his eyes lightly, and everyone in the hall couldn't help but feel nervous. What's going on? Why does this senior brother seem different from usual? Forget it, senior sister. Since senior brother is unwilling to return it, then just assume that I don't have this spiritual treasure. Lin Hao covered his face and sobbed hypocritically, reaching out to pull senior sister Su Qiuyue beside him. Anyway, I am not blessed enough, and I don't have as many spiritual treasures as senior brother. I just didn't expect that I couldn't keep my only spiritual treasure. Seeing this, Su Qia, who was already indignant, quickly turned back to look at Lin Hao and comforted him softly. Don't worry, senior sister will definitely seek justice for you. This spiritual treasure is originally yours. Li Ruochen is greedy. As disciples of the same sect, we can't let him indulge him anymore. After that, Su Qiuyue said in a cold tone, Li Ruochen, you are no longer worthy of being my senior brother of Xianjian Sect. Even if you admit your mistake now, I will not forgive you. Li Ruochen was speechless. Where did this man get his confidence? I am a #1 prodigy in the Hadao realm continent. Do I need to ask for your forgiveness? Finally, I completely adapted to this Hadao realm body. Li Ruochen put his hands behind his back. His slender figure was particularly dazzling in the hall. He looked around, his tone was emotionless. So, admit your mistake? What did I do wrong? This question startled everyone present. Does this guy have poor hearing? Didn't all of them talk about his crimes for a long time? Su Qiuyue scolded, still pretending, you stole the spiritual treasure of junior brother. Do you really think you are lawless? Oh, so, Li Ruochen said in a flat tone, since you said I stole it. Lin Hao, do you have any evidence? Lin Hao, who was originally aggrieved and pitiful, was stunned. He was falsely accused. So where's the evidence? But it doesn't matter. Lin Hao sneered obscurely at the corner of his mouth, and then said weakly, I have no evidence. The magic treasure was stolen just after I got it. Before that, only the eldest brother had seen my magic treasure. Li Ruochen, you still said that you didn't steal it. Isn't what the junior brother said the evidence? Su Chiyue pointed at Li Ruochen's nose and shouted. Just then, a voice suddenly sounded in his ears, ding. It is detected that the host conditions have been met and the anti-plot system has been integrated. Li Ruochen. System? My standard configuration for time travelers is here. As a Five Poisons youth in the new era, Li Ruochen is too familiar with the old routines of time travel, system, and golden fingers. Please complete the current plot, and you will get a generous reward for the novice, and open the system function panel. Plot. Conquer people with virtue requirements. 1. Break the subsequent plot development. Unlimited means unfinished. At this time, many disciples also spoke out to criticize. It is true that you know a person, but not his face. Junior brother Lin trusts senior brother so much, but senior brother can actually do it? Until now, he has not had an attitude of admitting his mistakes. Bah, Li Ruochen is no longer worthy of being our senior brother. Get out of Xianjian sect. Get out of Nanzan Buzu. Get out. A crowd shouted loudly. If the elders of the law enforcement hall were not still standing here, they would probably spit on Li Ruochen. However, noisy, Li Ruochen's faint voice sounded in the hall, making everyone's words stagnate. Li Ruochen, you. Su Chiyue wanted to say something. Suddenly, she saw Li Ruochen looking at her with cold eyes. Calling me by my name, disrespecting senior brother, law enforcement elder. How should this crime be dealt with? The elder of the law enforcement hall seemed to have not heard anything, and frowned and said, Ruochen, don't change the subject. If you continue to be so stubborn. Boom. Suddenly, Li Ruochen stopped suppressing, and his Hadao realm cultivation enveloped the law enforcement hall, making everyone present breathless. The Dharma protector array in the hall could not stop shaking under this pressure. Li Ruochen said calmly, if this continues, what will happen to me? He looked at Su Chiyue, who was lying on the ground and struggling to support herself, and said casually, a little Yuanying realm dares to point fingers in front of me? Disrespectful to my senior brother, disrespectful to my predecessors. In the astonished eyes of everyone, Li Ruochen seemed to slap him casually. You should be punished. Pa! Su Chiyue, who was originally cool and charming, was slapped away by this slap. Bang! She hit the wall behind her. Half of her face was swollen like a pig's head, and blood was flowing from her mouth. Su Chiyue was obviously stunned by this slap. She didn't expect that Li Ruochen would dare to hit her in public. This is because Li Ruochen didn't use spiritual power, but just relied on his own light palm. Otherwise, he would probably slap the other party out of the sect. But even so, the hall was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop, and everyone's eyes widened. Is this still the eldest brother who is reasonable in everything? Li Ruochen. Su Chiyue reacted, and she screamed, I'm going to kill you. Oh. Li Ruochen raised his eyebrows and sneered. Want to kill me? It's easy to deal with next. Chapter 2. What is the Soul Banner? This is the Imperial flag. Li Ruochen, what are you planning to do? The elder of the law enforcement hall inquired. Li Ruochen's palm flipped, and a small seal, resembling jade, appeared in his hand. A spiritual treasure. Lin Hao, pressed to the ground by the overwhelming force of the harmonization realm, suddenly brightened with excitement. This was indeed the spiritual treasure. He had inadvertently witnessed it during Li Ruochen's cultivation, as the small seal assisted in absorbing spiritual energy. At that moment, envy surged through him. If he possessed this spiritual treasure, he would undoubtedly ascend to the foundation establishment realm within a year. This is my spiritual treasure. Senior brother, if you return my spiritual treasure, I shall immediately forgive you and remain in the sect. Is that so? Li Ruochen toyed with the spiritual treasure in his hand, a cryptic smile gracing his lips as he surveyed the crowd. Do you all think the same? Under the oppressive aura of the harmonization realm, the onlookers lay prostrate on the ground, about to speak. Suddenly, a piercing scream rang out. Li Ruochen, you who rely on your cultivation to act unreasonably, are utterly unworthy of being our sect's senior brother. Su Chiyue exclaimed, her face contorted with resentment. Yet, before her words could fully escape her lips, Li Ruochen shook his head in exasperation. Is living not enough? Extending his finger, an overwhelming force distorted the air within the grand hall. Li Ruochen, cease at once. Do you intend to slaughter your fellow disciples? The elder of the law enforcement hall's eyes bulged in fury. Su Choyue is the unparalleled prodigy of the Su family, the foremost clan of the Xianjian dynasty and the most accomplished female cultivator of their sect. Rest assured, I never slay my fellow disciples. Li Ruoqing's words elicited a collective sigh of relief from those present. However, did Su Choyue not just declare that I am unworthy of being her senior brother? Boom. A finger imbued with the peak power of the harmonization realm surged towards Su Choyue. Li Ruoqing, no, senior brother. Please, don't. Su Choyue cried out in terror, her composure unraveling. Under the immense pressure, she was rendered immobile, helplessly watching as death loomed closer. Too late. You pondered this too late. Only now do you call me senior brother? Li Ruoqing's gaze turned frigid. In this realm of cultivation, how dare a mere nascent soul threaten and oppress someone of the harmonization realm? Moreover, according to the memories of his former self, it seemed these individuals derived pleasure from bullying others, as if it were their norm. Did they truly believe that those of higher cultivation should bow their heads in apology? That they should embrace magnanimity and endure slander? You shall pay for this. The Su family will not let you off. Su Choyue shouted defiantly. Crack. The sound of her voice shattering like crushed powder echoed throughout the hall. At that moment, her voice fell silent. The Su family? Humph, let them not provoke me, or I shall not hesitate to teach this world a lesson in annihilation. A cold smile curled upon Li Ruoqing's lips. At this moment, a singular thought occupied the minds of the gathered crowd. Could it be, he truly intends to kill? Boldness. The elder of the law enforcement hall's expression darkened. To commit murder before him as an elder? How would he maintain his dignity henceforth? Seize him. Strip him of his spiritual roots. Cast him into the abyss. The elder commanded harshly. Several law enforcement disciples of the Golden Core realm suddenly surged forth, intent on capturing Li Ruoqing in one fell swoop. However, Li Ruoqing couldn't help but find the situation amusing. Did they truly believe that a mere handful of Golden Core cultivators could subdue him? How entertaining. As his nonchalant words echoed, an overwhelming pressure instantly expanded within the hall. Bang, bang, bang. The group of Golden Core experts attempting to strike at Li Ruoqing did not even produce a sound, akin to a balloon bursting. Their bodies rapidly inflated before being crushed into a mist of blood. Devil, a demon cultivator. The elder of the law enforcement hall trembled all over. The ruthlessness of such a killing technique bore no resemblance to that of a senior disciple from a righteous sect. Li Ruoqing has succumbed to darkness. Quickly inform the sect leader. Fellow disciples, follow me to suppress the demonic path. The elder leaped high into the air, instantly emanating a mid-stage core formation aura. Succumb to darkness? Li Ruoqing mused, entirely ignoring the crowd as he opened his storage ring. Within that spatial realm, a purple-black banner quietly rested in one corner. Is this not the essential artifact of the demonic sect, the 10,000 Souls banner? I am indeed the senior disciple of the righteous sect. Who has placed this in my storage ring? Ding. To align with the hostess essence, a 10,000 Souls banner, growth potential, has been awarded. Oh. It turns out to be from Brother Tongzi. Then there is nothing to worry about. In light of this situation, Li Ruoqing could only say, it was precisely to his liking. With a slight smile, he summoned it into his grasp. Instantly, a faint purple-black demonic aura radiated outward. This is the 10,000 Souls banner. The law enforcement elder recognized it immediately, trembling as he pointed at Li Ruoqing. You have indeed succumbed to darkness, even possessing such an artifact. Thus, there shall be no refuge for you on this entire continent. Submit to the judgment of the law enforcement hall now, and you may have a slim chance of survival. What a joke. You think you are worthy? Li Ruoqing scoffed, interrupting, submit to judgment? The only one in the sect who surpasses my realm is the old sect leader, a half-step to the Ascension realm. Who else has the right to judge me? Moreover, who says this is the 10,000 Souls banner? Clearly, it is the human emperor flag. Li Ruoqing gazed at the banner in his hand, which was emitting black mist. 10,000 Souls banner, ordinary level 999-1000. Looking up at the elder hovering above, he thought, just one soul away from ascending. And you shall serve as the offering for my 10,000 souls. Oh, I mean, human emperor flag. The law enforcement elder? Did he truly think him blind? What kind of human emperor flag spews black smoke? This is evidently the 10,000 Souls banner. Prepare to die. The law enforcement elder formed hand seals, numerous luminous artifacts transforming into flowing rainbows, all striking toward Li Ruoqing. Boom. The residual might of the artifacts tore through the air with a thunderous roar. Yet Li Ruoqing merely raised the banner in his hand. The 10,000 Souls. Human Emperor flag. In an instant, Several artifacts were drawn into the banner, vanishing without a trace, like a cow sinking into the sea. Not a single ripple emerging. The law enforcement elder sensed that something was amiss. All his artifacts, along with a mid-stage core formation strike, had yielded not the slightest result. Li Ruoqing had only cultivated for a mere century. How could he possess such formidable strength? Retreat at once. I am no match for him. As the thought of retreat surged within him, the law enforcement elder harbored no further intention of continuing the battle with Li Ruoqing. Only now do you wish to flee? It is too late. Under the oppressive aura of Li Ruoqing's realm, he perceived the elder's every thought with utter clarity. Observing the elder's retreating figure, a smirk curled at the corners of Li Ruoqing's mouth as he raised the grand banner, welcoming the guests to their seats. Buzz. A powerful pulling force instantaneously yanked the fleeing law enforcement elder back into the hall. Truly, this enchanted artifact of the demonic path is remarkably effective. Ha ha ha. Li Ruoqing chuckled, while the elder's face contorted with terror, realizing that the more he was drawn back, the more his own cultivation was suppressed, until he was reduced to the state of a mere mortal. Within the violet-black vortex, he spiraled into oblivion. No. The law enforcement elder unleashed a roar of defiance. Under the oppressive might of Li Ruoqing's combined form, he had no room for resistance whatsoever. Buzz. Upon absorbing the elder's soul, a violet light swirled upon the banner, and instantly, the entire banner emanated a brilliant radiance. 10,000 souls banner. Spirit level 0-10,000. It has leveled up. Oh. How exquisite the spirit level. The Emperor's banner darkened with an even more profound aura. Suddenly, Li Ruoqing felt a warm current emanating from the banner, nourishing his spiritual roots and invigorating his entire being. Boom. Above the Xianjin sect, which had once basked in clear skies, a colossal cloud of calamity began to gather ominously. Li Ruoqing was taken aback. Could it be a breakthrough? Chapter 3. I address the matter, not the person, yet you are still in the wrong upon reflection. It is evident that Li Ruoqing has reached the pinnacle of the harmonious realm. Having absorbed the ethereal power of the 10,000 souls banner, he has seamlessly ascended to the peak realm. The grand hall, once filled with righteous disciples intent on apprehending this demonic aberration, now lies in utter disarray, as they hastily flee amidst the chaos. But there remains one. Li Ruoqing gazes with a gentle smile at Lin Hao, who remains prostrated on the ground, paralyzed by fear. At this moment, Lin Hao trembles uncontrollably, his complexion ashen. His reluctance to flee stems not from loyalty to the enforcing elder, but rather from the fact that Li Ruoqing has maintained an oppressive aura over him, rendering this chi refinement stage disciple utterly immobile. Little junior brother. Why do you still kneel upon the ground? Were you not seeking a spiritual treasure? Do you still desire it now? Big senior brother. I suddenly recall that the spiritual treasure may not actually belong to me. It seems I was mistaken. Perhaps. Before Lin Hao could finish his sentence, bang. Li Ruoqing swiftly advanced, delivering a kick that sent him sprawling. Remembered incorrectly? Just moments ago, you rallied a multitude to confront me. Why did you not express such sentiments then? In Li Ruoqing's recollections, ever since Lin Hao joined the sect, whether out of jealousy or some other motive, he has relentlessly slandered and set traps for him over the past decade, spreading rumors while feigning a victimized demeanor. This incessant defamation has led to Li Ruoqing's notoriety surpassing even that of the most celebrated prodigy in the South Zhan Prefecture. I recall that I have never wronged you, have I? Even the chi refinement technique you learned upon entering the sect was imparted through my master's guidance. What have you accomplished that requires further elaboration from me? Perhaps influenced by the emotions tied to the memories of his predecessor, Li Ruoqing finds himself unexpectedly patient, eager to hear Lin Hao's explanation. After all, in the realm of cultivation, unresolved matters can breed inner demons. Suddenly, with a face marred by bruises, Lin Hao raises his gaze, his eyes ablaze with rage. Indeed, you have not wronged me. All of this is my doing. From the day I entered the sect, I was hailed as the second greatest prodigy of the Xianjin sect. But why? Because the first will always be you. By what right do you bask in the admiration of your brothers and the support of the sect? By what right are you superior to me in every aspect? Fortune has always favored you, and I am unwilling to accept it. Lin Hao's demeanor is frenzied. Are you satisfied now, Li Ruoqing, big senior brother? You have triumphed. I am quite satisfied, Li Ruoqing replies, his smile unwavering. He then addresses those behind Lin Hao. I trust you have grasped the situation now? Lin Hao, taken aback, turns to see the old sect master and various elders, along with the disciples who had just rallied to his cause, all regarding him with a complex mixture of expressions. The air thickens with a brief silence. Li Ruoqing claps his hands and turns back to Lin Hao. You articulated your thoughts well. But I must correct two misconceptions. First, I am no longer the elder brother of the Xianjian sect. This decision has been unanimously agreed upon by the disciples. Secondly, to simply erase the hardships I have endured over the past decade in a single stroke is rather naive, don't you think? As these words fell from his lips, Li Ruoqing's gaze turned icy, and he pointed a finger towards Lin Hao in the void. Stop. The Grand Elder of the Xian Sword sect attempted to intervene. But he was merely at the initial stage of the harmonization realm. Furthermore, Li Ruoqing had recently ascended to a higher realm, exuding an aura imbued with the power of laws with every gesture. The gathered crowd collectively feared they could not withstand even a single strike from him. Lin Hao is a rare genius our sect has not seen in a century. Li Ruoqing, if you spare his life, there may yet be a chance for redemption. The Grand Elder pleaded. Redemption? Huh. Li Ruoqing scoffed. Where were you when half the sect came to besiege me? Now you come seeking my mercy? No. With that, he let his finger fall. Boom. A dense cloud of blood mist enveloped the surroundings, darkening the faces of the elders present. They could hardly believe that Li Ruoqing, who had always upheld the principles of respect and reverence for his masters, would now brazenly kill a fellow sect member before their very eyes. Li Ruoqing. The Grand Elder fumed. You owe us an explanation. Do you still regard us, your elders? An explanation? You dare ask for one? Li Ruoqing retorted disdainfully. In the realm of cultivation, power reigns supreme. Now that I have ascended, what are you, a mere initial stage harmonization cultivator, Countess? It is already magnanimous of me not to demand you kneel and call me grandfather. With a derisive laugh, he beckoned, come. Call me elder and I might consider not pursuing the matter of your sect's slander against me. Impudent. I am the Grand Elder of the Xian Sword sect. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? The Grand Elder thundered. Huh. When did this world become one where status dictates respect? It is strength that dictates supremacy. I have ascended. What if I were to annihilate you? Who dares to kill me? Who can kill me? Li Ruoqing's laughter echoed through the Xian Sword sect. Since you refuse to kneel and address me as elder, then perish. The Emperor's flag. Buzz. A dark purple aura enveloped Li Ruoqing's right hand as he ascended slowly into the air, gazing down at the crowd. I will count to 3. Kneel and address me as elder, and I may consider sparing your lives. The crowd froze momentarily, then hastily prepared to kneel. 3. The crowd. Buzz. A swirling vortex of dark purple appeared in the air. Its power, combined with the might of the Ascendant realm, was even more formidable than the tribulations of the Ascendant stage. The sheer force was terrifying. Below, disciples were helplessly drawn upwards, shrieking in agony. Ah, senior brother. I was wrong. I will never speak ill of you again. Help. Ah. Witnessing this, the Grand Elder roared in frustration. How dare you act in such a manner? Are you not afraid of the continent's condemnation? Condemnation? Li Ruoqing sneered. Only the weak concern themselves with such things. Altogether. Let us slay this demon. An elder bellowed. Over a dozen elders of the Xian Sword sect joined forces, unleashing their powers towards Li Ruoqing. Upon encountering this unexpected urgency to enter my imperial banner, Li Ruoqing chuckled softly, gratefully accepting this grand gesture. The combined assaults from several individuals at the harmonization realm were as futile as ants attempting to shake a tree. Not a ripple was stirred in the dark violet whirlpool, as they were all effortlessly obliterated. The cries of despair continued to echo until only one remained below, at which point Li Ruoqing retracted the imperial banner, recalling from memory. The only one in the entire sect who had shown him any kindness was the old patriarch of the Xianjian sect, who had guided him onto the path of cultivation. Below, he observed the silent elder of the Mu Shou, a half-step into the ascendancy realm, though his age was unmistakably evident. As expected, the old patriarch's lifespan had been exhausted, and he had but a few years left to live. Li Ruoqing said nothing and turned to depart. According to Su Qiuyue's dying words, the foremost family of the Xianjian dynasty, this indeed required Li Ruoqing's attention. Xianjian dynasty, the royal capital. The Su family. Suddenly, a rift appeared in the void. The tall, youthful figure of Li Ruoqing emerged. Ascendancy realm, a journey of 1,000 miles, instantly traversed. Who dares? Began a patrolling elder of the Su family, but his words were cut short as Li Ruoqing, with an impassive expression, simply pointed. The elder was instantly transformed into a mist of blood. An enemy attack. Another swift gesture, and yet another elder of the Su family was annihilated. How audacious. To dare against my Su family. At last, silence fell over the Su family. Li Ruoqing smiled faintly, addressing them. Please do not misunderstand. I am here to resolve certain issues. I am a fair individual, addressing matters rather than people. One elder of the Su family could not restrain himself from speaking. Then why did you kill our family elder? Li Ruoqing, following the voice, pointed once more, leading to another obliteration. Why? His voice resonated through the void. Because neither the matters nor the people of your Su family are just. Chapter 4 Reunion. The current head of the Su family could no longer restrain himself and exclaimed, You dare! Our clan's prodigy is none other than the master sister of the Xianjian sect. Are you not afraid of being annihilated by them for your heinous acts against my kin? Though he was merely half a step into the harmonization realm and could not discern Li Ruoqing's true level, he believed that the Xianjian sect, being the foremost righteous sect of the Xianjian dynasty, would instill fear. Even if the opponent were a formidable being of the harmonization realm, who would dare to take action? Indeed, Li Ruoqing was momentarily taken aback by the words, yet he found himself bewildered. At such a critical juncture, this old fool still dared to threaten him? Did he truly fear living another moment? Such a simpleton could ascend to the position of the head of the dynasty's foremost family? In the eyes of the Su family patriarch, this confirmed his beliefs. Indeed, no matter who it was, upon hearing the illustrious name of the Xianjian sect, who would not weigh their words carefully, even the royal family of the Xianjian dynasty would seek to curry favor with the Su family. It was precisely this connection with the Xianjian sect that had allowed the Su family to rise to prominence as the leading family of the dynasty. Humph. So now you know fear? The Su family patriarch looked smugly upward. Hurry and descend, forfeit your foundation, and kneel in repentance. Perhaps my Su family will spare your wretched life. But before he could finish, Li Ruoqing interrupted with a scoff. It appears I must first clarify your misunderstanding. With that, Li Ruoqing effortlessly raised his hand, pressing down upon the opulent Su family estate. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, a thunderous boom resonated as the entire Su family residence was instantly overwhelmed, as if a mountain had descended upon it. The members of the Su family were left aghast, unable to move an inch under the overwhelming pressure emanating from Li Ruoqing. Even the other families in the royal city felt the force, hastily closing their gates. Even the royal palace, which typically sought to please the Su family, seemed to vanish from existence, showing no signs of reaction, fearing the wrath of Li Ruoqing, lest they too find a colossal handprint looming above them. What a powerful presence! The Su family patriarch gasped, his previously arrogant demeanor frozen in disbelief. How could their family possibly have provoked such a being, one of the few top-tier powers in the entire Xianjian dynasty? Senior, is there a misunderstanding between us? When did we offend you? A young scion of the Su family desperately mustered his strength to speak beneath the immense pressure. Who do you think you are? Kneel if you must, and step aside, Li Ruoqing replied coldly. The young man from the Su family turned pale at this rebuke. Even if you are in the harmonization realm, do you not fear the ridicule of the world for bullying the weak? Another indignant female disciple from the Su family challenged. Ridicule? Li Ruoqing regarded her with a bemused expression. Do you truly believe I fear mockery? I have already obliterated entire clans. Do you think I care for such trivialities? The last person who dared to condemn me is currently residing within my imperial flag. It was fortuitous that a family as vast as the Su family could not afford to waste their souls. Li Ruoqing waved a black banner in his hand, chuckling softly. Alas, who taught me to be so benevolent? Even at the brink of death, you all remain a family, so neatly together. As he spoke, several severed heads emerged from the swirling surface of the banner. The banner of 10,000 souls. The head of the Su family trembled in terror, pointing at Li Ruoqing. You are a demonical cultivator. Nonsense. This is clearly the imperial banner. Li Ruoqing retorted, appearing somewhat irked. What? Are these people blind? This is indeed the imperial banner. At worst, it emits a bit of black smoke. How dare they slander me? They truly deserve to die. Below, the Su family members were speechless. Did they truly believe their eyes were so poor that they could not distinguish between the banner of 10,000 souls and the imperial banner? That black smoke is nearly coalescing into a storm cloud. How can it possibly relate to the imperial banner's primordial purple aura? Li Ruoqing continued leisurely. Since you incessantly mention the Xianyuan sword sect, your eldest sister from the Su family shall join me under the imperial banner and accompany her. In an instant, his palm descended, unleashing a terrifying momentum that could obliterate heaven and earth. Boom. The Grand Su family was instantly reduced to rubble, leaving a profound imprint of a hand on the ground for hundreds of meters around. Li Ruoqing lightly scolded, manipulating the imperial banner. Collect. thousands of Su family souls, dazed and confused, were drawn into the black vortex and wisps. Banner of 10,000 souls, spirit level 3240 10,000. Simultaneously, pure spiritual energy flowed back into Li Ruoqing's body through the banner. Ah, this sensation. He inhaled deeply, a wicked smile spreading across his face. How delightful. Originally having just broken through to the ascendant realm, his cultivation was not yet stable, but now it was instantly replenished. He turned and stepped into the void, his figure disappearing without a trace. After a while, amidst the ruins of the Su family, a young girl crawled out from the dust. Father, mother. Her cries of anguish pierced the air, but moments later, her eyes hardened with determination, her face etched with hatred. I will avenge you. Yet suddenly, a mocking voice echoed. Oh, then I shall grant you this opportunity. The girl turned, her eyes widening in horror at the returning figure of Li Ruoqing. He wore a smile. Recognizing the familiar trope, a family annihilated, a tale of restrained vengeance. But this was merely a standard motif in the world of female narratives. Rest assured, I never harm women or children, Li Ruoqing declared. Hearing this, the girl felt a moment of relief, though hatred surged once more as she contemplated how to dismember him. But Li Ruoqing spoke again. Unfortunately, you are a girl, not a woman, nor a child. With a swift gesture, the girl transformed into a cloud of blood mist. Li Ruoqing nodded in satisfaction before stepping back into the void. Time passed once more, and from the ruins emerged a young boy, struggling to rise. He gazed at the lifeless bodies of his kin scattered across the ground, and at the remaining blood mist where his sister once stood. Sister, father, mother. The youth gazed skyward, unleashing a roar, tears cascading down his face marred by hatred. The vendetta against my family shall be avenged tenfold. Suddenly, a round of applause interrupted the fervent cries of Su Yu. How splendid! Li Ruoqing had reappeared, his expression one of admiration as he regarded him. You, how have you returned again? Su Yu exclaimed, utterly distraught. Did you not seek vengeance? Then strike now. I shall receive your blow. Li Ruoqing opened his arms wide. Su Yu, feeling a wave of despair, retorted, You expect a mere mortal, devoid of any cultivation, to confront you? Have you no sense of dignity? What of your face? Oh, since you were reluctant to strike. Li Ruoqing pondered for a moment. Next time we meet, I shall not spare you. With that, he turned and departed. Su Yu, initially prepared to close his eyes and await death, was momentarily stunned. Next time, he has spared me this time. Determined, he resolved, I must diligently cultivate. Next time, I shall make this fiend pay in blood. Before he could complete his thoughts, Li Ruoqing's figure suddenly reemerged, tearing through the fabric of space. Ah, what a coincidence, we meet again. Li Ruoqing exclaimed, his face alight with surprise. Su Yu. Chapter 5, System Rewards. A new plot? Su Yu's face was contorted with rage. If you wish to kill me, just say so. There is no need to toy with me like this. How did you know I wanted to kill you? Li Ruoqing asked, astonished. So you replied, Isn't it obvious? Well then, I shall grant you one last chance, Li Ruoqing declared as he retrieved a tome of divine techniques and a piece of candy from his storage ring. Asking with a grave demeanor, choose wisely, and if you select correctly, I shall spare your life. What does this mean? Su Yu appeared bewildered. But after a moment of contemplation, he tentatively stated, I choose the divine technique? Li Ruoqing's fury erupted. You still wish to cultivate revenge? It seems you must not be allowed to live. No, I meant to say I choose the candy. Su Yu hastily corrected himself. Li Ruoqing, seething with anger, retorted. Such cunning intentions. It seems you cannot be spared. Su Yu, in desperation, exclaimed, Then I choose both. Li Ruoqing's ire intensified. Such insatiable greed. It appears you cannot be allowed to survive. Su Yu nearly lost his temper. You are simply toying with me. I choose neither. Li Ruoqing's wrath was palpable, a rebellious spirit. It appears you must not live. With a swift motion, a finger descended, and the anguished Su Yu was instantly transformed into a mist of blood. Li Ruoqing surveyed the desolate ruins with satisfaction, having never intended to spare these individuals. Since it was a clan extermination, he resolved to eradicate all potential threats. Not even a fly would be allowed to escape. Even the earthworms would be split vertically. This was how one ensured eternal eradication of future troubles. In this realm of cultivation, showing mercy to enemies was tantamount to cruelty to oneself. Suddenly, a voice resonated in his ear. Ding. The anti-plot system panel has been activated. Congratulations, host, for completing the novice plot. Rewards. 9th grade Immortal Artifact. Chaos Divine Demon Sword. Heaven grade Upper Tier Technique. 10,000 Aspects Sword Heart Technique. Earth grade Upper Tier Spiritual Treasure. 5-clawed Golden Dragon Robe. Li Ruoqing was momentarily taken aback as a long, pitch-black sword, exuding a terrifying pressure, a golden scroll, and a resplendent golden robe materialized in his storage ring. Heaven grade techniques? 9th grade Immortal Artifact. Li Ruoqing's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. Such rewards could only be described as extravagant, sending shivers down his spine. According to the memories of his predecessor, the ranking of techniques was as follows: Mortal Yellow Profound Earth Heaven Immortal Supreme. Not to mention in the Southern John continent, even across the 5 continents, there were hardly a few heaven-grade techniques, let alone a 9th grade Immortal Artifact. The Chaos Divine Demon Sword. Ding. The next segment of the plot has been activated. Please continue your efforts to break the established narrative. Boom. Another surge of memories flooded his mind, and Li Ruoqing was left momentarily stunned. The Deqi dynasty. The Li family? Was this my family in this world? It appears quite prosperous. Meanwhile, in the southern region of the Xian Sword dynasty, at the border with the Deqi dynasty, a soldier, covered in wounds and riding a horse, frantically galloped towards this location from the capital of the Deqi. Wounds on his body bled profusely, yet he gritted his teeth, clutching the envelope tightly in his embrace. At the border of the Great Qi dynasty, the Li family had been entrusted with the safeguarding of the frontier for over a century, a decree issued by the Great Qi Emperor 100 years prior. Since then, the Li family had relocated entirely to this region, serving as stalwart defenders of the border for generations. With an army of 500,000 elite troops at their command, they had maintained an exceptionally cordial relationship with the neighboring Xianjin dynasty, resulting in minimal conflict between the two realms. However, on this day, the members of the Li family gathered within the ancestral hall, enveloped in a suffocating atmosphere. Outside the Li family temple, a black-robed eunuch, with an elegant flourish of his fingers, proclaimed, "Li Zhantian, do not dawdle in receiving the imperial edict. Do you dare to defy it?" Despite facing the illustrious Li family, his demeanor remained haughtily imperious, for he was the imperial messenger of the Great Qi dynasty, symbolizing its sovereign authority. Even in ordinary circumstances, the Li family would not dare show him any disrespect, let alone under the current circumstances. You are accused of colluding with the Xianjin dynasty, plotting treason. By order of the Great Qi Emperor, your entire clan is to be apprehended and brought back to the capital. The imperial messenger declared, his voice laced with disdain. The words sent a pallor over the faces of many within the ancestral hall. This is slander. Such rumors are deliberately propagated. The Li family has loyally guarded the frontier for 100 years. How could we suddenly conspire against our own? The family head, Li Zhantian, retorted angrily. Yet, his response was met with the messenger's scornful laughter. What does your family amount to? You claim to defend the Great Qi. But who knows if you are merely conspiring with foreign powers? Save your words for the dungeons. With a dismissive wave from the messenger, a contingent of armored soldiers surged into the Li family courtyard, 2 of whom advanced to restrain Li Zhantian, head of the family, cried out the distraught members of the Li clan. At that critical moment, the sound of urgent hoofbeats echoed, and a blood-soaked soldier tumbled from his horse, quickly rising to his feet, brandishing an envelope high above his head. This is the evidence I've gathered proving the Li family's innocence. The messenger's brow furrowed, his voice icy. Who are you to obstruct the imperial decree? The Li family has hoarded armor and frequently corresponded with the Xianjin dynasty. The treachery has been substantiated. What evidence could you possibly present? The soldier, brimming with fervor, replied, such nonsense. The head of the family has instructed me to uncover the truth. The so-called evidence, including armor and letters, has been deliberately fabricated and has nothing to do with the Li family. He then raised the letter in his hand, declaring, "This letter I hold is proof of the forged accusations. Let it be examined by all." At that moment, the previously pallid faces of the Li family members ignited with hope. Indeed, our loyalty to the Great Qi is unwavering. We bear no baseless charges. We must inform His Majesty. Our family has been wronged, and we are the victims of a deliberate scheme. Li Zhantian forcefully broke free from the restraints of the soldiers surrounding him. The imperial envoy bore witness to this event, declaring, "I shall report this matter to the court and restore the honor of the Li family." The members of the Li family grew increasingly animated, their voices rising in fervor. Yet, amidst their excitement, they failed to notice the darkening expression on the face of the imperial envoy. Suddenly, With a subtle glance, he signaled to one of the soldiers, who understood instantly and stepped forward, brandishing his blade. In an instant, the soldier holding the evidence, in disbelief, looked down only to find a sharp dagger piercing through his chest, catching him completely off guard. Though he attempted to utter a word, blood gushed forth uncontrollably as he collapsed to the ground, his body twitching involuntarily. Blood stained the earth, and the stench of iron filled the air. The members of the Li family were momentarily stunned, clearly unable to comprehend why the imperial envoy's subordinate had struck without warning. In the midst of their shock, the imperial envoy leisurely bent down to retrieve the letter from the ground. With a swift motion, he tore it into shreds, his derisive laughter echoing. "You dare to present such a ludicrous forgery as evidence? What do you mean by this?" Li Zhantian, finally grasping the gravity of the situation, felt a flicker of suspicion but found it hard to believe. "What do you mean?" The imperial envoy's eyes glinted with mockery. "Your Li family is but a dog raised by my great Qi. If the emperor no longer wishes to keep you, it is only natural that you should be disposed of. You. A young prodigy of the Li family pointed angrily at him, demanding, "What justification do you have for such actions?" "Justification?" The imperial envoy scoffed. "You think you are worthy of hearing the reasons behind the emperor's decrees?" Before he could finish, a sudden rift tore through the air, and a tall, handsome figure appeared, standing suspended in the void. Li Ruoqing's face was filled with astonishment. This was the first time since his arrival in this realm that he had encountered someone so unreasonable. This spectacle naturally drew the attention of everyone below. "Who are you? Why do you intrude upon the territory of Great Qi?" The imperial envoy said, his composure faltering for the first time. Though Great Qi was somewhat stronger than the Xianyan dynasty, the number of Ascendant Realm cultivators was still scarce. The presence of this unfamiliar Ascendant Realm figure sent waves of panic through the crowd. Li Ruoqing, hearing the words, glanced at the imperial envoy with disdain. "You, a mere waste with no cultivation, are hardly qualified to comprehend the motives behind my actions." Chapter 6, Must this counteraction be crafted? Li Ruoqing cast a casual glance below. Having just perused the narrative sent by the system, he comprehended the unfolding events with clarity. You, do not presume that achieving the pinnacle makes you invincible. Might Qi possesses its own offerings at the pinnacle realm. The imperial herald trembled as he pointed a quivering finger at Li Ruoqing, his voice laced with evident severity. The Li family's treacherous intentions were glaringly apparent. Indeed, they had covertly recruited practitioners of the pinnacle realm. No wonder the emperor harbored suspicions about you. Hastily, Li Zhantian stepped forward to clarify, "Your Excellency, there has been a misunderstanding. My Li family harbors no intentions of rebellion. This esteemed senior." Li Zhantian abruptly halted, unaware of Li Ruoqing's true identity, and turned to face him. The members of the Li family behind him all looked on in unison, curious about when their lineage might encounter such a formidable cultivator. Li Ruoqing, with his hands clasped behind his back, stood at the epicenter of thousands of gazes, introducing himself. "I am Li Ruoqing, a direct descendant of the Li family." What? This declaration sent ripples through the crowd, leaving everyone in a state of astonishment. He claimed to be a direct descendant of the Li family, Li Ruoqing. The imperial herald's expression shifted to one of shock. How could such a figure emerge from the Li family? Yet, upon closer inspection of Li Ruoqing's visage, he could not help but notice the striking resemblance to the other members of the Li clan. Perhaps a trick of the mind. The Li family had indeed managed to nurture a practitioner of the pinnacle realm. Li Zhantian suddenly raised his head, a jolt of memory surging forth. His branch had once possessed a younger cousin. However, approximately a century ago, during his father's tenure as the family head, the young man vanished mysteriously during a conflict with the Xianyan dynasty. The family had searched tirelessly for over a decade, but no trace of him could be found. They were left with no choice but to publicly declare that he had perished amidst the turmoil, and that missing individual was seemingly named Li Ruoqing. You are my cousin?" Li Zhantian's eyes brimmed with disbelief. "Do you have proof that your claims are genuine?" Li Ruoqing cast a dismissive glance at the Li family below. As a traveler from another world, he felt little connection to these familial ties. His purpose in seeking recognition was solely to fulfill the narrative task assigned by the system. With a thought, a droplet of his essence materialized at his brow, declaring, "Let this serve as my testament." In an instant, the thousands of Li family members felt a surge within their veins, a stirring of bloodlines. The bond of lineage, the essence as a connection. This stood as the most compelling evidence. At that moment, no one in the Li family doubted that this man was indeed their long-lost kin, vanished for a century. Li Zhantian's eyes reddened instantly as the Li family faced peril, He had unexpectedly gained a brother of the pinnacle realm in this world. Truly, it was as if heaven had taken pity, bestowing favor upon the Li family. However, the Imperial Herald's gaze turned icy as he declared, I care not from which family you hail. His Majesty has decreed that the entire Li family is to be escorted to the royal city, awaiting their fate. Should anyone dare to obstruct, they shall be deemed as defying the imperial decree. There will be no mercy. In an instant, tens of thousands of armored soldiers drew their swords and charged towards the Li family. Li Ruoqing raised an eyebrow, gracefully descending to stand beside Li Zhantian, the imperial messenger. Witnessing this, mistook Li Ruoqing's actions for fear, his brow adorned with a hint of arrogance. Ha! Such nonsense about reaching the pinnacle, yet before me. They must bow their heads. He then directed his gaze at Li Ruoqing, threateningly stating, I advise you not to let your lofty status lead you to reckless behavior. You may indeed depart, but the members of the Li family cannot escape. Li Ruoqing paused, bemused by this fellow's audacity to threaten him using the Li family. This truly posed a dilemma. He turned to Li Zhantian and inquired, Does the Li family intend to rebel? No, that is slander. Someone must have framed my family. Even His Majesty does not trust us. Li Zhantian hastily clarified. Little did he expect, Li Ruoqing, with an expression of disbelief, interrupted his words. Who asked you about that? I wish to know, how many troops does the Li family currently possess? Can you really stage a rebellion? Troops? Li Zhantian's mind clearly took a moment to comprehend. After a moment of contemplation, he answered truthfully, approximately over 100. 100? Li Ruoqing immediately shook his head. With such a scant number, how could they even consider rebellion? It would be a struggle to seize a mere village. Although he did not fear the army of Deqi, the Li family was pivotal to the current narrative task. Should a conflict arise, and he be detained by Deqi's cultivators, would that not spell disaster for the Li family? Alas, he could only express loyalty to the court in hopes of sparing the Li family from demise. Even a delay granting him some maneuvering space would suffice. Unexpectedly, Li Zhantian, taken aback, quickly waved his hand. No, that cannot be. The Li family has guarded the borders for a century. How could we possibly have only 100 men? Li Ruoqing looked at him in confusion, only to see the other slowly extend a finger, indicating 1 million troops. 1 million? Li Ruoqing's eyes widened in rare astonishment. How many troops does the court possess? The previously smug imperial messenger was momentarily taken aback, sensing that the direction of this dialogue seemed rather off. The royal city has approximately less than 200,000 imperial guards. Li Ruoqing, we possess 1 million troops, while the court is only 200,000? Li Zhantian nodded. Indeed, but we are wronged. Li Ruoqing pondered. So, the court intends to apprehend the Li family? Li Zhantian nodded again. Yes, but we are indeed innocent. Smack. Before Li Zhantian could finish his sentence, a golden 5-clawed dragon robe inexplicably draped over him. Li Ruoqing clapped his hands, smiling cheerfully. Well then, now you are no longer wronged. You may rebel. Li Zhantian? The imperial messenger? The rest of the crowd? Impudent. The imperial envoy was the first to react, sternly exclaiming, Does your Li family truly wish to rebel? Are you not afraid of incurring the disdain of the world? A century of reputation obliterated in an instant? Li Ruoqing smiled faintly and replied, Who claims we are rebelling? It is the usurpers who have seized the throne. My Li family merely seeks to reclaim what rightfully belongs to us. We have yet to take any action, Li Zhantian timidly interjected. As long as we can clarify our intentions with His Majesty, it should be. Suddenly, with a playful gesture, Li Ruoqing pointed, and a court soldier standing behind the imperial envoy was instantly transformed into a mist of blood. Well then, it seems we are indeed conspiring and plotting rebellion now. Li Zhantian was left speechless. The members of the Li family exchanged glances, realizing that openly slaying the imperial guards bore a striking resemblance to rebellion. After a moment of hesitation, Li Zhantian still felt uneasy, stating, Our Li family has been loyal for a century. Such actions may risk the wrath of the world. Li Ruoqing, with a serious expression, interrupted him. You must change this habit. You are destined to be an emperor now. You ought to speak of I in a grand manner. Do you understand? Li Zhantian was bewildered. As for the matter of reputation, Li Ruoqing, with hands clasped behind his back and confidence radiating from him, declared, When we enter the capital, a great scholar will surely advocate on our behalf. Li Zhantian was left in utter confusion, realizing that this fellow was impervious to reason. Must rebellion truly be inevitable? Chapter 7. What rebellion? They are clearly remnants of the fallen dynasty. Rebellion. All rebellion. Is the Li family truly seeking to be exterminated to the 9th degree? The Imperial envoy, pointing at the crowd, shouted vehemently. Li Ruoqing cast a dubious glance at him, pondering whether this man had lost his wits. The Imperial court, with its mere 200,000 troops, dared to provoke the Li family's million-strong army? How preposterous! Yet, upon hearing the phrase extermination of the 9 clans, Li Zhantian's heart trembled, and he hastily stepped forward, declaring, "It is all a misunderstanding. This individual is a long-lost relative of mine, and I shall apologize on his behalf." He then turned to Li Ruoqing, suggesting, "Why don't you, Ruoqing, offer your apologies to the envoy? His Majesty's actions are but temporary, aimed at reclaiming our family's military power. Our Li family has maintained a century of loyalty and integrity. Once the investigation is complete, I am certain that His Majesty and the court will restore our honor." Li Ruoqing regarded Li Zhantian, noticing the sincerity in his eyes, then glanced at the other members of the Li family, who bore a similar demeanor of unwavering righteousness. It seemed as though what Li Zhantian proposed was the only path forward. Li Ruoqing thought to himself, is the Li family truly devoid of issues? To possess 1,000,000 soldiers, yet meekly await their fate in the imperial prison? Do they genuinely believe they can emerge unscathed? Not to mention the evidence of their innocence has been openly destroyed. The court is evidently wary and has made it clear that they intend to deal with the Li family. At that juncture, it would be a miracle if they left with their lives intact. Furthermore, this person dares to ask for my apology? Good heavens! I am the foremost prodigy of the continent, a cultivator of the ascendant realm. Are you asking me to apologize to this old eunuch who possesses no cultivation whatsoever? Let us not forget that he has been the one instigating and provoking, even if I were at fault. This eunuch has not knelt to hear my words and has lived to this day. I have already shown considerable restraint. Haven Ti? The court? What court? Li Ruoqing remained unfazed, declaring that they were merely remnants of a fallen dynasty. To possess 1,000,000-strong army and wait docilely for their fate? It can only be said that such thinking is indeed characteristic of the female readership, utterly astonishing in its audacity. The imperial envoy, unable to contain himself any longer, bellowed, "Where are the imperial guards?" The Li family resists the imperial edict, conspiring to rebel, even going so far as to slay the imperial guards before our eyes. Today, we shall wash the Li family's bloodline clean. With a swift step forward, Li Ruoqing delivered a resounding slap that sent the imperial envoy spinning several times in place. Friend, if you haven't awakened yet, it would be wise to remain silent. With your mere few thousand men, you dare speak of cleansing the Li family's bloodline? You need not even rely on 1,000,000 troops. Your numbers are insufficient to withstand a mere flick of my finger. Do you wish to compete in numbers? Very well. Li Ruoqing beckoned, and a long banner shrouded in ominous black mist materialized in his grasp. An overwhelming, terrifying aura instantly enveloped the surroundings. The onlookers were left dumbfounded, for was this not the signature of the demonic path, a standard wielded by every practitioner? How could this long-lost relative of the Li family possess such an item? Is that the banner of 10,000 souls? An elder of the Li family hesitantly inquired. Nonsense! What banner of 10,000 souls? This is clearly the imperial banner. Li Ruoqing solemnly corrected the situation. Were it not for the bond of kinship, he would not have invited this ill-omened individual to sit within my 10,000 souls banner. It was essential for him to comprehend the gravity of the matter. The imperial messenger remarked, "This grand banner is shrouded in a thick black mist, with faint echoes of anguished cries. Is this the state of your 10,000 souls banner? It cannot evoke such an effect without absorbing the essence of countless souls. What shall we do?" The emergence of a person from the demonic path within the Li family, and a being of the ascendant realm at that. I have heard tales that those from the demonic path resort to violence at the slightest discord. No wonder they defy the imperial court. It seems they are merely biding their time to unleash carnage. The soldiers, mere foundation establishment cultivators, dared not advance, recognizing their inferiority against the formidable power of the 10,000 souls banner. How foolish would it be to think they could withstand such an encounter? Oh, now they wish to retreat? Li Ruoqing observed the soldiers gradually withdrawing, a smile creeping upon his face. They uttered threats and now sought to flee, showing utter disregard for the significance of my 10,000 souls banner. Buzz! The crowd was caught off guard. A thick cloud of black smoke, mingled with the sounds of ghostly wails, swiftly engulfed thousands of soldiers. The cries of despair were silenced in the blink of an eye as the essence of countless souls was extracted, leaving only lifeless husks that collapsed to the ground. The imperial messenger stood frozen in place, not out of compassion from Li Ruoqing, who had no intention of sparing him, The elder was merely a mundane being, devoid of any cultivation. Even drawing him into the 10,000 Souls banner would be a nuisance to Li Ruoqing. At that moment, the Imperial messenger regained his wits. Trembling with fear, "You dare to kill me? The Imperial Court will dispatch an army of 100,000 to annihilate the Li family. Your clan will face extermination. Not just of 9, but of 10 generations." Li Ruoqing remained unfazed. The messenger grew increasingly frantic. "Our Great Qi also has Ascendant Realm protectors. If you dare to slay an envoy of Great Qi, you will be relentlessly hunted. There will be no refuge for you within the entire southern Zhan region." "Have you finished?" Li Ruoqing replied coolly, devoid of further discourse. "Once you conclude, you shall meet your demise, for your clamor is unbearable." With a mere gesture, a crimson mist erupted, and the Imperial messenger met his end. Before the Li family could fully comprehend the situation, Li Ruoqing tore through the fabric of space. Leaving behind his directive, "Prepare the army to march swiftly to the capital. I shall converse with the Emperor of Great Qi. Further matters can wait." As his words faded, the Li family gazed upon the sea of corpses, their expressions a tapestry of complex emotions. Li Zhantian, draped in a dragon robe, remained speechless, realizing that the Li family was indeed on the brink of rebellion. In a distant mountain range, Li Ruoqing's figure flickered into existence. Once he confirmed that no one was around, he promptly retrieved a tome from his storage ring, the celestial grade technique bestowed by the system, the myriad form sword heart technique. To fulfill the task of rebellion, the Ascendant Realm figures of the Great Qi dynasty must be dealt with. However, as merely an early Ascendant Realm cultivator, he needed to diligently cultivate this celestial grade technique to ensure a stable confrontation. Taking a deep breath, Li Ruoqing reflected on the 3 rewards granted by the system. Aside from the technique itself, the Chaotic Divine Demon Sword is a 9th grade celestial weapon. With his current cultivation at the Pinnacle Realm, it still requires considerable effort for him to wield. As for the earthly spiritual treasure, the Golden Dragon Robe, it has been draped over Li Zhantian. After all, with the weather turning cooler, presenting a yellow robe to the new Emperor of Qi is hardly excessive. Naturally, the primary intention remains to safeguard the individual and to successfully complete the task at hand. Clearing his mind of distractions, Li Ruoqing invoked the mantra of the 10,000 Forms Sword Heart technique, allowing streams of spiritual energy to circulate through his meridians. However, he was oblivious to the fact that within his storage ring, an inconspicuous jade seal was emanating a radiant spiritual light, almost as if it were breathing. In the palace of the Qi royal city, at the highest point of the Grand Hall, a man of imposing demeanor adorned in a golden robe embroidered with a 5-clawed dragon sat regally. His presence was extraordinary, and as he sat upon the dragon throne, his gaze swept over the entire royal city as if he were surveying his domain. "Has the Li family confessed?" "Your Majesty, the soldier from the Li family who stole the evidence has already been dealt with by Eunuch Zhao," reported a soldier, kneeling respectfully. However, since then, there has been no further news from Eunuch Zhao. The Emperor of Qi nodded lightly. "It is of no concern. With thousands from the Li family and 1 million soldiers at the border, it is understandable that they are too occupied to report back." At that moment, a cacophony of hurried footsteps resounded through the hall. "Not good, Your Majesty." A soldier rushed in, panic etched across his face. The Emperor furrowed his brow. The soldier's frantic entrance was indeed displeasing. Yet, the subsequent words from the soldier compelled him to rise abruptly, disregarding decorum. "Eunuch Zhao, along with thousands of accompanying imperial guards, has been slain by the Li family. The 1,000,000-strong army at the border, led by the Li family, has marched north and is now invading the realm. The Li family has rebelled." Chapter 8. Let us all charge forth. Bang. Absurd. How could the millions of troops of the Great Qi be commanded by the Li family? The Emperor of Great Qi slammed his hand against the armrest of the dragon throne, his furious voice echoing throughout the grand hall. The Li family holds immense prestige at the borders. With a mere wave of their hand, those soldiers would betray us. The messenger soldier knelt on the ground, his voice trembling in response. Below, a few council ministers fell silent, bowing their heads and refraining from speech. In the Great Qi army, the Li family, which had defended the borders for a century, undoubtedly commanded greater authority than the court. However, the Emperor of Great Qi soon regained his composure and solemnly commanded, "Issue orders to the 3 great offerings to immediately lead 100,000 imperial guards. I shall annihilate the entire Li family." "Yes." The messenger soldier rose promptly, his demeanor instantly invigorated. The 3 great offerings were powerful beings at the Ascendant Realm. They were the true backbone of Great Qi. Even with the Li family's 1,000,000 troops, they would be insufficient against the trio of ascendant cultivators. Yet, as the messenger soldier stood, he had yet to exit the hall. Suddenly, a rift in space tore open, and a tall figure gracefully stepped through. Standing in midair and gazing down, "You wish to eradicate my Li family with just 100,000 troops?" Li Ruoqing fixed his gaze upon the Emperor of Great Qi and couldn't help but chuckle softly. Were these people still dreaming in the daylight, unaware of my ascendant presence? Are you from the Li family? When did the Li family acquire an ascendant offering? The Emperor of Great Qi stared in shock at the suddenly materialized Li Ruoqing. The ability to traverse the void was exclusive to those at the ascendant realm. The Emperor naturally assumed Li Ruoqing was a hired offering for the Li family's rebellion. Much like how they had procured their 3 offerings from the first-rate sect, Ziyun Xianzong, by exhausting half the national treasury. To his astonishment, the Li family had also produced an ascendant? The Emperor of Great Qi sneered. The Li family truly harbors rebellious intent. Have they been plotting in the shadows for so long? Upon hearing such self-righteous foolishness, Li Ruoqing was at a loss for words. Boom. At that moment, 3 radiant figures shattered the void, appearing simultaneously within the grand hall. Upon seeing the figures, the Emperor's face brightened. It is the 3 ascendant offerings of our Great Qi. No matter how the Li family plots, 3 against 1, the advantage lies with us. Li Ruoqing turned to look as well. The 3 figures were all clad in purple robes. The leader, an elder with flowing white hair, exuded a formidable presence, while the other 2 bore youthful faces. Li Ruoqing raised an eyebrow. Aside from the elder, one of them possessed an even stronger aura than his own. The remaining 2 were of comparable cultivation, 1 at the mid-ascendant realm and 2 at the early ascendant realm. No wonder this foolish emperor remained unperturbed upon seeing him. It turned out he had such confidence. "We are the outer sect elders of Ziyun Xianzong. May I inquire from which sect or faction you hail?" The elder at the forefront feigned a fist salute and inquired, having discerned that Li Ruoqing's cultivation was inferior to his own. However, one could never be too cautious. What if this individual hailed from a formidable sect? It would be unwise to invite trouble upon oneself. "I am a member of the Li family, Li Ruoqing," he replied with an air of indifference. He reflected upon his previous status as the eldest disciple of the Xinjian sect, yet now that sect lay in ruins, with only the old sect master remaining alive. Thus, to proclaim himself a disciple of Xinjian seemed rather inappropriate. A member of the Li family? The Emperor of the Qi was taken aback, astonished that the Li family could produce a cultivator of such caliber. It appeared this person could not be permitted to live. "Elder Lu, eliminate him," the Emperor commanded, rising from his seat. The elder in purple robes narrowed his eyes. Since this individual had no sect or affiliation and dared to intrude upon this place, he must perish. As soon as the words left his lips, the 3 men fanned out in a semicircle, swiftly encircling Li Ruoqing. To prevent his escape, they began to weave their hands in intricate gestures, summoning purple spiritual energy that enveloped the hall above. This was the purple cloud locking array, a formation from which even a peak cultivator could not escape. The elder in purple produced an ancient long spear, yet a flicker of doubt arose within him. Why did this man display no sign of panic? He remained as serene as ever, as if unperturbed by the imminent danger. Li Ruoqing chuckled softly, for within him, a transparent small sword hovered quietly. This was a symbol of having mastered the first layer of the 10,000 aspects sword heart technique. It was worth noting that throughout the entire southern Zhan continent, the highest level of martial arts was merely pseudo-earth rank. He was oblivious to the reasons behind his rapid advancement, as though some force were aiding him in channeling his spiritual veins. Never mind, he thought, maintaining his benevolent demeanor. "If you kneel and confess your wrongs to me now, I may spare your lives." The 3 opponents erupted into laughter, as if they had heard the most absurd joke. The elder in purple gazed at Li Ruoqing with pity, wondering if the nascent cultivator had lost his mind before the battle even commenced. Boom. No sooner had he spoken than the 3 acted decisively, unleashing an overwhelming pressure of the ascendancy realm. Though it did not permeate the hall, Li Ruoqing, ensnared within the array, felt as though he bore the weight of a mountain, the surrounding spiritual energy stagnating. Yet, a subtle smile graced his lips as he flipped his palm, revealing an ancient longsword, the chaotic divine demon sword. Simultaneously, he silently recited the first move of the 10,000 aspects sword heart technique. One sword shatters the heavens. The transparent small sword within him trembled slightly, resonating with the sword he wielded. Boom. The once stagnant spiritual energy surged forth with ferocity, enveloping a terrifying strike that cleaved directly toward the elder in the lead. A mid-level ascendancy cultivator. The elder in purple was momentarily taken aback. The opponent was merely at the early stage of ascendancy if he could first incapacitate the other two. It might create an opportunity to escape the array. Yet, Li Ruoqing audaciously chose to attack him directly, the strongest among them. Was he truly mad? Since you were so determined to seek your demise, then I shall. The words of the elder in the purple robe remained unfinished. The brilliance of the sword had already reached before him. What he took pride in, his mid-stage spiritual energy barrier, was instantly torn apart like mere paper upon contact with the blade. The purple-robed elder hastily urged his spiritual energy to resist the oncoming light of the sword. Crack! The sound of shattering echoed, and amidst the astonished gazes of the Emperor of Deqi and others, a figure akin to a kite severed from its string was propelled out of the grand array of Ziyun locking the sky. Yet it was not the anticipated Li Ruoqing, but rather the mid-stage purple-robed elder. Boom! The elder's form crashed heavily into the floor of the grand hall, raising a cloud of dust, and fell silent thereafter. The others looked up in bewilderment, gazing at the figure that stood tall. Silence, profound silence. Li Ruoqing nodded slightly, affirming, indeed, the System S creations are remarkably effective. He then turned his gaze towards the other two within the array, a faint smile gracing his lips. You two, come at me together. Chapter 9. This is what you must see with a single strike. He transcended a realm and defeated the elder in the purple robe. After a moment of stunned silence, the crowd gradually came to their senses, gazing in astonishment at Li Ruoqing. What kind of spiritual treasure is this? Incredulously, another esteemed elder fixated on the ancient-looking sword in Li Ruoqing's hand, his tone filled with disbelief. A spiritual treasure of such potency must be of a high grade, possibly even above the earthly tier. A spiritual treasure? Li Ruoqing was taken aback, surprised that such an inclination resided within them. After all, it was they who first brought it up, since these individuals wished to behold a spiritual treasure before their demise. The benevolent Li Ruoqing could not bring himself to deny them. With a flourish of his hand, the chaotic divine demon sword vanished, replaced by a black long banner. The human emperor flag, indeed a spiritual treasure. Yes, without a doubt. The crowd? You dare to call this smoke-emitting, ominous object the human emperor flag? This is clearly the demonic path's 10,000 souls banner. It must contain countless vengeful spirits, right? Does your human emperor flag harbor such immense resentment? Li Ruoqing frowned. What's wrong with it being a bit dark? How dare you slander me by calling it the 10,000 souls banner? Then come forth and experience it for yourselves. The Li family dares to collude with the demonic path. No wonder they have risen in rebellion. It seems this was all premeditated, the Emperor of Deqi declared sternly. Thus, even if your Li family enjoys a moment of glory, you shall undoubtedly face the world's condemnation and retribution. Clap, clap. Li Ruoqing sincerely applauded. This Emperor of Deqi, so righteous in appearance, as if he were not the one who ordered the bloodbath of the Li family. Do not speak so hastily. Soon I shall gather you into the human emperor flag and teach you how to be an emperor. With a glint in his eyes, Li Ruoqing turned his gaze back to the other two elders, smiling brightly. Relying on your high realm, you take lives at will, do you? What a coincidence. I share that fondness. As these words fell, the human emperor flag billowed with thick black smoke, and a bizarre vortex composed of countless anguished faces manifested in the grand hall. Arrogant. We too are also at the pinnacle realm. How could we fear you when we join forces? The two elders were instantly enraged, for it was the mysterious long sword that had vanquished the purple-robed elder. Yet at this moment, Li Ruoqing wielded no such sword. Merely a 10,000 souls banner, they were unaware of how many demonic beings had been slain by it. In an instant, two formidable presences surged forth, radiating from the pinnacle realm, soaring towards the heavens. Within the vortex above, faces twisted in agony screamed out. And Li Ruoqing looked on with astonishment. After all, he had gathered so many souls, and these two were the first to rush into the 10,000 souls banner. However, others clearly did not share his sentiments. Go, revered elders. Bring this demon to justice. An eager guard shouted excitedly. Let us go. Evil cannot prevail over righteousness. Our Deqi shall surely triumph. Another council member raised his fist in encouragement. At this moment, the Emperor of Deqi felt invigorated. The Li family. A pinnacle realm demonic cultivator? Humph. With our two pinnacle realm experts joining forces, this mere 10,000 souls banner could be reduced to ashes with a mere flick of the finger. What? Thud. Amid the eager gazes of the crowd, two figures dedicated to sacrifice plunged headlong into the vortex, and then they vanished. The endless whirlpool instantaneously consumed their imposing silhouettes, leaving not even a ripple in its wake. The soundproofing effect of the soul banner bestowed by the system is truly remarkable. Li Ruoqing nodded in astonishment. He had not even heard the anguished cries of those two before receiving the power of the soul banner as a boon. Having absorbed the souls of two beings at the pinnacle realm, Li Ruoqing felt a stirring within his newly attained level of cultivation. Was there a hint of loosening? With a flick of his wrist, he summoned the purple-robed elder, whose life hung in the balance, into the imperial banner. Another surge of spiritual energy flowed back to him. Oh, what a delightful sensation. The tales in novels were indeed accurate. Is there a swifter path to cultivation than seizing it from others? In less than 2 days, he was on the verge of another breakthrough. A moment later, Li Ruoqing cast his gaze once more upon the assembly below. The expressions of those within the grand hall were ashen. Even the 3 pinnacle realm beings could not withstand the onslaught, let alone these ministers. Mere foundation and golden core cultivators. So, you delight in exterminating entire clans, do you? Li Ruoqing remarked with a smile. Yet, to the onlookers, this benign expression appeared as terrifying as that of a demon. How fortuitous! I share your fondness for annihilating entire lineages. Upon finishing his words, he waved his hand. Hiss. Hiss. A multitude of vengeful spirits, exuding dark mist, surged forth from the vortex, descending upon the assembly below. At this sight, the crowd was instantly struck with terror, collapsing to their knees in desperate pleas for mercy. Where was this fervor earlier? You were reluctant to bow then. But now you know to kneel? Li Ruoqing scoffed, his disdain palpable. The vengeful spirits howled, rushing to devour the ministers in the Imperial Guard. In an instant, the cries were silenced. The black smoke coalesced into desiccated bones, scattered throughout the hall. Only the last emperor of the Great Qi, feigning composure upon his throne, remained. The final emperor of the Great Qi, why not join the Imperial banner and partake in my Imperial aura? Li Ruoqing said, offering no opportunity for refusal as he gestured. The body of the Great Qi Emperor was uncontrollably drawn upward by the vortex. No. The Emperor flailed helplessly in the air, but as a mere golden core cultivator. His struggles were futile. I am the sovereign of a nation. If you slay me, the world shall hunt you down. The Great Qi Emperor bellowed defiantly. Li Ruoqing feigned confusion. What sovereign of a nation? You shall soon be a remnant of a fallen dynasty. Great Qi Emperor? Spare my life. I shall cede half of the Great Qi's territory to the Li family. Before he could finish, Li Ruoqing impatiently waved his hand, interrupting, Enough. Stop your wailing. Once you enter my Imperial banner, doesn't the entirety of Great Qi belong to my Li family? Can you not grasp such simple arithmetic? No wonder one cannot comprehend the Emperor. One should hasten to delve deeply into the realm of the human Emperor's banner. Alas! The anguished cries echoed alongside the Emperor of the Great Qi, who was swallowed by a vortex and vanished. Li Ruoqing, however, stood with his hands clasped behind him, exuding an air of calm. This is merely the beginning, is it not? The Emperor of the Great Qi is known for swiftly condemning others' 9 clans. Thus it is only fitting that Li Ruoqing must also exact a similar fate upon his adversary's kin. After all, it would be discourteous not to reciprocate. As a person of such benevolence, he must ensure their clan is united in harmony. Let them all dwell within my human Emperor's banner. Ding. The primary conditions of the task have been met. The Li family has risen completed. The Emperor of the Great Qi is deceased completed. The dynasty change forthcoming. In recognition of the host's efficient completion of the task, rewards have been granted ahead of schedule. Celestial Item, 9-turn Breakthrough Pill 1, Prismatic Grade, Spirit Beast Egg 1, Supreme Bone 1. Li Ruoqing was momentarily taken aback, setting aside the other rewards, the third one. Supreme Bone. This is a standard possession for protagonists who suppress the ages in novels. Ding. The current phase of the plot is nearing completion. A new storyline has been initiated. Please continue your efforts, host, to grow and strengthen. Another segment of the narrative flooded into Li Ruoqing's mind. In the palace of the Great Qi dynasty, the tumult within the grand hall had already spread. The emperor's agonizing screams instilled a sense of dread throughout the palace. Numerous guards and members of the royal family had long since fled in disarray. In a secluded chamber, a faint fragrance of sandalwood lingered in the air. A young boy, previously in slumber, gradually awakened, momentarily taken aback by his surroundings. Is this me? After a long pause, a boisterous laughter reverberated through the chamber. Unexpectedly, I have been reborn. I have returned to the time when I was the 8th prince of the Great Qi. The boy's eyes sparkled with excitement. In his previous life, he had stumbled upon a fortuitous opportunity that allowed him to ascend to the higher realms, ultimately becoming a sovereign. However, He was later ensnared by emotional turmoil, hindering his cultivation, which ultimately led to his demise at the hands of a rival celestial emperor. Astonishingly, fate has bestowed upon me the chance to start anew. Thus, in this life, I shall. Before the boy could finish his musings, a mocking voice interjected. TSK, what are you planning? Do share with me. Who? The boy turned in shock, only to find a figure had inexplicably torn through the void to appear behind him. The Ascendant Realm? The boy was utterly bewildered. What on earth is happening? Why did I never encounter this in my previous life? Where did this individual emerge from? Li Ruoqing glanced at the requirements of the storyline task. Rebirth of the Celestial Emperor protagonist, Qi Mu. Plunder Qi Mu's fortuitous opportunities, current progress 0-100. Plunder opportunities? Is it truly that simple? Li Ruoqing was filled with questions, dismissing any concern about the other's past life as a celestial emperor or otherwise. His current cultivation level is merely at the initial stage of foundation establishment. In fact, Li Ruoqing could effortlessly dispatch his opponent without even lifting a finger. This task appears to be exceedingly simple, does it not? Who are you? Why have you trespassed into the royal palace of the great Qi? The youth, Qi Mu, exclaimed coldly, guards. Seize him. However, outside the palace, not a single attendant responded to his command. Just as Qi Mu furrowed his brow in confusion, Li Ruoqing promptly interjected. Great Qi? No. 5 minutes ago, Great Qi has perished. In this world, the Great Qi dynasty no longer exists. Qi Mu? Upon hearing this, he was once again taken aback. What nonsense is this? The Great Qi dynasty has fallen? Is this a jest? At this moment, the Great Qi had just eradicated the Li family and regained control over 100,000 elite troops at the borders. It was in its prime. How could it have been destroyed? Oh, right, you are a reincarnate. You may not be aware, Li Ruoqing suddenly recalled, muttering softly. How could the Great Qi fall? Who could have annihilated it? Qi Mu, having once been a celestial emperor in his past life, quickly regained his composure and inquired. However, just as he had calmed his emotions, he saw Li Ruoqing, with an air of nonchalance, raise his hand and point at himself. Of course, it was I who destroyed it. Otherwise, do you think I came here to listen to your bragging? Qi Mu? Chapter 10. You? An emperor of immortals? Reflect upon the human emperor's banner. Qi Mu was engulfed in a tempest of thoughts. Had the Great Qi truly been annihilated? Was his rebirth merely a facade? Was this world still the one he recognized? Moreover, Qi Mu turned his gaze towards the smiling Li Ruoqing, perplexed by his demeanor. The realm of ascendancy. In his previous life, Qi Mu held the title of an emperor of immortals, where even the lowliest of servants were of the true immortal realm. Yet here he stood, reduced to a mere foundational level prince. As a former sovereign, Qi Mu understood that now was not the time for a head-on confrontation. Humph. Once I reclaim the great fortune according to my memories, I shall avenge my kin and repay today's humiliation 1,000-fold. Elder, it seems there has been some misunderstanding with the Great Qi. Yes, I was merely passing through, not a member of the royal family. I shall take my leave now, Qi Mu said, forcing a smile as he awaited an opportunity to flee. Passing through? What of it? I shall slay all who appear here. I care not for your passage, Li Ruoqing retorted, revealing the imposing human emperor's banner in his grasp. Qi Mu thought, what? This is absurd. That human emperor's banner bears an uncanny resemblance to the Wan'an banner. You, a being of the ascendancy realm, resorting to such means against a mere foundational level prince? Is there truly no escape? If a cultivator were to have their soul absorbed by the Wan'an banner, they would become a soul servant within it, forever denied the cycle of reincarnation. Do you not fear the righteous sects hunting you? The condemnation of the world? Qi Mu questioned, his voice trembling with indignation. The last person who inquired about my fear of worldly condemnation is currently traversing within my human emperor's banner. It seems you wish to join him as a brother? Li Ruoqing replied nonchalantly. As for the righteous sect's pursuit? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Li Ruoqing, the former elder brother of the Xianjian sect, a prominent righteous sect in the southern continent. I am indeed among the righteous. Who dares to pursue me? Li Ruoqing declared with an air of righteousness. Qi Mu responded with skepticism, a member of the righteous? If you could merely conceal the swirling black mist of your human emperor's banner, I might consider believing you. Li Ruoqing, exuding confidence, continued, furthermore, I am a great cultivator of the ascendancy realm. Who would dare to pursue me? Who could pursue me? At this moment, Qi Mu was at a loss for words. Very well, you are noble and impressive. You wield the Wan'an banner, annihilating entire clans, engaging in dark deeds, yet somehow, as the elder brother of a righteous sect, you remain unpursued? You truly believe you can exploit such loopholes? Li Ruoqing maintained his cheerful demeanor, but his thoughts shifted. System? As long as I can seize Qi Mu's opportunities, anything goes, right? Ding. As long as the task is completed, the host may act freely. The more unconventional the approach, the more abundant the rewards. All right, then I shall proceed without worry. Li Ruoqing chuckled. As the human emperor's banner began to ascend into the air, in an instant, the entire realm of the Great Qi Kingdom was enveloped in a shroud of black smoke. You claim to be merely passing by? Li Ruoqing inquired with a playful glint in his eye as he regarded Qi Mu. Qi Mu hastily nodded, hoping that this individual had experienced a change of heart and would spare his life. With a sudden breath, the spirit of the Great Qi Emperor was summoned forth from the swirling vortex, appearing in a dazed state. Li Ruoqing pointed and asked, "Do you recognize this person?" Qi Mu? Father Emperor? Is it possible he should recognize him? This world has become utterly chaotic. The immortal emperor had returned, poised to sweep through the ages and surpass his previous life. Yet, upon opening his eyes, his imperial father had vanished? No, given the current circumstances, he must swiftly extricate himself and rely on those fortuitous opportunities to enhance his strength before seeking vengeance. With this thought, Qi Mu immediately shook his head. Senior, I do not recognize him. Li Ruoqing chuckled. Ah, what a display of filial piety. You do not even acknowledge your own father? Very well. Then you shall come to know him within my human emperor flag. Qi Mu, this is not how the game is played. If I claim not to know him, shouldn't you spare my life? Yet, Li Ruoqing gestured, and Qi Mu's soul was instantly drawn forth, pulled toward the vortex above. No. I have just been reborn, with so many great opportunities ahead. I must return to the immortal realm. How can I perish here? Qi Mu struggled desperately. But despite possessing the memories of the immortal emperor, his current foundation-level prowess was insufficient to resist the might of a spiritual-grade soul banner. As the vortex loomed ever closer, Qi Mu finally panicked and cried out, Senior, I am, in truth, the reincarnation of the immortal emperor, and I possess knowledge of numerous great fortunes. If you spare me, I shall divulge all. Li Ruoqing nodded. Indeed, I am aware. I have been listening to your soliloquy all along. But have you truly become so foolish from cultivating over lifetimes? By taking you into the human emperor flag, all the opportunities you hold in your memories would rightfully belong to me. Do you not understand this simple logic? Were it not for the system prompt, I would almost doubt your identity as an immortal emperor, given your naivety. Qi Mu. In this comparison, Li Ruoqing seemed more akin to the reincarnated immortal emperor, exhibiting such domineering behavior. Even Qi Mu, in his previous life as a sovereign immortal emperor, had to heed the will of the people. How could one so casually annihilate an entire lineage? If only Li Ruoqing knew, he would likely remark, indeed, this is the realm of female-centric narratives. Does even the immortal emperor need to reason? Must he consider public opinion? Were I the immortal emperor, my will would be the decree of heaven. Who among the mortals would dare defy divine intent? Straightway, into the human emperor flag for reflection. Li Ruoqing cast one last glance at Qi Mu and spoke calmly. Very well, you may now embrace death. Soon, your royal family shall be reunited within the flag. A family must remain whole. Alas, I am truly too benevolent. You. Qi Mu's voice trembled as half of his head was already being drawn into the vortex. And genuine terror gripped him. You, as a cultivator of the ascendant realm, dare you to establish a 3-year pact with me? Spare my life, and I shall undoubtedly return to challenge you after 3 years, regardless of life or death. As Qi Mu spoke, his entire head was engulfed in the swirling vortex, rendering his expression unreadable. Yet, judging by his animated gestures, one could surmise he bore an expression akin to that of a youth who defies the notion of poverty. Alas, Li Ruoqing merely turned and exited the palace, not sparing him a glance. What nonsense is he uttering? A foundational realm practitioner and a pinnacle realm challenger making a 3-year agreement? Is he still dreaming? Even the thought of it embarrassed Li Ruoqing. Spare him? I am not a stable master, endlessly granting reprieves. Qi Mu remained perplexed until he entered the imperial banner, prior to being refined as a high-level cultivator. Should he not have readily accepted the challenge and demonstrated his prowess? At the very least, he could have dismissed it with a smile. Ding. The system has detected that the host has acquired all memories of Qi Mu, Celestial Emperor. Please proceed to claim them promptly. Current progress, 1/100. Based on the current progress, additional reward, select any 9 transformation elixir 1. Chapter 11. The open-minded Li Ruoqing in recent years. The Emperor of the Great Qi has frequently conducted purges of various military factions, instilling widespread fear among the troops. The Li family's forced rebellion encountered virtually no significant resistance. In fact, many cities surrendered with open arms before the Li family even launched their assaults. This entire scenario felt surreal as the Li family, amidst a throng of supporters, entered the royal city of Great Qi. Father, I have heard that a few years ago, the Great Qi summoned several esteemed offerings from the Ziyun immortal sect in Zhangzhou. Why have we not seen them take action? Li Tianyi, the eldest son of the Li family, inquired from atop his war steed, directing his gaze towards the leader of the procession, the formidable Li Zhantian, who was clad in a yellow robe of earthly rank. However, Li Zhantian's brow was furrowed with confusion, feeling more bewildered than his own son. All questions seemed to lead back to their kin, a family member at the pinnacle of their power, who could provide clarity. At that moment, a black banner suddenly soared into the sky. Li Zhantian would never forget that this was the banner of the 10,000 souls, wielded by their family member. A cold voice resonated from above the royal city. Li Ruoqing gently closed his eyes, raising one hand in a decisive gesture. With my spirit, I trace back to the bloodline's origin. All members of this clan shall suffer the blood curse. This is a bloodline curse, Li Tianyi exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. With Li Ruoqing's cultivation, the family afflicted by this malevolent spell would instantaneously dissolve into a pool of blood, regardless of their location. It was evident that the target of this curse was none other than the entire royal family of Great Qi. While complete extermination was essential, it was noted that many of the royal vassals had relatives residing in distant lands. Only a fraction remained in the royal city, making the task of hunting them down quite troublesome and time-consuming for Li Ruoqing. Instead, a singular blood curse, allowing him to await the souls in place, seemed far more advantageous. With satisfaction, Li Ruoqing nodded. He had absorbed the souls of the 3 esteemed offerings from the Ziyun immortal sect, in addition to those from the royal family and the imperial army. At this moment, the 10,000 souls banner was on the verge of a breakthrough. Simultaneously, his own cultivation had finally ascended, reaching the mid-stage of the pinnacle realm. Ruoqing. Li Zhantian opened his mouth, at a loss for words. He had intended to persuade Li Ruoqing to spare the remaining members of the royal family, yet he suddenly recalled his own family's plight. A wave of doubt washed over him. If his family were imprisoned in the heavenly jail, would Great Qi show mercy to his kin? Even one person? It was likely that all members of the Li family would face execution, with none spared by the court. Given this reality, to kill. Li Zhantian's gaze gradually hardened, resolving to ensure a thorough purge. Tianyi, relay orders to the entire army. If we encounter former troops of Great Qi who surrender, they shall not be harmed, and their titles shall remain intact. However, for those who remain ignorant of the greater scheme and dare to resist, show no mercy. Yes, Li Tianyi replied, his expression resolute. He had long harbored deep discontent towards Great Qi. His family had loyally guarded the borders for a century. Yet they were met with suspicion from the emperor, nearly leading to the annihilation of their entire clan. Yet, as the patriarch of the Li family, Li Zhantian willingly allowed himself to be manipulated for the sake of the so-called family reputation. The thousands of soldiers following him immediately dispersed in search of the former officials of the Qi dynasty. Li Yiqian involuntarily gazed upwards, where a tall and handsome figure remained poised in the void. Li Ruoqing furrowed his brow in a mere instant. He had extracted the memories of the celestial emperor from Qi Mu. He had learned of the locations of those fortuitous encounters and opportunities. The dilemma was that none were nearby. The most recent one was shockingly located in the central region of the southern Zhan continent. After a moment's contemplation, he collected his thoughts. Never mind. After all, I cannot linger here for long, Li Ruoqing reassured himself. He had no desire to become a local despot in such a remote place. Following the narrative and enhancing his strength, that was the true path. Besides, he was a champion of righteousness. His mission in this world was to assist in restoring it to its rightful state. What did you say? Someone questioned why. As a champion of righteousness, he carried the one of 10,000 souls with him. How should I respond? A pertinent inquiry. Enter my banner and seek the answers within. Li Ruoqing's heart brimmed with clarity as he looked below, his tone finally imbued with a hint of certainty. Indeed, the Li family is not entirely beyond redemption. Within the realm of his ascendant consciousness, he was acutely aware of everything in this place, including every word spoken by the members of the Li family. If Li Zhantian were to disregard the throne, which was so near at hand, for the sake of some trivial family honor and engage in ludicrous actions, then he would not hesitate to allow the Li family to undergo reformation under the imperial banner. After all, the task was complete. Ultimately, Li Ruoqing held no emotional ties to the family dictated by this scripted narrative. Fortunately, the Li family was not so foolish, which allowed him to depart this place with ease. With that in mind, seizing opportunities and refreshing the narrative tasks was the pressing matter. Li Ruoqing resolved within himself, casting another glance below before turning and extending his hand. In an instant, a vast spatial rift materialized, and Li Ruoqing's figure vanished without a trace. Father, that esteemed elder seems to have departed. Li Tian had been stealthily observing above. Upon witnessing Li Ruoqing's disappearance, he hurried to report to Li Zhantian. He has left? Li Zhantian was momentarily taken aback. Where did he go? The Li family's ascendance to replace the Qi family as the new dynasty was inextricably linked to the arrival of Li Ruoqing. Although Li Zhantian was the head of the Li family, he dared not entertain even a fleeting thought of claiming the throne. This royal seat was undoubtedly meant for Li Ruoqing. It was a tacit understanding shared by the entire Li family. After all, in terms of merit and realm, there was no dispute over Li Ruoqing's right to the throne. But seeing that they were on the verge of taking the capital, why did their sovereign flee? Did he say anything before leaving? Will he return? Li Zhantian inquired tentatively. He said nothing at all. Li Tian responded after a moment of hesitation, inquiring, Father, what of the throne? Inside the grand hall, Li Zhantian paced back and forth, observing as more and more citizens gathered in the streets of the royal city, eagerly awaiting the new dynasty's edict. Above in the hall, the dragon throne shimmered under the slanting rays of the setting sun. Taking a deep breath, Li Zhantian proclaimed, I hereby decree, the direct lineage of the Li family, Li Ruoqing, is the one whom the people have long hoped for and whose heart they have embraced. To be revered as the founding emperor, I, Li Zhantian, shall temporarily assume the role of the emperor, managing the affairs of the state until the return of the emperor. In this new dynasty, there shall never be a second emperor. In an instant, the nation was left in astonishment. However, far away, the very person involved, Li Ruoqing, remained oblivious to the unfolding events, let alone the fact that he had unwittingly become the founding emperor. A series of spatial rifts flickered as Li Ruoqing traversed through them. According to the memories of the celestial emperor, in a month's time, a supreme treasure would emerge in the central region of the southern Zhan continent. The Kunlun Beast Mastery Scroll. It was said that this treasure was, in fact, a small-scale breeding space for beasts. In Qi Mu's recollection, this treasure was ultimately acquired by an ordinary person, devoid of any cultivation. Merely relying on the treasure, that individual managed to cultivate common livestock, chickens, ducks, pigs, and dogs, into spirit beasts of the kingly level. With a vast army of spirit beasts at their command, the person swiftly dominated a region, until they were ultimately overwhelmed and met a tragic end at the hands of numerous cultivators. As Li Ruoqing soared through the air, a grin crept across his face. What a stroke of luck. The system had just rewarded him with a radiant-level spirit pet egg. If he were to add this treasure to his collection, wouldn't he be on the path to soaring to new heights? After a moment, he began to reassess his resources, pondering that the 9-turn breakthrough pill was still beyond his current reach, so it was of no immediate use. However, the Supreme Bone could be fused in a safe location, thereby enhancing his chances of securing the treasure. Although Li Ruoqing did not believe anyone could seize opportunities from him, should any foolhardy individual dare to try, well, they would be welcomed into the human emperor's flag, allowing them ample time for reflection. Chapter 12. What are you pretending in front of me? At this moment, if one were to speak of merging the Supreme Bone, the most suitable place would undoubtedly be. Li Ruoqing pondered briefly before redirecting his course. The Xianjin dynasty. Have you heard? Our dynasty's foremost sect, the Xianjin sect. Just 2 days ago, the entire sect was obliterated. Only one elder, on the brink of death, survived. And he has since vanished from the sect. What? Annihilated? The Xianjin sect had several elders at the Harmony realm, didn't it? Who could possibly eradicate the Xianjin sect? The details remain unclear, but it is rumored to be the work of the demonic path. Alas, one can only fear that, following such a calamity, the fate of the Xianjin sect hangs in the balance. Outside the Xianjin sect, suddenly, the sky was rent asunder, revealing an inconspicuous spatial rift. Emerging from within, a weary figure appeared, none other than Li Ruoqing, who had merged with the Supreme Bone. Indeed, if one were to contemplate a safe place for merging, Li Ruoqing was still somewhat uncertain. However, if tranquility and solitude were the criteria, then the Xianjin sect at this very moment was unparalleled. After all, the sect's members were occupied within, diligently training under the Emperor's banner. Concealing himself here to merge with the Supreme Bone would undoubtedly ensure peace. Li Ruoqing nodded with satisfaction, just as he was about to descend into the sect, when suddenly, his brow furrowed. What was happening? Was there an outsider at the Xianjin sect? At the mountain gate of the Xianjin sect, a young man walked leisurely towards the desolate entrance. Suddenly, he halted and inquired, "Master, is this the place?" Yet, beside him, there was no one. Almost instantly, a ring in his hand emitted a melodious and ethereal female voice. Indeed, the Xianjin sect, without a doubt. There exists a spiritual treasure here, should you acquire it. It would greatly aid your cultivation. Li Ruoqing was somewhat taken aback. He stood at a distance in the sky, observing everything clearly. The youth below, along with the ring, remained oblivious to the presence of someone silently watching them. Ding. Random plot triggered. Would you like to accept? Note. It has been detected that the host has not completed the task of Immortal Emperor's memories. Please proceed with caution in accepting a new task. Yet without a moment's hesitation, Li Ruoqing accepted. What a jest. An opportunity presented for free should not be squandered. After all, with Qi Mu's memories in hand, the nearest chance, the Kunlun Beast Mastery Map, would not emerge for another month. This interval was perfect for refreshing new tasks, was it not? Ding. Acceptance successful. Plot has been integrated. Moments later, Li Ruoqing was taken aback. The current plot involved a young man and the beautiful master within the ring embarking on a journey of revenge together, exploring the world, and sharing a lifetime of companionship. Stop. Hold on, system. What exactly is my task? To journey to the end with them? Does that not imply? Cough, cough. No. I am destined to ascend to the immortal realm. I am the man who will reshape the world's righteous path. How could I possibly descend into such folly? The beautiful master is certainly not unapproachable. The narrative task demands the suppression of the destined protagonist, altering the original storyline incomplete. Below, the young man named Yuqin, noticing the surroundings were deserted, boldly spoke again. Master, that senior brother from the Xianjin sect. He must be dead by now, right? Li Ruoqing was taken aback. There had only been one senior brother in the Xianjin sect for nearly a century, and that was him. What was this kid implying? That he was dead? 666, I see you are quite tired of living, wanting to enter my imperial flag for some training, are you? According to rumors, the entire Xianjin sect had perished, leaving only the old sect master alive. The voice from the ring softly mused, thus, that spiritual seal of his might be hidden somewhere within the sect. Spiritual seal? Only then did Li Ruoqing recall the spiritual treasure that Lin Hao had accused him of stealing at the start. He had been preoccupied with enhancing the imperial flag these past few days, and that small jade seal had remained in his storage ring. After all, it was merely a companion spiritual treasure, so he had never given it much thought. Yet, upon reflection, this treasure seemed to be quite extraordinary. The entire sect was devoid of life. During the prosperous times of the Xianjin sect, those sects and dynasties that had once fawned over it now dared not send anyone to investigate, fearing they might encounter unforeseen calamities. This allowed Yuqin to take advantage and explore the sect at will. However, after half a day, he found no trace of the spiritual seal. I can't find it. Master, could it be that old sect master has taken it away? Not even a storage ring to be found. It's also possible that it was stolen by other cultivators, the voice responded. That would be troublesome. How are we to find it now? Yuqin appeared quite vexed. Shaoqin, a group of people is approaching from behind, their cultivation levels varying from foundation establishment to transformation realm. The voice from the ring suddenly interrupted. Yuqin was taken aback upon hearing this. Outside the mountain gate, more than 10 men and women clad in identical white robes, with the insignia of the Songjin sect embroidered on their chests, were present. Aha, the Xianjin sect has been annihilated splendidly, exclaimed a young man at the Golden Core stage, brimming with excitement. Thus, our Songjin sect shall undoubtedly rise as the #1 sect of the dynasty. The resources for cultivation will significantly increase. Silence. The leading elder of the Songjin sect frowned at this remark and admonished quietly. What if the demonic path responsible for the sect's annihilation is still nearby? That would be troublesome. The strength of the Songjin sect was inferior to that of the Xianjin sect. Otherwise, they would not have remained as the second sect of the dynasty for so long. Their purpose for coming was to seize the opportunities left behind by the Xianjin sect. However, they remained oblivious to Li Ruoqing concealed in the skies above. He sighed softly, initially believing that this place, being sparsely populated, was most suitable for merging with the Supreme Bone. Yet, how had it come to this, with more people arriving? Everyone, scatter and search for storage rings, spiritual treasures, and elixirs first, commanded the leading elder. The others promptly obeyed and were about to disperse when the youth who had just been reprimanded suddenly exclaimed, Elder, Someone has arrived before us. The elder team leader turned his gaze at the sound and beheld Yichen standing nonchalantly at a distance. Nearly a child of the Golden Dan realm? The elder quickly discerned Yichen's cultivation level and, after a brief moment of contemplation, inquired aloud, "Young friend, to which sect do you belong?" "We hail from the Xianjian dynasty, specifically the Cangjin sect." He emphasized the name of his sect with great significance. However, Yichen appeared utterly indifferent to their origins. After all, his master had once been an expert at the Pinnacle realm. What was there for him to fear? Yichen, disinterested in their presence, resumed his search for the whereabouts of the spiritual seal. This provoked the ire of one disciple from the Cangjin sect, who exclaimed, "Uncultured wretch! Did you not hear our elder's inquiry?" Upon hearing this, Yichen finally lifted his gaze, scoffing, "And who are you to merit my attention? Seeking death, are we?" The disciples of the Cangjin sect erupted in fury, an array of oppressive auras converging upon Yichen. Yet, upon witnessing this, Yichen merely smirked. And with a flick of his wrist beneath his sleeve, the light from his ring shimmered. Boom! An immense pressure erupted forth. Bang! The members of the Cangjin sect were immediately forced to retreat, including the elder leading them, who wore a look of astonishment as he stammered, "Pinnacle realm." Meanwhile, hidden above, Li Ruoqing remained unaffected, albeit somewhat speechless. Yet another instance of the age-old trope of underestimating the seemingly weak, leaving everyone astounded. This fellow, Yichen, was more adept at feigning than even himself. No, I shall not permit anyone to flaunt such arrogance before me, even in the absence of a task. I must administer some form of retribution. With this thought, Li Ruoqing decisively descended. Below, Yichen was still reveling in the exhilarating sensation of unexpectedly revealing his strength and overwhelming the crowd, a tactic that proved consistently effective. Suddenly, a hand landed upon his shoulder, and a calm voice echoed, "What do you think you're doing?" Chapter 13. Have you not noticed? Kneel and listen. Yichen, who is this? How can they evade Master S divine perception? Before he could turn around, a more formidable aura surged forth. Boom! Yichen found himself unable to withstand the pressure. With a thud, he fell to his knees, his face burning with humiliation. Who dares to insult him so brazenly? Aha! Serves you right. The disciples of the Cangjin sect immediately took a breath of relief, preparing to jeer at Yichen. Yet, Li Ruoqing lifted his gaze lightly. Addressing them, "Have you not noticed? You too, kneel and listen." Cangjin sect disciples, what? The oppressive force swept over them once more, leaving the Cangjin disciples with little resistance. Thud. In an instant, a multitude knelt, casting venomous glances at the young speaker. It was all this fellow's fault for speaking out. Li Ruoqing nodded in satisfaction. Now that us more like it. Why pretend to be something you're not? What strength do you have to show off? Yichen, crushed beneath the pressure, could not lift his head, yet the wave of humiliation surged within him, nearly driving him to madness. When had he ever endured such indignity? Master, why do you not intervene? Yichen roared inwardly. This person is immensely powerful. I am merely a fragment of divine consciousness. The voice from the ring sounded somewhat helpless, disregarding the disciples' grievances. With her former prowess at the pinnacle of the Ascendant realm, she naturally felt no fear. Yet, in this moment, she could at most suppress an ordinary early-stage Ascendant. How could this be happening? Yichen's eyes burned with resentment. He had always relied on his superiority to suppress others, yet now he found himself unable to lift his head. This was a reality he struggled to accept. You merely thrive on your longer cultivation time. What are you so proud of? Yichen, summoning all his strength, lifted his head and challenged Li Ruoqing. Dare you suppress me to the same realm and fight me? Li Ruoqing, not a chance. Are you out of your mind? Just moments ago, you used your Master's pressure to subdue others. Now you wish to blame me? What is the point of my cultivation if not to subjugate pretentious individuals like you? Besides, my realm is higher than yours. Why should I lower myself to your level? How can you shamelessly utter such words? By your logic, should a higher realm practitioner stoop to the level of an ant, merely to spare their pride? Take off the ring on your hand, Li Ruoqing said calmly. Yichen's expression changed instantly. Could the other party have discerned the secret of the ring? On what grounds? Just because you possess a higher realm. Do you think you can seize whatever you wish? It seems you've misunderstood something. Li Ruoqing's tone remained unchanged as he stood with his hands behind his back. I do not require your approval for my actions. As he spoke, a wisp of spiritual power was summoned, and Yichen found himself suppressed by the overwhelming force. He could only watch helplessly as the ring on his finger flew out of his sleeve. No. Stop. Yichen's eyes were bloodshot as he let out a furious roar. His master was his unwavering foundation. It was through the guidance of his master within the ring that he had ascended from a mere village mortal to a practitioner. How could Yi Chun allow anyone to seize the ring from him? Yet, in this moment, he found himself powerless, unable even to rise to his feet under the oppressive force. Suddenly, the ring, which had been soaring into the sky, came to a halt, and a soft sigh echoed in the air. The members of the Songjian sect, who were kneeling not far away, had not yet grasped the situation and stared wide-eyed in astonishment. Above the ring, a translucent figure of a woman clad in white unexpectedly materialized. This was spiritual consciousness. The elder of the Songjian sect spoke in disbelief. No wonder that lad, despite only possessing the golden core, could unleash pressure akin to that of the ascendant realm. Only cultivators above the harmonization realm could cultivate spiritual consciousness. So, it was indeed a matter of having a powerful backing, emboldening them. However, Yi Chun could never have anticipated encountering an existence with power surpassing that of his own master. The woman's expression was complex as she gazed at Li Ruoqing. Please do not misunderstand, esteemed one. My disciple merely acted impulsively. It was not his intention to provoke you. Her voice was melodious and clear, her long azure hair cascading down her back like a flowing waterfall. The wide sleeves of her white robe fluttered gracefully, subtly revealing her alluring curves. Even in this moment, her demeanor remained tranquil, as if she were a celestial being descended from the heavens. What are you apologizing for? It was not you who instigated the situation, Li Ruoqing interjected. I am a person of fairness. Whoever commits an act must bear the consequences. Would you not agree? The white-clad woman was momentarily taken aback by his words, about to respond. But Li Ruoqing continued with a smile. Moreover, before you speak, it would be prudent to introduce yourself, at the very least. Before the white-clad woman could answer, Yi Chun shouted vehemently, Master, there is no need to engage in pleasantries with him. Under our full strength, he may not gain much advantage. Bang! Li Ruoqing, unable to endure the noise any longer, planted his foot firmly on Yi Chun's head, forcing him into the ground, bringing a welcome silence. All that remained was Yi Chun, muffled within the earth, emitting sounds of discontent. Witnessing this, the already trembling members of the Songjian sect dared not breathe, fearful that they too would meet the same fate. I am Feng Yunxi, the third-generation Sanus of the Hongming sacred land and central continent. Out of jealousy, I was attacked during my breakthrough to the tribulation realm, causing my failure and reducing my physical form to ashes, leaving only my consciousness bound to this ring. A bitter smile crossed Feng Yunxi's face. Had I not absorbed 3 years of Yi Chun's cultivation, I might not even have been able to awaken. Thus, she took Yi Chun as her disciple, serving as compensation for the absorption of his 3 years of cultivation. Li Ruoqing wore an expression of realization. This plot was far too fitting. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he conceived a method of formidable suppression. Looking at Feng Yunxi, Li Ruoqing extended his hand and said, I offer you a chance. If you follow me from this moment onward, I shall restore your physical form and grant you freedom, assisting you in returning to your former sect to exact your revenge. Beneath the earth, Yi Chun struggled fervently upon hearing the words. His remarkable achievements today were, of course, partly due to his innate talent, yet the most crucial factor was his esteemed master, Feng Yunxi, of the Ascendant Realm. Furthermore, in Yi Chun's heart, he harbored feelings for his enchanting master that transcended the mere teacher-student relationship. How dare Li Ruoqing, in his presence, entertain the audacity to covet his master? Touching upon Yi Chun's forbidden line, Li Ruoqing had sealed his own fate. However, were this sentiment to reach Li Ruoqing's ears, he would likely find it utterly amusing. Really? My friend? You, at the Golden Core stage, wish to slay one at the Ascendant Realm? I can hardly find words to describe such folly. It is nothing short of laughable. Were it not for the activation of a narrative quest, Li Ruoqing would likely not have spared him a second glance. Chapter 14. The 9-turn soul-nourishing pill. A rift appears between master and disciple. Grateful for your appreciation, noble sir, yet my soul remains but a fragment. As I have accepted Shao Chun as my disciple, it is difficult to continue following you. Feng Yunxi slightly bowed, her demeanor gentle. Given your stature, I hope you will not take to heart Shao Chun's momentary lapse in speech. Though her words were imbued with tenderness, they carried an unmistakable air of steadfast resolve. Li Ruoqing maintained an unruffled expression, yet inwardly he sighed, recognizing that such a cold and aloof master figure could not be swayed by mere words. However, he possessed more than just simple phrases. Do not be hasty in your refusal. What if I were to propose that if you agree to follow me, you would receive this? With a subtle gesture, Li Ruoqing revealed a brilliant blue pill in his palm, the 9-turn soul-nourishing pill. It was a reward he had reluctantly chosen from the system, despite the cost to himself. Logically speaking, No pill of the 9 turns category could be deemed worthless. Yet, the soul-nourishing pill's effects were limited to refining consciousness and nurturing the soul. Were it not for Feng Yunqi, he would never have squandered his opportunities on such a potion. Nevertheless, upon reflection, if this pill could aid him in accomplishing his task, it would not be in vain after all. The mere sight of the soul-nourishing pill, especially one of the 9 turns, elicited gasps of astonishment from the elders of the Zhangjian sect. Even Feng Yunqi was momentarily entranced upon seeing the pill in Li Ruoqing's hand. Special pills of this nature were exceedingly rare, and to possess one of the 9 turns was almost unfathomable. It is worth noting that even in the central continent, among the 3 great alchemy sects, few could produce pills of the 8th turn or higher. In the entire lower realm, the highest-ranked alchemists only achieved the 7th turn. The impact of Li Ruoqing's actions was akin to a modern observer witnessing a remarkable event. A flicker of hesitation crossed Feng Yunqi's gaze. Given Li Ruoqing's promise coupled with the 9 turns soul-nourishing pill, it was implausible to assert that she felt no allure. Ultimately, her decision to take Yi Chen as her disciple was driven by various motivations, not least of which was the desire to reconstruct her physical form and seek revenge. However, this moment of indecision was fleeting. Feng Yunqi shook her head once more, a delicate smile gracing her exquisite features. I apologize on behalf of Xiaochen. Should I be fortunate enough to earn your forgiveness, we shall depart this place forthwith. Unbeknownst to her, she was unaware of Li Ruoqing's true identity, believing instead that he was merely another cultivator drawn to this place in search of treasure. Li Ruoqing fell into contemplation. The task at hand merely required him to suppress the destined protagonist. Initially, he had considered seizing the protagonist's master to enhance the completion of his quest. However, given Feng Yunqi's circumstances, it was evident that such a strategy was unlikely to succeed. At that moment, the fated protagonist, Yi Chen, was struggling beneath his feet, and the narrative of flaunting prowess and claiming treasures had shifted. The task was already fulfilled. Thus, it was indeed unnecessary to continue wasting time. Yi Chen is the protagonist of destiny. What consequences would arise from his demise? Though the system has not addressed this matter, the potential for a backlash from the heavenly Dao looms large, rendering such an act counterproductive. Presently, the most pressing concern is the fusion of the Supreme Bone and the planning for the upcoming Kunlun Beast Mastery Diagram in a month's time. Very well. I shall concede to your request. As long as Yi Chen bows his head to me, I shall spare his life. Li Ruoqing pondered for a prolonged moment, and a sudden thought struck him. Sparing Yi Chen does not preclude him from pursuing other actions. Furthermore, this spirit-nourishing pill, which I have no use for, I shall gift to you, he continued. Yet, as he spoke, he discreetly channeled his spiritual energy to seal Yi Chen's hearing. A gift? Feng Yunqi's heart jolted. Such a precious 9 revolutions elixir. To bestow it upon oneself? How could this be? Is there truly such fortune in the world? Li Ruoqing nonchalantly kicked Yi Chen aside. The latter's face smeared with dirt, yet his features twisted in resentment. I will kill you. Yi Chen, in a fit of rage, summoned his spiritual power and hurled a punch at Li Ruoqing. However, Li Ruoqing merely smiled faintly, remaining still. Smack. The punch never landed, for a delicate hand had seized Yi Chen's wrist. Yi Chen stared in astonishment at Feng Yunqi, bewildered as to why his master would obstruct him. Could it be that his master had truly changed her heart and decided to follow another? His hearing had been sealed for a brief moment, leaving him unaware of what transpired. This lapse instilled doubt within him. Had Feng Yunqi and Li Ruoqing come to some clandestine agreement during that fleeting instant? You see, your disciple is quite ungrateful, still intent on striking. How am I to respond to such behavior? Li Ruoqing inquired with a grin. A flicker of helplessness crossed Feng Yunqi's eyes. As Yi Chen's master, she was acutely aware of his temperament. Xiaochen, you must apologize to young Master Li. Yi Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. What did his master just say? Apologize to Li Ruoqing? Was this not akin to condemning him to death? It is a bow of apology. Li Ruoqing added with feigned benevolence. Yi Chen, I shall bow to you my foot. Yi Chen seethed with fury, preparing to unleash another punch. In that desperate moment, Feng Yunqi stepped between them, resolutely halting Yi Chen's attack. Master, Li Ruoqing wore a smug expression, which Yi Chen observed with growing ire. Have you truly succumbed to this scoundrel? What benefits has he bestowed upon you, that you... Smack. Feng Yunqi raised her hand and delivered a light slap. Though she exerted no force, it left Yi Chen momentarily dazed. The atmosphere descended into an eerie silence. The members of the Zhangjian sect, who had just been kneeling in trepidation, now wore expressions of rapt attention, eager to witness the unfolding drama. What a spectacle! Who could resist the allure of a rift between master and disciple at the pinnacle of cultivation? Moreover, they were witnessing it firsthand. Feng Yunqi gazed at Yi Qin, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. Why on this day had the typically composed and steady youth become so impulsive? The chasm between the Golden Core realm and the Pinnacle realm could not be bridged merely through fervor. Having inadvertently offended Li Ruoqing, a mere apology would suffice. To put it bluntly, must one truly court disaster? Alas, what can be done when a disciple fails to comprehend their master? I shall regard this incident as though it never transpired. Li Ruoqing, with a mischievous grin, broke the silence at an opportune moment, swiftly tossing a nourishing spirit pill to Feng Yunqi. You may leave now. Yi Qin's pupils constricted at the sight, the 9-revolution nourishing spirit pill. To think it was given away so casually. Indeed, his initial suspicions were confirmed. His master must have struck some accord with Li Ruoqing. Otherwise, what reason would the latter have to bestow such a precious elixir upon his master, if not for benevolence? Had Li Ruoqing been privy to Yi Qin's thoughts, he would undoubtedly be taken aback. Oh, how did you discern that I am a kind-hearted individual? Your perception is remarkably astute. Feng Yunqi accepted the pill with a sigh, performing a slight bow to Li Ruoqing before retreating into her ring. At that moment, she felt an inexplicable disappointment towards Yi Qin. Everything she had done was for him. Yet he failed to understand her intentions, even allowing doubt to creep in. Yi Qin cast a fierce glance at Li Ruoqing, but could only rise in indignation and depart. Ding! The system detected that the host has completed a random storyline task, suppressing the destined protagonist and altering the original plot. Completion rating, A. Reward, 1 Supreme Spirit Vein Generation Card. Choose any location to generate a Supreme Spirit Vein. Li Ruoqing was momentarily taken aback. To choose a location and generate a Supreme Spirit Vein? This reward is indeed extraordinary. Chapter 15. Merging the Supreme Bone once the two departed. Li Ruoqing suddenly remembered the crowd of onlookers kneeling nearby. The elders of the Zhangjian sect also realized belatedly that their initial purpose for being here was not to kneel in this manner. Senior. The elder's throat bobbed nervously. Who permitted you to speak? Li Ruoqing shot a glance at him, for he was only forbidden from harming the destined protagonist. The lives and deaths of such inconsequential beings depended solely on his whims. That said, he mused that collecting the souls of such individuals might tarnish his emperor's banner. Please forgive us, Senior. We truly had no idea you were here. Otherwise, even with 1,000 times more courage, we would never have dared to disturb you. The elder hastily pleaded for mercy, while the disciples fervently bowed in agreement. Li Ruoqing was taken aback. He had not even made a move yet. And they were already begging for mercy? Nevertheless, their awareness was commendable, for he indeed found no desire to kill them. Very well, I shall grant you a chance. Upon the completion of my task, not only will I spare your lives, but I shall also bestow generous rewards. To his surprise, the elder quickly shook his head. Senior. What are you saying? To serve you is our honor. How could we dare to expect a reward? Indeed, Senior, just instruct us. No matter the task, we shall accomplish it, whether it be ascending to the heavens or descending to the underworld. The disciples of the Zhangjian sect echoed in unison, fearing they might be a moment too late. Ah, you are quite understanding. Li Ruoqing smiled with satisfaction. I will be in seclusion here for a few days. You shall remain at the perimeter of the sect. Whoever approaches must be stopped from entering. Once my task is complete, I shall express my gratitude. But if even one person is allowed in, do not blame me for being unkind. To protect you, Senior, and possibly receive a reward. The members of the Zhangjian sect could hardly contain their excitement. After all, the scene of Li Ruoqing casually gifting the 9 transformation elixirs was still fresh in their minds. The elder immediately thumped his chest. Rest assured, Senior, not even a fly shall manage to enter and disturb you. In a secluded chamber of the Zhangjian sect, Li Ruoqing adjusted his breathing, having already laid down the necessary restrictions around him. For an ordinary person to breach these defenses would be nearly impossible. At this moment, everything was prepared. System, commence the fusion of the Supreme Bone. Ding. Fusion commencing. 1%, 2%. In the heart-nurturing hall of the Xianjin dynasty, several ministers stood at the foot of the steps. Your Majesty, the leader of the Xianjin sect has vanished without a trace, and the entire sect has perished. This matter. At the forefront stood a middle-aged man clad in a golden robe with silvery hair, his demeanor exuding an indescribable authority. He was none other than the current emperor of the Xianjin dynasty, Emperor Xianwen. Do not pursue this matter any further, Emperor Xianwen ordered solemnly, his brow furrowed. Those capable of annihilating the Xinjian sect are not entities that our current dynasty can provoke. In this world, power is the ultimate currency. Royal power and glory are but illusions. Even the formidable Deqi dynasty, which had long held sway over the Xinjian dynasty and boasted 3 esteemed worshippers from the central continent, recently provoked a foe it should not have, resulting in its utter annihilation. Now that the Xinjian sect has been vanquished, the title of the foremost sect of the dynasty, a minister cautiously inquired. It shall be assumed by the original second sect, the Zhangjian sect, Emperor Xianwen decisively concluded. As commanded, the ministers complied, ready to depart. Suddenly, boom, a majestic golden light, soaring high into the heavens, erupted from the distance, filling the skies with an overwhelming and boundless aura of supremacy, unfettered by the confines of the earth. Simultaneously, alongside the radiance, resonated solemn chants, their tones reverent and dignified. Even those in the royal palace of the capital, miles away, could hear it distinctly. What is this? Emperor Xianwen, disregarding decorum, stood up in alarm, stepping out of the grand hall with the others, gazing in astonishment at the source of the light. Almost instantaneously, the entire territory surrounding the Xinjian dynasty was rent by numerous spatial rifts, as if they were competing to tear open. Roar! A colossal 5-clawed paw tore through the spatial fissure, revealing the head of a beast as large as a city, emerging from within. It was a dragon. Above, shadowy figures were discernible, bustling about. The celestial palace of the central continent has arrived. All idle souls retreat. What? The celestial palace? Emperor Xianwen nearly collapsed in shock. The top 10 powers of the central continent. The celestial palace has come? But before those below could fully grasp the magnitude of the situation, a raucous laughter erupted, disdainfully dismissing the notion of retreat. To monopolize benefits and speak so grandiloquently? Haha. A massive flying sword shattered the void, revealing an elder in black robes. His hair and beard billowing, exuding an aura that rivaled that of the celestial palace, from the second sect of the central continent, the Mojian Valley. Figures continued to pour forth from the spatial rifts. Not only the major factions of the central continent, but also those from the northern Jilu continent, the western Yohe continent, and the eastern Xingshan continent. Below, Emperor Xianwen had grown numb, were it not for the support of a nearby minister. He might have fainted from fear. Even those factions, rumored to exist only in whispers and never before heard of, were gathering here in droves. In the secret chamber of the Xinjian sect, Li Ruoqing sat cross-legged, his eyes tightly shut, oblivious to the turmoil unfolding outside. A radiant light enveloped him, reaching skyward, causing the guardians of the Zhangjian sect outside the mountain gate to almost believe that Li Ruoqing had encountered some catastrophic mishap in his cultivation. The supreme bone fusion was in progress. Current status, 93%. Outside, numerous factions surged forward, completely disregarding the Xinjian dynasty's edict against aerial travel. Naturally, no one dared to blame them, for even a mere breath from any of these factions would be beyond the endurance of the Xinjian dynasty. The source of the radiance is right here. The elder from Mojian Valley, clad in black robes, gazed intently at the secret chamber where Li Ruoqing resided. His hands clasped behind him. Each shall rely on their own abilities to vie for opportunities. The speaker hailed from one of the top 5 sects of the northern Jilu continent. This is nature. We are the righteous sect. Those who resort to violence are merely practitioners of the demonic path. The crowd nodded in agreement. However, at that moment, an incongruous voice rang out. Elder. Who are these people? Do they not see that our Zhangjian sect guards this place? If they disturb the elder, just watch me deal with them. The youth of the Zhangjian sect scoffed loudly. The elder of the Zhangjian sect suddenly turned around, glaring at the youth, filled with a desire to silence him with a single blow. Brother, can you not see the situation clearly? Even if we assume the worst, could you not lower your voice? Do you truly believe that we alone can fend off those individuals above with just a finger? Chapter 16. All eyes on one. The young disciple of the Zhangjian sect, Feng San, wore a smug expression. Having only recently joined the sect as an outer disciple, he possessed a rudimentary understanding of the cultivation world. Unbeknownst to him, the multitude of cultivators surrounding him represented a force far beyond what he could fathom. He mistakenly believed they were akin to his own sect. After all, the Zhangjian sect also possessed similar flying treasures, and he thought that the treasures of those in the sky were merely a tad more extravagant. But what did it matter? Feng San had heard whispers that the Zhangjian sect was on the verge of becoming the foremost sect of the Xinjian dynasty. At this moment, who would dare to provoke them? Listen well. This territory is guarded by the Zhangjian sect. If you dare to take another step forward, you will be opposing the foremost sect of the Xianjian dynasty. Feng San exerted himself, channeling his qi at the 6th level of the qi refining stage, his voice resonating throughout the heavens. Yet, he felt a twinge of confusion as he observed the elders of his sect, their expressions darkening instead of beaming with pride. Was it possible they were displeased? In truth, the elders of the Zhangjian sect were too apprehensive to voice their thoughts. Had they spoken, the first thing they would have asked was for Feng San to tone it down. They truly believed that the history of the Zhangjian sect was far too illustrious for such folly. Above, the formidable figures of various factions paused in their advance, momentarily rendered speechless. That Zhangjian sect is the foremost sect of the Xianjian dynasty? After a lengthy silence, a middle-aged leader from the Tiandao Palace hesitantly inquired, "So, which newly emerged power is the Xianjian dynasty?" The numerous factions remained silent, all hailing from the pinnacle of the 5 continents. Yet, it seemed they had never heard of the Xianjian dynasty's renown. Ahem, elder. A disciple from the Tiandao Palace, recalling something, quickly whispered, "I believe I caught a glimpse earlier. The land beneath us appears to belong to the Xianjian dynasty." The elder, momentarily stunned, responded, "Beneath our feet? This place?" "It should be," the disciple replied quietly. However, amidst the surrounding silence, his words rang out with jarring clarity. "If I recall correctly, this dynasty's rank is rather low." "Is it not?" "It should be," came the murmured consensus. Looking once again at the young disciple of the Zhangjian sect, possessing remarkable cultivation at the 6th level of the qi refining stage, the crowd collectively realized the ruse. "So, you were merely pretending to be a fool while reaping the rewards. You dare to challenge the top powers of the 5 continents with just a wave of your hand." At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted. A brilliant pillar of light surged forth once more, expanding several-fold from its already considerable size. Even the manifestations of treasured artifacts typically appeared fleetingly. Yet, this golden pillar not only persisted for several hours, but also seemed to grow in might. A treasure of such caliber could only be the most extraordinary of artifacts. Otherwise, such overwhelming might would be inconceivable. Numerous practitioners from various factions were momentarily captivated. Disregarding all else, "Disciples, heed my command. Prepare to contest for the ultimate treasure." Boom. At long last, the golden beam of light was completely absorbed into the heavens. In the secret chamber of the Xianjian sect, a chime resounded. Diffusion of the supreme bone was in progress, with a completion rate of 100%. Fusion successful. Clang. Li Ruoqing suddenly opened his eyes. As he blinked, a gentle golden radiance swirled around him, accompanied by the sound of sacred chants echoing in the surroundings. Unparalleled in this era, he would transcend the ages. The supreme bone had been successfully integrated. Rising to his full height, his long hair tied back, clad in a flowing white robe, he resembled an otherworldly immortal. Ah, what a commotion indeed, attracting so many people. A faint smile graced Li Ruoqing's lips. With the fusion of the supreme bone, his realm had even ascended further. The pinnacle of the ascendant realm. Late stage. Just right. I shall gather you all into the human emperor's banner, and perhaps I can effortlessly break through to the transcendence realm. Hee hee. Who would have thought that emerging from seclusion would bring such fortune? Truly a splendid gift. In this moment, to Li Ruoqing. The myriad factions surrounding him were not a crisis. Were they not merely walking repositories of experience? Boom. Above the Xianjian sect, a golden figure shot forth in an instant, standing tall in the void. "Gentlemen, are you waiting for me?" Li Ruoqing spoke in a calm tone, hands clasped behind his back. All around him, figures from the sects of the 5 continents encircled him like towering mountains. It seemed that in the next heartbeat, Li Ruoqing's figure would be consumed by the throng. Yet, if one were to encapsulate the scene in a single phrase, it would be, all eyes of the heavens were fixated on one man. "Is the treasure perhaps in your possession?" Elder of the Emojian Valley inquired with a frown. This question seemed rather superfluous. Just look at Li Ruoqing. Enveloped in golden light, emerging from the manifestation of the treasure, to claim it bore no relation to the treasure would be ludicrous. Whether it is or not, what concern is it of yours? Li Ruoqing's voice, though not loud, resonated throughout the expanse of the heavens. Below, members of the Zhangjian sect and the Xianjian dynasty gazed upwards in awe. Many ordinary citizens, upon witnessing Li Ruoqing's golden figure, mistook him for a celestial being descending from the heavens, unable to refrain from bowing in reverence. "We are the righteous sects of the 5 continents. Whenever a treasure emerges within our realm, it must first be submitted to us for inspection and safekeeping. An elder from the heavenly Dao Palace addressed Li Ruoqing solemnly. Hearing this, Li Ruoqing burst into laughter. What a joke. Handed over to you for safekeeping? Wouldn't that mean it would be kept until the next generation? These individuals, under the guise of righteousness, would seize treasures by force as soon as they appeared. Resist? They would simply crush you with their might, then publicly declare it as a purge of evil. Profiting from both reputation and riches, they lived more lavishly than those they labeled as demonic. Presently, if it were not for Li Ruoqing's remarkable presence as a practitioner of the Ascendant Realm, they would have likely acted long ago. Li Ruoqing smirked. If I refuse to relinquish it, what will you righteous sects do? As the words fell, the elder of the Zhengdao Palace's gaze instantly turned cold. For the sake of the world's safety, we can only, he declared, suppress you. Aha. What a noble cause for the safety of the world. And you think you can suppress me? Li Ruoqing replied, flipping his palm to reveal a sudden appearance of a black long banner. They incessantly spoke of righteousness, morality, and the proper way of the world, yet in the end, are they not akin to the demonic path? Resorting to brute force to resolve issues? The one with the stronger fist holds the truth. How fortuitous, this method. A smirk graced Li Ruoqing's lips. It aligns perfectly with my intent. Chapter 17, Supreme Arts. The Morning Bell. As Li Ruoqing summoned the ominous, swirling black clouds of the 10,000 Souls banner, a wave of exhilaration washed over the crowd. Indeed, he was a practitioner of the demonic path. The 10,000 Souls banner in his grasp was assuredly above the spirit tier. An elder from the heavenly Dao Palace's expression grew cold, though a flicker of delight danced in his eyes. If this young man were a righteous cultivator, it would be unwise for them to act. Yet, he had the audacity to summon the 10,000 Souls banner in front of everyone. Was there any difference between that and declaring, I am of the demonic path? Come, suppress me? Hearing this, Li Ruoqing's expression darkened. How dare they equate his imperial banner with the 10,000 Souls banner? They would only meet their demise. After all, those who had previously mentioned the 10,000 Souls banner were now diligently cultivating within his banner. Li Ruoqing held himself to a standard of fairness and righteousness. Since they had openly made their claims, he would treat them equally, drawing them all into his imperial banner. Hand over your treasured artifacts. Otherwise, you shall find no refuge across the 5 continents, declared an elder from Mojian Valley with an air of arrogance. Even a titan of the demonic path would not dare to confront the multitude of forces present. Li Ruoqing cast a calm glance around. Realizing that the emergence of the Supreme Bone had drawn numerous factions, all the sects from the 5 continents had arrived. Moreover, it appeared there were over 10 individuals at the Ascendant Realm among the throng. Li Ruoqing even spotted 2 or 3 cultivators at the Tribulation Realm. This was aside from those dispatched on missions. It was well known that these top-tier forces had lineages stretching back millennia, with formidable legacies within their sects. It was likely that several true immortal ancestors existed. Ding! A notification indicated that the host had triggered a special storyline, suppression of the 5 continents. Do you accept? Without hesitation, Li Ruoqing chose to accept. After all, regardless of his choice, he had no option but to comply with the current circumstances. Ding! Acceptance successful. The storyline mission requirements, multiple choices 1. Submit to the 5 continents and surrender the Supreme Bone. Reward. Title of the one who knows the times, incomplete. Li Ruoqing felt a surge of exasperation. A title? The one who knows the times? 2. Escape this place. Branded as a wanted fugitive by the righteous path of the world. Incomplete. Reward. Illusory art. 1,000 faces. 3. Resist the righteous forces. Incomplete. Reward. Supreme aspect. Double pupils. In an instant, Li Ruoqing made his choice without a moment's thought. I choose 3. Initially, he had pondered the implications. Offending so many top-tier factions across the 5 continents would undoubtedly lead to relentless pursuit. However, upon seeing the reward, his concerns evaporated. This was no joke. The double pupils were an unparalleled power, and with the Supreme Bone at his disposal, did he not stand as the true sovereign of this world? To hesitate for even a second would be a slight against the might of the double pupils. How could these mere sects of the 5 continents dare oppose him? Who would seek to suppress him? Those who stood against him were, in essence, standing against the sovereign of this era. Who would dare? Who could? Li Ruoqing extended a finger and surveyed the crowd. Let us all come at me. I am pressed for time. The crowd responded with bewilderment. Aren't we comrades? Why are you grinning foolishly? Are you stunned? We are the foremost sects of the 5 continents united. In such a dire situation, you dare to act arrogant? Do you truly wish to court death? A middle-aged man at the pinnacle of the ascendancy realm admonished him. He was an inner elder of the third sect of Beiju Luzhou, and having cultivated to this level, he had never encountered such an audacious individual. The calm demeanor of someone surrounded by overwhelming force ignited a spark of irritation within him. The elder formed a hand seal, and a long sword emerged from the void. As a fellow at the pinnacle of the Ascendancy realm, allow me to test your mettle. With that, the sword was unleashed. The elder wielded his full strength, granting Li Ruoqing no opportunity to react. Heavenly-level ultimate skill. Sword of the Sunken Sky. The resounding clang echoed as the sword light surged forth, the formidable power of a peak Ascendancy realm swordsman causing the very fabric of space to tremble with ominous sounds. Simultaneously, the other factions from the 5 continents tacitly chose to observe in silence. After all, they were righteous forces. If they were to gang up on a single individual, it would tarnish their reputations. Below, the members of the Xianjian sect lay prostrate on the ground, both terrified and awestruck, for they had never witnessed such a spectacle in their lives. However, the primary concern was that the elder's sword descended from above. And even though they were not the intended targets, the residual waves of power forced them into submission, rendering them unable to rise. At this moment, Feng Xin felt as if his spirit had been extinguished, for he had just been boasting about confronting those above. Little did he expect that only one of them would step forward. The shockwaves from a single sword nearly left him deaf and breathless, almost causing him to faint. It seemed that this was the end. He had just embarked on his journey of cultivation, and it appeared it would be cut short. Yet, at the eye of the storm, Li Ruoqing merely smiled faintly. You send forth a single opponent at the pinnacle of the Ascendancy realm to challenge me, while the others remain idle. Is this confidence, or merely a test of my capabilities? Indeed, they say that those from great powers possess hollow eyes, mere old coins. How unfortunate that a mere peak Ascendancy cultivator thinks to probe my depths. Li Ruoqing did not activate the imperial banner in his hand. A glimmer of golden light flashed in his eyes as he gazed at the advancing elder of, his voice laced with amusement, "You are still unworthy." As soon as he spoke, a resonant chime echoed, as if descending from the heavens, ancient and solemn. The supreme art. The morning bell. This was one of the secret techniques that manifested in Li Ruoqing's mind after he fused with the supreme bone. The power of the supreme bone required the host to continuously refine its blood source to fully awaken. Currently, Li Ruoqing's supreme bone was merely in its nascent stage. Shimmering in gold. The pinnacle of the violet gold essence is the true supreme bone. However, it is not something that can be forged overnight. It requires prolonged tempering and nurturing. Nevertheless, even the most rudimentary supreme bone has endowed Li Ruoqing with 3 supreme secret arts. Among them, the one he now invokes, the morning heaven bell. This is one of them, primarily for annihilation. With the bell's toll, it spells doom for the celestial beings. The elder of the sword-sinking tower remains undeterred. And the sword light is almost upon him. Death. Boom. A colossal phantom of an ancient bell materializes behind Li Ruoqing, followed by a sudden burst of golden light. Even the elders of the Heavenly Path Palace, these formidable cultivators at the tribulation stage, felt a sharp pain in their eyes at the instant they beheld the golden radiance, making it difficult for them to continue watching. As for the other cultivators, their eyes were plunged into a momentary blindness. Snap. It sounded as though a delicate shattering echoed. After a while, as the golden light dissipated, the onlookers quickly raised their heads to gaze upwards. In midair, a figure, akin to a remnant of cotton, was sent flying from above. Yet, astonishingly, this individual was the elder of the sword-sinking tower, at the peak of the ascendant stage. Meanwhile, Li Ruoqing remained calmly poised in the air, as if nothing had transpired. Only the tremulous rumbling behind him indicated that everything that had just occurred was no mere illusion. With a mere act of defense, he had sent the peak ascendant stage cultivator, who had unleashed a secret technique with all their might, hurtling away. This spectacle rendered the onlookers speechless. Even the cultivators at the tribulation stage were awestruck by the sight. The world fell into an eerie silence, breaths audible. Once again, he spoke. You may all come at me together. Li Ruoqing chuckled lightly, shattering the surrounding stillness. I truly am pressed for time. Chapter 18. Under a single sword. How did the 5 continents fare? The elder of the Heavenly Dao Palace furrowed his brow, taken aback by the unexpected prowess of this young man. Yet, what significance did that hold? At this moment, among the sects gathered to vie for treasures, even the tribulation stage cultivators were not in short supply. Brothers, there's no need for restraint. Let us unite and slay this demon, reclaiming the precious artifact. Upon hearing these words, many cultivators nodded in agreement, their expressions exuding an air of certainty. Witnessing this scene, Li Ruoqing could hardly suppress a laugh. 666. When individual combat fails, resorting to a group assault. Is it? And reclaiming the treasure? Does that artifact have any connection to you? How can you justify your robbery in such a manner? Who truly embodies the demonic path here? Enjoying group fights, are we? Very well. With a swift motion, Li Ruoqing raised his hand, and the Emperor's flag in his grasp erupted into a swirling mass of black smoke. The 10,000 Souls banner. Spirit level 64 20 10,000. Humph. Dare you to resist before us? The Elder of the Heavenly Tao Palace sneered. In an instant, the early tribulation stage cultivator unleashed his power, forcibly halting the whirlpool of the Emperor's flag. Cultivators at the Ascending Realm can manipulate the laws of space, traversing dimensions freely. Yet, upon reaching the tribulation stage, they command the very laws of time. The difference between the two realms is akin to heaven and earth. It is often said that those beneath the tribulation stage are but ants. Even if Li Ruoqing has reached the pinnacle of the Ascending Realm, he still faced just one tribulation stage cultivator. Li Ruoqing felt a wave of unease wash over him. Indeed, this was troublesome. But it was not to the extent that he would flee. Did it not ring true that the heavens do not sever a person's path? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Li Ruoqing produced from his other hand a 9th-grade immortal weapon, the chaotic divine demon sword. Another immortal weapon? Many cultivators were momentarily stunned. Is the demonic path in this era truly so affluent? One moment it's a precious artifact, the next it's a spirit level 10,000 Souls banner. And now an immortal weapon? Is this a game to you? Immortal weapons are the benchmark for true immortal realm cultivators. Even among the myriad powers in the 5 continents, few could gather even a handful of such artifacts. You simply pull one out at will. Yet Li Ruoqing remained composed, gazing at the ancient sword in his hand. Indeed, relying solely on his current strength to confront multiple tribulation stage and numerous ascending realm cultivators would yield nearly zero chance of victory. However, I possess an immortal weapon bestowed by the system. Why should I contend with you over mere realm and strength? The first form of the myriad form sword technique. One sword shattering the 9 heavens. This strike was exponentially stronger than when Li Ruoqing first employed it. Not solely due to his elevation to the pinnacle of the Ascending Realm, but also because the golden supreme bone at his chest emanated a faint golden radiance. Resonating with the sword, the second secret technique of the supreme bone, holy path amplification. Altogether now, the Elder of the Heavenly Tao Palace commanded. The crowd perceived the extraordinary nature of this strike, yet activating an immortal weapon would inevitably require a moment of preparation. Boom. Thousands of monks simultaneously launched their attacks, aiming to slay Li Ruoqing before his sword could be unleashed. Temporal law. Activate. Intone the Elder from the Heavenly Tao Palace. Li Ruoqing's movement to raise his sword faltered, as he sensed the flow of time around him slowing. Even the blood coursing through his veins seemed on the verge of congealing. Trivial techniques. Li Ruoqing scoffed. With a crack, the supreme bone radiated golden light, instantly shattering the Elder's temporal power. How is this possible? The Elder exclaimed in astonishment. Li Ruoqing smirked. What is so surprising? This is the supreme bone. A mere temporal law cannot bind me. Have you not awakened? Yet, in the midst of his words, the multitude of monks had already advanced upon him. From all directions, lethal strikes surged forth, their spiritual power overwhelming. But Li Ruoqing awaited this moment. The supreme secret technique had a time limit, requiring a cooldown with each use. Thus, he needed to ensure that this strike reached the majority, securing his ability to continue the battle. At this moment, the cultivators from the 5 continents were nearly surrounding him. With a calm voice, Li Ruoqing uttered 2 words, sword fall. Boom. An indescribable golden sword light descended from the heavens, cleaving through the multitude of cultivators from the 5 continents. The terrifying force swept through, shattering the void with its intent. Hasten the temporal law. Stop this sword. The Elder from the Heavenly Tao Palace cried urgently. The other few Tribulation Realm cultivators sprang into action, simultaneously attempting to suppress the sword with several strands of temporal law. Yet, this sword seemed to disregard time. Fracturing the very fabric of reality, its ancient and heavy light relentlessly descending. The righteous of the 5 continents? I shall slay you all. Die. Li Ruoqing's voice resonated fiercely. I am an Elder of the Heavenly Tao Palace. You dare to strike at us? There shall be no refuge for you within the 5 continents. You are doomed. The Elder's eyes reflected the sword light, finally revealing a hint of panic, for he could already faintly perceive the extraordinary nature of this blade. 5 continents. Huh. Anyone who enters shall perish. Those are my words. Li Ruoqing retorted disdainfully. Enough with your chatter. Perish. Boom. Crack. Ah. Impossible. I'm in the late stage of the Ascendant Realm. How could I not withstand this? Many cultivators activated their spiritual power, desperately defending it. Yet the descending sword fell as effortlessly as a knife through tofu, unstoppable as a bamboo stalk breaking. With a thrust, the sword descended completely, slowly dissipating into the air. At that moment, only a few Tribulation Realm cultivators remained, barely surviving through their respective secret arts, albeit in a disheveled state. The rest of the cultivators were mostly reduced to shattered bodies, their souls forced to manifest in the world. Hiki, then I shall be unreserved. Li Ruoqing chuckled at the sight, waving his hand. The vortex above the Emperor's banner began to swirl, collecting all the souls present. Ah, you dare to collect my soul? The Burning Heaven sect will not spare you. Spare me, I am willing to forget everything that has just transpired, as long as you grant me mercy. Yet, Li Ruoqing paid no heed to these pleas. Did they only realize the futility of their supplications now? Some even dared to threaten him? Did they truly believe he was without temper? They willingly entered the banner of the human emperor. It was time for introspection. An opportunity to exchange insights with those within. One by one, their souls confronted the human emperor's banner, and regardless of their realms, they were utterly suppressed. Rendered powerless against the onslaught. In an instant, they were drawn into a vortex. Humming. A stream of pure spiritual energy surged back into Li Ruoqing's body, invigorating him. How delightful. The ascension was rapid. Ding. 10,000 souls banner. Earth level 18050100000. The 10,000 souls banner is advancing. Simultaneously, within Li Ruoqing, the immense spiritual energy previously pent up was now unleashed in an explosive moment. Boom. Dark clouds rolled ominously across the sky, accompanied by waves of celestial might. The surviving cultivators of the Tribulation Realm from the Heavenly Dao Palace were immediately struck with awe at this spectacle. The Third Nine Thunder Tribulation Realm. Chapter 19. The Second Sword Technique. Escape from the Thunder Tribulation? A frown creased Li Ruoqing's brow. This Thunder Tribulation was ill-timed indeed. Just moments ago, he had expended nearly all of his internal spiritual power to unleash that one sword strike. Coupled with the continuous use of the funeral bell and the enhancement of the sacred path, his supreme bone at the chest had momentarily dimmed, rendering it unusable. The primary objective of that sword was to eliminate a significant number of cultivators. However, in terms of lethality, it posed little threat to those in the Tribulation Realm. Before him, the elders of the Heavenly Dao Palace in Emojian Valley, though somewhat injured, were merely lightly wounded. This situation was decidedly precarious. Li Ruoqing clicked his tongue. He was, after all, not in the Tribulation Realm, and to confront one of that caliber was beyond his capabilities. Moreover, at this moment, he was nearly devoid of combat power. Even if he could continue fighting, when the Thunder Tribulation struck, the absence of spiritual energy would surely lead to a swift demise. Yet, the others remained oblivious. The elders of the Heavenly Dao Palace, despite their minor injuries, stood rooted in place, holding their breath and fixated on Li Ruoqing. The several elders of the Tribulation Realm were ancient beings who had practiced for hundreds of years. They mused that even united, they could not withstand another of Li Ruoqing's sword strikes. Should he casually unleash another sword, their fate would be sealed. Both sides were wary, refraining from making any move. This bizarre standoff persisted for a moment until the thunderclouds in the sky erupted with a deafening roar. Boom. The Thunder Tribulation was nearly fully formed, the dark purple clouds obscuring the sun. Below, the common folk of the Xianjian dynasty were left pale with fear. Heaven's wrath. Many citizens, in a panic, sought to escape the coverage of the tribulation clouds. Yet, the vastness of the Tribulation Realm's clouds enveloped the entirety of the Xianjian dynasty, extending even to the borders of several neighboring nations. The members of the Zhangjian sect had long succumbed to unconsciousness due to the previous assault. System. My task was merely to retaliate against the righteous sects. Surely this counts as an overachievement? Li Ruoqing inquired within his heart. Ding. Detecting current conditions. Assessing plot progress. Ding. Congratulations, host. Plot task. Suppression of the 5 continents completed. Reward. Supreme aspect. Dual pupils. Oh yes. An exhilarating wave surged within Li Ruoqing. Unexpectedly. The system's prompt was not yet finished. Ding. Subsequent additional plot unlocked. Bounty of the 5 continents, do you accept? A follow-up plot? Li Ruoqing was taken aback. That could wait. I will decide shortly. The pressing matter at hand was that, since the task was complete, he should swiftly find a place to hide and prepare for the Thunder Tribulation. Otherwise, he would certainly not escape unscathed. and many ordinary citizens of the Xianjian dynasty would inevitably be caught in the tempest of heavenly lightning. Upon contemplation, Li Ruoqing gazed ahead. Addressing several smiling righteous cultivators at the tribulation realm, "Gentlemen, shall we continue the fight?" In response, the previously confident and haughty assembly of cultivators fell into an unexpected silence. They had presumed that a mere contender like Li Ruoqing could be easily extinguished at their whim, allowing the numerous factions to relish in the spoils. Their calculations seemed flawless. Yet following Li Ruoqing's single strike, the once thriving multitude of thousands had dwindled to fewer than 10. Who among them would still wish to persist in battle? However, an elder from the heavenly Dao Palace suddenly regained his composure, scoffing, "If you truly wish to fight, would you indulge in idle chatter with us? It is evident that either the might of that astonishing sword strike is limited to a singular use, or you are apprehensive about the impending heavenly tribulation." Li Ruoqing? "No, my friend, your deductions are astoundingly accurate. You've guessed it all. Truly. It would be a pity if you did not pursue a career in detective work." With a nonchalant expression, Li Ruoqing continued. "There remains but a brief moment before the heavenly tribulation locks onto this location. At that time, not only I, but you as well shall face the consequences. Even the innocent citizens within 100 miles shall find themselves facing annihilation. These individuals, who prided themselves on their righteousness and moral integrity, what could they possibly say now?" Unexpectedly, the elder from the heavenly Dao Palace and his companions erupted into laughter. "Involving the common folk? It is our honor to eradicate you. A scourge of the demonic path. What is there to be concerned about?" Li Ruoqing retorted, all right, you've certainly learned a new tactic. Is this how you wish to play?" He suddenly brandished his sword, shouting, "Second form of the myriad forms sword technique." "What?" The crowd gasped in astonishment. When Li Ruoqing had unleashed his previous sword strike, he had called upon the first form of the myriad forms sword technique, which possessed terrifying power. How could he possibly execute a second form? The elder's complexion turned ashen. If he could not withstand the first strike, how could he endure the second? With a dazzling golden sword slicing through the void, it tore open a rift, and then, in a flash that defied the eye, Li Ruoqing slipped into the spatial fissure. He fled. Elder of the heavenly Dao Palace? The crowd. What about the second form? You simply fled? Was the second form of your sword technique merely an escape? Ah, but you were rather naive, the elder sneered coldly. Under the heavenly tribulation, the space is bound. How could you possibly escape? You believe you can merely put on a show and walk away? When the laws of the heavenly tribulation strike you back, let us see what tricks you have left. A wild laugh echoed through the void. The laws of the heavenly tribulation? Can they truly impede one of my stature? Li Ruoqing's voice resonated defiantly, yet it gradually faded, as if he were vanishing into the distance. What transpired? Under the decree of the heavenly calamity, even those who have reached the realm of true immortals find it exceedingly difficult to traverse the fabric of space. How could you possibly achieve such a feat? The elder of the heavenly Dao Palace exclaimed in disbelief. Ah, have you not heard? Heaven does not completely shut its doors on humanity. As long as I desire to move forward, the path lies beneath my feet. With a disdainful scoff, as the rift in space vanished, Li Ruoqing's voice faded into the vastness of the world. Above the Xianjian dynasty, the turbulent calamity clouds became restless, rumbling with thunderous roars. It seemed as though the anger of the heavenly calamity had been stirred by the disappearance of its target. After a brief moment, it too dissipated. The atmosphere above the dynasty returned to tranquility, leaving only the remnants of shattered limbs and the immense sword marks on the ground, exuding wisps of sword intent. 1,000 miles away, Li Ruoqing's brow furrowed in concentration as he forcibly activated the supreme bone within him to resist the targeting of the heavenly calamity. The once dim golden radiance now flickered precariously, as if it were on the verge of extinguishing at any moment. No. I must find a secluded place to transcend the heavenly calamity. The tribulation of crossing over is indeed a monumental challenge for any cultivator. Only by overcoming the heavenly calamity can one ascend to become a pinnacle existence within these 5 continents, a formidable being of the crossing over realm. Yet, should one fail to endure, they would merely become a pile of ash, remnants of the thunderous tribulation, vanishing without a trace. Li Ruoqing exhaled deeply, releasing a breath of turbid air. His spiritual energy was dwindling, but he resolutely pressed on, tearing through the void, retreating further into the distance. Chapter 20. The Heavenly Reef Ferry, Journey to the Central Continent. When a cultivator reaches the Golden Core stage, they can traverse the winds and cover 1,000 miles in a day. However, to journey between the 5 continents solely by flight would be an arduous endeavor, perhaps taking an eternity. Thus, the ferryboat became a necessity. At the Heavenly Reef Ferry in the southern Jianbu continent, A vast stone platform rises majestically into the clouds. Though it is not the peak season for ferry passengers, the platform is still bustling with a throng of people. Among them stands a grimy young man in line, who, if Li Ruoqing were present, would undoubtedly recognize. This individual is none other than Yichen, the very person Li Ruoqing had just trampled underfoot. Yichen is consumed by a mixture of anger and humiliation, still feeling the dirt clinging to his face. No matter how he wipes, he cannot rid himself of the memory of being pressed into the ground. Initially, he had hoped to seize the opportunity presented by the downfall of the Xianjian sect to gather some treasures. However, he unexpectedly encountered Li Ruoqing, that despicable scoundrel. What does he have over me? Merely the advantage of longer cultivation and higher realm. Let him dare to compete with me at the same level. Most infuriating of all, he even dared to covet his master. Yichen's heart is resolute. He is determined to distance himself from this sorrowful continent and venture into the central continent. Upon his return, he will undoubtedly seek vengeance against that scoundrel Li Ruoqing. Curse Li Ruoqing. Let me not lay eyes on you again. The next time we meet, I shall. Suddenly, a rip in space manifests, and a tall figure steps forth, drawing the attention of those nearby. What? Yichen's furious words are abruptly halted in his throat. For the newcomer is none other than Li Ruoqing, the very person he had been cursing. Li Ruoqing? How can this vile wretch persistently haunt me? Even while boarding a ferry, I encounter him. Yichen, in a fit of exasperation, dares not voice his ire. Instead, silently raging within, he discreetly blends into the crowd, attempting to conceal his soiled visage to avoid recognition. Li Ruoqing, on the other hand, appears somewhat pallid, as his supreme bone has completely lost its golden luster. His spiritual power is nearly depleted. The silver lining, however, is that his continuous spatial traversals have allowed him to evade the heavenly Tao's lock-on, causing the impending heavenly tribulation to lose its target, at least for the time being. Otherwise, wherever Li Ruoqing went, ominous clouds would loom overhead, creating an unsettling atmosphere. No, I cannot undergo tribulation in the southern Jianbu continent, Li Ruoqing contemplates. The opportunity for tribulation is already scarce. Should I attempt it here, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of forces such as the Heavenly Tao Palace. At that point, escape would prove difficult, especially since my supreme bone is already compromised. The only viable option is to take the ferry to the central continent. After all, the more perilous the place, the safer it becomes. They would never suspect that Li Ruoqing would dare to venture to the central continent to face tribulation. Not far off, a middle-aged man in a white short shirt approaches at a brisk pace. Until Li Ruoqing stood before him, the elder inquired, "Are you here to take my ferry at Tianjiao?" Li Ruoqing was taken aback, nodding in affirmation. "What brings you here?" After all, traversing across continents is indeed beyond the capacity of mere mortals. The portly man in white, upon hearing this, beamed with delight, his face crinkling into a multitude of folds. "I am in charge of this particular ferry service at Tianjiao. You may call me Xiao Wang. To tear through the void. This is a cultivator above the ascendant realm." Such a distinguished figure choosing to travel on his ferry was indeed a momentous occasion. The plump Wang could barely contain his joy. He must serve this individual well, as the upcoming evaluation for the new steward at year end might just present an opportunity for him to compete. Li Ruoqing felt somewhat bewildered. The steward of Tianjiao appeared a tad eccentric. Why was he grinning foolishly, almost drooling? "Elder." Wang suddenly regained his composure, bending his corpulent body in a most respectful manner. "It is our honor to have you aboard our ferry, the 042 service of Tianjiao. Please, allow me to escort you." "What?" In the crowd, Yichen, who had been lurking, nearly had his eyes pop out in disbelief. "Why should this be? I just bought a ticket. And this rotund fellow didn't he spare me a glance. Yet he treats Li Ruoqing with more respect than he would his own father. This sudden change of demeanor is rather excessive, isn't it?" Those around seemed unfazed, accustomed to the peculiarities of Tianjiao, a mere third-rate power among the 5 continents. Naturally, Li Ruoqing nodded in agreement, grateful for the time saved from queuing. However, he found it peculiar that he had just heard a remarkably familiar voice. Ascending the broad steps, Wang led Li Ruoqing past the first and second floors to the top suite on the 3rd floor. To his surprise, the entire level was crafted from a rich mahogany. A soothing fragrance wafted through the air, easing Li Ruoqing's weariness considerably. "Haha, elder, this is one of Tianjiao's specialties, red sandalwood. Many esteemed figures have come here just to experience it," Wang boasted with pride. "Regrettably, each service only offers 3 rooms on this level, so most will never get to appreciate the wonders of this wood." At that moment, as they turned a corner, a figure clad in azure brushed past Li Ruoqing. The person wore a veil, obscuring their features. Yet the grace beneath the robe was unmistakable. It was a woman. Li Ruoqing's casual glance was fully captured by Wang, who had been pondering how to ingratiate himself with this esteemed guest. Suddenly, it seemed he had an idea. After this minor interlude, the two arrived at the door of a room. "Elder, this will be your accommodation for the next 5 days. Please let me know if there is anything that does not meet your satisfaction. I shall do my utmost to accommodate your needs." Wang Pengzi rubbed his hands together and spoke with utmost respect. Li Ruoqing raised his head and beheld the name of the private room, Tianzi No. 1. Glancing at the beaming Wang Pengzi, Li Ruoqing raised an eyebrow and remarked that he had no objections, though he was uncertain about the cost of such a sumptuous suite. After all, he was not particularly wealthy, and this presidential-style room was evidently not inexpensive. However, Wang Pengzi hastily waved his hand, insisting that the question of cost was unnecessary. "It is our honor to have you aboard our ferry. How could we possibly charge you? All we ask is that, after disembarking, you kindly mention the name of our Tianjiao ferry in the 042 route a few times." Chapter 21. Suppressing the Protagonist of Destiny. Task Update. After exchanging pleasantries with Wang Fadi, Li Ruoqing stepped into the room. The setting sun cast its golden rays upon the polished redwood furniture, while a gentle breeze stirred the fragrant incense. The room was not extravagantly adorned. It featured only a clean and tidy wooden bed and a simple desk. Yet, it exuded an undeniable comfort. Li Ruoqing was somewhat astonished. The layout of this room bore a striking resemblance to the minimalist style he cherished in his past life. As the ferry gently ascended, in a cramped chamber on the first level, Yichen was squeezed into a corner with 3 or 4 burly men. The overwhelming stench of sweat and the foul odor reminiscent of a neglected latrine assailed Yichen's nostrils, nearly bringing him to tears. He felt a surge of indignation. Why was it that Li Ruoqing could be treated with such deference, while he himself was relegated to this wretched place? His master, Feng Yunqi, was currently refining a spirit-nourishing elixir and was oblivious to the outside world. Yichen called out for his master repeatedly, but received no response, adding to his growing frustration. He quickly squeezed out of the room to get some fresh air on the deck. Unbeknownst to anyone, a figure clad in blue descended the stairs at the corner of the second floor. Ding. Host storyline updated. Suppressing the Protagonist of Destiny. Yichen continuation. Will you accept the task? Huh? Li Ruoqing, who was just about to sit at the bedside to adjust his spiritual energy, was momentarily taken aback. Suppress whom? Yichen? He was already on his way to the central continent, having boarded the ship. Where was he supposed to confront him? Had the system encountered a bug? However, after a moment's contemplation, Li Ruoqing decided to accept the task. After all, what he lacked most at present were the system rewards. If they were to reward him with a spiritual energy nuclear bomb, he could obliterate those scoundrels at the Heavenly Tao Palace in one fell swoop. Buzz. Details of the task flooded into his mind, leaving Li Ruoqing utterly bewildered once more. Wait, this fellow is also on this ship? Why does he seem to haunt me endlessly? Is he also heading to the central continent? On the first level of the cabin, a loud crash echoed. Yichen watched in astonishment as a person in blue stumbled beside him and then suddenly collapsed. Huh? Yichen was momentarily stunned, even stepping out for fresh air. He encountered someone trying to exploit him? The deck was already cramped, and there were hardly any people around. Apart from Yichen, no one noticed the collapse of the figure in blue. Even if someone had seen it, most would likely disregard the plight of a lower-class individual. Furrowing his brow, Yichen, who had once studied medicine, observed the person intently. It appeared that this individual was not merely feigning unconsciousness. Just as he was about to reach out and poke the person, a gust of wind swept through, blowing a corner of the figure's veil aside. Yichen's eyes widened in surprise. It's a woman. His hand froze mid-motion. In the dim light of the setting sun, the woman's raven-black hair cascaded freely. The snowy veil envelopes a visage as exquisite as a jade carving. A gentle breeze stirs the fabric, creating ripples that fail to conceal the delicate, rounded features. With tightly knit brows and captivating eyes, the trembling lashes seem to quiver as if burdened by some unseen anguish. Even Yichen, upon witnessing this scene, cannot help but express his awe. This beauty stands on par with his esteemed master, Feng Yunqi, each possessing their own unique allure. In fact, the sight of the woman in her moment of suffering stirs a profound sense of protectiveness in onlookers. What transpires next? A layer of management happens to catch sight of this captivating figure and is immediately drawn closer. What is this? Who is she? The manager's curiosity is piqued, and he quickly approaches. No, it's nothing. Yichen hastily interjects, positioning himself to shield the woman behind him. Yet, the manager has clearly already glimpsed her. Is she from this floor? How come I'm unaware of such a woman residing here? Yuchen stammers, momentarily at a loss for words. For he indeed saw her descending from the second floor. Just then, a voice laced with amusement resonates, "Of course not. She is my neighbor." Yuchen swears he will never forget that voice. Li Ruoqing. Why does he keep appearing? Is he a persistent specter? Initially frowning. The manager's expression shifts to one of delight as he turns to see the smiling figure standing at the staircase. He rushes forward, bowing slightly. "Ah, sir. What brings you here? This floor is merely a place for commoners, quite filthy, lest it offend your eyes." Li Ruoqing, upon hearing this, feels a twinge of displeasure. Having been a mere laborer in his past life, he finds the boy's disdainful remarks about the common folk to be akin to an affront against himself. Nevertheless, he is here for more pressing matters and chooses not to engage with such trivialities, replying coolly, "I shall escort this woman back. Such a minor matter hardly requires your involvement. I shall send someone to deliver her to your quarters immediately." The manager responds with an understanding smile. One that suggests unspoken complicity. Very well. Li Ruoqing feels a hint of exasperation. Does he appear so lecherous? What does that expression imply? Yet, it matters little. As long as this woman does not lay eyes on Yuchen, his objective will be achieved. Not so fast. Yuchen can no longer restrain himself. What does this mean? I just laid eyes on a beautiful woman, and now she is being sent to Li Ruoqing's quarters? Is there no justice? Is there no sense of order? Do you not understand the concept of first come, first served? Oh, Li Ruoqing finds amusement in this. He has not sought trouble with Yuchen, yet here he is, exposing himself. And you? What gives you the right to object? The manager, turning back with a furrowed brow, questions, "Where did this boy come from? Speaking out of turn while I converse with a distinguished guest? Who do you think you are to interrupt a gentleman's discourse? If you persist, I shall have you thrown over the railing." At this moment, the celestial fairy has soared to an altitude of 10,000 meters, surrounded by swirling clouds beneath. Yuchen's heart instantly chilled. How dare this manager, at the late stage of the Golden Core realm, provoke him? A sardonic smile crept upon his lips as he scoffed. "Is it merely you? What are you but refuse? Speak another word and I shall cast you down." The manager, incensed, could hardly believe the audacity of being addressed in such a manner before a distinguished guest like Li Ruoqing. If he did not teach this insolent lad a lesson, he would lose all face with his superiors in the future. Without hesitation, the manager unleashed a powerful punch, his full strength from the late Golden Core stage erupting, causing the air around them to howl. Shattered Cloud Fist. Yet Yuchen merely chuckled derisively. Li Ruoqing was one matter, but a mere Golden Core was foolish to raise a hand against him. In an instant, he casually swept his palm outward, with a resounding clap. The manager felt the world spin around him, his spiritual energy dissipating entirely. He was sent sprawling to the ground by a single slap. Consider this a lesson for your foul mouth. Should you continue to be so intolerable, I shall unceremoniously cast you down. Yuchen stood above him, exuding an air of grandeur. Meanwhile, Li Ruoqing, watching from a distance, quietly observed the unfolding drama. Truly, the destined protagonist, defeating a late-stage Golden Core with a mere slap, sending his opponent spinning like a top. Had it not been for his unexpected appearance today, this arrogant individual might have indeed gotten the better of the situation. However, since the circumstances were thus, Li Ruoqing gradually descended the staircase, a smile gracing his lips as he suggested, "How about you take a swing at me and see what happens?" Chapter 22. An Unexpected Misunderstanding. Li Ruoqing maintained a nonchalant demeanor, his gaze wandering casually. The triumphant expression on Yuchen's face evaporated in an instant. Li Ruoqing, do not put your luck. If you force me into a corner, oh please. Even if you self-destruct, you lack the substance to make a sound. What could you possibly do when driven to desperation? With a casual flick of his wrist, Li Ruoqing unleashed a torrent of spiritual power. Boom. Crack. In an instant, Yuchen found himself as if burdened by an immense weight, his legs collapsing uncontrollably to the ground. Even the sturdy vessel trembled, splinters flying as the hull tilted precariously. Li Ruoqing strolled leisurely past the prostrate, gritting Yuchen, and made his way directly towards the woman in the green attire. What is happening? What on earth occurred? Wang Pengzi led several guards from the boat, rushing down the stairs in a flurry. Li Ruoqing's casual display of power had caused the ship to sway violently for a moment. Wang Pengzi nearly thought the vessel was collapsing. Hastily, he brought his men down, only to find his esteemed guest, Li Ruoqing, turning to look back. What is going on? Wang Pengzi's mind momentarily faltered. Oh, it's nothing. Just a fainted individual whom I shall assist back, Li Ruoqing replied indifferently, extending a hand to lift the woman in green, wrapping his arm around her slender waist. She tilted her head slightly, gently leaning against Li Ruoqing, who felt enveloped by a soft embrace. Her delicate, fair arm instinctively grasped his sleeve. However, from a distance, Yuchen's fury intensified. How dare this person act as if he were the one to assist her first? Li Ruoqing, do you dare to release your spiritual suppression? Li Ruoqing merely smiled faintly, uttering two words, what fun. As stated before, he found Yuchen to be beneath his notice, far too trivial to warrant his attention. He deemed him the sort of individual that would be considered an inconvenience even in the human Emperor S banner. While Li Ruoqing gently escorted the woman upstairs, Wang Pengzi turned once more to the still kneeling Yuchen, utterly immobilized. As a supervisor of the vessel, Wang Pengzi was astute beyond measure. Merely observing the recent exchange between the two had allowed him to deduce the situation. His expression hardened. Regardless of the underlying story, one fact remained clear. Yuchen, a mere commoner, dared to confront his esteemed guest? This was equivalent to openly slapping his face. Men, strip this scoundrel of his clothing and throw him overboard. Wang Pengzi commanded coldly. To defy a guest I personally host? Then you shall meet an untimely demise. At this moment, the vessel hovered thousands of meters above ground, traversing an area largely governed by flight prohibitions. Aside from the vessel itself, any cultivator caught in a restricted zone would instantly lose their spiritual power, plummeting to the ground like a rag doll. Yes, several guards echoed in unison, moving to seize Yuchen and strip him of his garments, intending to keep the clothing as evidence. The guest inadvertently fell from the railing, thus absolving Tianjiao Crossing of any liability regarding safety. As a commercial entity, the reputation of Tianjiao Crossing holds significant importance. The opinions of outsiders are inconsequential. What are you doing? Clearly, Li Ruoqing is the instigator. Yuchen shouted anxiously. His spiritual power remained confined, rendering him incapable of resistance. He had planned to venture into the central continent. How could he possibly perish here? The guards, however, were swift and skilled, and before he knew it, Yuchen was left clad only in his white undergarments. No. What transpired on the first floor was beyond Li Ruoqing's knowledge, yet considering Wang Pengzi's astuteness, he presumed Yuchen would face some tribulations. Little did he know that Yuchen was not suffering at that moment. He was merely left with a waistband. The woman in the green attire beside him exhibited no signs of awakening, though she instinctively clutched Li Ruoqing's garment tightly. A faint fragrance accompanied the gentle warmth emanating from her, leaving Li Ruoqing momentarily flustered. After all, throughout his past life until now, he had never held a woman's hand. How could he not feel apprehensive? Taking a deep breath, Li Ruoqing endeavored to calm his thoughts. Fortunately, the floors were not convoluted, and he quickly reached the third floor where he resided. If memory served him correctly, it was near this very room where he first encountered the woman in green. Yet, he hesitated, uncertain. Given that the system's task was to seize the fate of the protagonist, rescuing this woman seemed pivotal to the unfolding narrative. He could not afford to return her. Li Ruoqing pondered silently, then nodded resolutely. Indeed. He was concerned that if he mistakenly returned her to the wrong room or if she encountered further complications without care, it would be troublesome. As a righteous gentleman, he could only see his good intentions through to the end, taking her back to his room for a moment of respite. At the door of room 1, with a resounding clang, the door was firmly shut. However, upon entering, Li Ruoqing was taken aback. Had he mistakenly entered the wrong room? His eyes were met with an array of red silk ribbons and festive floral decorations, a bridal chamber. Rubbing his eyes, he glanced at the room number again. Indeed, it was room 1. What was happening? Never mind, he thought, for now. He would focus on settling the woman in green before seeking out Wang Pengzi to inquire about the situation. The woman continued to cling tightly to his garment, and with a sigh, Li Ruoqing gently assisted her onto the crimson wedding bed. He then reached out to pry open her tightly clasped hand. The moment his fingertips brushed against hers, her delicate fingers, akin to mutton-fat jade, suddenly relaxed as if melting away. Li Ruoqing was taken aback and instinctively looked up, only to meet a pair of dazzling, sapphire-blue eyes. The woman in the azure attire had awakened. At that moment, a voice, cold and even somewhat icy, echoed in his ears. What is it that you wish to do? Chapter 23 System Rewards is truly fragrant. At this moment, Li Ruoqing's posture was undeniably impeccable. If anyone were to awaken and find themselves sprawled upon a crimson bridal bed, with an unfamiliar man hovering over them, engaging in who knows what, such a scenario would certainly invite a plethora of misunderstandings. Yet, within the confines of Li Ruoqing's mind, there lingered but a singular question. Why has such a melodramatic plot befallen me? Or perhaps, was this narrative originally destined for Yuchen? Had I known it would unfold in this manner, I would have vehemently refused to undertake this narrative task. For this particular storyline, whether I accepted it or not, bore little consequence. However, at present, the gaze of the woman seemed to indicate that she would not relent until she had vanquished me. You. The woman in a flowing green dress sat up, poised to speak, when her countenance suddenly drained of color. Her breath hitched, and her striking azure eyes lost their luster, only to, thud, fall back onto the bed. Li Ruoqing opened his mouth, yet he had not even begun to explain. Well, this fortuitously spared him from further complications. With a resigned shake of his head and a light cough, he called out, "Come in, stop lurking outside." "Oh dear, Senior. How unjustly you accuse me. I was merely at the door, hoping to hear if you were available," a rotund figure exclaimed as he scuttled into the room, rubbing his hands together and grinning broadly. "Rest assured, I truly saw and heard nothing. I only hurried in upon hearing you call for me." Li Ruoqing was left speechless, as if he had just committed some indiscretion, yet he had gained nothing from it, only to have the woman remember him. Is the system truly suppressing the destined protagonist? Surely, it cannot be attempting to ensnare me? Ding. Detection of narrative task objective. Yichen has departed from the ferry. Task completed. Reward: a strand of primordial yellow qi regenerable. Huh? What is this reward? Li Ruoqing's eyes widened. Previous system rewards had included celestial tier techniques and 9th grade immortal artifacts. Why for this task is the reward merely a strand of qi? The problem is, even in the memories of his former self, after nearly a century of cultivation, there was no recollection of this so-called primordial yellow qi. Such a reward, based on the conventions of typical narrative arcs, either signifies transcendence to divinity or to the realm of the undead. Very well, I shall accept it for now. Li Ruoqing gathered his thoughts and turned to the jovial figure of the rotund man, inquiring, "Do not be so gleeful. I have a question for you. Why has the appearance of this room changed?" The rotund man was momentarily taken aback. "Ah, Senior, you were unaware?" Seeing the increasing perplexity on Li Ruoqing's face, the rotund man scratched his head. "This is actually a hallmark feature of our celestial reef ferry. The fragrant red sandalwood used in constructing the 3 tiers of the ferry emits a scent that can discern the innermost thoughts of the guests. Upon the meticulous arrangement of the intricate mechanisms within the room, it would instantaneously transform into the most comfortable setting for the guests. This is the essence of Tianjiao Ferry, a seemingly second-rate ferry establishment, yet frequently, patrons willingly pay to experience its enchanting wood and the art of mystical maneuvering." Wang Fadi appeared to have a sudden realization. Promptly stepping forward to elucidate, "Rest assured, esteemed elder, this red sandalwood merely discerns your emotions. It does not pry into your innermost privacy. Our Tianjiao Ferry, with its centuries-old reputation, would never engage in such self-sabotaging behavior." Upon hearing this, Li Ruoqing was enlightened, and he pondered, "No wonder. Wait a moment. I wasn't thinking about marriage just now. What does this bridal chamber signify? Isn't that a bit absurd?" The ferry soared through the heavens, its movement almost akin to gliding upon flat terrain. In reality, its velocity surpassed that of ordinary cultivators at the harmonization realm. Whoosh! As the ferry streaked across the sky, a white figure was seen descending from above. Ah! Yichen felt a wave of despair as he found himself stripped bare. This realm seemed to exist above a dynasty, precisely where a major sect had instituted a no-fly decree. Anyone who trespassed within this restricted area without consent, regardless of their cultivation level, would find their spiritual energy sealed, unless their cultivation surpassed that of the array's creator, which, evidently, Yichen, at the early stage of the Golden Core realm, did not qualify for. Anyone who has plummeted from a height of 10,000 meters knows that, without external forces, a person's descent only accelerates. At this moment, Yichen was practically indistinguishable from a mere mortal. He intended to vehemently curse Li Ruoqing and the sycophants of Tianjiao Ferry. However, as he opened his mouth, the howling wind rushed in, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. "Master, master!" He frantically called out to Feng Yunxi in his heart, yet there was still no response. The 9-transformation soul-nourishing pill required the reformation of one's soul, leading to a metamorphosis of consciousness. Thus, even if Yichen screamed to the point of hoarseness, Feng Yunxi would remain oblivious. At this moment, Yichen felt as if his internal organs had shifted positions, and he was on the verge of losing his grip and plummeting from the sky. Suddenly, a voice filled with curiosity resonated. "Oh, why is there someone flying bare?" A female voice inquired. Her companion, with a tone of mild exasperation, replied, "What do you mean by bear flying? Clearly, this person has been thrown out." The ferry had just passed by, and the connection was not difficult to infer. This individual must have offended someone aboard the ferry, resulting in their current predicament. Sigh, why concern ourselves with this person? Our mission is to locate Elder Muro. Oh, come on. How much time could it take to save someone? Besides, didn't the sect say that Elder Muro's ferry would be among this batch? Inquire about this individual traveling without a clear destination. Perhaps there lies a clue. Li Ruoqing, however, has no desire to encounter the woman in the azure attire within his chamber again. He can only instruct Wang, the portly man, to prepare another room for him to rest temporarily. Once arrangements are made, Li Ruoqing settles back onto the bed. This is a suite on the second floor, a privilege reserved for affluent cultivators. Wang has shown consideration, ensuring the new room is impeccably tidy. Perhaps he recognizes that Li Ruoqing, the esteemed guest, does not fancy ostentation. With a sigh, Li Ruoqing subtly extends his consciousness to ascertain the surroundings are devoid of any presence. He prepares to retrieve the newly awarded Hongming Xianyuan Qi from the system for thorough examination. Suddenly, a chime sounds. A special task has been triggered. Selection of the Holy Son of Yaoguang's sacred land, will you accept? Ah, yet another one. Li Ruoqing scoffs with disdain. He has come to understand that such special tasks are merely traps. However, the reward announcement catches his attention. A heavenly tribulation dummy, which can withstand one thunder tribulation. Not bad. I accept. Ultimately, I cannot escape the allure of irresistible temptation. To withstand a thunder tribulation means a seamless ascent into the tribulation realm. How splendid. He had been concerned about how to navigate the tribulation while evading the scrutiny of forces like the heavenly Dao Palace. But now, all worries are alleviated. Ha ha ha. A torrent of narrative flows into his mind in a familiar manner. The Yaoguang sacred land? The forces of Central Continent? How intriguing. What a coincidence. Li Ruoqing muses. Once he steps into the tribulation realm, those forces pursuing him will find no escape. He chuckles, realizing that it has been nearly 4 to 5 days since his Emperor's banner absorbed any new faces. He feels a growing impatience. The heavenly raft continues its journey towards the Central Continent. Yet, 3 figures rapidly approach from behind, soaring towards the vessel. Chapter 24. The Sacred Land of Radiance. The elderly Ruoqing? Today, the sacred land of Radiance in Zhangzhou is bustling with activity, unlike its usual serene demeanor. The occasion is marked by the selection ceremony of the Holy Son and the decennial recruitment of new disciples, both transpiring on this very day. It is noteworthy that even in the illustrious Zhangzhou, the foremost among the 5 continents, there exist only 3 sacred lands and 10 sections. The convergence of these 2 significant events on a single day cannot help but attract attention, particularly given the recent rumors surrounding the sacred land of Radiance. Many factions have seized this opportunity to come forth and investigate the veracity of these tales. In the grand hall at the back of the sacred land, a middle-aged man clad in a robe of soft golden radiance gazes contemplatively into the distance. Behind him lies the most sacred area of the radiant sacred land. Xiaohua, has that girl Marone arrived yet? A voice, frail and weathered, resonates from behind the barrier within the hall. The middle-aged man turns, bowing respectfully as he replies in a hushed tone, I have dispatched 2 disciples to welcome her, but as of now, there has been no news. Behind the barrier sits the long-rumored elder of the sacred land, who is said to have already transcended to a higher realm, a being of true immortality. This approach is indeed unfair to that girl. Yet, time is of the essence for the sacred land. The elder speaks, a hint of remorse tinged in his tone. Elder? You. The middle-aged man appears taken aback, hesitating to continue. There is but a month remaining. The elder's voice remains remarkably calm, even accompanied by a gentle smile. Ah, Xiaohua, do not wear such a forlorn expression. You are the holy master of the sacred land. What will others think if word gets out? All mortals must eventually face death, and what of true immortals? I have lived long enough. I merely hope to witness the emergence of another potential successor for the sacred land while I still draw breath. Outside the mountain gate, Li Ruoqing appears somewhat speechless as he turns to his companion, the rotund Wang. Brother, are you not the ferry steward? What is the purpose of following me? Do you have nothing better to do? Ah, senior, what do you mean? There is nothing more important than accompanying you, Wang chuckles. However, you may not be aware that after each voyage, the ferry requires a period of rest. Coincidentally, I have some free time and wish to partake in the festivities of the sacred land of Radiance. Suddenly, Li Ruoqing halts, a thought striking him. Do not rush into the festivities just yet. How have you progressed with the task I entrusted to you? Rest assured, that woman in the green attire should have been inadvertently discovered by someone by now. Wang puffs out his chest confidently. I have specifically assigned several subordinates to keep watch. There will be no mistakes. Very well, Li Ruoqing nods. According to the narrative set forth by the system, that woman is poised to play a pivotal role in the unfolding events. By the way, Senior, Wang inquires, it seems we are not heading towards the observation platform. Have we taken a wrong turn? Yet, Li Ruoqing does not respond to Wang's concerns, continuing onward with determination. In the sacred land of Yaoguang, the registration area for new disciples was bustling with activity. 2 outer disciples were meticulously conducting assessments, scrutinizing the applicant's innate talent, age, and cultivation level. Only those below the age of 20, with a cultivation level reaching the foundational stage of Jiedon, were deemed eligible. Additionally, the applicants were required to possess exceptional innate qualities. This was merely the initial hurdle to becoming a disciple of the sacred land. Numerous subsequent evaluations awaited, rendering even the most prodigious talents, who had reached the mid to late stages of Jiedon at a tender age, somewhat anxious in this moment. Bone age 19, cultivation level at the initial stage of Jiedon. Qualified. You may enter the mountain gate. Next, you are 21 years old, too old, and your cultivation level has only just reached Jiedon, disqualified. Next, amidst the bewildered gaze of Wang Pengzi, Li Ruoqing, a peak practitioner of the Ascendant Realm, approached the registration desk for new disciples. Senior? Brother? After all this time, you're not here to disrupt the proceedings, are you? The voice of the assessing disciple rang out loudly, but upon looking up, he was taken aback. Indeed, Li Ruoqing appeared remarkably youthful, seemingly not over the age of 20. However, did he take me for a fool? As soon as Li Ruoqing stood beneath the sacred mountain gate, a formation appeared above him, assessing his bone structure and age. Current applicant, 112 years old. The assessing disciple was left speechless. The other applicants exchanged puzzled glances. Dude, are you here to joke? The sacred land requires candidates to be under 20. What has to deal with someone over 100? An elderly man attempting to enter the mountain gate? Aren't you afraid of straining your back? Next, despite being a disciple of the sacred land, the assessing disciple struggled to suppress his emotions. He had no intention of quarreling with Li Ruoqing, this old man. Yet, Li Ruoqing was far from pleased. What do you mean? A half-step Yuanying in his 40s or 50s dares to look down upon me. I am the greatest prodigy of the southern Zhan continent, a tribulation realm practitioner with less than a century of cultivation. And you still disdain me? Very well. I had intended to complete this narrative task in a more amiable manner. If you wish to proceed this way, then I shall not hold back. With a decisive stride, Li Ruoqing stepped forward and slammed his palm onto the testing stone. Open your eyes and behold clearly. What are you doing? Aha. The assessing disciple, initially furious, was unprepared for the audacity of an elder to provoke the sacred land of Yaoguang. Just as he was about to admonish and take action, the light column from the testing stone shot skyward, ascending as if propelled by a rocket. Yuanying, Huashan, Hidao, Ascendant Realm, and it continued to rise. What? The onlookers were left dumbfounded. What was happening? A century-old practitioner at the Hidao Realm? This could not simply be described as talent. It was on par with the greatest prodigies of the continent. Only Wang Pengzi remained composed, for he had long been aware of Li Ruoqing's true level of cultivation. He was not surprised by this. However, there was an inexplicable thrill in the sensation of being the only one aware of the truth amidst the astonishment of others. It can only be said that he truly lives up to his reputation as a senior. His realm continues to ascend, reaching heights unimaginable, half a step away from transcending tribulations. The disciple being assessed collapsed onto the chair behind him, even in his sacred land of shaking light. The number of those in the tribulation realm barely reaches a handful. Moreover, a century in the tribulation realm? Is this truly no jest? Chapter 25, in his lifetime. Yichen was destined to lose something. How do you think? Am I worthy of joining the sacred land of Yaoguang? Li Ruoqing inquired with a smile. The assessment disciples found themselves at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. What had transpired? A voice, resonant like a great bell, echoed from within the mountain gates. The assessment disciples turned, their expressions brightening at the sight of the Grand Elder. The newcomer, clad in a black robe, exuded an air of authority, instilling a subtle sense of pressure as he moved. The Grand Elder of the sacred land of Yaoguang, Hua Tianhe, a mid-stage cultivator at the Pinnacle Realm. Except for Li Ruoqing, who maintained a calm demeanor, the rest lowered their heads, unwilling to meet his gaze. Had the recent beam of light signified a malfunction of the testing stone? Hua Tianhe furrowed his brow, his hands naturally resting behind him. He would never have imagined that a half-step into the Tribulation Realm cultivator would be so bored as to disrupt the new disciple recruitment area. Most importantly, Right behind him stood the sacred land of Yaoguang. Who would dare to wreak havoc within such a revered sanctuary? If Li Ruoqing were privy to Hua Tianhe's thoughts, he might exclaim, "All your guesses are utterly wrong." Reporting to the Grand Elder, "The testing stone is intact," a disciple of the sacred land replied in a hushed tone. One disciple hesitantly raised his hand, pointing towards the cheerful Li Ruoqing, indicating that it was this senior who had triggered it. Hua Tianhe? He directed his gaze towards Li Ruoqing. This fellow? Half step into the tribulation. There really exists someone so idle as to come here to show off? What a slap to his own face. He chuckled. "Do not look at me with such disdain. I am not here to cause trouble." Li Ruoqing grinned. "I have two purposes for being here." Upon hearing this, Hua Tianhe's brows knit together. With the selection ceremony for the sacred son imminent, this unexpected arrival raised his suspicions. What noble intentions could he possibly have? However, Li Ruoqing's subsequent words brought Hua Tianhe some relief. First, "I have heard much about the sacred land of Yaoguang being a venerable establishment of the central continent, rich in heritage. Thus, I have come to witness the grandeur." Hua Tianhe felt slightly reassured. It appeared that at the very least, the visitor was not here to provoke, which was good, considering the disparity in their realms. In a confrontation, he would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. And second, there have been whispers lately regarding the impending demise of your esteemed ancestor at the sacred land of Yaoguang. Li Ruoqing continued. "I wish to inquire, should your ancestor pass, would you be in need of a new one? Hua Tianhe? Wang Pengzi and the others?" Li Ruoqing maintained his gentle smile. "What do you think I would be to your ancestor?" Impudent. Hua Tianhe's fury ignited at his words, and he unleashed his pinnacle realm aura. Boom. The spiritual might sent those around him reeling, prompting them to hastily retreat. Yet, Li Ruoqing merely smiled indifferently and disdainfully uttered two words, so weak. Boom. In an instant, he vanished and reappeared right behind Hua Tianhe. "In light of this, esteemed elder, I must trouble you to accompany me on this journey." As the words fell, the previously turbulent spiritual energy around us abruptly vanished. It was astonishing that mere mastery of one's realm could suppress the spiritual might of a mid-stage ascendant realm cultivator. In the blink of an eye, Wang Fadi and the others, upon looking again, found no trace of Li Ruoqing and his companion, as if they had vanished into thin air. Within the mountain gates, Yi Chun wore an expression of exhilaration. Indeed, destiny had chosen him. Unexpectedly, after being cast off the ferry, he fortuitously encountered two direct disciples from one of the three sacred lands of the central continent, the Radiant Light Sacred Land. One of them, upon noticing that Yi Chun was not yet 20, was astonished to discover that his cultivation had already reached the Golden Core stage. By a twist of fate, he had directly become a disciple of the Radiant Light Sacred Land. Ha ha ha. Truly, heaven does not forsake those with potential. Yi Chun felt an immense joy. Li Ruoqing, I will settle the score with you in due time. The next time we meet, let us see if you still dare to prance before me. In the distance, a disciple approached at a brisk pace. Junior brother Yi. As you have just entered the sect, the senior sister has sent me to guide you. Yi Chun's expression shifted immediately, showing utmost humility. Thank you, senior brother. I would appreciate your guidance in the future. Oh, no need for such formality. I have heard from the senior sister that you possess great talent. You will surely become an inner disciple. Yi Chun quickly smiled and insisted he did not dare to presume such a thing. However, in his heart, his aspirations were never limited to merely being an inner disciple. Senior brother, I have heard that today is the selection ceremony for the 10th generation saint son of our sacred land? Yi Chun inquired tentatively. Oh, indeed. I came here to invite you to witness the ceremony. That is splendid. Let us go. In the grand hall of the rear mountain, the lord of the radiant light sacred land, Hua Qifeng, personally assisted an elderly man. His hair is white as snow and frail with age. Hua Qifeng appeared speechless. Yet he could do nothing about his ancestor's stubbornness. Ancestor, I must say, which elder is like you, neglecting your health while yearning to mingle with the crowd? In response, the ancient ancestor of the radiant light, with a face full of wrinkles, defiantly retorted, You know nothing. Will I even live to see the next Saint Sun ceremony? If I do not venture out to take a look, I shall only die a pitiful death in this wretched place. Hurry and assist me. No more idle chatter. Suddenly, as they spoke, the sky was abruptly torn open by a spatial rift. How could this be possible? Lord Hua Qifeng's expression changed. The radiant light sacred land was protected by a heavenly Dao formation. Spatial travel was forbidden. What could have caused this rift? The ancient ancestor's demeanor shifted as well. The once frail form stood upright in an instant. Who goes there? Step forth. Before the words left his lips, a disheveled figure was hurled from the spatial rift. Thud. Both the Lord and the ancient ancestor were taken aback upon recognizing the visitor. Elder Hua Tianhe? Is he not a mid-stage ascendant realm cultivator? How could he be thrown out like this? The doubts in their hearts deepened. Suddenly, a light, melodious laugh echoed. Do not be alarmed. I have merely come to observe how much longer the fabled ancestor of Yao Guang, whose time is said to be running out, can endure. Accompanied by this laughter, Li Ruoqing's tall and slender figure stood gracefully in midair. Restriction of flight? Prohibition of traversal? What concern is that to my supreme lineage? Even the heavenly Tao cannot confine me. Do you expect a pseudo-heavenly Tao array to restrain me? Hua Qingfeng's expression turned cold upon hearing this. Your words suggest you are the one courting death. Oh, am I courting death? Li Ruoqing chuckled. With you? Even the entirety of Yao Guang's sacred land would likely lack the qualifications. After all, it wouldn't be long before the status of Yao Guang's sacred land itself would be up for debate. You seek death. Hua Qifeng, finally unable to contain his fury, felt the surge of spiritual energy coursing around him. He was indeed a cultivator in the early stages of the Tribulation Crossing realm. Li Ruoqing shook his head slightly, pondering how, as the master of a sacred land, one could be so impulsive. Boom. Hua Qifeng unleashed a punch. But the might of a Tribulation Crossing cultivator was truly terrifying. The space between them quivered ominously, as if it might shatter the very fabric of this world. Li Ruoqing remained unfazed, declaring, if I were to say that I possess a means to preserve the name of Yao Guang's sacred land, and that I could even extend your ancestor's life, would you believe me? With a sharp hiss, the punch that was racing toward Li Ruoqing abruptly halted before him. Around them, the winds howled, and the spiritual energy churned chaotically. Hua Qifeng stared at Li Ruoqing in disbelief. What you just said? Li Ruoqing smiled confidently. If I were lying, you could call me Yichen. Hua Qifeng paused, as if struck by a thought, and inquired, are you named Yichen? Li Ruoqing shrugged. I am not. Hua Qifeng, ancestor of Yao Guang. Chapter 26. Is this plot correct? Li Ruoqing found himself engulfed in contemplation. The task at hand required him to participate in the Saint Sun ceremony and thwart the protagonist from the fate of heaven in his ostentatious display. Thus, he pondered the most effective method to impede this. Should he become a disciple of the sacred land? Participate in the selection process? Given his current cultivation level, that seemed rather inappropriate. However, becoming an observer would further complicate his ability to intervene. Hua Qifeng furrowed his brow, incredulous. Why should I trust you? Merely because you uttered these few words? Li Ruoqing felt a slight headache. In truth, there existed a far simpler solution, to storm the Yao Guang Holy Land directly, thereby rendering the Saint Sun ceremony impossible. Yet, therein lay the dilemma. This was the central continent. Once his identity was unveiled, forces such as the Heavenly Tao Palace would arrive at the battlefield in an instant. Not to mention, standing before Li Ruoqing was the Yao Guang ancestor, a formidable, true immortal. To attempt to breach a sanctuary guarded by such a powerful being would be tantamount to courting death. As he was about to elaborate further, the silent Yao Guang ancestor suddenly turned his gaze towards Li Ruoqing. I believe in you. Hua Qifeng was taken aback, bewildered by the turn of events. Had his ancestor succumbed to senility to trust this stranger? Li Ruoqing was equally surprised, taken aback by this unexpected declaration. The Yao Guang ancestor fixed his gaze intently upon Li Ruoqing, his voice low yet sufficient to answer both their queries. Because you emanate the aura of the upper realm. Li Ruoqing raised an eyebrow in confusion. The upper realm? However, Hua Qifeng's pupils constricted in shock. It was not without reason. His ancestor had been injured by a group of self-proclaimed upper realm beings with a single strike. Indeed, just one attack had left the true immortal ancestor in his current state. Was it possible that the individual before him, Li Ruoqing, hailed from that same upper realm? Ancestor. Hua Qifeng stared incredulously at the Yao Guang ancestor, who paid him no mind and continued to focus on Li Ruoqing. Can you truly safeguard the name of my Yao Guang holy land? Li Ruoqing furrowed his brow slightly. He was unaware of the upper realm even from the memories of his previous life. Yet, he could surmise that it likely resembled an advanced map often depicted in novels. Did he possess the aura of the upper realm? Regardless, the fact that he could earn trust to fulfill his task was commendable. Li Ruoqing nodded affirmatively. I assure you. The elderly and the youth exchanged a meaningful glance, the atmosphere heavy with silence. Only Hua Qifeng remained in a state of bewilderment. Suddenly, the Yao Guang ancestor burst into laughter. I recall you stating outside the mountain gate that you wished to be the ancestor of my Yao Guang Holy Land. At this remark, Li Ruoqing felt perplexed. uncertain of the intent behind those words. Very well. From this day forward, you shall be the second ancestor of my Yaoguang holy land. Boom. A beam of golden light descended from the heavens, landing atop Li Ruoqing's head. A single word from a true immortal serves as a testament to the heavens. Hua Qifeng, is this for real? Are you serious? While engaged in conversation, my own ancestor has been replaced. Is the pressure too overwhelming lately, causing me to hallucinate? Now, someone with neither a higher realm nor greater age than I has become my ancestor? Li Ruoqing was equally taken aback. Is it truly so easy to become the ancestor of the Holy Land? Does this plot make any sense? It feels somewhat farcical, doesn't it? At the ceremonial platform of the Yaoguang Holy Land, colorful ribbons danced in the breeze as ethereal and majestic chimes resonated. The sound reverberated across the 5 continents and reached the heavens above. This is one of the 3 great holy lands of the central continent. The site for the selection of the Holy Sun. Undoubtedly, it is the focal point of attention across the entire 5 continents today. The platform was already filled with a throng of people. Even Wang Fadi, the supervisor of the Tianjiao Ferry, was not granted the privilege to ascend the platform. This was solely because, at this moment, the first tier of the platform was occupied by the Dao Palace, the Mo Jin Valley, and other top-tier powers from the central continent, along with representatives from various other continents, all gathered for the occasion. If Li Ruoqing were present, he would recognize many of them, for by sheer coincidence, the representatives from the Dao Palace and other forces were none other than those who had pursued him. On the second tier of the platform stood representatives from the other 2 great holy lands, the Haming Holy Land and the Jiushu Holy Land, a spectacle to behold. However, the most captivating presence on the platform was found on the 3rd tier. A solitary figure clad in azure sat quietly above, prompting many to speculate about their identity. Morong Qingxue slightly closed her eyes, exuding an aura of purity and nobility akin to a snow lotus on a high mountain. Her family had been annihilated in her youth, and it was the Yaoguang Holy Land that offered her refuge. Today marked the day she repaid that kindness. Buzz. 3 figures of flowing light materialized on the 3rd tier of the platform. All gazes turned towards that direction. In truth, the identity of the newcomers was anticipated by all, including Morong Qingxue, the ancestor of the Yaoguang Holy Land. A true immortal who had presided over the land for nearly 10,000 years. The 3rd-generation Holy Master, Hua Qifeng, at the initial stage of Tribulation Crossing. And, who is this young man? How is he able to stand alongside the other 2? No, upon closer inspection, one would notice that both the Yaoguang ancestor and Holy Master Hua Qifeng were subtly positioned behind this young man, as if he were the focal point. What is the meaning of this? Morong Qingxue certainly noticed this detail as well, yet her mind was elsewhere. For this person's appearance was not unfamiliar to her. He was the lecherous man from the ferry. Li Ruoqing was equally astonished. Looking down, he realized he was surrounded by acquaintances. Not to mention the somewhat bewildered Morong Qingxue beside him, and the utterly flabbergasted supervisor of the Tianjiao Ferry, Wang Fadi, below. He seemed to recognize many of the forces present on the 2nd tier as well. Li Ruoqing, the elder of the Dao Palace, initially incredulous, finally confirmed that he was not dreaming. That villain from the demonic path. How dare he appear so brazenly here? Even standing at the pinnacle of the sacred land of Yaoguang? Is this some sort of jest? Li Ruoqing. Below, on the disciple's seat, Yi Chen suddenly rose, his eyes nearly bulging in disbelief. How is it possible to encounter this despicable wretch wherever he goes? Li Ruoqing's entrance always seems to overshadow him. Who, then, is the true protagonist of destiny? This moment marks Yi Chen's first profound plunge into self-doubt throughout his cultivation journey. Oh, what a familiar face. Li Ruoqing chuckled, extending a hand in greeting. Everyone, it has been quite some time, hasn't it? Chapter 27, The Supreme Technique. The Aura of the Upper Realm? The elder of the Celestial Path Palace was the first to react, his voice booming with anger. I was just lamenting my inability to find you. And yet you dare to present yourself before me? During this period, various factions were continuously monitoring the 5 continents, poised to rush in the moment they detected anyone undergoing tribulation. Yet, without exception, they had found not even a trace of Li Ruoqing, for he had not yet crossed the tribulation. Reluctantly, the Celestial Path Palace and others had temporarily given up. But they never anticipated that they would once again encounter Li Ruoqing at the sacred ceremony of the Shaking Light sect in such a manner. Do not speak so arrogantly. Had I not triggered the heavenly tribulation at that time, it would remain uncertain who would pursue whom. Li Ruoqing scoffed disdainfully. Once this task is completed, and I obtain my reward, the tribulation will be but a facade. If I do not compel you all to reflect within the human emperor banner, I shall dive in myself for introspection. Arrogant! Do you truly believe I would hesitate to strike here? The elder of the Celestial Path Palace fumed, producing a glass orb with a flourish. A terrestrial-grade spiritual treasure. The seven-colored glass pearl. Boom. A terrifying stream of light surged toward Li Ruoqing. Boldly, seize this at once. Hua Qifeng interjected, furrowing his brows. In the presence of many witnesses at the Shaking Light Sect's grand ceremony, even if he held disdain for Li Ruoqing, he could not permit anyone to act against him. Yet suddenly, the venerable ancestor of the Shaking Light Sect grasped Hua Qingfeng's arm, shaking his head gently, his expression revealing layers of meaning. With a mere wave of his hand, he suppressed the residual force of the attack. Amidst the multitude of factions present, each harbored their own intentions. Yet none moved to intervene. The elder of the Celestial Path Palace was at the initial stage of tribulation, while Li Ruoqing, upon scrutiny, was indeed at the pinnacle of the ascendant realm, just a half-step from tribulation. This confrontation seemed to promise a clear outcome. Yi Chen's eyes gleamed with excitement. Ha! That despicable Li Ruoqing relies solely on his superior realm to oppress him. Now that he encounters someone of greater strength, let us see how he remains so arrogant. However, amidst the crowd, one individual's actions were unexpected. Upon witnessing the elder of the Celestial Path Palace make a move, Murong Qingshue's gaze turned icy. No matter who it was, none could act with impunity before her within the Shaking Light Sect. With a flourish, the hem of Murong Qingshue's azure attire billowed, outlining an alluring silhouette. Her delicate hands swiftly formed intricate seals. A chilling, bone-piercing spiritual force surged forth, aimed directly at the elder of the Celestial Path Palace. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. This woman was also at the tribulation stage. Li Ruoqing's eyes flickered with surprise. He had assumed her to be weak after she fainted on the ferry. To his astonishment, her cultivation surpassed his own at this moment. Yet, the frigid spiritual force did not travel far. A shadow of a sword manifested almost simultaneously, intercepting Murong Qingshue's attack. It was an elder from the Ink Sword Valley, or rather, all factions harboring enmity towards Li Ruoqing now stood forth. Elder Murong, your every action and word represents more than just yourself. Assisting a demonic path, how will future generations perceive the Shaking Light Sect? Murong Qingxue remained silent. Her exquisite visage concealed beneath a cerulean veil, revealing a tinge of complexity. However, when she turned to glance at the Holy Master and the Ancestor, they both feigned ignorance. As if blind to the unfolding scene, the grand ceremony had transformed into a realm devoid of witnesses, save for the radiant figure charging toward Li Ruoqing. A cold smirk crept across Li Ruoqing's lips. Putting aside other considerations, the ancestor of the Radiant Light Sacred Land had indeed lived for nearly 10 millennia. A relic of the past. Was he truly willing to present himself as a shield for the Radiant Light Sacred Land? These individuals merely sought to gauge his prowess. Did they not? Very well, let them behold it in its entirety. With a hum, the Chaos Divine Demon's sword was summoned forth, and Li Ruoqing cast a calm gaze downward at the elder of the Heavenly Dao Palace. Though the supreme bone in his chest had yet to fully regain its golden radiance, it was sufficient. The second form of the 10,000 aspects sword technique. Another attempt at this move? The elder of the Heavenly Dao Palace scoffed. Last time, Li Ruoqing had invoked the second form and then fled. Did they truly believe him foolish enough to fall for the same trick twice? With a grave tone, the elder intoned, temporal law. As long as I can slow the emergence of the spatial rift, Li Ruoqing's speed will be hampered. This strike is certain to hit. Perish. The elder roared, closing the distance to Li Ruoqing to mere meters. Li Ruoqing's lips curled into a smile, his voice resonating softly, second form. A single sword to obliterate the ages. A cascade of golden light descended in an instant. The supreme technique, enhanced by the sacred path. This sword seemed to defy the very laws of time, arriving in the blink of an eye. Boom. A figure was sent hurtling backward. The onlookers gaped in astonishment, disbelief washing over them. For the one sent flying was none other than the elder of the Heavenly Dao Palace, whose realm surpassed that of Li Ruoqing. Thud! The elder crashed to the ground, dust erupting around him as he spat blood, teetering on the brink of consciousness. To sever the tribulation realm with a single sword strike. Was this scene truly not a dream? How could this be possible? Yi Chen stood rooted in shock, unable to fathom the reality before him. My goodness. Wang Pengzi was equally astounded, yet relief flooded his heart, for he had wisely left a favorable impression on Li Ruoqing beforehand. Murong Qingxue also turned her gaze to the radiant figure emanating golden light not far away. A flicker of astonishment crossed her beautiful eyes. She pondered that even as a fellow in the early tribulation realm, she could never achieve such a formidable blow as to defeat the elder of the heavenly Tao Palace in a single strike. Truly audacious. How dare he assault the elder of the heavenly Tao Palace in public? No wonder he was associated with the demonic path. The elder of Imo Sword Valley regained his composure and reprimanded sharply, "What do you think you are doing?" Li Ruoqing shrugged, "If you're blind, perhaps you should seek treatment. Can you not see who struck first? What is the matter? Others have yet to voice their objections, yet you're already making a fuss? You're courting death." In the presence of the crowd, the elder of Imo Sword Valley could no longer contain himself. He raised his sword, poised to strike. Suddenly, a terrifying surge of spiritual energy descended like a tidal wave, compelling the elder of Imo Jian Valley to kneel upon the ground. It was the venerable ancestor of Yao Guang who had mysteriously emerged. In the entire lower realm, only the elders of the three great sanctuaries could claim the status of true immortals. Indeed, beneath the celestial beings, all else is but vermin. The oppressive aura of the true immortal compelled those present to lower their postures, forcing them to lift their gazes in awe towards that frail, stooped figure above. The venerable ancestor of Yao Guang chuckled warmly, addressing the assembly, "Though my days are numbered, here I stand, within the confines of my Yao Guang sanctuary. Should anyone desire to engage in battle, they must first contend with me." Upon hearing his words, the crowd fell into a solemn silence. Only the elder of Imo Jian Valley remained, his teeth clenched in fury. "Dare I inquire, venerable ancestor of Yao Guang, are you shielding the demonic fiends with such actions?" "Demonic fiends? No, no. What demonic fiends are there?" The venerable ancestor of Yao Guang chuckled lightly. "I neglected to inform you all, from this day forth, Li Ruoqing shall be the second-generation ancestor of my Yao Guang sanctuary. Can the ancestor of my sanctuary truly be a demonic fiend? What?" The assembly was instantly taken aback. They turned their gazes to Li Ruoqing, incredulity etched upon their faces. He had yet to reach the tribulation stage. Yet he was proclaimed the second-generation ancestor of Yao Guang Sanctuary. The expression of the Holy Master, Hua Qingfeng, was also rife with unrest. He had just noticed the golden light surging from Li Ruoqing's sword. The usually unflappable ancestor beside him trembled uncontrollably for a brief moment. Could it be that Li Ruoqing truly hailed from the upper realm? However, the one most astonished, or perhaps most bewildered, was Yuchen, who had just become an outer disciple of Yao Guang Sanctuary. Yuchen wore a befuddled expression. "What? Are you saying that I have just become an outer disciple? And that despicable scoundrel, Li Ruoqing, has become my ancestor?" Chapter 28. The Supreme meets the Supreme Absurd. How could a practitioner of the demonic path ascend to become the second-generation ancestor of the Radiant Light Sacred Land? The elder from the Ink Sword Valley trembled with anger. "Demonic path? What evidence do you possess?" The ancestor of Radiant Light stood shoulder to shoulder with Li Ruoqing, gazing down at the multitude of forces below. "If there is no evidence, how could our Sacred Land's ancestor be subjected to scrutiny by anyone?" Li Ruoqing cast a sidelong glance at the imposing Radiant Light ancestor, feeling somewhat astonished. This old fellow is quite cunning. Just moments ago, he was reluctant to act, yet now he appears transformed. Is it merely because I have surpassed a boundary, defeating the elder of the Heavenly Path Palace with a single sword strike? Yet, such strength seems insufficient before an ancestor of the true immortal realm, does it not? Or perhaps, it is due to an aura. What kind of aura could he possibly possess? Ladies and gentlemen, forgive us for this farce, but if there are no further matters, let us proceed with the Sacred Sun ceremony. The Radiant Light ancestor's voice boomed, his demeanor betraying no signs of a dying man. Under the oppressive aura of the true immortal realm, the other forces dared not utter another word, retreating to their seats in silence. Even the elder from Ink Sword Valley, no matter how begrudging, could only return to his place in dejection. Evidence? Where could he procure such evidence? Surely he cannot claim that Li Ruoqing's storage ring contains a demonic artifact, the soul banner of 10,000 souls, can he? Observing the Radiant Light ancestor's current stance, regardless of whether there is evidence, he lacks the authority to inspect the storage ring of this esteemed ancestor. At that moment, the Holy Master, Hua Qingfeng, stepped forward and quietly remarked, "Ancestor, the elder of the Heavenly Path Palace, still lies on the ceremonial platform, under the auspices of our sacred land. He has dared to strike against our second-generation ancestor." The Radiant Light ancestor's pupils shifted suddenly, looking at Li Ruoqing beside him. The elder of the Heavenly Path Palace is of advanced age. He simply dozes off quite often. Let us escort him back to the Heavenly Path Palace for a proper rest. Ruoqing, you are now also an ancestor of the Radiant Light Sacred Land, possessing the authority to make decisions. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Li Ruoqing maintained his composure, his expression unwavering. Agreed. Our second-generation ancestor truly embodies righteousness and remarkable composure. Let the sacred sun ceremony continue. Was this farcical episode to conclude so abruptly? Li Ruoqing sat regally at the third-tier principal seat, with the radiant light ancestor and Hua Qifeng flanking him, positioning him at the center of attention. Notably, to his right sat the enchanting Murong Qingxue, draped in azure garments. At this moment, she resembled a celestial being, even though her visage was cloaked in delicate veils, obscuring her features. Yet, simply by her tranquil presence, her aura irradiated like the full moon, causing the female cultivators from various forces to pale in comparison. Tap, tap. Li Ruoqing gently tapped the armrest of his chair, lost in contemplation. The system's task remained familiar, to suppress the ostentatious display of the fated protagonist. Logically, it followed that regardless of how this so-called fated protagonist presented himself at the Sacred Sun ceremony today, it would likely fail to elicit any significant impact. After all, Li Ruoqing had directly ascended to the status of an ancestor. Is this not more prestigious than any so-called holy son? Yi Chun, that young man, has been stealthily glancing at me since earlier. As an outer sect disciple, he lacks even the qualifications to participate in the selection. So why has the system yet to indicate the completion of the task? Moreover, according to the task's description, the important figure should undeniably be Murong Qingxue. Yet she has remained silent in her seat, not uttering a word. How is she deemed important? Something feels amiss. Li Ruoqing harbored a vague sense of unease. He was unperturbed by anyone save for the peculiarities of this confounded system's additional plot lines. Having engaged in 3 such instances, none had turned out favorably. Beneath her delicate veil, Murong Qingxue's beautiful eyes were also surreptitiously observing Li Ruoqing. What could she be contemplating? Below, regardless of the myriad thoughts swirling among the crowd, the Holy Sun ceremony continued. The first round concluded. The victors advanced to the next round. Battles between those at the nascent soul stage had ceased to evoke any intrigue. After watching for a while, Li Ruoqing grew somewhat bored and instinctively glanced upward, only to find himself momentarily transfixed. Below, Yi Chun was still grappling with his distress when, suddenly, a familiar voice echoed in his ear. It was his master, Feng Yunqi. Awakening. Chun'er. Yi Chun was taken aback, then a joyful expression lit his face. Master. Yet before he could speak, Feng Yunqi's urgent voice interrupted. Quickly leave this place. Chun'er. I sense an extraordinarily terrifying presence. Yi Chun had yet to comprehend the situation when a rift unexpectedly tore open in the sky. A golden foot forcefully stepped through, trampling upon the sacred ground of the Yao Guang, defying the laws of spatial prohibition. Numerous cultivators naturally took note of this spectacle. Even those engaged in fierce battles atop the grand stage paused involuntarily. Who could this be? How could they effortlessly breach the sacred laws of spatial traversal? Even a true immortal would find such an act impossible. Li Ruoqing abruptly rose, his gaze narrowing. Not for any other reason, but because, at the very moment the rift in space appeared, the supreme bone within his chest began to stir restlessly. What was happening? The supreme bone was being affected? This was utterly unprecedented. At last, the silence enveloping the scene did not persist. A voice, magnetic and intriguing, resonated. Yao Guang Sacred Land? Long time no see? Ding. The narrative task has been updated. Important figure. Protagonist of Destiny, Upper Realm, Junzhouge born with Supreme Bone dual pupils. Li Ruoqing nearly cursed aloud. Damn system. I knew it. How could this troublesome special task be so simple? All right, I finally understand. No wonder the ancestor of Yao Guang suddenly appointed me as the second elder, speaking of the atmosphere of the Upper Realm. It turns out, after all this time, they too possess a Supreme Bone, just like me. Even so, is the protagonist of Fate even more formidable than this villain? And does he possess dual pupils? Are you still in the game? Alohum. A golden figure gradually emerged, its upright form illuminated by the sunlight, resembling a deity descending from the heavens. Junzhouge, with his cascading white hair, stood tall, his handsome visage framed by striking brows. Within his eyes, the pupils seemed to rotate like constellations, imbued with profound mysteries that were difficult to fathom, leaving an indelible impression. Born as a supreme being, dual pupils. He gazed towards Murong Qingxue, his golden eyes brimming with mirth. Schwerer, I have come to take you away, Suddenly, Junzhouge noticed Li Ruoqing standing beside Murong Qingxue. Why would this lowly mortal from the lower realm provoke a subtle agitation within the supreme bone of his being? Even his most invincible dual pupils could not unveil the depths of this individual at a glance. Who is this person? Chapter 29. The invincible protagonist? Who dominates whom? Beside him, the venerable ancestor of the radiant light seemed to have anticipated the arrival of Jun Jiugong. Reacting swiftly, he immediately clasped his hands respectfully and said, "Young Master Jun, your presence is for." Hearing this, Jun Jiugong frowned, perplexed by the old man's pretense of ignorance. What was his purpose for coming here? Did this fellow truly not know? Not long ago, Jun Jiugong inadvertently descended to the lower realm through an ancient relic. Coincidentally, he encountered Murong Qingxue, who was out on a mission. With his unique eyes, upon seeing her, he discovered that she possessed the rare body of a furnace, the soul-devouring ice phoenix physique. Filled with delight, he learned that Murong Qingxue was an elder of the radiant light sacred land and intended to take her back to the upper realm. The venerable ancestor, however, was unwilling to permit this and attempted to intervene, only to be left in a near-lifeless state by Jun Jiugong's single strike. Yet, due to the constraints imposed by the laws of the heavenly path on beings from the upper realm, after his intervention, Jun Jiugong was forced to return to the upper realm. It was only at this moment that he could descend again. Indifferent to the venerable ancestor, Jun Jiugong continued to smile at Murong Qingxue, extending a hand towards her. "Shuer, months ago you mentioned needing time to consider. How have your thoughts evolved today? Are you willing to accompany me back to the upper realm?" Murong Qingxue paused, her figure veiled by a thin gauze, obscuring her expression. "You must contemplate carefully. If you deceive me, the radiant light sacred land may no longer have a reason to exist." Jun Jiugong remained smiling, yet his tone subtly hinted at a threat. Li Ruoqing gazed faintly at the figure above, pondering, is this fellow truly the protagonist? Why does he seem even more villainous than I, the antagonist? His mannerisms betray no semblance of a true hero. The system notification appeared. Jun Jiugong peeked through a mortal realm. What in the world? Is the system playing tricks on me? Li Ruoqing's mind was filled with questions. This individual was indeed the protagonist. Yet his power surpassed Li Ruoqing's by 2 realms, and he possessed a pair of unique eyes as well. How could he expect me to suppress him? Who was truly dominating whom? After a long moment, was this truly the protagonist of an invincible narrative? Ding. Supplementary plot information. Individuals from the upper realm are restricted by the heavenly path. Once they act, they will be forcibly returned. The host only needs to intercept the destined protagonist's strike, preventing him from taking Murong Qingxue, thus compelling him to retreat to the upper realm. To be deemed as having completed the task? Li Ruoqing's eyelid twitched. He was to stop a true immortal from the upper realm, a born supreme, a destined protagonist strike? Very well, I shall play along with this task. Do you take me for a mere pawn? Below, the righteous individuals in the stands were remarkably silent. In response to Jun Jiugong's forceful threat, they unanimously chose to feign ignorance. The terms upper realm and true immortal realm inherently bore a certain intimidation. Even the elder of the Mo Sword Valley, who had dared to question the sacred land moments ago, now bowed his head in silent submission, as if rendered invisible. Suddenly, "Hiki, young Master Jun, allow me to introduce you." The venerable patriarch Yadwang stepped forward, chuckling heartily, then pointed at Li Ruoqing, who appeared utterly bewildered. "This," he proclaimed, "is our second-generation holy ancestor of the Yaoguang sacred land, Li Ruoqing." "Li Ruoqing? Old man, were you waiting for me here? Now you decide to present me? Very well." Jun Jiugong furrowed his brow, perplexed by the meaning behind the patriarch's words. What did the title of second-generation holy ancestor have to do with him? Yet, the patriarch continued with a beaming smile. "Our second-generation holy ancestor has stated that if one possesses confidence, they can safeguard our Yaoguang sacred land. Therefore, our response is this, young Master Jun. You must return whence you came. Otherwise." Li Ruoqing was instantly amused by the absurdity, realizing the deftness of the diversion. Indeed, the Yaoguang sacred land was akin to the forces of Tiandao Palace, noble in pretense, yet insidiously distasteful. Once I complete this task and obtain the heavenly tribulation dummy, I shall settle the score with each of you. Heh. Hearing this, Jun Jiugong scoffed disdainfully, finally turning his gaze toward Li Ruoqing. The two locked eyes for a moment, and the air around them seemed to freeze. Suddenly, Jun Jiugong laughed. "You attempt to obstruct me?" Li Ruoqing's eyes narrowed slightly, his figure vanishing in an instant. Appearing in the sky alongside Jun Jiugong, he had utterly disregarded the laws of spatial confinement. "Indeed, no matter who you are, today you shall not take Murong Qingxue away," I asserted. Although his voice was not loud, it startled those below. Murong Qingxue, whose presence had been forlorn, trembled at the sound, gazing up in disbelief. That figure. defying the beings of the upper realm. Why, despite merely having met once, did Li Ruoqing feel compelled to protect her so fiercely? Was it truly for the laughable title of second-generation Holy Ancestor? Surely, not just Murong Qingxue, but others too would find such a reason absurd. Of course, the others were unaware of the narrative task. Li Ruoqing, however, felt a sense of trepidation. He was being thoroughly suppressed. And the odds of victory in this battle appeared grim. System, may I abandon this task? He inquired tentatively, but the response was, ding. Response to the host, no. Upon accepting the task, the host was advised to proceed with caution. In the distance, Jun Jioge suddenly smiled, finding it amusing. It seems that having been away from the lower realm for so long has led these commoners to become so arrogant and contemptuous. What a farce. Li Ruoqing's tall and slender figure stood poised in the void. At first glance, he and Jun Jioge seemed to be equal adversaries. You speak of the lower realm and deride commoners, but what do you amount to? A wastrel who, having gained a modicum of fortune, fancies himself extraordinary? Truly a mere buffoon. Just because you have vanquished a few insignificant true immortals, you believe yourself entitled to flaunt your power in the lower realm? Who bestowed this confidence upon you? Was it your dual pupils? Is it still the innate supreme bone that resides within your being? As the words fell, Jun Jioge's eyes instantly turned cold. Indeed, you seem to harbor certain secrets, capable of discerning my hidden truths. Initially, my intention today was merely to take Shuai away. But now, it appears that effortlessly eliminating you could also prove to be a commendable choice. What? The innate supreme bone? The dual pupils? The crowd below was utterly astonished. How could Jun Jioge actually confess to such a thing? This legendary supreme manifestation truly exists? To kill me? Li Ruoqing smiled faintly. Is it merely a supreme manifestation? I possess it as well, and I dare say my prowess surpasses yours. With that, Li Ruoqing radiated a dazzling golden light, suddenly revealing two spherical objects in his palm. Jun Jioge's pupils constricted sharply. This is the dual pupils. Has a second pair of such eyes appeared in this world? Moreover, this individual possesses the supreme bone. Just as I do? This cannot be allowed to continue. He must be eliminated swiftly while he has yet to reach the true immortal realm. The significance of Murong Qingxue must take precedence. Otherwise, he shall inevitably become a formidable adversary in the future. Li Ruoqing glanced at the supreme manifestation of dual pupils in his hand, a reward from completing a system task. Very well. It is only a matter of time before I integrate them. Why not seize this opportunity to test whether the innate destined supreme is truly more formidable, or if my own role as the antagonist supreme holds greater strength? Chapter 30. Even among sovereigns, there exists a disparity. From whence did you acquire those dual eyes? Jun Jioge's voice was frigid, as he steadfastly refused to allow the emergence of a second sovereign in this world, at least not in this era. This uncertainty, which he could not control, ignited an unrecognized anxiety deep within his heart. Li Ruoqing, however, merely scoffed. What business is it of yours? If you disdain this world, then return to where you belong. With that, the resplendent golden dual pupils transformed into a stream of luminous light that penetrated Li Ruoqing's eyes. Buzz. The sovereign bone within him instantly responded. As if filled with joy, the golden light surged and danced within his consciousness. Unlike the first fusion with the sovereign bone. At this moment, Li Ruoqing already possessed the sovereign visage. The melding of the sovereign with the dual pupils required no time for refinement. It was as though it was always meant to be, instantly refined. In the blink of an eye, as Li Ruoqing slightly closed his eyes and reopened them, they shone with a brilliant golden light. The universe, the heavens and the earth, the cycles of time. Boom. A faint, ethereal fragrance seemed to descend from the heavens as the natural order of the universe rejoiced, heralding the arrival of yet another sovereign. Once again, 3 sovereign secret arts. TSK, truly remarkable, a product of the system, Li Ruoqing thought, his heart awash with astonishment. Though the storyline tasks of this accursed system were fraught with pitfalls, the rewards were undeniably substantial. At this moment, Li Ruoqing's eyes appeared to have transformed, revealing an entirely new realm. Even the slightest fluctuation of spiritual energy and the essence of the laws within all things lay before him, meticulously arranged. Golden eyes met Jun Jioge's gaze, who was equally fixated upon him. Dual pupils gazing at dual pupils, sovereign facing sovereign. Jun Jioge chuckled lightly, his hands clasped behind him. Since this lowly being from the lower realm presumed to have gained some fortune, allowing pride to cloud his judgment, there was no need for further words. He would suppress him and then return to the upper realm with this man's corpse, refining his sovereign visage. This would surely elevate his own sovereign status to greater heights. As for Murong Qingxue, She would simply have to wait a while longer. After all, the sovereign visage and the furnace. It was not difficult to discern which held greater significance. Junjyoga spoke in a deep voice, as a golden-hued ancient seed slowly materialized behind him. Since you believe yourself to be a sovereign, today, I shall employ sovereign arts to annihilate you. Sovereign art, the bell of heaven's burial. The resounding chime of the great bell echoed, and a colossal golden bell, dozens of feet in size, suddenly descended. Yet, Li Ruoqing stood quietly in place, his golden eyes devoid of tumult. Sovereign art? Do you think I lack the capability? Kong. Another authoritative chime reverberated. In the eyes of the astonished crowd, 100-foot-tall golden bell gradually rose opposite Junjyoga. One world, two sovereigns. The numerous cultivators from the 5 continents were left speechless, as the scene before them transcended their entire understanding of existence. The grand ceremonial platform fell into an eerie silence, yet one pair of eyes gleamed with excitement. Indeed, I was not mistaken about him. The venerable ancestor of the shaking light trembled slightly, and it was proven that his gamble had paid off. Even as merely a half-step into the tribulation, Li Ruoqing could contend against the supreme beings of the true immortal realm. Furthermore, the morning heaven bell summoned by Li Ruoqing at this moment was astonishingly more immense and magnificent than Junjyoga's golden bell. Boom. The two terrifyingly powerful golden bells collided in an instant. A blinding explosion of golden light erupted, akin to the sun plummeting to the earth, instilling fear in the hearts of all, causing them to shy away from opening their eyes. The tremendous sound of the explosion resonated as spiritual energy swiftly engulfed the surroundings. Many structures nearby were instantly reduced to ruins. As the dust settled, the crowd hurriedly looked up to the sky. Li Ruoqing's light-hearted laughter echoed. It seems your supreme technique is not quite as formidable as mine. There exists a disparity even among the supreme. In the distance, Junjyoga's countenance darkened. While the previous clash could be deemed evenly matched for him, it was a defeat. To engage in a stalemate with a mere half-step into the tribulation, using the prowess of the true immortal realm and the supreme technique, had he truly blocked it? The crowd was nearly numb with shock. A cultivator from the lower realm who had yet to undergo tribulation could withstand an attack from a supreme being of the upper realm, and it ended in a tie? Who would dare believe such a tale? Rumbling. Suddenly, a vortex appeared in the sky, with thunder rolling and clouds surging. It was the manifestation of the heavenly laws. Those from the upper realm, should they stealthily descend into the lower realm, must conceal their presence. Otherwise, if their aura were to be detected by the heavenly law, a thunder tribulation would descend upon them, forcibly dragging them back to the upper realm. Thus, Junjyoga had but one opportunity. Failing to subdue Li Ruoqing in that single strike was something no one could have anticipated. Yet now, there was no possibility of continuing the battle. The thunder tribulation was gathering rapidly, and Junjyoga's expression grew increasingly grim. While it was true that relying on the supreme bone could evade the heavenly law's detection, he would still need to vacate this location. Moreover, should the fight persist, once the golden light of the supreme bone was depleted, returning to the upper realm would be impossible, leaving him susceptible to a thunder strike and even the risk of a fall in cultivation. This was something Junjyoga could not accept. He cast one last glance at Li Ruoqing, wishing to remember the face that thwarted his ambitions. The latter remained calm and composed. Ah, Li Ruoqing, is it? I shall remember you. Once I have thoroughly refined the relic and can descend at will to the lower realm, I will seek you out to engage with the supreme technique. In this world, there could only be one supreme. It must be he, Junjyoga. Li Ruoqing smiled slightly at the remark. No need. I will ascend to the upper realm sooner or later, and you shall be the first I slay. Rumbling. Another clap of thunder echoed. Junjyoga had many harsh words caught in his throat, but ultimately did not dare to delay any longer. With a swift motion, a spatial rift opened behind him, and he stepped through, not looking back, leaving only a cold huff behind. Very well, I shall await your arrival. Rumbling. The spatial rift vanished. With a soft exhale, Li Ruoqing released a breath of turbid air. The supreme bone, which had only just regained its golden luminescence, dimmed once more. Fortunately, he only needed to endure one more strike, and, by a stroke of luck, Junjyoga had chosen to employ the supreme technique. Otherwise, given the disparity in their realms, the aftermath of this exchange would undoubtedly leave him either dead or grievously injured. He must swiftly ascend to the tribulation realm, for only then would he possess the strength to contend against those of the true immortal realm. Ding. The system detected that the host had completed a special storyline, selection of the Holy Son of Yaoguang Sacred Land. Reward, Heavenly Tribulation Dummy 1, can be used to withstand one lightning tribulation. A faint smile graced Li Ruoqing's lips as he lifted his gaze. In the heavens above, the heavenly tribulation gathered, yet to dissipate. Perfectly, he would seize this opportunity amidst the tribulation to step into the tribulation realm today. Chapter 31. Who among us is a dignified person to face the tribulation? I shall directly transcend. Li Ruoqing's golden figure stood suspended in the void, while the multitude below could only gaze upward in awe. The supreme bone, the heavy pupil, each of these traits, possessed individually, marks one as a supreme being of this age, destined to dominate and surpass all in existence. The figure of Li Ruoqing, standing above, embodies both of these supreme attributes. If he were to mature, what kind of terror would he unleash? The elders of Emojian Valley paled at the mere thought, for they had forged a considerable enmity with Li Ruoqing. The ancestor of Yao Guang, however, wore an expression of excitement. Should he cultivate a favorable relationship with Li Ruoqing, this supreme being, not only could he preserve the name of the Yaoguang Holy Land, but he might even ascend to unparalleled dominance over the lower realms. Contemplating this, the ancestor of Yaoguang glanced discreetly at the solitary figure of Murong Qingxiu standing nearby, his gaze obscured by inscrutable thoughts. Damn it! How could this be? Yi Chun seethed with anger and astonishment, initially believing that Li Ruoqing's provocation of the supreme beings from the upper realm would lead to certain death. Why had the outcome turned so? How could this mere pinnacle of the ascendancy realm withstand a strike from a true celestial being? Wasn't the ability to engage in battles beyond one's rank his unique specialty? How dare that despicable individual, Li Ruoqing, also claim such prowess? At that moment, whoosh! Streams of light surged rapidly toward the Yaoguang Holy Land. The ancestor of Yaoguang, upon hearing the commotion, changed countenance. Why had these old fools arrived? As several figures approached, their boisterous laughter resonated in the air. Ha ha! I've heard a supreme being has emerged from the lower realms, Yaoguang old dog. You've concealed yourself quite well. If it weren't for my descendant's message, you would have nearly evaded my notice. Representatives from the remaining two of the three great holy lands had arrived. The ancestor of Haoming from the Haoming Holy Land, and the Dao Lord of Jiuxiao from the Jiuxiao Holy Land. Both were formidable beings of the true celestial realm. In the distance, over a dozen terrifying auras were closing in. They were the ancestral beings of other factions. The esteemed figures from all 5 continents had nearly gathered at this event. Li Ruoqing cast a casual glance. These old-timers had refrained from showing themselves during his skirmish with Junjioga, yet now they sought to make their appearance. No matter. With a mere thought, Li Ruoqing sent an inconspicuous golden light, which, upon his command, soared into the tribulation. System, deploy the tribulation dummy, commence the trial. Ding. Initiating. Is this the renowned supreme being from our lower realm? The ancestor of Hongmeng inquired, feigning curiosity as he looked at Li Ruoqing. Hongmeng. Li Ruoqing is now the second-generation holy ancestor of our Yaoguang Holy Land. Speak your mind directly, the ancestor of Yaoguang interjected, positioning himself between the two. Huh. Yaoguang old dog. Spare me the pretense of protecting your kin. What I intend to do is none of your concern. You, a mere cripple, have no right to interject. The ancestor of Hongmeng replied with a cold sneer. He was certainly not a trifling figure of the ascendancy or tribulation. As fellow cultivators of the true immortal realm, even the esteemed Yaoguang couldn't contend with Hongmeng prior to his injury. What then can we expect now? Hey, another true immortal. The Lord of Jiuxiao scoffed. Yaoguang, are you merely seeking a patron out of desperation? The supreme, TSK, should he flourish, he would undoubtedly dominate the era. Your calculations are quite astute. With a tone akin to soliloquy, the Lord of Jiuxiao continued. But what if the supreme fails to thrive? What do you mean by that? Yao Guang's thoughts were laid bare, his gaze turning icy. What do you imply? Hongmeng's elder interjected with a disdainful snort. Does someone aspire to subjugate the lower realms and unify the 5 continents? Do you think we would acquiesce? As he spoke, a dozen elders of the Transcendence realm glared menacingly, swiftly encircling the previously silent Li Ruoqing. Take advantage of his low cultivation, eliminate him, and then divide his supreme aura among ourselves. The Lord of Jiuxiao raised his hands, unleashing a terrifying surge of spiritual energy. Yao Guang, I advise you to be prudent and refrain from courting trouble. Do not bring disaster upon your sacred ground. Below, the rapidly shifting circumstances left the onlookers in stunned silence. Suddenly, a boisterous laughter erupted as Yi Chun guffawed. Ha! Evil begets evil. This little scoundrel, Li Ruoqing, is ultimately doomed. Within his ring, Feng Yunxi frowned slightly. After all, it was thanks to Li Ruoqing's spirit-nourishing pill that her soul had been fortified, allowing her to unleash power akin to that of the Transcendence period. However, the current situation was clearly beyond the reach of her modest soul's intervention. Li Ruochen calmly surveyed his surroundings, dozens of Transcendence cultivators and 2 true immortals. Ultimately, Yao Guang refrained from tearing the veil with other factions. Indeed, Li Ruochen was a supreme. He could even match the true immortal Jun Xiaogu without faltering. Yet, should a serious confrontation arise, how could one in the lower Transcendence realm hope to contend with numerous true immortals and ancient Transcendence beings? The righteous forces? When the upper realm invades, you retreat like turtles, yet here you are, swift to strike at a misfortunate moment. Li Ruochen felt contempt within. The heavenly tribulation dummy was initiating. 99%. Ding. Boom. A bolt of thunder, colossal as a mountain, descended from the heavens. But it seemed to strike at something and vanished in an instant. A heavenly tribulation? What is happening? The crowd finally comprehended that this thunder was not summoned to drive away Jun Xiaogu, but rather, it was meant for someone undergoing tribulation. Hongming's elder was the first to realize. But the question remained, who could be transcending right beneath their noses? There was not even a single hair in sight. Suddenly, Li Ruochen let out a faint chuckle. So, it seems you intend to join forces to slay me? By a stroke of coincidence. I too have some accounts to settle with you, the righteous from the 5 continents. A deep hum resonates as a long-lost dark cloud emerges. Swirling around Li Ruochen's radiant golden arm, a long banner materializes before him. Ah, so it truly is of the demonic path? This 10,000 souls banner appears to possess substantial rank. The Lord of the 9 Heavens scoffs, yet his mirth quickly fades. For, under the gaze of the assembled crowd, Li Ruochen's already vast aura begins to ascend with alarming rapidity. Boom. The heavenly tribulation descends once more, its terrifying force inexplicably dissipating. Subsequently, the thunder halts, and the tribulation clouds begin to disperse. Ding. The third 9 thunder tribulation has been completed. Congratulations to the host for attaining the Transcendence realm. The system has issued a blessing reward. 9th grade celestial artifact, Divine Sky Shuttle. May the host continue to strive, with cultivation advancing at an astonishing pace. Crack. A series of bone-crunching sounds resonates, as Li Ruochen's golden form undergoes a profound transformation. Truly, he is the embodiment of the heavenly tribulation. The third 9 thunder tribulation? What a jest, my friend. Who among the virtuous truly undergoes tribulation? I shall break through without pain. How about that? A subtle smile graces Li Ruochen's lips as he no longer conceals his aura. Boom. The initial aura of the Transcendence realm erupts instantaneously. The dense spiritual power nearly causes the onlookers to question their very existence. Wait, my friend? How did you go from the pinnacle realm to the Transcendence realm in the blink of an eye? Is this world truly in chaos? Or are we simply out of touch with the times? To ascend to the Transcendence realm without undergoing tribulation? Is this a privilege reserved for the Supreme? Unprecedented power surges uncontrollably into Li Ruochen's being, nearly overwhelming him with a desire to roar in exhilaration. Is this the sensation of being infused with boundless strength? By Li Ruochen's estimation, should he encounter Jun Xiaogu now, even without employing his supreme techniques, he would undoubtedly withstand his most formidable strike. Chapter 32. Breaking Through All Loss. This child is a scourge of the demonic path. Let us unite to suppress him. The ancient ancestor of Hongming bellowed, extending a hand with decisive force. A colossal palm imprint thundered down from the heavens. The Hongming creation palm. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback. As a formidable true immortal, the Hongming ancestor unleashed his full might against Li Ruochen without hesitation. Consequently, the other ancestors also shed their reservations, combining their powers in a concerted attack. Boom, boom, boom. Countless fierce assaults surged toward Li Ruochen simultaneously. Such a scene was unlikely to be witnessed in the realms of the lower world for millennia. A host of tribulation and true immortal experts converged their might upon a single individual. In an instant, spiritual energies ravaged the air, casting an overwhelming aura that obscured the sky. Other cultivators hastily retreated, fearful of being caught in the crossfire. Even the slightest brush from any of these assaults could prove fatal. Yet, a few remained undeterred, lingering nearby. Yi Chun, filled with excitement, concealed himself not far off. His master, Feng Yunxi, was also at the half-step tribulation stage. Though perilous, he was determined not to miss the spectacle of Li Ruochen's potential demise. Moreover, he harbored another ulterior motive. Should Li Ruochen fall? Any supreme artifacts or treasures he possessed could present an extraordinary opportunity. Meanwhile, the ancient ancestor of Yao Guang stayed behind, silently observing the unfolding drama. Behind him, the Yao Guang Saint Master, Hua Qi Feng, turned to Murong Qingxue, furrowing his brow. Elder Murong, why do you not withdraw? Though both were in the early tribulation stage, Murong Qingxue's prowess stemmed solely from her unique constitution, the soul-eating ice phoenix body. Essentially a furnace as long as she remained pure. Her cultivation could perpetually ascend until she was refined by another. In theory, her realm could continuously rise. However, in practice, such accumulated power was of little consequence. A vessel, once employing spiritual power, would immediately succumb to unconsciousness. There was no remedy, and it was unavoidable. Even a being of Tai or Deluo would remain no different from a mortal. I shall remain here to observe, Murong Qingxue replied, her tone complex, though the veil obscured her expression from others. Hua Qingfeng's frown deepened. After all, Murong Qingxue's constitution was a rarity of millennia. He could only warn her, Murong Qingxue. I must remind you, some matters lie beyond your control. The collective forces of the 5 continents, united, are unparalleled in a millennium. There is no one to withstand them. Suddenly, breaking her silence, Murong Qingxue spoke. What if it were Jun Jioge from the upper realms? Could he withstand it? Hua Qifeng was momentarily at a loss for words. After all, none dared to confront the forces when Jun Jioge descended to the lower realms. Murong Qingxue slightly tilted her head, her tall figure evoking a cascade of thoughts. Why is it that the supreme beings of the upper realm remain unprovoked, yet they dare to confront Li Ruoqing? As the terrifying killing move surged forth like a tidal wave, Li Ruoqing stood motionless, his golden eyes radiating brilliance. Instantly, the world transformed in his vision into observable channels of spiritual energy. The intricate spiritual forces converged into the essence of all things. How intriguing. This is one of the 3 great secret arts acquired after merging his dual pupils, the art of disillusionment. Looking skyward once more. The legendary technique of the primordial ancestor, the primordial creation palm, was about to descend. A smile graced Li Ruoqing's lips, perfect. He would use this opportunity to test its might. Release. In an instant, a golden eye emerged from the void, seemingly capable of discerning all worldly illusions. It was the dual pupil, supreme art, disillusionment. In that fleeting moment, the formidable primordial creation palm, which had obscured the heavens, inexplicably vanished into thin air. The primordial ancestor appeared bewildered. Where had his primordial creation palm gone? Vanished? TSK, so you're the primordial ancestor? That grand palm strike seemed quite imposing. Yet it proved ineffective? Li Ruoqing grinned, teasingly remarking, is age catching up with you, perhaps rendering you somewhat weak? The onlooking elders shake, ever eager for excitement. Nearly choked with laughter. Indeed, the primordial ancestor had lived for nearly 10 millennia. Could it be? Cough, cough. The primordial creation palm had truly disappeared. Witnessing this, the Tao Lord of the 9 heavens and others faltered in their assault. Li Ruoqing's golden eyes spun like the celestial heavens as he raised a hand. Since you cannot wield it, shall I take over? Boom. A handprint, even more magnificent and fearsome than that summoned by the primordial ancestor, suddenly appeared in the sky. The onlookers were instantly entranced, and the primordial ancestor's pupils quaked in disbelief. It was the primordial creation palm. Li Ruoqing had actually invoked the secret art of the primordial ancestor? How could this be? You, how could you possibly? The voice of the primordial ancestor trembled. How is it impossible? Just because you cannot manifest a mere palm strike, do you assume others cannot? Li Ruoqing replied with a serene smile. The golden light of the supreme bone within him ablaze. He had infused considerable power into this strike. Boom. The colossal palm descended with thunderous force. As the crowd prepared to retaliate, the Tao Lord of the 9 heavens bellowed, forget about the overhead attack. Let us unite to vanquish this demon. With that, the Tao Lord appeared beside Li Ruoqing in the blink of an eye, his hand enveloped in white mist, lunging fiercely toward him. The 9 heavens annihilation hand. Yet, at that moment, Li Ruoqing radiated golden light, his supreme form unleashed in full glory. He was truly invincible. Everything around him was laid bare, as if he could perceive all. Too slow. Li Ruoqing gently uttered 2 words, and as he raised his hand, a denser white mist materialized. The same 9 heavens cloud extinguishing palm. The same unparalleled secret technique of the 9 heavens Taoist. Yet, this strike was even more formidable than that unleashed by the 9 heavens Taoist himself. A look of astonishment spread across the face of the 9 heavens Taoist. What on earth was happening? Boom. The clash between the two transpired in an instant, and suddenly, a figure was hurled away like a kite severed from its string. Thud. Instantly, the scene fell into a profound silence. The true immortal level 9 Heavens Taoist had been defeated by his own ultimate technique. However, the Hongming creation palm in the sky showed no signs of abating. It continued to press down upon the crowd below. Let us strike together. I refuse to believe he can replicate everyone's lethal moves. The 9 Heavens Taoist could not contain the blood that surged from his mouth. Upon hearing this, the others felt their spiritual might intensify, seemingly intent on surrounding and annihilating Li Ruoqing. Enjoying a brawl, are we? A smirk played at the corner of Li Ruoqing's mouth. It seemed their time was running short. As he spoke, a killing move identical to those of the others, yet even more powerful, suddenly manifested from his hand. Chapter 33. Why waste words? Go speak to the human emperor flag. Boom. One by one, the ancient ancestors from the 5 continents and various formidable factions found themselves vanquished by their own ultimate techniques. In an instant, their bodies were sent flying. Li Ruoqing casually flicked his hand. Indeed, with his unique double pupils in the state of supreme reality. Every move and strategy of his opponents unfolded before him in slow motion. The flow of spiritual power was as clear as daylight, coupled with Li Ruoqing's current condition. Each of his strikes bore the enhancement of the supreme bone, amplifying their power immensely. However, this scene appeared nothing short of a nightmarish terror in the eyes of the ancient ancestors. With just a glance, regardless of the level, he could instantaneously replicate over a dozen distinct killing techniques, often with even greater potency. What manner of monster is this? In the void, that immense golden double pupil continued to survey the surroundings as if gazing down upon the world. Meanwhile, Li Ruoqing unleashed more than 10 attacks, his demeanor remaining remarkably relaxed. Having just broken through to the Transcendence realm, he could single-handedly confront 2 true immortals and contend against a dozen Transcendence realm practitioners combined. Is this what it means to be supreme? The hearts of the onlookers were filled with uncertainty. Yet, Li Ruoqing raised the human emperor flag with a smile and declared, "Everyone, this is merely the beginning. Why are you seated already? Weren't you quite arrogant just moments ago? Weren't you joining forces? Come now, let us continue. I have yet to fully utilize this human emperor flag." An ancestor in the Transcendence realm, having never endured such humiliation, shouted, "Li Ruoqing, you are exceedingly arrogant." Without even glancing, Li Ruoqing merely lifted the human emperor flag. A plume of black smoke instantly engulfed the mid-stage Transcendence ancestor, silencing his furious voice. Why waste words in battle? Does this mid-stage Transcendence practitioner dare to leap forth? There is no need for supreme techniques, relying solely on his initial Transcendent strength. Extinguishing such a minor nuisance requires little effort. Shall we continue? Or are we done? Li Ruoqing asked lazily. Another ancestor in the Transcendence realm pondered. Since the last speaker met an immediate demise, perhaps I should take action? Maybe there remains a glimmer of hope? With this thought, the ancestor suddenly soared into the air, launching a punch towards Li Ruoqing. Then, Li Ruoqing feigned surprise. "Oh, you truly dare to strike?" Once more, black smoke surged forth. The Transcendence ancestor met his end. The souls of both preceding combatants were consumed without a trace, absorbed by the billowing black smoke of the human emperor flag. The crowd, it seems there is no escaping death, no matter the circumstances. Suddenly, a figure darted into the sky. It was the Yao Guang ancestor, who chuckled and remarked, "I would show you a way out, but alas, you do not cherish it." I have already mentioned that Li Ruoqing is the 2nd-generation holy ancestor of my Yao Guang sacred land. To stand against my Yao Guang sacred land is akin to seeking one's own demise. They are all ancient cunning foxes. And the ancestor of Yao Guang naturally knows when to make his move. He would not let slip such an opportunity for a dog to flaunt its power by relying on the authority of a tiger. If today he can intimidate the great forces from the 5 continents, then the Yao Guang sacred ground shall undoubtedly become the supreme power of the lower realms. The ancestor of Yao Guang is still foolishly amused. Suddenly, Li Ruoqing appeared behind the ancestor of Yao Guang without notice, raising his leg for a kick. Was he just silent before? Now he reveals himself as a fence-sitter. Bang! The smug expression on the ancestor of Yao Guang's face was abruptly kicked into the ground by Li Ruoqing, dust flying everywhere. Li Ruoqing smiled faintly, the golden light around him suddenly dissipating. Given his current supreme level, he could not maintain the state of the supreme bone and his dual pupils for an extended period. However, the brief moment of effect was already sufficient. Below, even the Hongming ancestor and the Jiuxiao Daojun, both true immortal realm ancestors, did not dare to make an appearance, fearing that any action on their part would provoke an enhanced version of Li Ruoqing's power. The other Tribulation Realm ancestors, needless to say, were behaving quite obediently at this moment. Oh, not saying anything? Then allow me to speak a few words. Li Ruoqing clapped his hands, offering you two choices. First, to be beaten to death and then collected into the human emperor's banner for reflection. The crowd, my friend, do you think we are mentally challenged with that first option? Who would choose to be beaten to death? Just tell us the second option. Seeing no one selecting the first, Li Ruoqing could only let out a regretful sigh, feeling somewhat disappointed. Second, from today onwards, I demand that all forces from the 5 continents bow before me. Upon hearing this, the elders erupted. The Haoming ancestor glared in fury. Deluded to think that all the forces of the lower realms would submit to you? This condition completely disregards our dignity. Suddenly, golden light enveloped Li Ruoqing as he raised his hand. In the sky, another palm print of Hongming's creation slowly descended. The Hongming ancestor? Wait, are you seriously attacking without negotiation? Is this how you discuss terms? Li Ruoqing's voice turned cold. Bow or die. Discuss terms? You worthless beings are not worthy. Go speak with my human emperor banner. In an instant, dark mist gradually encroached upon the crowd below, causing the elders to break into a cold sweat. Each of them wearing a grim expression. Haha, I have long heard that the Supreme is the ruler of a realm, blessed by the heavenly Tao. And today it is indeed as I heard. The ancestor of Tiandao Palace suddenly spoke with a sincere expression, stating, We at Tiandao Palace have always followed the will of the heavenly Tao, therefore, we humbly request the Supreme to agree, from this day forth. We shall follow only your lead. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the elders from various forces changed dramatically. Even the Hongming ancestor was left dumbfounded. Is this truly happening? In such a brief span of time, has the heavenly Tao Palace of the top 10 forces in the central continent truly altered its stance? It seems rather abrupt. Does it not? Previously, they were the loudest in their clamoring to suppress Li Ruoqing and seize the supreme countenance. Many inwardly cursed, deeming the old man shameless. Yet, their bodies betrayed them, as they all bowed in unison, exclaiming, Indeed, indeed, we have long revered the Supreme and are willing to heed your command henceforth. Such cunning tactics from Li Ruoqing. The countenance of the radiant light Holy Land shifted drastically as they bowed before him. Yet this did not signify their submission to the radiant light Holy Land. With just a few words, Li Ruoqing fundamentally altered the nature of the situation. In this manner, wouldn't the radiant light Holy Land gain nothing? Moreover, it was evident that Li Ruoqing had been aware from the onset that he was merely utilizing them. Whether it was to contend with Jun Jioge or to divert the attention of the 5 great continents' forces, the ancestor of radiant light had been scheming all along. At that time, Li Ruoqing, intent on fulfilling his mission and hindered by his lack of breakthrough to the Transcendence realm, found the disparity with the true immortal realm too vast to engage with the ancestors' machinations. However, the circumstances are now entirely different. Should Li Ruoqing become displeased, annihilating the radiant light Holy Land would be a mere trifle. What to do, how to proceed. Cold sweat dripped from the ancestor's forehead, and as he turned, he inadvertently caught sight of the graceful figure of Murong Qingxue standing quietly in the distance. The ancestor of radiant light turned back to glance at Li Ruoqing, and it seemed he suddenly conceived a plan. Chapter 34, The Advancement of the Soul Banner. Is there such good fortune? Li Ruoqing had long envisioned this moment. His current strength was predicated upon the supreme technique. It was inconceivable to eradicate all powers across the 5 continents. Given this reality, he resolved to suppress the disobedient and to recruit those willing to comply. At the very least, he aimed to ensure that his forthcoming narrative tasks would proceed smoothly. The crowd below, regardless of their inner thoughts, outwardly exhibited complete submission. The expression of the primordial ancestor was grim, astonished by the swift change of demeanor among the other elders. Esteemed ones, I do not require your undivided loyalty. You are incapable of it, Li Ruoqing remarked coolly. Keep your ulterior motives to yourselves and refrain from actions that would jeopardize your own futures. My intentions have never been to meddle in the affairs of the lower realms. As long as you remain sensible, the past will mirror the future. Upon concluding his words, he suddenly smiled again, adding, however, There are a few gestures that truly vex me. No sooner had he spoken than a billowing cloud of black smoke erupted from the emperor's banner, surging forth in all directions. The gathered elders were momentarily bewildered, unable to comprehend the unfolding scene. Shortly thereafter, several struggling figures were forcibly pulled towards them by the dark mist. They were the members from the heavenly Tao Palace and Imo Jian Valley, the very ones who had recently pursued Li Ruoqing. These individuals had nothing better to do than to re-emerge and provoke him. If this continued, Li Ruoqing would soon be overwhelmed by his own demons. "Ancestors, save me!" cried a panicked elder from the heavenly Dao Palace, who, already grievously injured, found himself utterly defenseless against Li Ruoqing, now at the tribulation stage. The elders had naturally recognized their progeny among the captives, yet they maintained a tacit silence, lowering their heads in resignation. How could they intervene? Should they band together, they would be summarily defeated in a single encounter. Despite being fellow tribulation stage cultivators, Li Ruoqing could easily annihilate those of the same realm, transcending even the true immortals in battle prowess. Such a formidable opponent was beyond the capacity of these elders to confront. As the elder from the heavenly Dao Palace witnessed his soul being drawn away, heading towards the soul banner, sheer panic set in. Why did the ancestors not come to his aid? Why did they allow Li Ruoqing to dictate his fate? Glancing at the other elders, he noted their similar demeanor, as if they had seen nothing amiss. Could it be that the combined might of numerous ancestors had also succumbed to Li Ruoqing? This chilling thought surged through the elder's mind, yet he found it hard to accept. No. Li Ruoqing, spare me this once, and I shall. Many elders hastily pleaded for mercy from Li Ruoqing, their souls quaking in fear. Li Ruoqing merely scoffed. Now you think of begging for mercy? Where was this sentiment before? Enter my emperor's banner and reflect upon your actions. In an instant, the black vortex of the emperor's banner began to swirl. With a hum, several souls were ensnared, emitting their final cries of despair. The atmosphere was profoundly silent. The multitude of elders remained wordless, recognizing that Li Ruoqing's display was a clear warning to all. Even the previously defiant primordial ancestor found himself subdued in this moment. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Once again, a long-lost surge of spiritual energy flowed into Li Ruoqing's body through the imperial flag. Cackling with delight, he reveled in the invigorating sensation. The essence of the soul transcendence realm was truly exhilarating. His cultivation had soared to unprecedented heights. Most importantly, One Hun banner, spirit level 10,000, boom. A black light erupted skyward, leaving the onlookers below utterly bewildered. The One Hun banner had leveled up. Earth level 13420100000 in the upper realm. At the residence of the Luo River clan. As a dominant force of the celestial realm, the Luo River, where the Jun family resided, was shrouded in ethereal mist, illuminated by the sun and moon. Even the three most spiritually potent sacred lands of the lower realm, combined with their several sects, could not compare to the Luo River. In the sacred sun hall of the Jun family, Junjioge, clad in white robes with flowing white hair, and possessing striking features, wore a frown. His birth was marked by celestial phenomena. He was a natural-born supreme being destined to traverse the three realms and suppress contemporaries. Yet this time, his supremacy could not outshine that lowly commoner from the lower realm? This thought vexed him greatly. Were it not for the laws of heaven compelling his return to the upper realm, he would never allow Li Ruoqing to grow unchecked. With this in mind, Junjioge spoke in a low tone. You shall descend to the lower realm and accomplish a task for me. In the shadows, a vague figure nodded slowly before vanishing. In the lower realm, at the sacred land of Yaoguang, a swift assault on the demon was as fleeting as it was intense. The numerous ancestors had all departed, leaving Li Ruoqing to glance at the scene with indifference. The once vibrant sacred land now resembled a desolate wasteland. The primordial creation palm had struck the ground, forming a massive imprint and trench, leaving the grand platform utterly unrecognizable. The Yaoguang ancestors seemed unfazed and suddenly turned to Mu Ronkings. Schwer, come here. I have words to share. Mu Ronkings was taken aback. Having been raised by the Yaoguang ancestor since childhood, he had never addressed her with such an intimate name. Nevertheless, she obediently approached. Above, Li Ruoqing was lost in thought, calculating the time. The treasured artifact from the southern Zhan continent was on the verge of emergence. The main storyline quest to seize the immortal emperor's fortune had been delayed far too long. The moment was now ripe. With a swift motion, he tore through the fabric of space. His cultivation in the soul transcendence realm rendered the use of a fairy unnecessary. Wait, hold on. The Yaoguang ancestor suddenly interjected. Li Ruoqing frowned slightly, pondering the old man's intentions. Having exploited his abilities without a second thought, did he now dare to show his face? With utmost respect, the Yaoguang ancestor smiled. Supreme One, you are after all the second-generation holy ancestor of our Yaoguang sacred land. It would be remiss to have no one to serve you, as it might invite ridicule. Li Ruoqing replied nonchalantly. Oh, ridicule me? Who would dare? Just gather them into my imperial flag. They may laugh freely within. The venerable ancestor of Yaoguang said, "Indeed, indeed, who would dare mock you? The Emperor of Humanity? That is not my intent. Rather, I wish to convey that the sacred land of Yaoguang intends to send someone to accompany and serve you, esteemed one. I wonder what your thoughts are on this matter." As he spoke, the ancestor subtly gestured to Murong Qingxue, whose complex gaze slowly emerged as she stepped forward to look at Li Ruoqing. Were it not for him, she mused, neither the ancestor nor anyone else would dare obstruct Junjioga from taking her to the upper realms. She was acutely aware of her own constitution and the dire consequences it would entail in the hands of a prominent figure in the upper realms. Li Ruoqing, taken aback, thought to himself, Murong Qingxue? This woman possesses the soul-devouring ice phoenix physique, a coveted furnace for even the invincible protagonist Junjioga. Such fortune truly exists? Observing that Li Ruoqing did not immediately refuse, the ancestor's heart swelled with joy. Could there be hope? It is well known that the realm where the esteemed one resides is the very embodiment of the heavenly Tao, destined to unify this world. Should the sacred land of Yaoguang successfully bind itself to Li Ruoqing, would they not be poised to dominate the lower realms at will? The more the ancestor contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, eagerly rubbing his hands together as he inquired, "Might the esteemed one grant your consent?" Of course. Li Ruoqing would not refuse such an offer and nodded, prepared to speak. However, before he could utter a word, a voice unexpectedly rang out, "I do not agree." Chapter 35, A 3-Year Agreement? Is there really a choice? Li Ruoqing felt a twinge of astonishment as he turned to the speaker. Yichen? Has this lad grown weary of life? What gives him the right to declare impossibility? Yichen's heart burned with indignation. He could not fathom how. Despite the united efforts of the ancestral figures from the 5 continents, Li Ruoqing's demise seemed imminent. How had the situation transformed so drastically? The forces of the 5 continents had opted for submission. Even a top beauty like Murong Qingxue had willingly offered her affections. By what right? Ever since encountering Li Ruoqing, Yichen found himself devoid of any fortune. The other party was flourishing. Yichen could not help but feel a surge of frustration. After all, he was the chosen one. In terms of destiny and fortune, why was he overshadowed by Li Ruoqing? Who are you? The expression of the elder of Yaoguang turned frosty. This brat was truly courting death by disrupting his schemes. Yichen hesitated before responding. I am a newly joined outer disciple of the Yaoguang sacred land. My name is Yichen. An outer disciple? The elder of Yaoguang was nearly driven to laughter by the audacity of such a trivial figure daring to oppose him. Sensing the disdain in the elder's gaze, Yichen hastily continued, Elder, Holy Master, though I am merely an outer disciple of the Yaoguang sacred land, I cannot stand idly by and watch Elder Murong fall into the hands of the demonic path. Presumptuous. Who is of the demonic path? The elder of Yaoguang thundered in reprimand. Li Ruoqing is our 2nd-generation holy ancestor of the Yaoguang sacred land, a supreme being of the realm. How dare you speak such nonsense? Should you continue, my sacred land will ensure you face the consequences. Elder, I am also a member of the Yaoguang sacred land, and I, Yichen attempted to plead further. Very well, from this moment forth, you are no longer one of us. However, Li Ruoqing interjected with a mocking expression, now can we cease this chatter? Yichen. My talent is unparalleled. At such a young age, I have already reached the golden course stage. How can you possibly expel me from the sect? Yichen thought to himself, ready to retort once more. Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure descended upon him. It was the elder of Yaoguang. A severely injured true immortal could struggle against Li Ruoqing, but suppressing a golden core cultivator was mere child's play. The 2nd-generation holy ancestor has decreed that from this moment on, you have no ties with the Yaoguang sacred land. Now, be gone. The elder's gaze was icy, and were it not for Li Ruoqing's lack of a signal, he would have readily dealt with this insensible youth. What? Yichen's face was etched with disbelief. A prodigy like him was among the elite of the 5 continents. Was it truly possible for the Yaoguang sacred land to expel him? A wave of intense resentment surged within him. In his ring, Feng Yunqi, sensing the dire situation, quickly sent him a mental message. Chinner, you must flee. My current strength is insufficient to withstand the elder of Yaoguang's wrath. She simply could not comprehend why her calm and composed disciple reacted so when faced with Li Ruoqing. As if bereft of reason, Yichen remained oblivious to Feng Yunqi's counsel. He gazed upward, where Li Ruoqing and Murong Qingxue stood outside the rift in space, seemingly mocking him. Li Ruoqing, do you dare to grant me 3 years? After 3 years, I shall challenge you. Yichen proclaimed, his finger pointed at Li Ruoqing, his voice resounding with determination. He was resolute in proving that the choice made by the Radiant Light Sacred Land today was erroneous. The subjugation of the 5 continents was utterly laughable. Li Ruoqing merely scoffed. To be frank, his attitude towards Yi Chun had remained unchanged. He regarded him as nothing more than a source of amusement. Were it not for the mission at hand, he would have dismissed such a feeble protagonist entirely. What? You claim this protagonist will grow to be formidable in the future? Perfect. I shall absorb him into the Emperor's banner, and perhaps gain a bit more spiritual energy. Presently, Yi Chun was merely occupying space within the Emperor's banner, utterly useless. Moreover, Li Ruoqing felt no concern for the future, should Yi Chun manage to catch up in strength. It would be better for him to meet his demise than to live on without purpose. Indifferent to Yi Chun, Li Ruoqing was about to turn and leave when Murong Qingxue glanced back, noticing the eager expression of the Elder of Radiant Light. With a gentle sigh, she silently followed Li Ruoqing into the rift. But suddenly, ding! The secret plot task was triggered. The 3-year pact task details the destined child Yi Chun, unwilling to suffer humiliation, seeks vengeance 3 years hence. Task options, multiple choices 1. Accept the pact and meet in 3 years. Reward. 2. Decline the pact, and nothing occurs. Reward. Deduction of reputation. 3. Pretend not to see, and nothing occurs. Reward. Regression of 1 realm. Please make your selection freely. Li Ruoqing. Do you even have a choice? Damn system. And freely? One option deducts my reputation, another is worse, and the third regresses my realm? It seems I have no choice but the first. In the rift, Murong Qingxue appeared bewildered. Her previously composed demeanor had shifted to one of clenched teeth. Wait for me, Li Ruoqing said, turning back to exit the rift once more. In the external space, Yi Chun stood frozen, utterly disregarded by Li Ruoqing despite his grand declarations. A wave of profound frustration washed over him. His face paled in disbelief. How could this be? However, as soon as the Elder of Radiant Light caught sight of him, he waved dismissively. You are no longer a disciple of my Radiant Light Sacred Land. Why linger here? Depart at once. After the recent tumultuous battle, the disciples of Radiant Light Sacred Land, who had been evading attacks, had returned. They found Yi Chun standing there in a state of despair, utterly motionless. Feng Yinshi once again transmitted her thoughts. Chinner, leave this place for now. Your cultivation time is still brief, but your talent surpasses that of anyone else. As she spoke, she suddenly recalled Li Ruoqing, the youthful supreme being, 100-year tribulation realm cultivator. He is enigmatic, powerful, self-assured yet composed. Compared to Yi Chun at this moment, he seems to inhabit an entirely different realm. If Yi Chun were to cultivate for 100 years, could he ever reach the heights of Li Ruoqing? Previously, Feng Yunxi would have unwaveringly believed in Yi Chun, but now, her confidence appears to waver. Mirroring Yi Chun's own uncertainty, the onlooking disciples have begun to murmur about Yi Chun. Who is this person? It seems the ancestor harbors a strong disdain for him. I have seen him. He appears to be a disciple from the outer sect, a newcomer. What outer sect disciple? Did you not hear the ancestor nearly cursing him? He has already been expelled from the sacred grounds, with Yi Chun's golden core cultivation. Such whispers were as clear as if spoken directly into his ear. The surrounding cacophony was painfully distinct. Yi Chun had no choice but to turn and depart from this place. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air. A rift in space tore open. Not far away, Ancestor Yao Guang was momentarily taken aback, then an overwhelming anger surged within him. How dare they treat my Yao Guang sacred land as a public restroom? Ripping apart space at will? Who is this? Just as Ancestor Yao Guang was about to unleash his fury, his eyes widened in shock, and the curse lodged in his throat. A resigned voice emerged. Yi Chun, I have reconsidered and will accept your proposition. Chapter 36. The Emergence of the Supreme Treasure. In the heart of the southern Jianbu continent lies the illustrious Yuqian city, a vibrant hub for cultivators. Among these practitioners, some excel in alchemy, while others are masters of combat, each unique in their talents, embodying the myriad paths to enlightenment. Yuqian City stands as a gathering place for these diverse cultivators. Within the bustling streets of Yuqian City, one can scarcely avoid the sight of spirit beasts, their heads bobbing as they accompany their masters. Recently, whispers have circulated that unusual fluctuations of spiritual energy can be sensed in the vicinity, hinting at the potential emergence of a great treasure. Consequently, even many of the orthodox forces from regions like the Western Nyohajo, which specialize in spirit beasts, have dispatched individuals to investigate. This influx has rendered the already thriving city even more crowded. Outside the city, not far away, suddenly, a rift in space tore open with a sharp sound, and 2 figures emerged, one after the other. The leading young man, strikingly handsome and tall, wore an expression of dejection. Whoever claimed that those in the tribulation realm can traverse space at will was sorely mistaken, he thought, nearly exhausted from the journey. Following him was a young woman clad in green, her steps graceful, and her bright eyes reflecting a sense of wonder. These two are none other than Li Ruoqing and Murong Qingxue, who have journeyed from the central continent. Their travels have spanned nearly half a month. Murong Qingxue, unable to wield spiritual power and experiencing space traversal for the first time, was naturally filled with curiosity. In contrast, Li Ruoqing struggled to provide for her needs. Not out of pity, but because of his commitment to the path of righteousness. He kept her close, mindful of her unique constitution and her connection to the elders of the Shaking Light sacred land. Moreover, having her nearby would inevitably attract those destined to cross paths with them. Ah, by the way, didn't the dog system reward me with something? A blessing? Perhaps? Li Ruoqing paused, his thoughts shifting as he concentrated. Within his consciousness, a silver skiff floated serenely. Divine Sky Flying Shuttle, effect, travels 1,000 miles a day. Commensurate with the host's cultivation level. Wait, I had a boat all along. Li Ruoqing felt an overwhelming surge of frustration. What had all his hardships amounted to? Was he simply unlucky? Murong Qingxue stood quietly behind him, her beautiful blue eyes filled with confusion. It seemed that this esteemed figure was not entirely composed. Suddenly, a tremor rippled through the ground at a distance, accompanied by a heavy thudding sound that approached. Li Ruoqing was taken aback and turned to observe the source. A massive horde of spirit beasts, dark as night, was advancing towards them. They were ink lions, at least third-tier spirit beasts. Murong Qingxue's gaze turned blank. The sheer scale of this gathering indicated that the force behind it was undoubtedly formidable. Li Ruoqing raised an eyebrow. He had come here for the legendary treasure, the emergence of the Kunlun Beast Mastery Scroll. As for these beast masters, he had no intention of wasting time on them unless there was a narrative quest involved. Let us depart. There is no need to engage with them. With a single outstretched hand, a silver skiff materialized and hovered above his palm. In an instant, the skiff expanded magnificently to a length of several yards. Murong Qingxue's eyes sparkled. She had never encountered such an exquisitely crafted vessel. Just as she was about to step forward, a haughty voice rang out. "Senior brother, I desire that small skiff. It is simply beautiful." "Very well. If you wish for it, I shall grant it to you," came a doting voice. At the center of a group of ink lions, a lavishly adorned carriage concealed two figures, a man and a woman. The young woman, though fair of face, furrowed her brow upon catching sight of Murong Qingxue standing beside Li Ruoqing. Even with Murong Qingxue shrouded in a veil of azure, the woman's intuition stirred a sense of foreboding within her. Boom, boom, boom. A throng of ink lions suddenly halted, kicking up a cloud of dust. Li Ruoqing frowned slightly. For at that moment, his flying shuttle had unexpectedly been restrained? What audacity, my friend! You dare to lock my shuttle? Even if you summoned the esteemed ancestor from the true immortal realm, he would commend you. Esteemed ones, we hail from the second greatest sect of Xinyo Hezhou, the Spirit Master Sect's inner disciples. I am Zhao Xiao, and this is my junior sister, Li Yaya. The young man in the carriage spoke with elegance, yet his gaze persistently wandered toward Murong Qingxue. With his extensive experience, he could discern at a glance that this woman in azure was truly extraordinary, perhaps surpassing even the saintesses of the various sections. Despite her voluminous robes, it was still evident that she possessed an alluring silhouette hidden beneath the azure veil. Zhao Xiao felt his heart flutter. He had not anticipated encountering such beauty on a mere mission. Yet, Li Ruoqing suddenly interjected coldly. "Oh, so what do you intend to do?" Zhao Xiao was taken aback. The Spirit Master sect was indeed the second greatest sect of Xinyo Hezhou. Had this fellow never heard of them? To preempt any misunderstandings, he had emphasized his sect's prowess. Was it possible that the other party was a fool, utterly unaware of such matters? Zhao Xiao discreetly summoned his spiritual energy. Yet he could not discern the realms of the two before him. After all, even Murong Qingxue was in the early stages of tribulation, far beyond the comprehension of someone of Zhao Zhao's mere golden core realm. But Zhao Xiao did not consider this. Instead, he felt a surge of excitement. Could it be that these two were mere mortals? Zhao Xiao was about to probe further, but his junior sister, Li Yaya, grew increasingly impatient. She noticed that her senior brother seemed to be glancing at the woman in azure, both intentionally and unintentionally. What an insufferable wench! Li Yaya, consumed by jealousy, extended her hand and pointed at Murong Qingxue, her voice sharp as she exclaimed, "Hey, I have my eyes on your fairy. How much is it? I'll pay double." Murong Qingxue's expression momentarily faltered, clearly taken aback by the unexpected attention, and she seemed rather displeased. Instinctively, she glanced towards Li Ruoqing. However, this action was misinterpreted by Li Yaya, who believed she was being deliberately ignored. "You insufferable wench, did you not hear me speaking to you? I'll pay double for your ferry. Is that not sufficient?" Zhao Xiao furrowed his brow at her words, although Li Yaya's tone was rather unpleasant. He refused to chastise his junior sister over two mere mortals. Instead, he smiled and chimed in, "Indeed, ladies, want it not to be overly greedy. This ferry is clearly not yours. Recently, treasures have been surfacing in Yuqian City, and it is true that some accompanying spiritual artifacts may appear. That you commoners stumbled upon it is merely a stroke of luck. We do not wish to impose. Please feel free to make an offer." Zhao Xiao believed he was comporting himself admirably. Under ordinary circumstances, he would not waste words on two mere mortals. However, for the sake of the elegant woman before him, he sought to win her favor with his refined demeanor. This tactic had often proven effective with women of the mortal realm. Of course, should this approach fail, Zhao Xiao had other means at his disposal. Yet, just as he reveled in his own cleverness, Li Ruoqing looked at him in bewilderment and asked, "Are you two fools?" Chapter 37, 666, No More Acting. Zhao Xiao was momentarily stunned, but once he comprehended the situation, he erupted in fury. "What did you say? Do you know who I am?" Li Ruoqing raised an eyebrow. "Of course, you mentioned your name as Zhao Xiao." Zhao Xiao. A laugh escaped from Murong Qingxue, unable to contain herself. Zhao Xiao's gaze turned icy. "I see you're courting death." Boom. In an instant, the power of his golden core cultivation erupted, sending dust swirling around as a formidable wave of spiritual energy reverberated through the ground. Li Yaya looked on with disdain. Glancing at Li Ruoqing and Murong Qingxue, two mere mortals daring to provoke the Spirit Master sect, truly unaware of their own mortality. "Die!" Zhao Xiao struck out with a punch, intending to obliterate Li Ruoqing without even summoning a spirit beast, aiming for a direct hit to reduce him to pulp. Li Ruoqing merely curled his lip and raised a hand. Slap. In an instant, the smug expression on Li Yaya's face froze, her eyes widening in terror. What followed was astonishing. Li Ruoqing's casual slap had sent Zhao Xiao's head spinning around completely. Then, a round object rolled to Li Yaya's feet. Li Yaya nearly collapsed. As an inner disciple of the sect, she was accustomed to a life of luxury and had never witnessed such a gruesome scene. The most horrifying part was that the senior brother of Golden Core Cultivation had been slain by a single slap. Who on earth was this person? So ruthlessly violent, and yet showing such disregard for their Spirit Master sect? Could it be a demonic cultivator? Li Yaya's voice trembled. You dare to kill? Do you know who the senior brother's father is? Do you understand the consequences of crossing us? Li Ruoqing looked puzzled. Who his father is has nothing to do with me. It's not my concern. Li Yaya, what is wrong with these people? What consequences could there possibly be? Would they absorb another soul? A boon bestowed doubly? As this realization struck Li Ruoqing, he promptly retrieved the Emperor's banner. Dark smoke billowing forth, swiftly engulfing Zhao Xiao's corpse. Zhao Xiao, a mere late-stage Golden Core cultivator, had a spirit that was not well consolidated, leaving him no room to resist as he screamed, being drawn into the vortex of black clouds. One soul banner. Earth Grade 3, Li Ruoqing's expression was one of disdain. Indeed, such a wretched spirit, absorbed into the Emperor's banner, was nothing but superfluous. Only 3 souls added? Seriously? So pathetic. What pretense are you putting on? In your next life, perhaps choose a different name. Zhao Xiao is far too laughable. With an internal sigh of exasperation, Li Ruoqing glanced at Li Yaya, who had yet to reach the Golden Core realm. Never mind, being the kind-hearted, exceptional youth that I am, the supreme love. I shall spare her. It would be a waste of time. Li Ruoqing turned to the visibly shaken Li Yaya, offering a polite, faint smile. Leave. With that, Zhao Xiao lay lifeless. The moment his contracted spirit beast, the Ink Lion, dispersed in all directions, Li Yaya dared not linger and fled in a clumsy tumble, disregarding her image. In light of the commotion, Li Ruoqing dismissed the use of the divine shuttle, opting instead to retract it. Turning around, he noticed Murong Qingxue, her azure eyes intently fixed on an ink lion fleeing in the distance. Do you have an affinity for spirit beasts? Li Ruoqing inquired. Upon hearing this, Murong Qingxue snapped out of her reverie and quickly averted her gaze, stammering, No. I just feel that since I have been unable to harness spiritual power since childhood, it seems that controlling beasts does not deplete it. You might be onto something there, Li Ruoqing responded, a spark of realization lighting up his eyes. After all, he could not accompany Murong Qingxue for 24 hours a day. If a fated protagonist were to appear and seize the opportunity to take her away in his absence, or if any unforeseen circumstances arose. That was a scenario Li Ruoqing wished to avoid. With this thought, Li Ruoqing's eyes glinted momentarily as he surveyed the fleeing ink lions around him. Soon, his gaze sharpened, locking onto one, and he extended his hand. Boom. In an instant, an ink lion, flailing its legs desperately as it attempted to escape, was abruptly lifted off the ground, its robust form rising uncontrollably. Struggling, it was then yanked back into Li Ruoqing's grasp. He looked at Murong Qingxue and raised his hand, delivering a resounding strike that shattered the lion's core. I will render its cultivation null and erase its memories, allowing it to accompany you from now on. The ink lion. 6. Murong Qingxue's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment, clearly taken aback by the significance Li Ruoqing placed on her casual remark. This was the first time someone had genuinely cared for her feelings since she gained consciousness. She recalled the time when Junjioge descended to the mortal realm to take her away. No one dared to intervene. Even old ancestor Yaoguang had pushed Li Ruoqing forward to shield her from disaster. Yet, this man, whom she initially perceived as a lecherous figure, had risked everything to protect her. Murong Qingxue's thoughts surged, leaving her in a state of turmoil. Little did she know that, at that moment, Li Ruoqing was too preoccupied to consider her feelings, his mind echoing with the voice of the dog system. Ding. Host conditions met. Challenge type storyline mission triggered. Only using spirit beasts, establish a foothold in the beast-gathering city and seize the ultimate treasure. Please accept the choice. Yes, good. Li Ruoqing? One is yes. The other is good? At first glance, I thought I was seeing things due to lack of sleep. 666. Is that a joke? All right. Dog system. So this is how you want to play it? Ding. Host has responded positively. Acceptance successful. Li Ruoqing? You clever dog system. You've even learned to highlight keywords now. Task requirement. In the ensuing narrative, you must rely solely on your beasts to engage in combat. Before the conclusion of his storyline, the system shall temporarily seal the host's cultivation. I implore the host to strive diligently and complete the task with utmost urgency. Li Ruoqing. Dog system? Are you even human? Do you possess a shred of humanity? You have even sealed my cultivation? Are you truly afraid of my continued existence? What if, by chance, the primordial ancestor inadvertently exhales in my direction? What then? I wouldn't stand a chance. And let us not even mention any ancient beings. What if that brat Yi Chun, in a moment of folly, decides to challenge me again? In the central continent, at a certain ruin, a ragged youth cautiously navigates the intricate traps of the ruins, careful not to make a sound. Suddenly, as if summoned by unseen forces. Achoo. The youth cannot stifle a sneeze. Boom. The mechanisms are triggered instantly. Chung'er, retreat at once. This ruin is beyond your current capabilities. A celestial female voice resonates from within the youth's ring. No, I shall not retreat. Though the youth appears disheveled, his gaze is resolute, bordering on madness. Master, do not dissuade me further. I must continually grow stronger to confront Li Ruoqing in 3 years' time and prove my worth. Chapter 38. The Collision of Fate. What did you say? What has happened to Xiaojiao? A middle-aged man clad in black robes wore an incredulous expression. Before him knelt Li Yaya, who had just fled in disarray. She bowed her head, trembling as she spoke. I report to the sect master. Senior brother Zhao Xiaojiao and I were on our way to Yuqian City when we were suddenly ambushed by 2 individuals. Even after proclaiming the name of the spirit-taming sect, they brazenly attacked us. Senior brother Zhao Xiaojiao, he met with misfortune. Her face was etched with sorrow, and she covered her face as she stifled her sobs. Impossible. Who dares to kill my son? Are they not afraid of the wrath of the spirit-taming sect? Zhao Lin, the current sect master and father of Zhao Xiaojiao, was consumed by a chaotic rage. His only son, who had been well just days ago, was now said to be dead. Who is it? I shall make them pay in blood for this transgression. Li Yaya, witnessing his fury, quickly interjected. Sect master, the 2 individuals appeared to be from the demonic path. It seems their destination was also Yuqian City. Upon hearing this, Zhao Lin gazed towards Yuqian City, his voice hoarse with determination. Rest assured, my child. I will scour the depths of the earth and the underworld to ensure that these 2 demonic cultivators pay with their lives. At the main gate of Yuqian City, chaos ensued. Step aside, make way for the North Ming Pavilion. The consequences will be dire. North Ming Pavilion? What a ridiculous faction. Who do you think you were to cut in line? Get back. Seeking death. Boom. Outside the city gates, amidst a few exchanged insults, 2 unfamiliar cultivators engaged in a fierce skirmish. The onlookers seemed unfazed, finding nothing amiss. The beast tamer lineage, long intertwined with spirit beasts, had their temperaments influenced by their companions, aside from the rebellious sword cultivators and the capricious demonic practitioners. It could be said that the beast tamers were the most irritable sect of all. Not far away, Li Ruoqing stood in line, feeling dejected. He lacked a spirit beast, had lost his spiritual power, and could not even use the divine sky shuttle. He lamented that this task felt like the darkest moment of his life. Morong Qingxue, however, remained unfazed, curiously cradling a black lion spirit beast. Its cultivation and memories had been entirely erased, rendering it gentle and docile. Morong Qingxue. Li Ruoqing suddenly called out. Huh? Morong Qingxue was taken aback. It was the first time Li Ruoqing had addressed her by name. What is it? Your Excellency? She replied, her eyes sparkling with clarity. Do you have any spirit stones? Li Ruoqing asked, a hint of helplessness in his tone. For beside the main gate, a notice boldly proclaimed, each entrant to the city must present 2 spirit stones. Yet, Li Ruoqing possessed not even a fragment of one. Since his arrival in this world, he had yet to encounter a situation requiring currency, nor did he believe his strength necessitated spirit stones. But now, stripped of power, support, and funds, his predicament was indeed awkward. Spirit stones? Morong Qingxue was momentarily taken aback, then glanced at her storage ring and replied, perhaps less than 10. For you? As an elder of the Radiant Light Sacred Land, she had never had much opportunity to spend, so she carried little with her. That will suffice, few. Thankfully, it's enough. Li Ruoqing sighed in relief upon hearing her response. Had they been without funds, remaining stranded outside the city would have been dire. In front of them, the queue was rife with brawls, moments of stillness interspersed with movement. After a considerable wait, they finally reached the entrance. Li Ruoqing looked to the city guard. Producing for spirit stones, 2 of US, may we enter the city? The guard inspected the stones and nodded habitually. It's fine, you may proceed. Li Ruoqing clicked his tongue. Having spent 4 stones all at once, the days ahead seemed daunting. As the 2 were about to pass through the grand gate, a sudden voice rang out. You 2. Halt. The city guard turned at the sound, immediately straightening his posture and bowing his head. Captain Wang, what brings you here? The newcomer, clad in silver soft armor, walked with an unsteady gait, his deep-set eyes betraying a roguish demeanor. Yet, he was none other than the commander of the main gate of Yuqian City. Wang Gang. Wang Gang disregarded the guard's inquiry, his gaze fixated on Morong Qingxue, who trailed closely behind Li Ruoqing. The woman's figure, those long legs. Veiled though her face was, she was likely a stunning beauty. Which faction do you 2 belong to? Wang Gang inquired, fully aware that as a gatekeeper, he ought not to provoke any formidable power. Morong Qingxue remained silent. Prior to her departure, the ancestor of Radiant Light had instructed her to prioritize Li Ruoqing and to forget her status within the sacred land. Li Ruoqing furrowed his brow. What does that have to do with you? Wang Gang's expression faltered, his demeanor turning icy in an instant. After all, he was the leader of a first-rate power within the southern Jianbu region. This individual was either from a grand sect or utterly oblivious to his own insignificance. Wang Gang's tone grew stern. Sir, some words ought to be carefully considered before being spoken. I am the gate commander of Yuqian City. Li Ruoqing nonchalantly dug at his ear. I know. You're merely a gatekeeper. Why emphasize that? Wang Gang was on the verge of fury, yet upon witnessing Li Ruoqing's fearless demeanor, he felt a twinge of uncertainty. He could only threaten. I care not who you are or whence you come. If you wish to enter my Yuqian City, you must abide by my rules. You 2, with unclear origins, may enter, but you must pay double the spirit stones. That amounts to 4 stones per person. Li Ruoqing was nearly amused. This fellow dared to extort him? Truly, he seemed ignorant of the concept of danger. Were it not for his cultivation being sealed, he would consider letting this gatekeeper live another moment as a testament to his own kindness. At last, Li Ruoqing scrutinized Wang Gang's face with earnestness. Once the task concludes, should I fail to return to settle accounts, I shall reflect upon my actions under the banner of the Emperor myself. Very well, I shall remember that. Li Ruoqing remarked with a grin. What do you mean by remembering? Wang Gang retorted impatiently. Hurry up and pay. If not, be gone. Unexpectedly, the previously silent Morong Qingxue interjected. Li, young master, it seems that Yuqing possesses more than just this main entrance. Might we consider entering through another door? Li Ruoqing was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, this was a splendid idea. He nodded in agreement. If entry is prohibited here, we shall simply seek another entrance. The 2 turned to leave. However, Wang Gang, observing their intent to depart, abruptly changed his expression and stepped forward to obstruct Li Ruoqing's path. Do you think this is a mere place where one can come and go as they please? Do you hold Yuqing in such disregard? What do you intend to do? Li Ruoqing inquired, puzzled by the man's erratic behavior. Was he truly so obstinate over a mere gate? Having wasted so much of my time. You think you can simply leave without offering 2 spirit stones? Wang Gang continued, feigning casualness as his gaze flickered over Murong Qingxue. A glimmer of fervor evident in his eyes. Of course, if you lack the funds, there are alternatives. Should you comply? Not only will you be exempt from paying the spirit stones, but I might even allow you entry into the city. Wang Gang pointed at Murong Qingxue, a sly grin spreading across his face. Or, if you leave this woman behind to share a drink with me, I shall permit your entrance into the city. What say you? Chapter 39. Indeed, I am young Master Zhao. To be candid, Li Ruoqing felt inclined to give Wang Gang a thumbs up. In the entire 5 continents, this fellow was the only one audacious enough to extort him so blatantly. Unfazed, Wang Gang continued with a brazen demeanor. What do you think? This offer is quite generous. Isn't it? Just share a drink with me, and it will be worth 4 spiritual stones. Li Ruoqing chuckled at the proposition. It was indeed quite appealing. Why not forego the drink and simply give me 4 spiritual stones instead? I could let you sample my urine. What do you say? Seeking death? Wang Gang fumed, raising his fist in anger. Suddenly, a commanding voice echoed, "Stop right there." Taken aback, Li Ruoqing contemplated whether to abandon his mission and annihilate the entire city. Although such an act would incur penalties for failing the task, Wang Gang also halted, turning around, nearly losing his composure upon seeing the newcomer. The figure was clad in a black robe, with graying temples, appearing to be a middle-aged man. Yet, upon seeing him, Wang Gang stammered, "See City Lord?" The onlookers, who had been merely spectators moments ago, gasped in astonishment. This man was, in fact, the City Lord of Yuqian City? It was rumored that this City Lord was a peak cultivator at the God Transformation realm, on the cusp of merging with the Tao. Most significantly, it was said that Yuqian City housed a spiritual beast on the brink of ascendance, controlled by each generation's City Lord. This was the very reason why, despite being merely a beast-taming city, Yuqian City ranked among the foremost powers in the southern Zhan province. Yet now, this esteemed City Lord was rushing to stand before Li Ruoqing, grasping his hand with utmost respect. "Young Master Zhao, you have finally arrived." Li Ruoqing was taken aback. "What young Master Zhao? Sir, you must have mistaken me for someone else." Wang Gang was equally bewildered, but quickly interjected, "No, this doesn't add up, City Lord. I distinctly heard that woman refer to him as young Master Li." "Fool." The City Lord sternly interrupted Wang Gang, then turned back to Li Ruoqing with sincerity. "Young Master Zhao, you have traveled all the way from the western Youhe Prefecture to reach here. Regrettably, I have been occupied with affairs and could not greet you at the city gates. I hope for your understanding." Li Ruoqing felt increasingly perplexed. What was going on? What was this western Youhe Prefecture? Had he not heard that name somewhere recently? Who had mentioned it? However, the City Lord, noticing Li Ruoqing's indifference, hastily continued. "Young Master Zhao, did your esteemed father not inform me that you would be bringing a large pack of spiritual level ink lions? Why is it that there is only this one?" He pointed curiously at the ink lion nestled in Murong Qingshue's arms. "What the?" Li Ruoqing finally grasped the situation. Indeed, there had been a mistaken identity. No wonder it felt familiar. Young Master Zhao? Isn't that the esteemed Zhao Shao of the Yuling sect, the one who was so effortlessly dispatched with a single slap in Xinyo Hajou, the second most powerful faction? Could it be that the Lord of Yuqian City mistook him for Zhao Gongzi due to the ink lion cradled in Murong Qingshue's arms? Li Ruoqing found himself ensnared in a whirlwind of thoughts and tentatively inquired, "What else did my father say?" He mentioned your approximate arrival time, and that you were accompanied by another junior sister from your esteemed sect," the City Lord replied candidly, shaking his head and offering no further elaboration. Li Ruoqing's expression remained unchanged, yet internally he exclaimed, "How fortuitous!" It was indeed a coincidence that Zhao Shao and his conniving junior sister, Li Yaya, were frightened off by him. This led the Lord of Yuqian City to mistakenly identify him and Murong Qingxue as Zhao Shao and Li Yaya. What an unexpected stroke of luck. Otherwise, being obstructed at the city gate might have forced him to abandon his mission. What is the meaning of this? How dare you bar Zhao Gongzi from entering? At that moment, the City Lord's realization dawned as he turned to Wang Gang, who was already trembling like a leaf. I. Wang Gang's lips turned pale. He had merely sought to alleviate his boredom by casually detaining a woman to share a drink and pass the time, never anticipating the calamity that would ensue. Observing Wang Gang's state, the city lord immediately surmised the situation, and with a disdainful snort, he declared, "Pathetic fool. Do you not hasten to apologize to Zhao Gongzi?" Startled, Wang Gang quivered and promptly fell to his knees, looking up at Li Ruoqing. The smugness he had just displayed vanished without a trace. Zhao Gongzi, I was blind to your greatness. Might you overlook my transgressions and spare me this once? Without hesitation, Li Ruoqing coolly replied, "No. After all, it was all for the sake of entering the city and fulfilling his task." Since he had been mistaken for Zhao Xiao, he might as well relish the experience of embodying the identity of the esteemed senior brother of the Yuling sect. Casting a sidelong glance at the city lord, he adopted an air of theatricality, his voice indifferent as he remarked, "My lord, upon reflection, it seems the reputation of Yuqian City is rather lacking. Should I inform my father of the circumstances I have encountered here?" Upon hearing this, the city lord's complexion paled. Although Yuqian City appeared to be a first-rate power in the South Shan continent, in reality, when compared to the Yu-Beast lineage in the Yuling sect, it was akin to comparing a novice to a seasoned champion in the boxing ring. Humph. Seize this blind fool and give him 50 strikes with the iron rod. Then expel him from Yuqian City. The city lord commanded coldly. Upon hearing these words, Wang Gang was instantly filled with terror. "No, please. My lord, spare me. My sister has served you before. You cannot treat me this way." However, the guards had already stepped forward, dragging him away. What a repugnant creature, bah. The lord of Yuqian City spat disdainfully and quickly turned to Li Ruoqing, offering a forced smile. "Young Master Zhao, please forgive his nonsense." Not a concern, Li Ruoqing waved his hand dismissively, showing no interest in such gossip. Calculating the time, it seemed that only a few days remained until the fabled treasure, as recalled by the immortal emperor, would make its appearance. Chapter 40. The Beast Tamer Protagonist. Xiaonan. The blood of the gluttonous beast. Within the bustling city of Yuqian, the throngs of people moved incessantly, shoulders brushing against one another, a cacophony of shouts and curses entwining in the air. However, under the guidance of the city lord, Li Ruoqing found the path relatively unobstructed. "Make way. Step aside. Do you not see the esteemed city lord?" A few guards walked ahead, dispersing the crowd. Murong Qingxue, however, was captivated by the scene. Her astonished gaze fixed upon Li Ruoqing. "Li, Brother Zhao, it appears there are quite a number of spiritual beasts in this city. Is that not so? Almost 80% of the cultivators had peculiar spiritual pets accompanying them. Some beasts were so enormous that they could hardly navigate the streets, while others were merely tiny insects held in the hands of their masters." Li Ruoqing nodded, acknowledging that this was indeed the largest beast-taming city in the southern Shan continent. Were it not for the recent influx of various cultivators, it would be safe to say that the entirety of Yuqian City was comprised of beast tamers. Ha. You are quite right, young Master Zhao. While Yuqian City may not rival your esteemed sect, it stands as a first-rate power in the southern Shan continent. The city lord laughed heartily, taking great pride in the city's prosperity. Suddenly, as the guards continued to clear the streets, they spotted a figure boldly standing in the center of the thoroughfare. The guard furrowed his brow and shouted, "Hey, you there. Move aside, do not block the way." Yet, the figure remained steadfast, seemingly impervious to the commotion. Li Ruoqing paid little heed to this, deep in contemplation about the means by which he might seize the coveted treasure. After all, at this moment, he could not rely on his cultivation, nor did he possess a spiritual beast. Under these circumstances, even his identity as a member of the spirit-taming sect, young Master Zhao, was merely a fade. Suddenly, a chime resounded. Detected host's current conditions. A special storyline mission has been triggered. Beast-taming genius. Mission requirements. No limitations on methods. Alter the original plot. Suppress the destined protagonist. Will you accept? Li Ruoqing's eyes widened in surprise at the unexpected special mission. After much contemplation, he resolved to accept. At this moment, he desperately required the system's rewards and must endeavor to complete the mission while the treasure had yet to manifest. Buzz. A torrent of narrative memories surged into Li Ruoqing's mind once more. The destined protagonist, Xiaonan, destined beast tamer, spirit communicator, on the street. The guard, feeling disrespected by the audacity of the figure who dared to ignore him, found his pride bruised. Moreover, the city lord was observing from behind. "Did you not hear me speaking? I told you to move from the middle of the street. Get lost. Do you understand?" The guard approached, ready to push the figure aside. Chuckling softly, Xiaonan turned casually, refraining from making a move. Suddenly, a shadow flickered beside him. Roar. It lunged at the guard's face. What on earth? The The guard was caught off guard, tumbling to the ground, soon feeling a warm sensation on his forehead. Tick-tock. A gigantic ape with a crimson face and white whiskers loomed over the guard, its gaping maw revealing sharp, foul-smelling teeth, dripping with murky saliva. It pressed the guard down firmly, seemingly awaiting a command from its master to devour him as an afternoon snack. The guard, suddenly pale with fright, struggled desperately, yet found himself utterly immobilized. Help me. Xiaonan wore a cold smirk as he stepped forward, placing his foot directly on the guard's face. You blind mutt. Is this road your family's? I'll stand wherever I please. Do you have a problem with that? The lord of Yuqian City furrowed his brow and turned to see Li Ruoqing, who was also fixated on Xiaonan. Young man, do you intend to humiliate my city's guard in my presence? Are you not striking a blow to the dignity of Yuqian City? A fleeting glimmer of triumph crossed Xiaonan's eyes, yet his expression remained unchanged. Who are you, and what does it matter what I do before you? The city lord's gaze hardened. I am the lord of Yuqian City. What do you propose? Around them, figures began to gather. Not far away, Li Ruoqing fell into contemplation. He suddenly realized that his knowledge of beast taming was rather limited. Continuing like this was untenable, disregarding his identity as young Master Zhao. There was the pressing matter of the task that required the use of tamed beasts to seize treasures. Li Ruoqing found himself in a quandary, as some of his abilities had been sealed by the wretched system. System, you want me to acquire treasures using a beast tamer's methods. But what if I have no spirit beasts? Surely, I cannot rely on that unrefined ink lion in Murong Qingshue's arms, can I? Ding. Host dissatisfaction with the plot detected. Feedback successful. Compensation reward. A portion of Taotai Beast Blood 1 can be ingested by any spirit beast to evolve a trace of the ferocious Taoye's bloodline. Now that is more like it. After a moment of thought, Li Ruoqing turned his gaze to the ink lion cradled in Murong Qingshue's arms. System. Directly grant the Taotai blood to this ink lion. Ding. Fusion in progress. Fusion successful. It is indeed the city lord. I must apologize for my earlier rudeness. I hope you can overlook this trifling matter. Xiaonan chuckled amiably, his eyes inadvertently glancing to see Murong Qingxue, who held the ink lion beside Li Ruoqing, dressed in ethereal green gauze, even without revealing her features. Her otherworldly aura had certainly drawn the attention of many along the way. Yet, Xiaonan's focus was not on Murong Qingxue but on the ink lion she cradled. His gaze shifted suddenly. What was happening? How had he not noticed before? This seemingly ordinary ink lion exuded an aura of ferocity. Xiaonan's eyes widened in astonishment. Could it be a mutated spirit beast? He had stumbled upon a treasure. A surge of delight welled within him. If only he could add that purple-quality spirit beast egg to his collection. This treasure shall undoubtedly be mine. Chapter 41. The Beast. Zhuyan. The bed of Xiaonan. The lord of Yuqian City let out a cold snort, unwilling to linger further with Xiaonan. He turned to Li Ruoqing. Donning a smile, young Master Zhao, it was merely a minor incident. Shall we continue our journey? Li Ruoqing nodded nonchalantly, about to respond. Yet, Xiaonan interjected, My lord. The lord of Yuqian City wore a puzzled expression, questioning what scheme the lad was concocting this time. Had it not been for the esteemed guest present, he would have certainly taught the boy a lesson for daring to confront his guards. Did he truly believe that Yuqian City could be trifled with like a soft persimmon? With a confident smile, Xiaonan remarked, I have heard that the Lord recently hosted a banquet at his residence to entertain distinguished beast masters for friendly exchanges. The Lord, unclear on the implications, nodded and replied, What of it? Well, it just so happens that I possess some insights regarding the art of beast mastery. As Xiaonan spoke, he pointed to a nearby spirit beast, red-faced and white-whiskered, saying, This beast, though still in its youth, has already grown to a level comparable to a half-step transformation into divinity. Upon hearing this, the Lord's previously indifferent expression transformed drastically. A youthful creature, yet comparable to a half-step transformation into divinity. If the Lord harbored any doubts, he could examine the beast's roots himself. Xiaonan maintained a calm demeanor, seemingly casually glancing at Li Ruoqing. Might this brother here also be attending the Lord's banquet? Li Ruoqing shot him a fleeting glance. What business is it of yours? Xiaonan, taken aback, thought, Have I truly done anything to warrant such a reaction? Why do you regard me as though I were a sworn enemy? Brother, is it truly appropriate to converse in such a manner? At this moment, the Lord also grasped the situation. Noticing that Li Ruoqing stood with his hands clasped behind his back, not even sparing a glance in their direction. If the Lord is curious about this spirit beast, perhaps you might linger and observe it at your leisure. The Lord of Yuqian City, momentarily taken aback, quickly waved his hand in denial. Not interested, not interested. I merely, suddenly recalled something at the residence. Well, just some thoughts. Li Ruoqin remained silent, gradually moving past the crowd, with Murong Qingxue quietly following behind. Her demeanor appeared consistently tranquil. No matter what Li Ruoqin did, she would silently accompany him. However, the ink lion in her arms suddenly grew agitated, its body feeling somewhat heated. She could only wait and inquire with Li Ruoqin later. As the Lord and his entourage followed Li Ruoqin, Xiaonan found himself utterly bewildered. According to his plans, he should have been recognized for his beast mastery talent, invited into the banquet, and subsequently dazzled everyone with his prowess, seizing the opportunity to vie for that extraordinary ink lion. Yet here he was, seeing his initial step come to an abrupt end. If he could not enter the banquet, what further prospects were there? Gritting his teeth, Xiaonan discerned that the key lay with the composed figure of Li Ruoqin at the forefront. How is it that even the Lord of Yuqing must heed his whims? Who exactly is this young man? Why is it that I am unable to enter the banquet while he commands the attention of the Lord himself? What justifies the vast chasm that lies between us? A flicker of anger flashed in Xiaonan's eyes as he suddenly shouted, "You there, halt!" Li Ruoqin, oblivious to the commotion, continued onward, a cold smirk creeping upon his lips. Humph, what significance do you hold to issue orders to me? Were it not for my current mission, I would have long relished the thought of crushing you, Xiaonan. Yet, Xiaonan grew anxious, thoughts swirling in his mind until a sudden inspiration struck him. He called out, "Ha! I had thought you someone of substance, but you're merely a coward. Are you afraid that I might overshadow you at the banquet?" Li Ruoqin paused momentarily, not turning around, but a subtle smile graced his lips. "Oh, am I the proud beastmaster of Xinyo Hajou, to fear someone of your caliber? Humph, you are clearly too timid. If your heart is steadfast, do you dare to make a wager with me?" Seizing the moment, Xiaonan pressed on, yet he remained oblivious to the sly glint in Li Ruoqin's eyes. "What wager? I accept," Li Ruoqin replied, exuding an air of superiority. Suddenly, Xiaonan pointed at Murong Qingxue, who stood behind Li Ruoqin. "Let us wager on a battle between our spirit beasts of the same realm. If I win, the ink lion in this woman's arms shall belong to me." "Impudent!" The Lord of Yuqing interjected fiercely. "What gives you the audacity to covet young Master Zhao's spirit beast? The stakes of gambling spirit beasts among beastmasters are akin to wagering one's life. How dare a mere commoner like Xiaonan challenge a distinguished guest in such a manner? Truly, he is courting disaster." To everyone's surprise, however, Li Ruoqin nodded in agreement. "Very well." Xiaonan's face lit up with joy at the response. Yet, Li Ruoqin continued, "But what will your stake be? Don't tell me you intend to wager without anything to offer. I have no time to waste." "Ha ha ha. Rest assured, victory is mine," Xiaonan declared confidently. For his spirit beast was a fortuitous find, descendant of the ancient ferocious beast, Zhu Yan. Even against a spirit beast of a higher realm, he was certain of his triumph. Li Ruoqin shook his head. "No, if we are to wager spirit beasts, you must also stake one. I desire nothing else but your red-faced monkey." "What?" Xiaonan's expression shifted dramatically, taken aback by Li Ruoqin's targeting of his Zhu Yan. He contemplated refusing, yet the fear of Li Ruoqin walking away made his heart race. Would all his schemes then dissolve into mere fantasy? Li Ruoqin wore a mocking smile. "Ah, I thought you to be a worthy opponent. Yet you lack even the courage to gamble your spirit beast. Do you truly believe you are fit to contend with me?" Xiaonan's countenance fluctuated between uncertainty and resolve. After a pause, he declared, "Fine. I accept. After all, you have no chance of winning. Let it be settled." Li Ruoqin clapped his hands and laughed, pointing at Murong Qingxue and the ink lion in her arms. "Should I lose, this lion shall be yours, but if you are the one to lose, that monkey will belong to me. I am willing to bear witness." The Lord of Yuqing hastily interjected, eager to assert his presence. "If anyone fails to uphold their agreement, my Yuqing will surely hold them accountable." Of course, while the Lord spoke thus, the question of whether he would dare to pursue Li Ruoqin was another matter entirely. Before long, within the Lord's residence of Yuqing, a banquet was underway. Many invited beast masters had already taken their seats. Their various spirit beasts were stationed in another area, attended to by personnel from the manor. Suddenly, a guard announced, "The Lord has arrived." At that moment, the lively atmosphere of the gathering paused, and everyone rose, clasping their fists in respect to greet the Lord. As the crowd turned to see the leading figure, they were taken aback. The esteemed Lord of Yuqing was, in fact, respectfully following behind Li Ruoqin, as if he were the one deserving of reverence. What? What is the meaning of this? A bewildered beast master exclaimed. Who is this young man, that even the Lord of Yuqing shows such deference? Li Ruoqing, with his hands clasped behind him, stood out in the assembly with an extraordinary presence. Morong Qingxue followed closely behind him, step for step, until they reached the foremost position. The Lord of Yuqing promptly moved to the left side, standing at attention in proper decorum. As for the prodigious beast master, Xiaonan was unceremoniously seated on a straw mat near the entrance, much to his displeasure. Xiaonan glared at Li Ruoqing in the highest position, feeling increasingly irked by this individual. Why should there be such a vast disparity in treatment among people? Just wait. I shall let you bask in your glory for a while longer, and then I will defeat you soundly. Xiaonan muttered under his breath, fixating on Li Ruoqing's back. The higher you climb, the harder you will fall. As the entire venue fell into a profound silence. Only the calm and measured footsteps of Li Ruoqing echoed throughout. At last, he reached the foremost position, surveying the surroundings with a composed demeanor, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Chapter 42, The Banquet Duel, Part 1. The Lord of Yuqian City raised his hand toward Li Ruoqing, cleared his throat, and spoke with a smile. Ha ha ha. Allow me to introduce to you all, this is the young Master Zhao, the second in command of the Yuling sect, the most formidable force in the western Nyohazhou. Oh? So he is the young master of the Yuling sect. No wonder even the Lord of Yuqian City holds him in such high regard. The gathering comprised seasoned beast masters who understood well the significance of the Yuling sect to any beast master present. Oh, I thought this young man seemed exceptionally refined and distinguished from afar. So it is young Master Zhao. That explains everything. Indeed, indeed. Only a figure of such caliber could be regarded as the rising star among our beast masters. As realization dawned, praises began to resonate throughout the hall. Many beast masters were eager to present themselves before Li Ruoqing, hoping to leave a lasting impression on the young master of the Yuling sect, knowing that such recognition could yield immeasurable benefits. All right, everyone, young Master Zhao has traveled a long distance and must be weary. If you wish to converse, at the very least, let us wait until after the meal, the Lord of Yuqian City interjected, raising his hand to calm the crowd. Yes, there is no need for formality. Let us enjoy our meal first before discussing matters. Li Ruoqing smiled, surprised at how advantageous Zhao Zhao's identity was among the beast masters. To his astonishment, the usually fiery-tempered beast masters displayed remarkable humility in Li Ruoqing's presence. Since young Master Zhao has spoken, let us proceed with our meal. Very well. I too believe so. Suddenly, a loud and abrupt voice interrupted. I disagree. Xiaonan abruptly stood, causing the rickety wooden table before him to topple over with a kick. I care not for your identities. Since we have a wager, it must be honored first. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, only to realize that Xiaonan was but a shabby youth seated at the back near the entrance. Their expressions turned icy. These beast masters held Li Ruoqing in high esteem, yet this insolent boy dared to speak so boldly? Was this not a slap to the face of everyone present? Without hesitation, Li Ruoqing responded, and the crowd began to rebuke him in unison. Impudent! Who dares to speak to young Master Zhao in such a manner from the back row? Who let you in? This is a gathering for beast masters, and one such as you has no place here. Xiaonan's expression darkened at their words. A bunch of narrow-minded fools. Am I not also a beast master? Do you think my temper is so easily ruffled? Humph. Words are futile. You are all but worthless. Xiaonan's voice, though not loud, was particularly jarring in the hall. Anyone who bears ill will towards me, feel free to send your spirit beasts to challenge me, but should you fail, silence your filthy mouths. Arrogant brat. How dare you speak so disdainfully? A middle-aged beast master, his countenance darkened, declared, Very well, then let my iron rhinoceros confront you. Just then, however, the Lord of Qianqing turned his gaze towards Li Ruoqing, appearing somewhat hesitant. Young Master Zhao, this. Not to worry, let them fight. We can dine later. Li Ruoqing replied nonchalantly. He too was curious to witness the nature of the ferocious beast's descendant, Zhu Yan. Suddenly, the previously silent Morong Qingxue spoke up. Young Master. It seems that the body of this ink lion has been undergoing some changes since earlier. At her words, Li Ruoqing's expression remained unchanged. For he was well aware of the cause. It was the bloodline of the gluttonous beast. Do not concern yourself. It will be fine in due time. Morong Qingxue nodded, choosing not to elaborate further, and resumed her position as if she were merely a maidservant to Li Ruoqing. Unexpectedly, Li Ruoqing broke the silence, saying, Sister, you should sit as well. There's no need to stand beside me. Morong Qingxue was taken aback and quickly shook her head. She recalled the admonition of ancestor Yao Guang, which implored her to diligently serve this esteemed individual in order to safeguard the Yao Guang sacred land. Moreover, even without the elder's command, Li Ruoqing's solitary act of confronting Jun Jioge had already moved her deeply. Standing for too long is tiresome. If you do not wish to take another position, then sit beside me, Li Ruoqing suggested, shifting slightly to the left and gesturing. If you refuse my request again, I shall not sit either. And we shall stand together. What do you think? Morong Qingxue hesitated at this, but upon witnessing the undeniable authority in Li Ruoqing's tone, she gently bit her crimson lip beneath the veil and slowly took a seat beside him. Is this acceptable, young master? To her surprise, Li Ruoqing abruptly wrapped his arm around her slender shoulder, drawing her closer. Why sit so far away? You might as well sit on the ground, he chided. Ah. Morong Qingxue gasped instinctively. Yet, Li Ruoqing merely pulled her closer without any further overtures, and the distance between them was now almost negligible. Morong Qingxue could even feel the warmth radiating from Li Ruoqing's body through her gauzy dress. This was the first time in her life she had been in such close proximity to a male, causing her to feel a flutter of nervousness and a slight tremor coursing through her frame. Suddenly, a warm hand rested upon her shoulder. Li Ruoqing was puzzled. Was her constitution so fragile? After just a brief standing, she was trembling? Indeed, the first time he had encountered her, she had fainted before him due to the backlash of her Ice Phoenix constitution's spiritual energy. It seemed he must be cautious not to overexert this woman in the future, for Morong Qingxue was, after all, a vital link between him and the Yaoguang sacred land. The very fate of the destined heroine is entwined with her ability to continuously attract the narrative quest of the destined protagonist. Therefore, it is only fitting to extend her a modicum of consideration. Li Ruoqing found himself lost in thought, inadvertently neglecting to withdraw his hand, which remained resting upon Morong Qingxue's shoulder. Meanwhile, Morong Qingxue, in that moment, froze completely, her delicate visage flushed with a deep crimson, the warmth radiating from her skin palpable even without a touch. Were it not for the sheer veil that cloaked her, the attention of others would surely have been drawn to her state. Thump, thump. The surrounding clamor faded into oblivion, leaving only the sound of her racing heartbeat and hurried breaths echoing in her ears. Below, however, Xiaonan and the middle-aged beast master had already taken their positions in the arena. The spiritual beasts of both parties were led forth by attendants. Xiaonan exuded confidence, and before him, a spirited beast with a red face and white mane let out a thunderous roar, with its powerful legs pounding the ground. Its dark crimson mane ignited in flames, causing the very temperature of the venue to surge dramatically. Li Ruoqing's gaze sharpened. This was Zhu Yin, even as a mere descendant. It emanated such formidable presence. Chapter 43, The Banquet Duel, Part 2. Yet, none among the assembly seemed to recognize Zhu Yin. A white-haired monkey at the half-step transformation stage indeed possesses a modicum of strength. However, its adversary, the Iron Rhinoceros Beast, is a peak 9th-tier spiritual beast of the spiritual class. It has even stepped into the realm of transformation, merely a reckless youth. Observing this battle is simply a waste of our time. Surrounding jeers echoed, but Xiaonan merely smirked, dismissing them as a bunch of insignificant beings with no discernment, daring to court their own demise. Very well, let them witness the disparities among beast tamers. Roar. As the words left his lips, Zhu Yan's offspring leapt into action, its claws enveloped in molten lava. The speed was astonishing, startling even many of the beast tamers present. Before him stood the Iron Rhinoceros Beast, massive and black as a mountain, its skin as unyielding as dark iron. My Iron Rhinoceros is a spiritual-grade beast, among the top 5 in defensive capability, and yet you think this monkey can. Gah? The middle-aged beast tamer's words faltered as his smug expression morphed dramatically. The scrawny, grotesque red-faced monkey suddenly revealed golden patterns, its formerly dark fur now crackling with red lightning. Boom. It was as if thunderclouds roiled above the heavens, and a lightning serpent, as thick as a dragon, surged down Zhu Yan's claws, striking fiercely upon the robust Iron Rhinoceros. A howl erupted from the Iron Rhinoceros as it tumbled backward, crashing heavily to the ground, convulsing with electric sparks, unable to rise again. My Iron Rhinoceros. How could this be? The middle-aged man found it hard to believe, collapsing onto the ground in disbelief. What? How could this happen? Gasps of astonishment filled the crowd. It took but a single strike to defeat the Iron Rhinoceros, renowned for its defense. Only Li Ruoqing maintained an unperturbed demeanor. Everything was unfolding as per the script. After all, as the destined protagonist of the Beast Tamer narrative, a descendant of fearsome beasts. If he could not even best a mere Karami, it would be better to start anew. Xiaonan surveyed the varied expressions around him, his own brimming with unabashed arrogance as he proclaimed, "Is there anyone else? Step forward for a duel." As these words left his mouth, an eerie silence enveloped the venue. In that moment, the onlookers had shed any semblance of pride. All had witnessed Xiaonan's prowess. Given the might of that strike, none felt confident enough to contend further. Humph, if no one dares, then... Xiaonan was poised to flaunt his superiority. Clap, clap, clap. The gentle sound of Li Ruoqing's applause interrupted his display. Truly splendid. Xiaonan furrowed his brows. Why did this fellow always appear whenever he sought to impress? Li Ruoqing spoke coolly. Everyone, please take your seats. Since this is my wager, there is no need for you all to intervene. Heh, so you finally shed your turtle shell and wish to battle me? Xiaonan scoffed. Heh. A thing of little consequence has fortuitously acquired a descendant of a ferocious beast and now dares to prance before me? Truly, it is laughable. Li Ruoqing slowly rose to his feet, gazing down from his elevated position. To engage in battle with you? It is not out of any wager, but rather to demonstrate that, you worthless one, even with a modicum of fortune, before me, you remain utterly insignificant. Xiaonan was momentarily taken aback. How did he know that his spiritual beast was a descendant of a ferocious beast? Moreover, how could he still possess the audacity to challenge him? What source of confidence did he draw upon? Li Ruoqing's words instantly stirred a tempest within the assembly. A descendant of a ferocious beast. No wonder it possesses such lethality. This red-faced monkey, indeed, harbors such profound bloodline heritage. The crowd collectively gasped in astonishment. The lineage of beast tamers, tracing back to the ancient ferocious beasts, constitutes the most formidable bloodlines of spiritual beasts. Even the slightest connection can result in a dramatic enhancement of a spiritual beast's combat prowess. Suddenly, Li Ruoqing turned to Murong Qingxue and said, "Junior sister, why not let the ink lion join the fray?" Murong Qingxue nodded. Although the ink lion in her arms still kept its eyes tightly shut, it no longer radiated the intense heat it had moments prior, appearing to have calmed down. Seeing this, the city lord of Yuqiancheng grew anxious, hastily approaching Li Ruoqing and whispering, "Young master, though the ink lion cultivated by your esteemed clan is formidable, it may not stand a chance against a descendant of a ferocious beast. Perhaps I should summon someone to find a reason to expel this lad?" "There is no need for that," Li Ruoqing replied with a placid expression, dismissing the city lord's suggestion. "I shall merely sit and observe the battle." Recognizing the resoluteness in Li Ruoqing's demeanor, the city lord refrained from further protests, silently sighing. The ink lion of the spirit-taming sect indeed held a renowned reputation in the realm of beast taming and possessed considerable combat strength. Yet, against a descendant of a ferocious beast, it was simply incomparable. Most of those present harbored similar thoughts. On the arena, the ink lion was gently placed on the ground, lying still as if in deep slumber, resembling a small black dog. Xiaonan, initially feeling anxious at the prospect of his opponent being aware of his ferocious beast heritage and employing some means against him, felt a wave of relief upon seeing that the other side had sent forth this ink lion. Thankfully, while this ink lion might also be a ferocious beast, it seemed to be at the mere embryonic stage of its development, with the same lineage of ferocious beasts yet a full realm below. The victor would undoubtedly be his own ferocious beast, Zhu Yan. A smug grin returned to Xiaonan's face as he looked at Li Ruoqing and proclaimed, "I offer you a chance, admit defeat and surrender this lion to me, lest you suffer humiliation later on." However, Li Ruoqing regarded him with an expression of incredulity, frowning as he retorted, "Has the meal not even begun and you're already intoxicated? If a fight is to be had, why all this superfluous chatter? Very well, you asked for this." Xiaonan's gaze hardened as he commanded, "Go. Do not kill this lion. Leave it with half its life." Roar. Zhu Yan moved with the ferocity of thunder, almost instantaneously lunging forward. Its long claws enveloped in a tempestuous aura, exuding an intimidating power. Li Ruoqing remained utterly still, uttering not a single word. The ink lion lay sprawled on the ground, seemingly ensnared in a deep slumber, until Zhu Yan's claw was poised to strike its head. Astonishingly, it did not resist. Many spectators anticipated the ensuing scene to be one drenched in blood. Adult ferocious beasts typically possess intelligence comparable to that of humans, just like Xiaonan's Zhu Yan, which, in this moment, bore an expression of cruel delight, its gaze subtly tinged with excitement. As a descendant of ferocious beasts, it relished the thrill of battle and slaughter. Yet, suddenly, the ink lion's drooping ears twitched, as if it were groggily awakening, sensing a hint of hunger. Raising its head, it found Zhu Yan directly before its face. Oh. The ink lion gently parted its jaws, akin to a hungry cub, yet merely for an instant. With a swift motion, it devoured the ferocious beast Zhu Yan, which was several times larger than itself and at the half-step divine transformation realm. With a soft gulp, the ink lion swallowed, appearing somewhat unsatisfied. It turned its head towards Li Ruoqing, opening its mouth to emit a plaintive cry, as if to convey that it was still hungry. This could hardly be deemed a battle. It was as though nothing had transpired. At that moment, the entire arena fell into a profound silence. So quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Chapter 44. The Violet Spirit Beast Egg. The frenzied Xiaonan. This is impossible. Xiaonan staggered backward, his fingertips digging deeply into his palm. He could distinctly sense the blood-red contract within his consciousness collapsing. The soul fluctuations of Zhu Yan had utterly vanished. The ink-colored lion extended its pink tongue to lick its nose, and its dark fur suddenly shimmered with golden patterns, akin to rippling water. The azure bricks of the arena crumbled silently beneath its claws, as a pressure that transcended the divine transformation realm surged over the crowd like a tidal wave. What was this? The aura of an ancient ferocious beast. Lord Yuqian trembled all over, his expression filled with excitement. What kind of ferocious beast is this? How could it devour the ferocious Zhu Yan in one bite? Before the gasp faded, the sky darkened abruptly. Blood-red thunderclouds gathered above the ink lion. A terrifying pressure from the heavens causing many to change countenance. A heavenly tribulation? Its sudden appearance could only signify that the ink lion, summoned by Li Ruoqing, was being punished by the heavens. Li Ruoqing furrowed his brows. A ferocious beast's heavenly tribulation? This boded ill. Simultaneously, he felt somewhat speechless. Why did everything he did seem to attract heavenly tribulations? Was he truly so deserving of such punishment? Below, the ink lion's body was suddenly enveloped in strands of lightning, its aura now resembling that of the earlier Zhu Yan. What? The already dazed Xiaonan widened his eyes once more. What kind of ferocious beast is this? This thunderous aura, it cannot be the bloodline talent of Zhu Yan, can it? Could this ink lion consume the bloodlines of other ferocious beasts? Booming thunder echoed. The heavenly tribulation seemed to have found its target, transforming into a 100-foot-long lightning dragon that struck downward. The target was none other than the ink lion, which lay lazily on the ground. Young master. Morong Qingxue could not help but exclaim. After all, she was unaware of the ink lion's true nature, or rather, in the eyes of the crowd. An infant spirit beast, even if imbued with the aura of an ancient ferocious beast, could never withstand such a formidable heavenly tribulation. But why did Li Ruoqing, the ink lion's master, appear utterly unperturbed? Owl. The ink lion raised its head to gaze at the imminent heavenly punishment, seemingly pondering. Then, to the astonishment of the onlookers, the ink lion opened its mouth wide and slurped. The 100-foot lightning was directly drawn into the ink lion's mouth. Boom, boom, boom. One bolt after another, the ink lion kept its head tilted back, eyes closed, as if indulging in a lavish buffet. Moments later, all 7 bolts of heavenly thunder were completely consumed. Burp, the ink lion burped, appearing to have merely absorbed a few more strands of the flowing lightning. Thankfully, the venue remained unscathed. Li Ruoqing smiled gently, his voice soothing. Everyone may take their seats now. Unbeknownst to when it began, the crowd had unconsciously stood up in unison. Ah, yes, everyone, please sit down. Lord Yuqian quickly reacted and urged. Regardless of the fierce battle between the ink lion and Zhu Yan, or the terrifying heavenly punishment, not a single blemish marred the venue. Junior sister, please retrieve the ink lion. Having just endured the heavenly punishment, it will likely require some time to recuperate, Li Ruoqing instructed softly. Morong Qingxue nodded, her steps graceful as she gently cradled the ink lion, which had once again succumbed to slumber. Suddenly, Xiaonan, seemingly frenzied, cast a furious gaze towards Li Ruoqing and bellowed, I refuse to accept this. And what of it? Li Ruoqing replied languidly, lifting the teacup before him and savoring a slow sip. Zhu Yan had already entered the body of the ink lion. It merely required time for the beast, endowed with the bloodline of the gluttonous Taodai, to thoroughly digest the energy within. One could assert that Li Ruoqing had already achieved his objective in this wager. Deprived of the ferocious beast Zhu Yan, Xiaonan could not muster any pretense, as both the storyline and the fates had dealt him a significant blow. Ding. Detected host, special storyline task conditions. Suppress the fated protagonist, completed. Alter the original plot, completed. Reward: 9 Transformation Immortal Pill 1. Upon consumption, can negate 1 fatal injury. TSK. Li Ruoqing smirked. This reward might be commendable for others, yet to him, it was utterly superfluous. With his current prowess, revered as the supreme being of the lower realms, commanding the allegiance of the foremost powers across the 5 continents, he had no need for such a pill. However, it was of no consequence. When he ascended to the higher realms, he would retain a talisman for survival, if only for a semblance of reassurance. On the steps below, seeing that Li Ruoqing paid him no heed, Xiaonan's temper flared, and he furiously pointed. Dare you compete with me once more? This time, let us not battle, but rather cultivate spirit beasts. Are you brave enough? Yet, Li Ruoqing regarded him with a bemused expression, puzzled as he queried, why would I compete with you? Do you presume I have nothing better to do? If all the useless ones were as foolish as you, challenging me for no reason, I would have no time for anything else. The surrounding crowd regarded Xiaonan with disdain. It was one thing to be unable to accept defeat, but his audacity was truly laughable. What they initially perceived as talent now appeared to be merely a hapless jester, fortunate enough to stumble upon some chance. One last time, Xiaonan, his countenance aflame with indignation, flipped his palm, and a purple orb of light suddenly materialized in his hand. It was, astonishingly, a spirit beast egg. The purple radiance instantly illuminated the venue, akin to the brilliance of a full moon. It was indeed a spirit beast egg of purple quality. The Lord of Yuqiansheng was so taken aback that he nearly stood up once more. The spirit beast egg determined the likelihood of a spirit beast being born with exceptional bloodlines. The lowest grade was white, yielding only ordinary beasts, while the highest grade, the prismatic level, was said to possess the chance of hatching ferocious beasts, even those from ancient times. Regrettably, casting one's gaze across the entirety of the lower realm's 5 continents, discovering a single purple spirit beast egg is an arduous endeavor. Even in the higher realms, one might only encounter a superior golden variant. The prismatic hue, last witnessed, dates back several millennia. Of frenzied glint danced in Xiaonan's eyes. With his usual composure and strategic acumen, he would never reveal such a trump card. Yet at this moment, he found himself indifferent to such considerations. With the sole ferocious beast, Zhu Yin, lost to him, Xiaonan had essentially forfeited his opportunity to vie for the coveted treasure. He had no alternative but to summon all his strength, seeking to outwit Li Ruoqing once more, in hopes of securing some advantage and mitigating his losses. Let us wager on the hatching of the spirit beast. Should I emerge victorious, I shall claim your, Xiaonan declared through gritted teeth. His gaze fixated on the nestled in Mu Rong Qingshue's arms, a fervent and avaricious glimmer illuminating his eyes. Should I lose, I shall wager this purple spirit beast egg. Chapter 45. Is the purple quality truly exceptional? Who bestowed you with such confidence? It is regrettable. Not only Li Ruoqing, but even others seem to disregard this wager. I have witnessed shamelessness before, yet I have never encountered such audacity. Lord Yuqian's expression was one of disgust as he clutched the purple quality spirit beast egg, comparing it to hatching spirit beasts. If you cannot bear to lose, just admit it. TSK. Li Ruoqing shook his head and addressed Xiaonan below. Your calculations are rather astute. The purple quality is nearly invincible. Even in defeat, it would merely demonstrate that I possess spirit beast eggs of a quality surpassing purple. Yet, if that were the case, why would I even value this wager of yours? The bystanders soon caught on, voicing their disdain. A brazen scoundrel. If you cannot bear to lose, just say so. Engaging in such tricks, do you truly believe others are fools? Scum of the Beast Master realm, vacate the Lord's residence. What face do you have to remain here? A cacophony of insults erupted, and Xiaonan's countenance grew increasingly grim. Li Ruoqing observed quietly. After all, his task had already been accomplished. Xiaonan's fate was of no concern to him. Moreover, he had little regard for a purple quality spirit beast egg. Lord, the hour grows late. We must depart tomorrow in search of treasures. Let us clear away this eyesore and allow everyone to dine. Ah, very well. Lord Yuqian respectfully acknowledged the order and turned to the trembling Xiaonan, his expression turning icy. How foolish he had been to initially harbor a flicker of admiration for Xiaonan, believing he possessed some talent. But now, it was clear that Lord Yuqian was thoroughly disappointed. Someone, expel this fool. Do not allow him to sully the young master's eyes. Wait. Xiaonan suddenly lifted his head, fixing his gaze on Li Ruoqing. I possess another item that can serve as a wager. As he spoke, Xiaonan flipped his palm, revealing an ancient, rusted token of a bronzed hue. Li Ruoqing furrowed his brow. What is this worthless trinket? Has he truly mistaken himself for a scrap collector? A mere broken token, and he dares to. Ding. Detecting the storyline task. Sees the Immortal Emperor's memory token. Bronze level small world key. Task proportion. 20%. What? Li Ruoqing's intended rejection caught in his throat. Holy moly? A small world key. The task of acquiring the Immortal Emperor's memory? A 20% share. It is worth noting that when he seized the memory of Immortal Emperor Chimu, he only obtained a mere 1%. This broken token represents 20%? Truly. Is this a case of serendipity presenting itself at my doorstep? Why are you all dawdling? Hurry up and expel this youth, Lord Yuqian urged. Xiaonan was engulfed in despair. He held little hope for the token in his hand. It had merely been a chance find. Yet he had a faint feeling it might possess significance. However, the specific function remains a mystery to Xiaonan even now. Several guards hastily raised their staffs, preparing to drive him away. Li Ruoqing quickly intervened, calling out, "Wait a moment." Upon hearing this, Xiaonan's body trembled, and a glimmer of hope ignited in his eyes. Taking a deep breath, Li Ruoqing declared, "I accept your wager. Let us bet on your spirit beast egg and this dilapidated token." "Excellent. It is settled then." No turning back. Xiaonan's face lit up with excitement, for he feared that Li Ruoqing would refuse the bet. "If you lose, that ink lion will belong to me." "No problem." Li Ruoqing nodded in agreement. "Young master?" The Lord of Yuqian looked utterly bewildered. He could not comprehend why Li Ruoqing would engage in such a clearly disadvantageous wager. Was he truly betting for that worn-out copper token? Others around them shared his confusion. Across the entire lower realm of the 5 continents, a spirit beast egg of purple quality was the pinnacle of rarity, seldom seen for hundreds or even thousands of years. There was no chance of procuring another egg of superior quality in the short term. Just then, the usually quiet Murong Qingxue suddenly spoke up. "Young master." Li Ruoqing turned in surprise to look at her. "What is it? Do you think I cannot win?" Murong Qingxue hesitated but still replied, "I dare not dispute your decision, young master, but I am concerned that you may have been too focused on cultivation to understand the matter of taming beasts." From her perspective, Li Ruoqing had only been cultivating for a mere century and had already reached the tribulation realm. Thus, he was likely unfamiliar with the nuances of beast taming, perhaps even unaware of what a purple quality spirit beast egg signified. Li Ruoqing sensed her goodwill and smiled gently, assuring her, "Do not worry. Your young master never engages in ventures without certainty." At his words, Murong Qingxue's stunning azure eyes widened in astonishment. Li Ruoqing turned his gaze back to Xiaonan, who seemed to believe victory was assured. Amused, Li Ruoqing remarked, "Do you think you are guaranteed to win? After all, it appears there is truly nothing of higher quality in the entire lower realm." "Haha, only now do you realize? Is it not too late?" Xiaonan beamed with pride, confident that the wager was set. With so many witnesses present, would he dare to back out? "No, I certainly will not renege." Li Ruoqing replied with a faint smile. "I only fear that you might be frightened and run away, which would indeed be beneath my regard." "Humph, you feign mystery. Let us establish a heavenly oath. Do you dare? What is there to fear?" Li Ruoqing chuckled. "A heavenly oath?" It was merely a jest. The will of the heavens had no power over the supreme. Not to mention, did Xiaonan genuinely believe he could prevail? Xiaonan's eyes sparkled with determination as he solemnly proclaimed, "I, Xiaonan, am willing to establish a heavenly oath here." Buzz. A beam of light descended from the heavens, illuminating the crown of Xiaonan. This was the acknowledgement of the heavenly Tao. The oath had been established. All eyes turned in unison to another direction. Li Ruoqing offered a subtle smile and spoke. "I, Zhao Xiao, hereby vow before the heavenly Tao." There was no mistake. He was indeed Zhao Xiao, the young master of the Yuling sect in the West Nyohajo. Well, after all, the others present, including Xiaonan, shared the same belief. Buzz. Another radiant beam of light cascaded from the heavens, reaching Li Ruoqing's head, yet it lingered hesitantly. It seemed that the heavenly Tao had realized that this fellow was not truly Zhao Xiao. Li Ruoqing's expression remained unchanged, but a cold sneer echoed in his heart as he gazed at the heavenly light above. "Swearing to you is merely a courtesy. Do not overstep your bounds." Boom. A fleeting golden glimmer flashed in Li Ruoqing's eyes, unnoticed by anyone else. Merely revealing a hint of supreme aura was enough for the will of the heavenly Tao to recognize its master. It eagerly entered the center of Li Ruoqing's brow. Upon witnessing this, Xiaonan swiftly produced a spirit beast egg radiating a purple aura, a triumphant expression gracing his features. "Hee, the wager is sealed. Let us see how you..." "Huh?" The crowd, perplexed, followed Xiaonan's astonished gaze towards Li Ruoqing. Instantly, a dazzling light akin to the celestial stars of the 9 heavens erupted, accompanied by a magnificent aura, swirling with spiritual energy. It was as if countless auspicious beast shadows galloped and roared in the distance. A prism-colored spirit beast egg lay quietly in Li Ruoqing's hand. A faint divine radiance shimmered, existing in a realm between reality and illusion, reflecting the current moment in Yuqian City. No, the entire southern Jianbu continent was aglow. This was a prism-level spirit beast egg. Chapter 46. Do you enjoy breaking the rules? So do I. Boom, boom, boom. The dazzling radiance shot into the sky, causing the crowd to momentarily forget to breathe. A prism-level quality. Even in the legendary upper realms, such treasures are exceedingly rare, if they exist at all. After all, a spirit beast egg of this caliber has a nearly absolute probability of hatching into a ferocious beast. It may even yield a primordial monstrosity. In stark contrast, the once proud Xiaonan held in his hands a mere purple spirit beast egg, which could only produce a terrestrial-level spirit beast. It can thus be asserted that this wager, before it even commenced, had already reached its conclusion. After experiencing a whirlwind of emotions, Xiaonan's expression was a tapestry of complexity. His once spirited gaze was now interspersed with bewilderment, shock, and disbelief. Defeat was one thing, but to be outdone in fortune as well? Li Ruoqing smiled lightly. Addressing the stunned crowd, esteemed guests, in light of this situation, shall we not declare the wager's outcome? Yet the onlookers remained unresponsive, seemingly still entranced by the spectacle before them. The legendary prism-level spirit beast egg was simply too radiant, its brilliance illuminating the southern continent, drawing many cultivators from various sects and dynasties toward its source. Li Ruoqing maintained a serene smile as he withdrew the resplendent spirit beast egg. When this egg was awarded to him by the system, he had no intention of hatching it in such a manner. After all, a precious treasure, the Kunlun Beast Mastery Scroll, was about to manifest in this location. Utilizing this scroll for hatching would inherently enhance the bloodline quality of the spirit beast, coupled with the prism-level assurance and the ferocious beast's unparalleled mechanics. Impossible. This is absolutely inconceivable. Xiaonan suddenly lunged at Li Ruoqing in a frenzy, the prism aura in his hands, only to be swiftly struck on the calf by a guard nearby. Crack. The sound of shattering bone echoed. Yet madness still lingered on his face as he gazed upwards at the crowd. Illusion. You must have conspired to deceive me. How could there be a spirit beast egg surpassing purple quality in the lower realms? Impudent. How dare you defame the young master? The Lord of Qian City bellowed. Someone, swiftly remove him. Wait, Li Ruoqing interjected. Do not forget to take his purple spirit beast egg and the copper token. After all his efforts, this was the reward he sought. System. What is the reward for achieving 20% progress in the Immortal Emperor's memory storyline? Ding. Enough with the chimes. I no longer desire the reward. Can you instead lift my cultivation seal? Li Ruoqing silently inquired. Ding. Response to the host. Negative. The cultivation seal is a condition of a special mission and cannot be lifted with other rewards. Li Ruoqing found himself at a loss for words. Taking a deep breath, he decided that, although he did not need to fully recover, it would serve as a life-saving trump card. But the system suddenly fell silent. Surely, one could not allow their host to await death when faced with danger? Moreover, it would not impact the storyline. Li Ruoqing continued his incessant chatter. Ding. The system has completed its assessment and approved the host's request. A deduction of 20% from the progress reward of the storyline. Memory of the Immortal Emperor. Recovery granted. Cultivation restoration. Time limited for 2.5 minutes. This is more like it, thought Li Ruoqing, a faint smile gracing his lips. Xiaonan cast a resentful glance at Li Ruoqing. This damn fellow. He could not even be bothered to utter a word to him? Did he regard him as worthless? Unworthy of even a glance? Xiaonan's body trembled as a sudden surge of spiritual energy erupted, shaking off the surrounding guards. He looked up at Li Ruoqing, who was engrossed in conversation with the system, his expression filled with gnashing teeth. You had already secured your victory in the gamble. You are plotting against me, aren't you? Li Ruoqing, regaining his senses, feigned surprise. Wow, you actually figured it out? Truly astute. He chuckled. Xiaonan sneered, his tone suddenly turning frenzied. Even if my possessions were to be destroyed, I would never let you benefit from them. With that, Xiaonan let out a mighty roar, lifting the purple spirit beast egg high above his head. The turbulent spiritual energy relentlessly pressed against the fragile shell of the egg. And then Xiaonan brought his hands down with tremendous force. Quick, stop him. Lord Yu Qianqing exclaimed in alarm. The crowd's expression shifted dramatically. This fellow actually intended to destroy the precious spirit beast egg? In the blink of an eye, it seemed that no one could intervene. Li Ruoqing furrowed his brow. Were these destined protagonists truly so reckless? Lacking strength yet still eager to engage in wagers, only to overturn the table upon losing? Very well. If you prefer to play without rules. Li Ruoqing smiled slightly, uttering a single word softly, freeze. Boom. Xiaonan's previously rampant spiritual energy instantly solidified. Even his motion to smash the spirit beast egg froze in midair. Centered around him, everything in the space appeared to be under the influence of a time-stopping spell. Xiaonan's face displayed sheer terror as he found that his half-step transformation realm energy could not be unleashed at all. Struggling, he lifted his gaze upward. At that moment, Li Ruoqing stood with his hands clasped behind him, an overwhelming aura of pressure emanating forth. Boom. It felt as if you were about to rupture the very fabric of this space. How is this possible? Fear surged intensely in Xiaonan's eyes. The onlookers stared at Li Ruoqing, all of them momentarily stunned. Lord Yu Qiansheng trembled, struggling to maintain his balance. This is the Tribulation Realm. The power of the laws of time. Simultaneously, a storm of disbelief roiled within the Lord's heart. How could this be? Is he not the young master of the Spirit Control Sect? Zhao Xiao? The master of the Spirit Control Sect, Zhao Lin. His realm is merely at the threshold of enlightenment, is it not? Pray tell, could his son possibly attain the tribulation stage? Li Ruoqing smiled faintly, casting his gaze upon the immobile Xiaonan below. Initially, I found you to be utterly pathetic, unworthy of my attention, yet you insist on courting your own demise? You revel in flouting the rules, do you? How fortuitous, for I share that inclination. With a mere gesture, he pointed. In an instant, the half-step transformation stage beast tamer Xiaonan was reduced to a mist of crimson under Li Ruoqing's effortless motion. No. As Xiaonan's corporeal form disintegrated, only a fragment of his soul remained. Yet it was still firmly shackled by the temporal laws of the tribulation stage. Li Ruoqing suddenly fell into contemplation, pondering whether to ensnare such a wretched soul as Xiaonan into his imperial banner. At that moment, a trembling voice broke the silence. WH. Who exactly are you? Even the dimmest of minds, like that of Lord Yu Qianqing, would have grasped the gravity of the situation. A prism-grade spirit beast egg. Mastery at the tribulation stage. This young man before them could possess any identity. Yet, he could never be the young master of the spirit control sect from the West Neo Huzhou, Zhao Xiao. Upon hearing this, Li Ruoqing merely raised an eyebrow, his expression unfazed. Me? I am Li Ruoqing, a man of kindness. Chapter 47. A family must be united. You are not Zhao Xiao. The lord of Yuqian City was filled with astonishment. Where's the real Zhao Xiao? Suddenly, a formidable aura surged towards the city lord's mansion. Before its presence could be felt, a furious voice echoed, demonic scoundrel. You dare to kill my son. I will ensure you pay in blood for your crimes. Li Ruoqing was momentarily taken aback. This aura was unmistakably directed at him. Could it be that Zhao Zhao's father had arrived? The master of the spirit control sect. Zhao Lin, a late-stage ascendant, was indeed approaching. The lord of Yuqian City stood there dumbfounded, recognizing the figure soaring through the sky as Zhao Lin. The question arose. Zhao Lin had just mentioned the person he had been treating with utmost respect was the very murderer of Zhao Xiao, an enemy of the spirit control sect? In an instant, the city lord felt as though the heavens were spinning, as if the sky were collapsing around him. Buzz. At the same time, numerous spatial rifts were torn open, attracting many cultivators from various factions, drawn by the recently revealed spectacle of the prismatic spirit beast egg. They had indeed found their way here. Upon arrival, they beheld Zhao Lin, the master of the spirit control sect, treading upon the void. His expression dark as he fixed his gaze upon a young man below. Is it you who killed my son? My son? Upon hearing this, Li Ruoqing flipped his palm, and instantly, dark smoke enveloped him as the imperial sovereign banner appeared in his grasp. Ah, here it is. Would you like to join me? After all, a family ought to be united, wouldn't you agree? How dare you? Zhao Lin could no longer contain his fury. Raising his right hand, a magnificent Kirin avatar materialized. This was the secret technique of the spirit control sect, a coveted skill among all beast tamers, the spirit control technique. It could directly transfer the abilities of spirit beasts into the host's body, often even amplifying them. At this moment, Zhao Lin's strike embodied the innate bloodline talent of the fierce beast, the Ink Kirin, the Kirin avatar. Everyone present gasped. It appeared that Zhao Lin was genuinely enraged. As a late-stage ascendant, he unleashed his full power with his first move. This attack could likely overwhelm even an ordinary tribulation stage cultivator. Die. Zhao Lin moved with blinding speed, closing in rapidly. Li Ruoqing had yet to make a move. Meanwhile, Xiaonan, whose soul remained, wore a twisted smile of delight. You, with your false identity, dare to usurp? You shall perish. Li Ruoqing felt a sense of helplessness. This fellow seemed to have lost his mind. Pointing a finger, the whirlpool of the Imperial Sovereign banner began to spin vigorously, hastily dragging the half-mad, half-laughing Xiaonan's soul into it. This finally brought some semblance of quiet to the surroundings. Looking up once more, the terrifying Kirin avatar loomed perilously close. Just a few meters away, Li Ruoqing clicked his tongue, observing the formidable power of the attack. It seemed rather impressive. Boom. Instantly, his eyes shimmered with golden light, as if the universe itself were overshadowed by his profound essence. Hiss. A colossal golden pupil abruptly opened in the void. Supreme art. Breaking illusion. Crack. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, the once formidable and terrifying Qilin manifestation began to crumble inch by inch as it approached Li Ruoqing, coming within a mere palm's distance. What sorcery is this? How can this be possible? Zhao Lin's complexion changed dramatically as he contemplated retreating. Yet, in an instant, it seemed as though everything around him had been frozen in time. The spiritual energy of a late-stage ascendant realm was entirely sealed. It was the law of time. Then, under Zhao Lin's fearful gaze, Li Ruoqing gently raised his hand, and the Qilin manifestation began to coalesce anew. The very same Qilin manifestation from before. Gasps of astonishment echoed through the crowd. What was happening? The unparalleled secret art of the spirit control sect had been learned by this practitioner of the demonic path in mere moments. Alas, I have been far too benevolent. With a tone laced with resignation, Li Ruoqing turned to Zhao Lin, stating, "Since you missed your son so dearly, I shall grant you a reunion." Boom. The Qilin manifestation unleashed by Li Ruoqing was significantly more powerful than before. At that moment, Zhao Lin found himself suppressed by the law of time. Unable to summon his spiritual energy, not even capable of defending himself. In an instant, Zhao Lin's corporeal form was reduced to a fine powder. Only his soul remained, grasped by Li Ruoqing and contained within his palm. "Please, do not kill me." At that moment, Zhao Lin finally understood the caliber of the individual his son had unwittingly provoked. Li Ruoqing chuckled, "My friend. Individuals like you often share a common flaw, always too late to contemplate your actions." As he spoke, he prepared to cast the soul into the Imperial banner. Suddenly, a voice imbued with gravitas resonated from the heavens, "Young friend, mercy should be granted where it is due. In all endeavors, do not go too far. I am the ancestor of the spirit control sect. Could you spare my sect leader's soul and let this matter conclude here? What say you?" Li Ruoqing paused momentarily, then scoffed, "And who do you think you are, to demand such respect? You are hardly worthy." With that, he unceremoniously tossed Zhao Lin's soul into the swirling vortex. "You, the ancestor of the spirit control sect, was visibly incensed. Are you not afraid that I will unite the righteous forces across the 5 continents to hunt you down?" Upon hearing this, Li Ruoqing burst into laughter. "By all means, gather your allies and see if any of the forces across the 5 continents dare to pursue me. You demonic scoundrel, you are truly courting your own demise. No matter how formidable you are, when faced with the combined might of the various factions, you will." Silence. Li Ruoqing raised his finger, and a beam of golden light shot forth into the void. Ah! Suddenly, a cry of anguish rang out as an elder tumbled from the sky in a state of disarray. At this moment, many cultivators from various factions observed the scene while simultaneously contacting their own ancestors. The ancestor of the spirit control sect ground his teeth in fury as he glared at Li Ruoqing. "Very well. Let us see how long you can remain so arrogant." Li Ruoqing's expression remained tranquil as he turned to Murong Qingxue beside him. "Shuer, do you think your family's ancestral figure will come?" Murong Qingxue found herself momentarily at a loss for words. After all, the matter of ancestor Yao Guang utilizing Li Ruoqing to counter Junjioge remained unresolved. From her observations over the past few days, she was convinced that Li Ruoqing was not the type to harbor grudges. He preferred to seek immediate retribution rather than holding on to resentment. "How about this? It seems rather dull to do nothing. Shall we make a wager?" Li Ruoqing said with a faint smile. "If your ancestor does not arrive, I will erase any previous grievances with the Yaoguang Holy Land. However, should he come, you must agree to, 3 requests from me. What do you say?" Murong Qingxue was taken aback by his words. After a moment of hesitation, she bit her lip and softly inquired, "What are the 3 requests?" "I haven't decided yet. We can discuss it later," Li Ruoqing replied, waving his hand, though a glint of cunning flickered in his eyes. Indeed, after pondering for a moment, Murong Qingxue realized that her allegiance to Li Ruoqing was primarily for the sake of the Holy Land. With that in mind, she lifted her head, her beautiful eyes glimmering with determination as she fluttered her lashes. Very well, I accept your wager. Chapter 48, an eye-popping scene. Not far away. The elder of the spirit control sect appeared listless. He was baffled. Despite both being at the tribulation stage, how could Li Ruoqing, with a mere gesture, reduce him to such a state? This individual was certainly beyond the reach of his solitary strength. Yet, what did it matter? The foremost powers of the 5 continents would soon arrive at this location. No matter how formidable a single tribulation stage demon cultivator might be, could he truly rival the true immortal ancestors of the 3 great sacred lands? Li Ruoqing, on the other hand, remained at ease, nonchalantly beckoning as a wooden chair soared through the air. He settled into the chair, his eyes slightly narrowed and a smile playing at the corners of his lips. Schwer, I find myself somewhat fatigued. Murong Qingxue paused for a moment, then stepped forward. Young master, may I offer you some relief? Upon receiving a gentle nod from Li Ruoqing, Murong Qingxue inhaled deeply, positioned herself behind the chair, and began to massage his shoulders with a slow, soothing motion. Her delicate fingers, surprisingly, transmitted a chilling sensation through his robe. The Frostbone Ice Phoenix body, when applied correctly, could truly enable one to traverse realms with astonishing speed. Transforming from mortal to immortal was not merely a dream. Li Ruoqing pondered internally, when suddenly, he raised an eyebrow, a smile involuntarily spreading across his face. They were coming. Murong Qingxue's movements halted momentarily. In the distance, from the east, a ripple appeared in the air as an elderly man with flowing white hair descended, stepping upon radiant light, surrounded by shattered spatial loss. Yao Guang, the ancestor? Murong Qingxue's pupils contracted, her delicate hands instinctively gripping the hem of her garment. She had lost the bet. Her ancestor had truly arrived? Haha. Was it not said that the treasure here would not manifest for several more hours? What, then, was the magnificent radiance illuminating the continent? The Yao Guang ancestor exuded an imposing presence, majestic and awe-inspiring. After all, it was unlikely he would encounter someone as abnormal as Li Ruoqing at every turn. Moreover, with the power of a true immortal, was he not free to roam as he pleased in the lower realms of the 5 continents? Where was the treasure? Why were all of you lying on the ground? What was the treasure buried in the earth? The Yao Guang ancestor was somewhat perplexed. Why were these cultivators, instead of diligently searching for the treasure, engaging in such antics? Were they dazzled by the treasure? If their eyesight was poor, they should seek treatment. As he pondered, the Yao Guang ancestor inadvertently caught sight of the smiling figure seated on the nearby wooden chair. The usually composed and steady Yao Guang ancestor nearly faltered in his spiritual energy, almost plummeting from the sky. Li, Your Excellency? Oh, Li Ruoqing, equally intrigued, scrutinized him. Such an extravagant arrival. Was he perhaps here to perform a welcoming dance for me? How did he also come to be here? Within the Yao Guang ancestor's mind, 1,000 wild horses galloped past, yet he quickly forced a strained smile onto his wrinkled face. You are also here. My purpose for coming here was, After a lengthy pause, he failed to articulate any reason at all. Meanwhile, the elder of the spirit control sect looked utterly bewildered. What is happening? Upon encountering this formidable adversary, why does the venerable Sheikh Light Ancestor adopt such a demeanor? Sheikh Light Ancestor. This individual is a practitioner of the demonic path. Both our sect's leader and the junior leader have perished at his hands. You must act swiftly to eliminate him. The Sheikh Light Ancestor replied, My dear brother, you overestimate my capabilities. You wish for me to slay this fiend? I might as well throw myself against a wall. Death is inevitable. And this would save me the trouble of wasting time. With a light tap of his fingers upon the chair, Li Ruoqing's eyes flickered slightly. Sheikh Light Ancestor, are you suggesting that you have come to vanquish me? No. Sheikh Light Ancestor hastily shook his head, casting a fierce glare at the spirit control sect's elder. He quickly descended to the ground, rubbing his hands together as he approached. How could I dare offend your excellency? I have come to. Yes, I am here to perform a welcoming dance for you, to stave off your boredom. Is that so? Li Ruoqing said with a playful expression. Then let us commence, so that all may witness. At this, the Sheikh Light Ancestor's face flushed crimson. He had presided over the holy ground for nearly 10 millennia, a towering figure amongst the 5 continents. When had he ever engaged in such antics? Yet, the glint of coldness in Li Ruoqing's golden, rotating pupils compelled him. Gritting his teeth, the Sheikh Light Ancestor's ancient, long untouched waist began to move tentatively. The elder of the spirit control sect, along with the others, could only stare in disbelief. Even Murong Qingxue from their own holy ground found the spectacle to be somewhat unbearable. Li Ruoqing smirked, finding the sight of an elderly gentleman dancing before him utterly delightful. Suddenly, a series of radiant lights surged forth, creating ripples in the void. "Ah, everyone has arrived?" Li Ruoqing remarked with evident interest. Among the leading two streaks of light were the other two holy ground's true immortal elders, the Hongming ancestor and the Jiushu Daojun. Upon witnessing this, the elder of the spirit control sect felt a flicker of hope. Surely, with the arrival of these two true immortal elders, they would not succumb to this demonic fiend. The Hongming ancestor maintained a calm demeanor, his gaze filled with disdain. His disciples had informed him of a treasure's emergence in this location. Yet it had been seized by a practitioner of the demonic path. Another from the demonic path? The Hongming ancestor scoffed. Did he truly believe everyone was likely Ruoqing? That one individual could overpower all the elders? Was he so delusional as to think anyone could claim treasures from the demonic path? Suddenly, the Jiushu Daojun, appearing somewhat dazed, tugged at the Hongming ancestor's sleeve. "What is it?" the Hongming ancestor asked, bewildered. How could this individual, a true immortal, display such a lack of composure? Following the Jiushu Daojun's gaze downward, there stood the Shake Light ancestor, executing a rather provocative dance. The Hongming ancestor was taken aback after nearly 10 millennia of acquaintance. He was astounded to discover that the Shake Light ancestor possessed such a talent for dance. This old fellow harbored such peculiar inclinations? Upon hearing this, the Shake Light ancestor awkwardly turned his head, casting a furtive glance at the onlookers. In the depths of his mind, Hongming Laozu's confusion deepened. Why was this old fellow, instead of seeking treasures, exchanging knowing glances with him? Surely, he couldn't have been dazzled by a treasure, could he? Yet, there were no tales of dance alleviating eye ailments. Suddenly, a teasing voice resonated, causing the venerable ancestors from all 5 continents to shudder in their mighty frames. This voice, one they would likely never forget in their lifetimes, belonged to Li Ruoqing. In that instant, it seemed that everyone began to comprehend something. Yet it also felt as though it was all too late. "So many have come to welcome me," Li Ruoqing remarked with a faint smile. "In that case, let us dance together, shall we?" Chapter 49. Mission accomplished. Lottery. As the crowd remained motionless, a look of perplexity crossed Li Ruoqing's face. "What? Are you here to besiege me?" The ancestor of the spirit control sect, his voice booming, fixed his gaze on Li Ruoqing. "Ah, you, a practitioner of the demonic path. Face your impending doom and still dare to be so audacious. Do you truly believe that the esteemed ancestors have come merely to dance for you?" Upon hearing this, Li Ruoqing suddenly understood. "Ah, so that's how it is? Well, that simplifies matters. It is merely a matter of combat." Boom. Above the dome, a massive handprint, 100 feet in size, slowly coalesced, pressing down with a force that seemed capable of toppling the entire southern Shan continent. The ancestor of the primordial chaos looked up, instantly struck with disbelief. "Isn't that my own primordial creation palm? How ironic." Before encountering Li Ruoqing, this technique was my most guarded secret. Yet now, it appears that even I may not wield such might. It seemed as if he had become the imitator instead. With an air of indifference, Li Ruoqing declared, "Since you are not here to dance, then perish." Upon hearing this, the nearby ancestor of the shaking light hastily twisted his old waist. Fearful of being misunderstood by Li Ruoqing, the crowd murmured, "Ah, haha, truly, the Supreme Lord has a discerning eye. How did you know that this old man possesses some dancing skills?" An elder from the heavenly Dao Palace, filled with delight as if he had found an understanding companion, stepped forward and began to dance vigorously. Seeing this, the other ancestors inwardly cursed, "This old fool is as shameless as ever." Yet, the colossal hand in the sky did not wait for their hesitation. With another wave of his hand, Li Ruoqing summoned yet another handprint, even more formidable and expansive than the last. "Ah, it suddenly occurs to me that I too know a few dance moves. Yes, I have learned to dance." They exclaimed, "What is this?" "Supreme Lord, I am the foremost revival dance king of the central continent at this point." The others could no longer care about their dignity and began to showcase their dance moves. Even the ancestor of primordial chaos and the Dao Lord of 9 heavens, despite their grim expressions, had no choice but to awkwardly sway. The scene descended into chaos. The ancestor of spirit control, along with the other oblivious cultivators, was left utterly stunned by the spectacle. Could it be that I did not sleep well last night? Am I witnessing such absurd hallucinations? Buffed Murong Qingxue could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter, nearly causing herself internal injury. Li Ruoqing, satisfied, waved his hand. causing the two apocalyptic handprints in the sky to dissipate. Simultaneously, a prompt resonated within his mind. Ding. Restoration of cultivation, 2.5 hours. Time expired. Cultivation has been resealed. Just right? Li Ruochen was momentarily taken aback, then raised his hand to interrupt the dance of the numerous ancestors. Enough. Let this be a lesson for you all. If you do not have a clear understanding of certain matters, do not hasten to come here and show off. You may take your disciples and leave. Or if you have not yet had your fill of dancing, feel free to continue. Hearing this, the ancestors hurriedly shook their heads. Who among them had not had enough of the dance? They were thoroughly exhausted, having seen nothing of the treasured item, their faces flushed with embarrassment. With a series of spatial rifts opening, the ancestors fled the scene in a disheveled manner, fearing the emergence of further complications. They left behind the bewildered ancestor of the spirit control sect, who was met with fierce glares from the others as they departed. If it were not for this individual, the ancestors would never have been reduced to such a state of exhibiting their dance moves. After a moment, only the ancestor of the spirit control sect remained, an eyesore in the empty venue. Li Ruochen raised his gaze slightly towards him. What backing do you possess? Or what means do you have? Reveal them. At this moment, the ancestor of the spirit control sect, even if he were dim-witted, had come to a realization. He had heard rumors not long ago of a young supreme being emerging in the central continent, a being who defied the supremacy of the upper realms, suppressing the foremost forces across the 5 continents. The ancestors of the 3 sacred lands were compelled to submit. Ah, so it is this person before me? The ancestor of the spirit control sect trembled uncontrollably, forcing a smile onto his face that was more grotesque than tears. Supreme Lord, I, an old fool, failed to recognize your greatness. Forgive my offense. His words tumbled out incoherently, utterly unlike the demeanor of a sect leader. Yet, it was understandable. Even the ancestors of the 3 sacred lands had to dance obediently, for one as insignificant as him, at the tribulation stage. To not have been crushed by Li Ruochen was already a stroke of luck. Li Ruochen slowly rose to his feet, although his cultivation had been sealed, rendering him unable to exert even the slightest trace of spiritual power. This simple action was enough to send the kneeling ancestor of the spirit control sect into a cold sweat, leaving no room for thoughts of resistance. He realized that he was unable to sense even the slightest fluctuation of Li Ruochen's spiritual energy. In such a scenario, either the opponent was a mere mortal, which was clearly not the case with Li Ruochen, or the opponent's strength was unfathomably formidable. To his surprise, the decisive Li Ruochen did not make a move. After a brief pause, his deep voice resonated. I will grant you an opportunity. Complete a task for me, and if you succeed, I will spare your entire sect from annihilation. The ancestor of the spirit control sect was momentarily stunned by these words. Li Ruochen continued, in less than 6 hours, the treasured item of this realm will make its appearance. I am here, and other forces will undoubtedly refrain from competing. I need you to use whatever means necessary to obtain the treasure and deliver it to me. Can you accomplish this? The ancestor of the spirit control sect was taken aback, baffled by the simplicity of the request. This request seems rather effortless, does it not? After all, with no opposing forces, how does the spirit control sect's desire for the treasured artifact differ from plucking it from thin air? What? Is it unachievable? Li Ruochen cast a sidelong glance. No. The elder of the spirit control sect hastily shook his head. Since the esteemed one is willing to place trust in this old man, I assure you, I will undoubtedly present the treasured artifact before you, regardless of the circumstances. That is reassuring. Li Ruochen nodded lightly, then gestured for him to withdraw and prepare to leave. With a rustle, the elder of the spirit control sect hastily departed. Shwe. Let us continue. Li Ruochen resumed his seat and commanded. Oh, yes. Morong Qingxue swiftly reacted, stepping forward to massage Li Ruochen's shoulders. The emperor's flag stood quietly embedded in the ground, as Li Ruochen currently lacked spiritual energy, rendering him incapable of retrieving it. However, this fortunate circumstance deterred the surrounding beast tamers from returning. At this moment, the entire venue was left with only Li Ruochen and the diligently massaging Morong Qingxue. Ding! A plot task has been detected. Beast Taming Genius 1. Suppress the fated protagonist. Completed. 2. Alter the original storyline. Completed. Reward. Task skip card 1. Allows the skipping of any plot, but no rewards will be obtained. Random Sacred Body Lottery 1. Shall you proceed with the lottery? What the? A random sacred body. Li Ruochen sprang to his feet, startling Morong Qingxue behind him. He swiftly called out in his heart, Drawl Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the primordial sacred body. Fusion will commence shortly. Chapter 50. The mantis catches the cicada while the yellow bird awaits. Ding. Fusion failed. Due to the absence of spiritual energy within the current host, the fusion could not proceed. Li Ruoqing. Fusing with the ancient sacred body. How could this even fail? Dog system, are you playing me? Young master, what is the matter? Murong Qingxue inquired, gazing at Li Ruoqing, who had leaped from his chair. Yet nothing transpired. Li Ruoqing wore a face of exasperation. It's nothing at all. Just tired of sitting, I needed to stretch a bit. Cursed storyline task. Li Ruoqing exhaled deeply, striving to suppress the fury swelling within him. Especially this task of seizing the immortal emperor's memories, which demands a completion rate of 100%. Yet, to this day, he had barely accomplished half. Truly tedious and lengthy. Li Ruoqing muttered under his breath. The crux of the matter being that without completing this task, he could only embark on special storylines to earn rewards. And those recent special storylines had nearly led to his demise. If all else fails, I could seize the treasure of this place, the Kunlun Beast Mastery Scroll. And I would simply opt to skip the task. Li Ruoqing paced in place, contemplating. After all, he possessed a task-skipping card. But there was no rush at present. Qinzhou Mountain dense fog flowed through the Longji mountain range, and during the spring and autumn seasons, it resembled boiling miasma, rendering the nearby common folk unable to approach. However, today was particularly lively. A multitude of radiant ascension cultivators gathered outside the mountains. Keep your eyes sharp. Report immediately upon discovering any traces of treasures. The patriarch of the spirit riding sect stood in the void, exuding an extraordinary aura. Below, nearly 10,000 disciples of the spirit riding sect were mobilized, all in pursuit of traces of treasures. Whoever finds the treasure shall be handsomely rewarded by this patriarch. Understood. Patriarch. Upon hearing this, the disciples promptly took their orders, transforming into streaks of light as they dashed into the vast mountains. The patriarch chuckled, remaining in place, as a vision of Li Ruoqing suddenly flashed through his mind. With that individual present, this time-esque treasure would deter other factions from intervening. It could be said to be already within the grasp of our spirit-riding sect. Lost in thought, the patriarch's expression became peculiar. Yesterday had indeed broadened his horizons. It was the first time he had witnessed the great ancestors unite, to dance. Such a sight had compelled even the ancestors of the 5 continents and the sacred lands to bow in submission. This task must be accomplished at all costs. With this thought, the patriarch transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the vast mountains. Not long after the spirit-riding sect patriarch entered the mountain range, 2 figures were seen advancing into the depths of the mountains not far away. Young master, did you not instruct the spirit-riding sect to search for the treasure? Why must you come personally? Murong Qingxue asked, perplexed. Moreover, what perplexed her the most was, why did Li Ruoqing compel the Mo lion to channel its spiritual energy and carry them through the skies? Li Ruoqing, standing tall, fell into a momentary silence upon hearing this. Like Murong Qingxue, he too possessed formidable cultivation, but could not summon even a trace of spiritual power. Beside him, the seemingly drowsy Mo lion kept yawning. With each breath, it dispersed layers of illusions, propelling the 2 individuals forward. Some matters required verification. Li Ruoqing stated calmly. According to the memories of the immortal emperor, a treasured artifact in this location would ultimately be acquired by a mere mortal. However, the treasure, which had eluded all factions across the 5 continents, would eventually be stumbled upon by an ordinary person. This led Li Ruoqing to sense that the unfolding narrative was far from simple. After all, he had been deceived by the system on numerous occasions. This was precisely why he instructed the members of the Spirit Tamer sect to seek the treasure, while he remained in the shadows, ready to adapt. This was the hallmark of a top-tier antagonist's self-cultivation. Just as Li Ruoqing reveled in his thoughts, his brow suddenly furrowed. Ding. Detection of the host triggered a special plot, a dream of yellow millet task requirements. 1. Suppress the destined protagonist, incomplete. 2. Alter the original storyline, incomplete, important character. Wang Song, the destined protagonist, Buzz. The narrative surged into his mind. How intriguing. Li Ruoqing smiled lightly, then turned his gaze towards a certain part of the mountain range. Another destined protagonist? In the village of Qinzhou Mountain. No. My treasured artifact. A youth with rough skin and a dark complexion abruptly sat up from his bed, gazing at the walls and roof, a mixture of mud and thatch, along with the foul, moldy cotton bedding and the drafty windows. Wang Song was momentarily stunned. What is happening? Was I not slain by the united effort of the cultivators from the 5 continents? How did I return here? Yet, as he wiped his back, cold sweat soaked through his thin garment, despite it being summer. Wang Song could still feel that chill deep within his heart. This was definitely not a dream. There was only one possibility left. I have been reborn? Wang Song recalled that just before his demise, the Kunlun beast taming scroll had suddenly erupted with dazzling light. After that, he lost consciousness. He had previously heard that certain treasures not only gained sentience, but even possessed the ability to transcend the laws of time and revert to the past. Wang Song rose to his feet. Everything before him was evidently not an illusion. Could it be that the Kunlun beast taming scroll returned me to this moment before my death? Excellent. Since heaven is assisting me, in this lifetime, I must remain low-key and, unless absolutely necessary, I cannot expose the treasure, lest I become a target for all. Wang Song privately rejoiced, but suddenly, his gaze turned icy. The 5 continents. A group of hypocrites cloaked in righteousness dared to conspire against me. In this lifetime, I shall undoubtedly seek revenge. Boom. A series of resonant sounds surged through the air. Wang Song immediately recognized it as the sound of cultivators soaring through the sky, calculating the time. It was evident that the Kunlun Beast Mastery Scroll was about to emerge. Almost all factions across the 5 continents would dispatch individuals to vie for it. The pressing priority was to seize the Kunlun Beast Mastery Scroll first. Wang Song slowly pushed open the creaking, aged door. Yet outside, there was not a soul in sight. At this moment, the majority of people's gazes were likely fixed upon those factions of the 5 continents. But only Wang Song knew that the true treasure had quietly remained buried in a certain place, never having emerged. Before long, Wang Song stealthily slipped out of the village. It seemed as if no one noticed him. Yet, in a place hidden from his view, 2 figures were quietly trailing behind him. Chapter 51. Restoration of Power. Forcefully seizing the treasure. Boom, boom. Waves of radiant light soared into the heavens. This heralded the imminent emergence of a supreme treasure. Ancestor. This light is merely an illusion. Ancestor, I have not encountered any supreme treasure here. The elder of the spirit control sect wore an expression of impatience. If it is false, then continue searching. Find the genuine one. How could you fools be so incompetent as to fail to distinguish between treasures? In the absence of other sects, if we cannot even locate it, what face do we have left as the 2nd largest sect in the western Nyohajo? You might as well return to farming. Suddenly, a disciple shouted, Ancestor. The elder of the spirit control sect, standing high above, immediately inquired with excitement. Have you found it? Oh, no. The disciple appeared somewhat embarrassed but quickly added, however. I have noticed that the treasure light here seems to be growing more pronounced. What do you mean? The elder's face reflected confusion. The signs of the treasure's emergence were evident. Was this not a good thing? Yet, before the disciple could respond, a sudden explosion rippled through the air. Boom. In the distance, a majestic beam of light soared 1,000 feet into the sky. Its grandeur even shook the distant Yuqian city. Could it be the supreme treasure? The elder of the spirit control sect's heart raced as he swiftly flew toward the source of the light. Meanwhile, at an inconspicuous little hillock, Wang Song sat on the ground, gazing at the sky, a mocking smile playing at the corners of his mouth. A group of individuals who had cultivated for centuries. Are they truly this dim-witted? Ha ha. Wang Song laughed wildly. The members of the spirit control sect, passing overhead, perceived him merely as a fool, paying him no heed. After all, within these mountains lay many rare herbs, and during the season when the miasma dissipated, numerous ordinary folk would venture into the hills. So long as they were not cultivators, the spirit control sect members would not bother with them. Once the crowd had gradually dispersed, Wang Song rose, dusting off his clothes. It was time. Beneath his feet, in a narrow, nearly sealed earth pit, a gentle breeze occasionally wafted out, indicating that within, there must be a hidden paradise. In my previous life, while foraging for herbs in the mountains, I accidentally stumbled into this deep pit and unexpectedly discovered a supreme treasure. Wang Song's gaze burned with intensity as he fixed his eyes on the pit before him. Then, without hesitation, he plunged his feet into the hole, wriggling downward like a worm. One cannot entirely fault these cultivators for their lack of perception. If not for my fortunate fall into this place, I too might have doubted. A treasure capable of shaking the 5 continents is concealed within a mere pit? Yet, it is indeed strange. As Wang Song cautiously descended, he mused inwardly. He was quite familiar with these righteous sects. After all, in his previous life, they had banded together to hunt him down numerous times. In a fleeting glance, Wang Song instantly recognized their appearance. Yet, just moments ago, why had he seen members of the Spirit Control sect? What about the other factions? Never mind, this treasure ultimately still belongs to me. Casting aside distractions, Wang Song continued his descent. Unbeknownst to him, outside the pit, two figures had emerged. Li Ruoqing furrowed his brow. This entrance was so narrow that even a dog would struggle to enter. How had this boy managed to crawl inside? Morong Qingxue, perplexed, wondered why Li Ruoqing chose to follow an ordinary person instead of joining the other cultivators in search of the treasure. Li Ruoqing stroked his chin and suddenly commanded, "Xiao He, blow this entrance open." Xiao He was the name he had affectionately given to the ink lion. Quite fitting indeed. However, it seemed the ink lion was rather unimpressed. With a snort, the ink lion exhaled, seemingly filled with disdain. Boom. The entire hill was instantly leveled. A wide entrance appeared before Li Ruoqing. But below, Wang Song, who was still descending, was in for a calamity. What was happening? The narrow pit suddenly expanded, collapsing entirely. With no foothold, Wang Song plummeted down. Crash. He fell heavily to the ground. At this moment, Wang Song was merely a mortal, devoid of any cultivation. The fall nearly knocked him unconscious. Who in the world would be so heartless as to blow up a mountain? Gritting his teeth, Wang Song stood up, his already disheveled appearance now even more disheveled. However, upon lifting his head, he was instantly stunned. Before him stood two individuals. One of them, a handsome young man with a tall stature, greeted him with a broad smile. "Hello there, buddy. How could this be? How did you find this place?" Wang Song's mind went blank. This shouldn't be happening. In his previous life, only he had discovered this location, and he had never encountered these two before. Where had they come from? Li Ruoqing began to assess his surroundings. To his surprise, the dark pit was unexpectedly spacious. The black rocks glimmered with a ghostly blue light, and the ink lion's tail swept through the rubble, stirring up a cloud of dust. In the center of the cave, upon a rocky platform, lay a desiccated skeleton, decayed beyond recognition after who knows how many years. Li Ruoqing smiled slightly and walked directly toward the stone platform. According to the narrative, the precious treasure, the Kunlun Beast Control Diagram, lay within the embrace of this skeleton. It must be said, this place was pure, a true haven for the protagonist's extraordinary fortunes, with no barriers and well concealed. Had it not been for his knowledge of the plot, he might have searched for 3 days and nights without discovering this entrance. Yet at this moment, Wang Song was in a state of panic. Undoubtedly, for whatever reason, the opportunity that rightfully belonged to him in his previous life had taken an unexpected turn. "Stop right there," Wang Song shouted in desperation. Yet Li Ruoqing did not even turn his head, showing no inclination to engage. He simply advanced. According to his recollection, a mere 3 bows before this skeletal remains would suffice to claim the treasure as one's own. A glimmer of intrigue flickered in Wang Song's eyes. The other party was surely oblivious to this secret. In due time, he would remain unable to attain the recognition of the Kunlun Beast Mastery Scroll. Humph. Li Ruoqing, however, let out a soft chuckle, his gaze laced with disdain. He unleashed a powerful punch, for the skeletal remains were already decayed and fragile. Even in his current state, devoid of cultivation, he could effortlessly shatter it. In this world, no one could compel me to bow. With an impassive expression, Li Ruoqing reduced the bones to dust. Only a piece of parchment, its material unknown, remained suspended in the air. Sitting here, awaiting a fated individual? So be it. After all, it is your treasure. With a single hand, Li Ruoqing grasped the floating parchment. Instantly, it began to thrash violently. Yet in that fleeting moment, a chime resounded. Host detected. The storyline task sees the treasure has been completed. Progress for Memories of the Celestial Emperor at 15%. Current progress at 36%. Progress reward acquired. Blood of the Celestial Demon 1. Cultivation has been automatically restored. Boom. The cultivation of the Transcendence realm erupted instantaneously and simultaneously. Golden pupils spun within Li Ruoqing's eyes. An overwhelming aura surged forth. Upon sensing this presence, the Kunlun Beast Mastery Scroll immediately settled down. Li Ruoqing's pupils suddenly radiated brilliance, the resplendent golden light illuminating the ashes of the skeletal remains. In the name of the supreme ruler of this era, I grant you the cycle of reincarnation. With the protection of supreme energy, may no evil invade. This is far more effective than seeking someone to bow before you. Chapter 52. Venture Capital? Task skipped. As the words fell, the Kunlun Beast Taming Diagram ceased its struggles, allowing Li Ruoqing to hold it effortlessly. How could this be possible? Wang Song's pupils trembled. The Kunlun beast taming diagram was an artifact of celestial rank. How could it be subdued by mere brute force? In his previous life, he had witnessed the elders and sect leaders of various powerful factions. This person's cultivation should be beyond the god transformation realm. An inkling of realization dawned upon Wang Song, yet he remained oblivious to the reasons behind it. The aura of this individual was stronger and more unfathomable than any cultivator he had encountered before. Particularly those eyes. What was their origin? Claiming to be supreme and granting reincarnation. Such terrifying abilities. Lost in thought, Wang Song suddenly noticed that, unbeknownst to him, Li Ruoqing was now gazing at him with a cheerful expression, having encountered an immortal. A mere commoner like him had unwittingly fallen into this place, and he was fortunate to have met an immortal. Otherwise, he truly would not have known how to proceed. Wang Song reacted swiftly, kneeling down with a thud and hurriedly expressing his gratitude. A treasured artifact could be sought again. But if his life were lost, everything would be over. Having ascended from a mortal to a local overlord in his previous life, through 2 lifetimes, Wang Song had long been well versed in the art of survival. Were it not for the narrative introduction in Li Ruoqing's mind, his appearance might well have resembled that of an ordinary villager. Oh, did you not just command me to stand still? Li Ruoqing's expression remained impassive as he approached Wang Song slowly. That was only because I did not know you were an immortal. I feared that the withered bones posed some danger, and I wished to remind you. Wang Song hastily explained, Immortal sir, please see clearly. Even if I were granted 1,000 times the courage, I would never dare to command an immortal. Li Ruoqing halted in his tracks, a faint, cold smile creeping into his heart. Did the other party truly take him for a fool? Such a flimsy excuse. But suddenly ding. Host detected. Narrative task, a fool's dream 1. Suppress the fated protagonist, completed. 2. Alter the original narrative, completed. Reward. Venture capital fund. Li Ruoqing. A fund? What sort of nonsense reward is this? Click to view reward details. You may choose any fated protagonist and select a multiplier for investment. For every cultivation, opportunity, spiritual stone, or other items obtained by the fated protagonist, the host shall receive double or triple rewards, maximum up to 5 times. However, similarly, if a high multiplier is chosen and the investment target suffers harm, punishment, or disaster, the host will also endure high-magnitude penalties. Therefore, the system warmly advises, investment carries risks. Enter the market with caution. Li Ruoqing. What the hell? Investment carries risks. However, to choose high returns entails bearing high risks. This reward is indeed intriguing. But the question remains, where shall I find an investment target? Li Ruoqing wore an expression of helplessness, his gaze drooping, when he suddenly noticed Wang Song, who was still pleading for mercy before him. How could he have almost forgotten? This lad, with his dusty face and unremarkable dark complexion, was also a protagonist destined by fate. Realizing this, Li Ruoqing's thoughts became clear. And he spoke, You may rise. Wang Song was taken aback upon hearing this, after witnessing the fall of a precious treasure. How could the other party let him off so easily? With a face full of trepidation, he hastily stood up and stammered, Thank you. Esteemed immortal, for your mercy. I, a mere commoner, will toil like an ox or horse, never forgetting your kindness. Li Ruoqing stared at him for a moment before breaking into a sudden smile. Investing in a character like Wang Song, a protagonist of destiny? The rewards might not be substantial, but certainly there would be no punitive repercussions. After all, when trouble arises, such a character tends to retreat behind the masses or flee at the first opportunity. Unable to escape? Then they would simply kneel in a desperate bid for survival. They are utterly unscrupulous, never taking action unless victory is assured. Anything less than 100% chance would not suffice. What are the odds of inflicting harm or punishment on such a person? Virtually non-existent. With a swift motion, Li Ruoqing clapped his hand gently on Wang Song's shoulder, simultaneously activating his thoughts. System. Select investment target. Ding. Detecting investment target. Conditions met. Proceeding with investment integration. Investment successful. Wang Song, who had been hunched over, was startled by the unexpected slap. But seeing that Li Ruoqing only patted him without further action, he relaxed. Suddenly, a strange sensation seemed to materialize out of thin air, imprinting itself within Wang Song's heart. Yet, this feeling was fleeting, and with his current lack of cultivation, he found it difficult to discern its nature. Li Ruoqing then smiled warmly, his tone amiable. Since it was an accidental fall, shall I assist you back up? Thank you, esteemed immortal, but I can climb back on my own. It's no trouble at all. With a cheerful grin, Li Ruoqing seized Wang Song by the collar and, with a single step, they appeared directly outside the cave. They had traversed the void. Wang Song's eyes widened in astonishment. How smooth was this? Only those at the ascending realm could cross such distances. To achieve that feat required strength beyond measure. This meant that the smiling young man before him was likely a cultivator of the tribulation realm. Instantly, the irritation that had previously occupied Wang Song's heart vanished without a trace. Li Ruoqing maintained his cheerful demeanor, earnestly advising, "Now, you must take care to ensure your safety. Do not push yourself beyond your limits." His incessant reminders left Wang Song in a daze, instinctively nodding along. This tribulation realm immortal seemed excessively concerned for his well-being. "You're free to go now, but remember my words. Do not put yourself in harm's way." Li Ruoqing's eyes were filled with concern as he gazed at Wang Song, embodying the sentiment of a father anxiously watching his child traverse a perilous journey. After all, the investment multiplier he had chosen was a staggering fivefold. A mere scratch on Wang Song could result in a catastrophic loss on his part. How could he not be apprehensive? Moments later, Wang Song finally extricated himself from Li Ruoqing's presence and fled in a panic, convinced that this transcendent being, a cultivator on the brink of ascension, must have some sort of mental affliction. Meanwhile, Li Ruoqing remained rooted in place, his expression melancholic. Behind him, Morong Qingxue, clad in azure, cradled a languorous ink-colored lion as she stepped out of the stone cave. Morong Qingxue felt a twinge of confusion. Having accompanied Li Ruoqing for an extended period, she had rarely witnessed him show leniency towards others, let alone express such concern for a mere mortal. In the distance, the fluctuations caused by the recent struggle over a treasured artifact once again captured the attention of the members of the Spirit Master sect. Waves of light seemed to be converging towards this location. Truly, calamity and fortune are intertwined. Li Ruoqing chuckled softly as a shimmering golden card materialized in his hand. The task skip card. System, I wish to bypass the memories of the Celestial Emperor and proceed to the next narrative. Ding. Task skip card has been utilized. Skipping. Reconfiguring the storyline. Ding. The system has detected the player transitioning to the next segment of the narrative. Heavenly Realm token. Do you accept? Li Ruoqing smacked his lips. He had finally freed himself from the cumbersome memories of the Celestial Emperor quest. Accept. Ding. Acceptance successful. A surge of narrative memories suddenly flooded into his mind. Chapter 53. The Li family of the Upper Realm? Li Ruoqing is about to pull another trick. Li Ruoqing was filled with confusion. Yet another Li family? Moreover, the narrative presented by this insidious system clearly concealed numerous details. It merely provided a cursory overview of the requirements without elaborating on the circumstances surrounding this Li family. Oh well, it is all part of the task. Having multiple Li families makes no difference. Li Ruoqing shrugged off the thoughts. Before him stood the venerable ancestor of the spirit-taming sect and a throng of disciples, all anxiously awaiting his command. They had exerted considerable effort, and yet no other factions had intervened. In the end, the treasured artifact was discovered solely by Li Ruoqing himself. The ancestor's face turned pale. After all, Li Ruoqing had previously stated that only upon finding the treasure could they avert the demise of their sect. Exalted One. We are truly exerting our utmost efforts, yet. Utmost efforts? Are you certain? Li Ruoqing smirked, the corner of his mouth curling in amusement. Are you implying that I have assembled a bunch of inept individuals to assist me? The ancestor of the spirit-taming sect was left bewildered, unsure of how to respond. To claim they were not incompetent would be disingenuous, yet acknowledging their inadequacies might lead the entire sect to a fate not far from extinction. The expressions of those present turned anxious, save for Morong Qingxue, who noticed that Li Ruoqing did not appear to be angered. In fact, there was a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. Such a demeanor typically indicated that Li Ruoqing was about to ensnare them once more. With a slight smile, Li Ruoqing declared, I shall grant you another opportunity. Should you fail again, the existence of the spirit-taming sect will become unnecessary. The ancestor hastily nodded, ready to comply. However, Li Ruoqing continued, I require you to relocate the spirit-taming sect from the western Nyohajo to the southern Jianbu continent, within a certain dynasty. What? Upon hearing this, despite contemplating numerous stringent conditions, the ancestor was momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for such a demand. The disciples behind him were equally astonished. Relocating the sect? Crossing an entire continent? Was there any difference from self-sabotage? Their sect had been established in the western Nyohajo for millennia. Moreover, they could not fathom what benefit Li Ruoqing would gain from the spirit-taming sect's relocation. Exalted One, this. The ancestor hesitated, about to speak. Yet, Li Ruoqing interjected. His smile now I see. If you cannot locate the treasure and refuse to comply, then clearly, your presence is somewhat bothersome. Boom. A massive golden eye abruptly opened in the void. A formidable aura instantly locked on to all the disciples of the spirit-taming sect. W8. Exalted One, we are willing to move. We will relocate immediately. The ancestor exclaimed in haste. Too late, Li Ruoqing replied coolly. Not only do I wish for you to move your sect, but I also have an additional stipulation. No matter the conditions, we shall comply. Please, esteemed master, grant us mercy. The ancient spirit master and his companions hastily knelt, their foreheads touching the ground, not daring to hesitate for even a moment. As the words left their lips, a hum resonated, and the golden pupils vanished in an instant. Li Ruoqing, whose face was once shrouded in darkness, suddenly broke into a radiant smile. This rapid transformation left everyone momentarily stunned. Very well, I shall now articulate my terms. In the upper realm, the clouds roiled like silver snow. In the rosy glow wove a magnificent tapestry. Nestled within the 28 layers of the upper realm, the second layer, the Tishida heaven, this realm's space-time operates under its own laws. A single thought can bloom or perish, and even the Tai golden immortals hesitate to recklessly endure the primordial energy found here. Suddenly, a celestial crane, grasping a thread of spiritual light, soared past the 12 layers of the glazed heavenly gates, heading toward the Li family. Impudence! A voice thundered from the void as a colossal hand emerged, forcefully seizing the celestial crane. The Li family of eternal life shall not be disturbed. An elderly man, his hair as white as snow, stood outside the heavenly gate, one hand resting behind him, preparing to scrutinize the celestial crane. Yet, before he could utter another word, radiant starlight erupted amidst the clouds. In an instant, the great Tao roared, ethereal hymns floated through the air, and waves of purple gold energy resonated in the sky. The elderly man, upon witnessing this, was taken aback, immediately falling to his knees. To disturb the emperor's serene meditation, I deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Before he could finish his lament, no matter, accompanied by this gentle utterance. The spiritual light in the crane's beak shattered instantly. It seemed as if the voice's owner paused for a moment in the depths of the 9 heavens. A remnant lineage from the lower realm? Has a supreme being emerged? The white-haired elder was momentarily stunned. Could the emperor be referring to that Li family from the lower realm? Old Chun, it appears I must trouble you to journey to the lower realm to meet this supreme being of the Li family. If his character is commendable, the Tao may be malleable, then bring him back to the upper realm. Old servant shall obey the emperor's decree. In the lower realm, the Xianjian dynasty. Since the Li family took control of the Deqi dynasty, the Xianjian dynasty seemed to have heard certain whispers, ceasing its external expansion. Thus, during this period, the two dynasties lived in exceptional peace. Whoosh! A shooting star seemed to streak from the heavens. A diminutive shuttle sped towards the skies above the Li dynasty with remarkable swiftness, even disregarding the airspace restrictions imposed above the dynasty. On the shuttle stood a young man and woman, the youth's eyes shimmering like golden rainbows. His visage as refined as jade. Yet, his hands rested casually behind him, rendering the airspace restrictions utterly ineffective. The visitors were none other than Li Ruoqing and Murong Qingxue. My lord, why have the Spirit Master sect, which has been well settled in Xinyo Hezhou, come here? Murong Qingxue blinked her beautiful eyes, appearing somewhat dazed. Li Ruoqing, however, did not respond. Instead, he suddenly turned his head with a smile and said, Shuer, you have lost the bet and owe me 3 requests. Shall we consider this matter settled? Murong Qingxue was taken aback by his unexpected statement, unsure of its purpose. Nevertheless, she nodded, all right, but if the requests are too excessive. Before she could finish her sentence, she noticed Li Ruoqing waving his hand dismissively. Fear not, my lady. I have never been one to make unreasonable demands. That is reassuring. Murong Qingxue was about to let out a sigh of relief when Li Ruoqing's lips curled into a smirk. The first request is that, starting today, you shall no longer wear your veil. Murong Qingxue. Li Ruoqing chuckled, poised to continue his playful teasing. Suddenly, a streak of light hurtled towards the shuttle with alarming speed and force, causing Li Ruoqing's expression to shift dramatically. The most terrifying aspect was that, despite his transcendent cultivation level, he had sensed nothing. Boom. In an instant, the streak of light pierced through the shuttle. The resounding crash echoed throughout the skies of the Xianjian dynasty. Chapter 54. Unwelcome visitors, above the true immortal realm. Li Ruoqing held Murong Qingshue's slender waist with one hand, suspended in midair. Nearby, the ink lion, too, was far from languid. Its body trembled slightly, claws bared, emitting low growls from within. Upon witnessing this, Li Ruoqing's expression grew grave. The ink lion harbored the bloodline of one of the ancient ferocious beasts, the Taodai, yet it now exuded an aura of fear. The arrival was anything but benign, and undoubtedly more complex than it appeared. In the distance, the divine reward, the godly shuttle, was instantly engulfed by a sea of flames from a single strike. Amidst the inferno, a figure slowly emerged. Truly deserving of its reputation as the second supreme from the lower realm, to falter in a single blow. Li Ruoqing's golden pupils contracted sharply. The visage of this individual was perplexing, or rather, if one could still consider it human. Its skin was a pallid gray, withered and devoid of vitality. Nearly naked save for scant clothing. The most unsettling aspect was the absence of facial features. A smooth, expressionless face stared directly at Li Ruoqing. What manner of creature was this? Murong Qingxue was equally startled by the scene, unable to summon her spiritual power. She grasped Li Ruoqing tightly, clinging to him to avoid falling. At that moment, however, Li Ruoqing had little time to concern himself with anything else. He suddenly instructed, "Xiao He Shuer, step back and ensure your safety." Roar. The ink lion growled restlessly. "You are but at the transformation realm. Staying here would only lead to your demise." Li Ruoqing offered a helpless smile, gently pushing Murong Qingxue behind him to allow the ink lion to guard her. There was no need for such urgency. It mattered not who stood before him. The faceless entity's voice dripped with mockery, suddenly shifting in tone. "You have angered the young master. You shall all perish." Boom. Another stream of formless light, seemingly inconspicuous, darted towards Li Ruoqing. Kong. Li Ruoqing remained unfazed as an enormous ancient bell abruptly materialized before him. Supreme technique, the funeral bell of heaven. Yet, a moment of horror unfolded before Li Ruoqing's eyes. Bang crack. The once mighty golden bell, which had effortlessly sent countless beings of the transformation realm flying, now bore cracks under the onslaught of that light. And with a resounding shatter, it crumbled to dust. How could this be? A tempest of disbelief raged within Li Ruoqing. The funeral bell of heaven had been shattered? Ha! Lowly commoners of the lower realm, your ignorance is truly laughable. Even with the semblance of a supreme, you are ultimately not a true supreme, the faceless figure scoffed. Do you believe that the true immortal realm is the pinnacle of strength? Lowly commoners of the lower realm? Those words rang eerily familiar. Li Ruoqing suppressed the tumult within, a smirk tugging at his lips as he chuckled softly. You were sent by Jun Jioge, weren't you? How amusing it is to think that he cannot even endure this brief interlude until I ascend to the upper realm to confront him once more. Is it fear that grips him? How absurd. The faceless one's tone grew fervent, proclaiming that the young master is a born supreme being, the next head of the Luo Hujuan family. How could he possibly fear such a lowly commoner? Ha! Li Ruoqing smirked disdainfully. His mind held scant knowledge about the upper realm. Yet, one thing was certain. The domain where the Li family resides seems devoid of any existence of the Luo Hujuan family. With a clang, a long-lost sword gripped in his hand, Li Ruoqing's golden pupils shone with remarkable calmness. Understanding who his adversary was rendered further conversation unnecessary. Addressing him as a lowly commoner does not elevate your status. At the end of the day, you are merely a dog. I can withstand the attacks of your master. What can you, a being neither human nor ghost, do? With a light flick of his sword, he uttered two words, a jest. Lowly commoner, you seek death. The faceless one erupted in fury at his words, unleashing a barrage of fists. Boom. A tempest of spiritual energy surged forth, enveloping the skies above the Xianjian dynasty, as if the sun and moon had dimmed, darkness swallowing the earth. Many cultivators instinctively looked up in awe. In the imperial palace of the Xianjian dynasty, Emperor Xianwen felt a profound unease. Even his review of official documents was distracted. He sensed that something monumental was about to transpire. Your Majesty, you appear unwell. Would you care for a moment's respite? I could have someone prepare a nourishing broth for you, a eunuch inquired softly. Upon hearing the question, Emperor Xianwen shook his head, dismissing the concern. It was of no matter. Since the last gathering of the 5 continental powers above the Xianjian dynasty, he believed that no event would rival that in significance. As he prepared to pick up the next document, suddenly, boom. A violent explosion resonated, seemingly echoing from the heavens. The emperor, momentarily bewildered, pondered, is it truly happening again? Is there some hidden law governing the skies over my Xianjian dynasty, rendering it a hotspot for calamities? Report. A guard stumbled into the hall, breathless. Your Majesty, there has been an incident. The sky seems to have vanished. Before Emperor Xianwen could inquire what that meant, the words barely left his lips when, abruptly, the midday sky plunged into darkness. Not a shred of light remained. The sun and moon were obscured, and the world lost its color. Could it be that a great calamity is upon us? Is the end drawing near? As Emperor Xianwen groped in the dark, aided by the eunuchs, he hastily exited the grand hall. Nearby, the guards had ignited torches, yet the flickering flames seemed but fireflies against the vast, enveloping darkness. Everything was obscured. Across the Xianjian dynasty, countless citizens and cultivators gazed skyward, but within the pitch-black firmament, it appeared there was naught to behold. Just as confusion reigned among the crowd, suddenly, a sound pierced the silence. Look, Your Majesty. What is that? A guard exclaimed, yet no one responded. At that moment, all present were entranced. Their gazes fixed upon the heavens, as if ensnared in a dream. The void seemed to tremble, and amidst the highest reaches of darkness, a golden eye abruptly opened. With its dual golden pupils rotating in the shadows, it resembled a celestial universe, breathtakingly beautiful. Beneath the golden gaze, a slender figure hung suspended in the void, exuding an aura of dominion over heaven and earth. The radiant golden light swiftly dispelled the darkness below. Akin to the brilliance of day, Li Ruoqing's expression remained stoic. The opponent's realm was undoubtedly beyond that of true immortals. But what of it? Supreme art. Celestial cataclysmic light. Chapter 55. The one with the celestial fortune above the dome. It was as if the heavens were enraged, unleashing a divine retribution. The void trembled, and Li Ruoqing's originally resplendent golden eyes began to undergo a transformation. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged violently into his body, forming a golden vortex around him. This is, the faceless one's onslaught abruptly ceased, disbelief etched across his features. The second stage of the supreme phase? Even the young master is merely in the first stage. How could a mere commoner from the lower realm possibly? Before he could finish his words, the chaotic divine demon sword in Li Ruoqing's hand had morphed into a towering purple rainbow. Where the sword's edge passed, the very fabric of space shattered like a mirror, revealing the chaotic energy swirling behind it. Time and space stood still. Li Ruoqing's golden pupils revolved, and a 100-mile radius suddenly succumbed to an eerie stillness. This is the supreme technique, the laws of time amplified by the sacred path, the punch energy unleashed by the faceless one frozen midair. Even the emanating aura could not move. The second form of the 10,000 forms sword technique. One sword to annihilate eternity. Clang. The sword light in Li Ruoqing's hand seemed to cleave through chaos, swiftly descending. This cataclysmic sword moved sliced through the sky, causing the darkness to dissipate. Has my domain been shattered? The faceless one's heart jolted in alarm, but before he could ponder further, the sword light had already arrived. Below, the cultivators of the Xianjian dynasty, the common folk, and even the Emperor Xianwen standing before the palace hall were all struck dumb by the scene unfolding before them, even forgetting to breathe. If this sword were to fall upon their dynasty, it would surely spell the end of the Xianjian dynasty. Boom. The blinding golden light illuminated the heavens, and the sword energy flashed past. As the brilliance faded, everyone hastily looked up, and the darkness above seemed to recede. Is it possible that the young man has triumphed? Emperor Xianwen hesitated to voice his thoughts. Others strained their eyes, trying to discern the sight above. Huff. Li Ruoqing exhaled a breath of murky air. He had employed 4 supreme techniques in that brief exchange. The celestial calamity light, the heavenly burial bell, and 2 applications of the sacred path enhancement. It had nearly exhausted the golden light of the supreme bone within him. Even the combined efforts of the great ancestors from the 5 continents would likely struggle to withstand such might. This faceless one, even if his cultivation surpassed the true immortal realm, would surely. As Li Ruoqing contemplated, the scene of the receding golden light left him momentarily stunned. And then his pupils dilated in shock. In an instant, buzz, a shroud of darkness engulfed the heavens once more. Indeed, he possesses some strength. No wonder the young master holds him in such regard. From the source of the darkness, a bizarre grayish-white figure stood twisted, yet regrettably. In the face of my might, you still fall short. Though he spoke thus, the faceless one's heart was filled with astonishment. A mere commoner from the lower realm, in the tribulation stage, could shatter his domain and even nearly injure him. Reluctant to admit it, but even his young master, the naturally supreme Junjioga, could not achieve such a feat. Indeed, it is an impediment. The faceless man slowly raised his hands, a wave of illusory energy gradually coalescing between his palms. The supreme unseen supreme. For the sake of the young master's future path, you shall undoubtedly perish today. Li Ruoqing was at a loss for words. He had not underestimated his opponent in the slightest. He had unleashed his ultimate skills right from the start, executing a full combo with all his might. Yet, the adversary had not lost a single point of health. This was absurd. How could he possibly fight under such circumstances? Li Ruoqing flipped his palm and retracted the Chaos Demon's sword. Suddenly, he took a step back, moving to the side of Morong Qingxue. I had thought you possessed some abilities. The faceless man merely shook his head in response, seemingly unfazed. Hiding behind the woman? It seems I was not mistaken. Some individuals, even when bestowed with the semblance of the supreme, ultimately do not embody the essence of one. The faceless man appeared utterly unconcerned that Li Ruoqing would flee. For the sky at this moment was shrouded in dark chaos. This was his domain, where even true immortals and those of the golden immortal realm could not hope to escape a single hair. This was the faceless man's confidence. He sneered, advising, "If you wish to run, I suggest you do not waste your energy. Within this realm, you cannot leave." Boom. As he spoke, the energy fluctuations in the faceless man's palms reached their zenith. Die. This attack bore no discernible aura. If one did not observe closely, it would be imperceptible. Yet within Li Ruoqing's golden pupils, this bizarre assault was vividly clear. "Young master." Morong Qingxue suddenly spoke, her tone devoid of fear or panic. "I believe I have come across fragments regarding realms in the ancient text of the Holy Land. You wish to imply that our situation is dire, do you not?" Li Ruoqing responded with a subtle smile. Indeed, he had just tested the limits. Even the bone of the Supreme, impervious to the laws of heaven, could not tear through the spatial rifts in this oppressive domain. Morong Qingxue fell silent, her response withheld. Li Ruoqing, however, glanced at her once more, chuckling lightly. "Yet, I sense you are not afraid at all?" At this moment, Li Ruoqing had his arm around Morong Qingxue's delicate waist, their skin separated only by fabric, allowing them to feel each other's warmth. Huh. As he spoke, the energy fluctuations surged before them. The faceless man shook his head in disbelief. Even at the brink of life and death, they dared to be distracted. Li Ruoqing, gazing at the imminent wave, suddenly smirked. "Surely, you do not believe you can kill me today?" Meanwhile, in the other hand concealed within his sleeve, an ancient, tattered bronze token quietly emerged. Bronze grade small world key. Can freely open a small world. Note, the specifications of the world are determined by the token's grade. Boom. Energy erupted in the void, the terrifying force instantaneously engulfing the figures of Li Ruoqing and his companion. Yet, the faceless one was momentarily taken aback, for within the realm, he could distinctly sense that his attack had not struck anyone at all. What was happening? Aha, I am unconfined by heaven and earth. How could you possibly restrain me? Li Ruoqing's faint laughter echoed in the emptiness. Beyond the true immortal realm? Keep your head. I shall come for it soon. The faceless one stood in a daze, utterly at a loss. Below, the members of the Xianjin dynasty continued to gaze up at the sky. Suddenly, the darkness receded, and the long-lost light illuminated the scene once more. Had the tumultuous battle truly come to an end? It felt as though everything that had transpired was merely an illusion. In the capital, within a certain tavern, an elderly man with white hair sat composed, entirely detached from the others. He simply sipped his tea, occasionally emitting a sound of appreciation. With astonishing potential, his cultivation was sufficient to contend with those of the golden immortal realm. The majesty of the Supreme was beginning to reveal itself. Simultaneously, it seemed he possessed significant fortuity as well. Just a moment ago, Old Shin had merely caught a glimpse, as if it were a transmission from a minor world. Great opportunity, great fortune. He was not foolish. This young man is indeed malleable. Chapter 56. The mysterious old man. The oppressive darkness of the dome seemed to have completely dissipated. Inside the royal city, within a tavern, the figure of a white-haired elder appeared to vanish into thin air. All that remained was a bewildered young waiter, who surveyed his surroundings and eventually inquired, "Ladies and gentlemen, where has that white-haired elder, who was just sitting here, gone? How could he disappear in the blink of an eye?" In response, someone remarked, "What white-haired elder? I was only looking above and didn't notice anything else." Another echoed, "I didn't pay attention either. Perhaps he was frightened away by the battle above?" Yet another patron, perplexed, questioned the waiter, "What is so strange about that?" The waiter's expression grew grave. "The issue is, he hasn't paid yet." Above them, a voice filled with exasperation exclaimed, "Damn it, he actually got away." The faceless one, strictly speaking, was not a member of the human race, and thus was not subject to the laws of heaven. Therefore, even if he revealed his cultivation, it would not result in any consequences. However, he was astonished to find that his early-stage golden immortal cultivation could not defeat a mere crossing tribulation realm individual. The fact that the latter managed to break through his domain, even if only for an instant, was enough to fill him with shame. This was truly an unpredictable variable. He could not allow the individual to live. The Faceless One's tone turned dark as he sensed that the other party must have utilized some form of world transportation to disregard his domain. Nevertheless, he remained unfazed. Humph. A crossing tribulation realm cultivator attempting to forcibly enter another world will surely not last long. When the time comes and if you are still within the 5 continents, I will pursue you relentlessly. As the Faceless One spoke, a sudden mocking laughter interrupted him. Heh, a mere celestial demon, yet you have quite the imagination. Who? The Faceless One was suddenly alarmed, realizing he had been completely unaware of another presence nearby. He quickly turned around to see a white-haired elder, with hair cascading down to his waist and an otherwise ordinary appearance, quietly standing behind him. Who are you? The Faceless One tensed, for he sensed no aura emanating from this elder. Clearly, the individual hovering in the air was not an ordinary person, the remnants of the celestial demon. Do you think you are worthy of knowing my name? The white-haired elder responded with a cold smile. The Luo He clan from the Heavenly King realm? Who sent you here? I am curious to know which bold individual dares to collude with the celestial demon race to plot against my clan's supreme being. Humph. The Faceless One ceased to engage in further conversation, channeling energy once more. You old fool, you, the white-haired elder gently shook his head. If you wish not to converse, then you have no reason to continue existing. His aged hand suddenly raised. Boom. A colossal white handprint materialized in an instant. Suddenly, the faceless being, who had nearly brought about cataclysmic destruction, spoke with an unmistakable tremor of fear in its voice. You are the true immortal of Tai. Boom. The elderly man with white hair uttered no further words, merely waved his hand. In an instant, only the silhouette of the white-haired elder remained beneath the celestial dome, seemingly sensing something as he gazed into the distance. Ding. Detection of the host activating a miniature world. ZZZZ. Conditions unmet. 1. No civilization exists within the world. 2. The realm has not transcended the true immortal stage. Activation failed. Randomly returning to the world. Li Ruoqing. The interplay of light and darkness before him caused his consciousness to waver. Beside him, Morong Qingxue, who was tightly embraced, instantly lost her consciousness. Li Ruoqing gritted his teeth. The supreme bone within him surged furiously, striving to keep him awake. Yet, for reasons unknown, his mind grew increasingly dull. Buzz. Suddenly, everything plunged into darkness. South Jambu Continent, Li Dynasty. Ding, ding. The melodious chimes resonated in his ears, rendering everything that transpired moments ago seemingly a mere illusion. Hiss. Li Ruoqing inhaled sharply, groggily opening his eyes, finding himself in a desolate mountain wilderness. Beside him, Morong Qingxue evidently had yet to regain her senses, still lost in unconsciousness. No. I cannot remain here. That ghastly entity will surely find me. Li Ruoqing clenched his teeth, attempting to rise, but a sudden, excruciating headache forced him back down with a thud, sprawled awkwardly on the ground. Damn it, I've never been this helpless. Jun Jioga, I shall remember this grudge. Abruptly, a voice filled with epiphany echoed. Jun Jioga? Is that the fellow who seeks your demise? Li Ruoqing. Who? Struggling to rise. He was met with the sudden appearance of a pallid, aged face. You, at the early stage of tribulation, recklessly activated a miniature world of true immortal level. It's a miracle you survived, yet you dare to stir further? Continue this way, and your life will be in jeopardy. Li Ruoqing was instantly overwhelmed, exclaiming, Who are you? Old man, speak plainly without invading my personal space. Isn't that a tad ambiguous? Elder Chun, you are Li Ruoqing, are you not? With your incessant address of old man, even those from the direct lineage would not dare to speak to me thus, Elder Chen reprimanded with indignation. However, Li Ruoqing wore a look of disdain, retorting, Just speak normally. Can you refrain from spitting while you talk? I lack the energy to dodge. Elder Chen. After a moment, Li Ruoqing rubbed his head and sat up. The irascible white-haired elder sat distantly. Old man, may I ask you something? Li Ruoqing inquired with a smile. You are from the Li family of the upper realm, sent here, correct? Old Chen, initially indifferent, suddenly shifted his expression and turned to regard the jovial young man. How could you possibly know? He inquired. I guessed, Li Ruoqing replied with a faint smile. For he could hardly admit that the system had preemptively assigned him the task, thus granting him this knowledge. Old Chen scrutinized him for a moment, and a hint of mirth crept onto his aged visage. You indeed harbor some secrets, esteemed one from the lower realm. Humph, since you've deduced so much. I shall speak candidly. The lower realm you inhabit is not but a trivial world devoid of profound heritage. Within it, your cultivation can ascend only to the true immortal stage. Li Ruoqing chuckled softly. So, you are here to persuade me to ascend to the higher realm? Persuade? Ha ha ha. Old Chen erupted into hearty laughter, the sound echoing around them for quite some time. After a moment, he fixed his gaze on Li Ruoqing and finally spoke. You are not yet worthy of my counsel. The Li family possesses a significant figure who is willing to grant you an opportunity. Should you perform well, enlightenment may be within your grasp. However, should your performance falter, a supreme being? In every realm, there exists but one supreme, and among the vast expanse of 3,000 great worlds, your kind of supreme is the least of our concerns. Chapter 57. Refusal of Elder Chen. A return to the Li dynasty. What Elder Chen did not anticipate was that upon hearing these words, Li Ruoqing's expression bore no hint of shock or astonishment. Instead, he appeared remarkably composed. In fact, with a sudden thud, Li Ruoqing reclined once more. No, my head still aches. Please continue. I shall listen while lying down. Elder Chen, you certainly know how to find a comfortable position. Do you require a bed and blankets as well? What more is there to say? Unable to contain himself, Elder Chen exclaimed, You impudent child, how dare you? Indeed, you are right in all your assertions. Do as you please, Li Ruoqing replied, his impatience evident, primarily due to the persistent pain in his head. After a brief silence, Elder Chen cautiously resumed, Young man, are you not curious about the upper realm? Li Ruoqing narrowed his eyes slightly and smacked his lips. There is no need for such curiosity. In due time, I shall ascend the path of the immortals, breach the heavenly gates, and rise to the upper realm. Ah, your confidence is indeed commendable, though I can understand it. Elder Chen chuckled derisively. A supreme being of a minor world, unrivaled in your domain, naturally harbors lofty aspirations. Yet you may not realize that even upon entering the upper realm, in the presence of the eternal families and the immortal lineage, you would merely be an ant. Li Ruoqing rested his hands behind his head, remaining silent. Presently, the Chongqing Li family is willing to offer you an opportunity, as a branch of the Li family from the lower realm. As long as you demonstrate loyalty to the clan, you shall. No need for that. Li Ruoqing suddenly chuckled, interjecting. You wish for me to ascend to the upper realm? Very well. Let those who desire it come personally to invite me. Though the system task was rather vague, Li Ruoqing surmised that once he entered the Chongqing Li family, many matters would likely no longer be under his control. To demonstrate loyalty to the family? How is that measured? Is it through a contract or by accomplishing certain tasks? An eternal family from the upper realm, at the pinnacle of the world, would not cultivate a mere, lower realm commoner without reason. In their eyes, and even in Elder Chen's words, there seemed to be an inherent sense of superiority over those from the lower realm. Li Ruoqing remarked mockingly, You speak a truth. In your eyes, I, as a supreme being, still amount to nothing. Am I right? At this, Elder Chen fell into silence, shaking his head. You are still too young. To obtain what you desire, it is only natural to pay a price. The family is willing to provide you with an opportunity to nurture your potential. This is something that many outsiders can only dream of. Then let them cultivate those dreamers. I have no need for such cultivation, nor for the family. Li Ruoqing declared as he rose once more, dusting off his hands and smiling at Elder Chen. That faceless individual has not pursued me for quite some time. I presume you have dealt with him? Thank you for your assistance. I shall remember this favor. Chen's expression was intricate, and he remained silent. Ding. A plot task for the host has been detected. Token of the upper realm. The narrative has shifted. The task requirements have been altered. 1. Enter the Li family of the upper realm and become the family's holy son. Incomplete. 2. Reject the Li family's training and ascend to the upper realm solely through personal strength. Incomplete. You may choose to fulfill either of the two task conditions. Li Ruoqing shrugged. No matter how formidable a family may be, whether one is an immortal emperor or an immortal king, what relevance does it bear to him? Personal strength is paramount. To bind oneself to a family for a fleeting enhancement? A flicker of disdain crossed Li Ruoqing's eyes. Beyond the realm of true immortals? The Chongqing family, the legacy of immortality? One day, before his absolute power, they will all fade like fleeting wisps of smoke. He could reach the summit on his own, rather than relying on others for cultivation. In the upper realm, within the residence of the Luo River's Jun family, majestic palaces seem to hover in the clouds, adorned with bells and pearls of crystal beneath their sweeping eaves. I have seen the young master. The young master's sacred body is well. A lady in a flowing gown glided by with a golden tray, while armored soldiers patrolled with their swords, each hovering 3 inches above the ground, their garments moving as if stirred by an unseen breeze. A chorus of respectful greetings echoed. Yet, Junjoga was oblivious to it all. Clad in white, with white hair, his mere appearance could drive many noble women of the upper realm into a frenzy. Yet at this moment, his brow was deeply furrowed. It was not until he returned to his chamber that his composed features betrayed a hint of disbelief. The command token of MOC shattered? Junjoga muttered to himself, gazing at the fragmented grayish-white plaque in his hand. MOC was a formidable being from the Celestial Demon Clan, at the early stage of the Golden Immortal Realm. In the entire Heavenly Monarch realm, few could rival him. To dispatch him to the lower realm to eliminate a mere tribulation-crossing commoner, and he perished? The Celestial Demon Clan was a secret weapon under Junjoga's command, known to none in the entire Jun family, nor in the Heavenly Monarch realm. This cannot stand. I must see my father. Li Ruoqing must not survive. He must be eliminated swiftly. A sense of unease gnawed at Junjoga. Ever since that day he had clashed with Li Ruoqing, this feeling had intensified. After a brief contemplation, Junjoga spoke suddenly, Moe, Moer, Mo-san. You will go together this time. First, ascertain who is responsible for MOC's death, but be sure to keep your identities concealed. Understood. From the shadowy recesses of the palace, 4 figures gradually emerged, responding with respect. If the opportunity arises, ensure that Li Ruoqing is slain. Morong Qingxue was unaware of how long she had been unconscious. Upon opening her eyes once more, it appeared she was in a room at an inn. You are awake? The gentle voice of Li Ruoqing drifted in. Morong Qingxue turned her head toward the sound, only to suddenly freeze in surprise. Li Ruoqing sat at the table within the confines of the room, beside him. An elderly man with white hair unexpectedly took his place. Seemingly aware of her gaze, Li Ruoqing spoke with a hint of irritation, dismissing the man as merely an old fellow with nowhere else to go, who would follow them for a time. Morong Qingxue glanced at the white-haired elder and nodded in confusion. Elder Chen remarked, Are we not close companions? Do you truly believe I wish to linger here? Were it not for the decree of the esteemed emperor, I would not spend another moment in the mortal realm, even at your behest. I once thought you possessed great potential. How foolish. I have instructed my people to prepare a restorative soup, which should be ready shortly. Suddenly, Li Ruoqing rose and turned to Morong Qingxue. You may rest here for a while. I have matters to attend to and shall step out. Upon hearing this, Elder Chen also stood, only to find Li Ruoqing looking at him in bewilderment. I will only be gone for a brief moment and will return promptly. You do not intend to follow me, do you? Elder Chen responded with silence. At that moment, above the royal palace of the Li dynasty, a magnificent ribbon of light descended vertically. Upon this resplendent ribbon stood several figures. Below, Li Zhantian, accompanied by many from the Li family, bowed deeply. As the acting emperor of the Li dynasty, Li Zhantian welcomed the celestial beings from the upper realm. Chapter 58. I make the offer, you foot the bill. Bowing his head, Li Zhantian dared not steal a glance at the figures above him, for they hailed from the legendary upper realm, the Hall of Deities. Any other cultivator present would have sensed that the weakest among those above was already at the tribulation crossing stage. Even more terrifying were the formidable ores lingering in the void, seemingly the protectors of these young beings. Are you the sovereign of this domain? Inquired a youthful entity with alabaster skin and a peculiar single horn atop its head, gazing at Li Zhantian. The founding emperor is not present. I am merely an agent, Li Zhantian began, but was abruptly interrupted by the horned being, who waved dismissively. Of no consequence, we do not concern ourselves with who rules your dynasty. However, not long ago, a formidable aura emanated from this vicinity. Do you possess any information regarding it? At this, Li Zhantian was momentarily taken aback. A month ago? He was unaware of Li Ruoqing's fusion with the Supreme Bone. That terrifying aura had seemingly appeared within the Xianjin dynasty. Surely, it was unrelated to their current affairs? Suddenly, a cold young girl clad in a violet dress, radiating a celestial glow, seemed to sense something. She spoke, her voice ringing like delicate wind chimes. Everyone. I wish to visit a certain location. First, Li Ruoqing strolled along the street, followed closely by the disinterested old Chun. Hey, kid, what are we doing out here? We've been wandering for ages. Can't we just fly directly there? Old Chun whispered, lowering his voice. Li Ruoqing remained silent, continuing to meander aimlessly. Just moments earlier, the system had emitted a prompt ding. Special storyline mission detected. Required to reach designated location to trigger the coordinates were nearby. leaving Li Ruoqing with no choice but to continue his aimless wandering. He had thought himself the unrivaled ruler of the lower realm. Yet the emergence of the faceless man had imparted a vital lesson. Until one reaches the pinnacle, there will always be someone stronger. He could not afford to relax. Even for a moment, Jun Jiogo would not relent. The faceless man was merely an appetizer. The pressing need at hand was to complete several tasks and swiftly enhance his strength. However, after several more circuits, neither Li Ruoqing nor Old Shin had triggered the mission. Not far away, at a small sundry stall, a young man suddenly halted. "Boss, how much for this black stone? What is going on?" At this moment, Li Ruoqing's suspicions deepened. The coordinates were indeed correct. This was the vicinity suddenly. Ding. Host environment detected, triggering special mission. Would you like to accept? Accept. Li Ruoqing acted without hesitation. Ding. The plot task requires 1. Suppress the fated protagonist, incomplete. 2. Alter the original storyline, incomplete. Key characters in the plot: Chu Feng, the fated protagonist; Chu Jiao, the fated heroine. Li Ruoqing's gaze suddenly fell upon a short distance ahead. "Boss, look, you've set up for quite a while, yet no one has purchased anything. For this black stone, I'll offer 5 spirit stones. What do you say?" Chu Feng asked with a smile, holding up 5 fingers. "Absolutely not." The stall owner shook his head vigorously, nearly resembling a wave drum. "Young man, there's no room for bargaining here. It's priced at 20 spirit stones, and you think 5 is reasonable? That's quite insincere." Chu Feng's expression turned troubled. "Well, all right, I'll add a bit. 10 stones. What do you think?" The stall owner appeared conflicted. Indeed, he was selling miscellaneous items that hardly garnered any interest. Since someone had made an offer, after a moment's contemplation, he gritted his teeth and agreed. "Fine. 10 stones it is." Suddenly, a voice interjected. "I'll pay 20 stones for that black stone." Chu Feng's expression darkened upon hearing this. How dare someone snatch his desired item? He turned his head in the direction of the voice. Li Ruoqing strode confidently forward, followed by the puzzled elder Chun, who quietly inquired, "Hey, kid, you just stayed at the inn, and I paid 5 spirit stones. Where do you get 20 stones from?" Li Ruoqing maintained a calm demeanor, merely glancing at Elderchin. The latter appeared utterly bewildered. Suddenly, Elderchin seemed to comprehend, and his expression turned frantic. "This brat doesn't he intend to make me pay? Does he?" Li Ruoqing smiled faintly. "Ha! To those from the upper realm, 10 or 20 spirit stones are but trifles. It would be a waste not to take advantage of the situation." Chu Feng's eyes darkened as he fixated on Li Ruoqing. Meanwhile, the stall owner wore a look of delight. An extra 10 stones would certainly bring him joy. "Is it true, young sir? You're offering 20 stones. I'll pay 30. Chu Feng inhaled deeply and spoke in a low voice. He was well aware that this unremarkable black stone could be worth at least 10,000 spirit stones, perhaps even more. Yet at this moment, he possessed little in the way of spirit stones. What? The stall owner felt as though he were dreaming. For such a worthless stone to sell for 30 spirit stones? Could it truly be a treasure of great worth? As this place was bustling, a crowd of onlookers, both commoners and cultivators, soon gathered. Li Ruoqing raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Oh, so you dare to bid against me now? I'll offer 100 stones." With extravagant flair, Li Ruoqing extended a finger, pointing at Elderchin, declaring, "He bids." Elderchin? Old Shin, with his eternally composed visage, could no longer suppress a tremor of frustration. He grasped Li Ruoqing's sleeve and exclaimed, "Brother, I do not possess that many spirit stones. The monetary systems of the upper realm and the lower realm differ significantly. Those from the upper realm typically utilize celestial stones. Old Shin had not anticipated that even a simple task involving another person would require such an abundance of spirit stones. Thus, on this descent to the lower realm, he had casually brought only a few dozen. Li Ruoqing, with a look of disdain, retorted, "Is this all? You dare to boast about your illustrious family, yet you cannot even produce 100 spirit stones? Thankfully, I did not accompany you." At that moment, amid their heated exchange, a cool and clear voice interjected, "I shall offer 10 celestial stones for this black stone, and present it to Brother Chu Feng." Chapter 59, The Temple of the Gods? I have never heard of it. Li Ruoqing raised an eyebrow. Above, several uniquely shaped beings were gazing down. The speaker was a girl in a purple dress, her eyes sparkling with surprise as they landed on Chu Feng not far away. "Brother Chu Feng, it has been such a long time." Chu Feng was taken aback, but a smile quickly spread across his face. Jiao, what brings you here?" Li Ruoqing silently marveled. According to the narrative, this Chu Jiao was the saintess of the Temple of the Gods, born at the pinnacle of her realm with extraordinary talents. Yet, one could not help but ponder the absurdity of the Temple's decision to foster her in the lower realm within the Chu family. It was a curious twist of fate that placed her alongside the destined protagonist of the Chu family, Chu Feng, leading to a childhood bond that could only be described as profound. Truly, one could not deny the melodrama of such an improbable romance. Meanwhile, the stall owner appeared utterly bewildered as he looked at Chu Jiaojiao. This guest, 10 pieces of celestial stone. What is that? How much is it worth in spirit stones? Beside him, a horned being could not contain a sneer. Indeed, these foolish mortals from the lower realm do not even recognize celestial stones, yet they dare to compare them to worthless spirit stones? The expressions of those below darkened. Anyone publicly insulted would not take it lightly. Yet, the following words from the horned being left them utterly astonished. According to convention, when you lower realm folk ascend, to exchange for a single piece of celestial stone, you would require at least 10,000 spirit stones, if you can even find someone willing to trade. Do you understand? You imbeciles? The horned being's gaze was filled with arrogance, and the crowd's reaction was precisely as he had anticipated, shock and disbelief. What? 10,000 spirit stones? And it might not even be obtainable? They gasped in unison. Is a single piece of celestial stone worth that much? That woman in the purple robe just offered 10 pieces for this worthless black rock, worth 100,000 spirit stones. A commotion erupted among the surrounding people. Wali Ruochen remained composed, glancing over at Elderchen. Elderchen? Is this ever going to end? Every time you mention money, you look at me? I'm an elder from the Chongqing clan. Wherever I go, people are eager to shower me with wealth. And even then, I might not even bother to accept it. Who is like you, Li Ruochen, endlessly milking the sheep? Li Ruochen smirked and quietly transmitted a message to the irate Elderchen. Old Chin, just this once. If it's too much, after this, I can accompany you back to the Li family. How does that sound? Elderchen turned to Li Ruochen, astonished by his cheerful demeanor. Hold on. I remember coming to evaluate you for entry into the Li family. How did it turn into me begging you to return? Old Chin was resolutely unwilling to acquiesce, transmitting his thoughts back. Impossible. I represent the esteemed Li clan of eternal life. Suddenly, the horned creature above seemed to have taken notice of Li Ruochen and his companion, a cold smile creeping upon its lips. Hey, old man? Old Chin appeared bewildered. Are you addressing me? The horned creature, brimming with arrogance, gazed down at him. What are you staring at? Yes, I mean you. Do you think possessing a few spirit stones is something remarkable? Dare you raise the price again? Li Ruochen abruptly turned his gaze towards the horned creature, his eyes gleaming with unabashed admiration. He was almost ready to give a thumbs up. Well done, my friend. You certainly know how to provoke the elderly. Truly a divine assist. Indeed, Old Chin, who had initially worn an expression of staunch refusal to part with any money, seemed to calm instantaneously upon hearing those words. He looked at Li Ruochen and remarked, Remember what you said, young man. Li Ruochen chuckled. No problem. If you assist me this once, I will accompany you back to the Li clan. Taking a deep breath, Old Chun extended a finger, declaring, I shall offer 100 celestial stones. The horned creature scoffed. Anyone can boast. I can offer 1,000. The onlookers clearly did not believe it, including Chu Jiaojiao, who furrowed her brow and glanced at Old Chin, questioning whether he truly understood the value of celestial stones. Was he just haphazardly quoting prices? However, Old Chin snorted coldly, flipping his hand, and in an instant, a palm-sized stone radiating brilliant colors appeared in his grasp. Do any of you lowly creatures recognize this? What? It's a superior celestial stone. One of the beings from the Hall of Gods could not help but exclaim. Superior celestial stones are rare and sought after in the upper realms, driving all factions into a frenzy, containing pure celestial energy. Even those at the Tai true immortal stage cherish them dearly. The sovereign of the heavenly king realm, the Hall of Gods, possesses but a few superior celestial stones. Old Chin snorted again. One superior celestial stone is equivalent to 1,000 ordinary celestial stones. He turned his gaze to the horned creature, whose face had turned pale. Come now, little brat. I have just offered 1,000 celestial stones. It's your turn. Didn't you just boast? You should also offer 1,000. The horned creature was on the verge of tears. Who could have foreseen that this old fellow could actually produce such a sum? As a mere young disciple, where could he possibly procure 1,000 celestial stones? Li Ruochen watched with keen interest. Why provoke anyone else when you choose to challenge the most formidable among this crowd? The surrounding onlookers were evidently taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Of course, the happiest of all was the stall owner. The higher the bids from both parties, the more delighted he became. Suddenly, Chu Jiaojiu spoke coldly, addressing Old Shen below. Senior, there is no need to be so aggressive. We hail from the upper realm, core disciples of the Hall of Gods. Our descent is part of the Master's intention to train us, since you can produce celestial stones. As fellow beings from the upper realm, must we escalate this matter? Can this black stone extend us a modicum of favor? Li Ruoqing chuckled softly. He had encountered shamelessness before, but never such sheer audacity coupled with blindness. Who was it that instigated the provocation, claiming we could not produce 1,000 celestial stones? Now that we have presented them, we are suddenly the aggressors, expected to concede? Look in the mirror and reflect upon your own face. What right do you have to utter such words? Chu Jiaojiao's expression instantly turned icy. When had she ever been spoken to in such a manner throughout her life? Humph, is your tone a reflection of your disregard for our Divine Hall? The Divine Hall? Li Ruoqing was taken aback, having never heard of it before. He turned to Old Shen, confusion etched across his face, and inquired, Old Shen, have you heard of it? I have not, Old Shen replied earnestly. The upper realm is divided into 33 heavens, each representing a distinct world. The Chongsheng Li family resides in the Tishida heaven, while the Divine Hall is situated in the King heaven, inherently belonging to different realms. Moreover, given Old Shen's discerning perspective, unless one stands at the apex of a world, how could he possibly be aware? In other words, the Divine Hall may possess a notable reputation within the King heavens, but such power is not sufficient for the Chongsheng Li family or Old Shen to acknowledge its existence. Chapter 60. My good fellow, do you truly consider yourself the protagonist? As soon as Elder Chen's words fell, the unicorn spirit immediately narrowed its eyes and snapped, presumptuous. Regardless of your origins, how dare you belittle the Divine Hall? Elder Chen remained unperturbed, casting a mocking glance at his opponent. So what is it that you intend to do? The unicorn spirit was not alone in its indignation. All the young beings of the Divine Hall felt a surge of dissatisfaction. Yet, they were not foolish. This individual had effortlessly produced a superior celestial stone, indicating that his backing was undoubtedly formidable, perhaps even surpassing that of the Divine Hall itself. Thus, they felt emboldened to voice their grievances, but nothing more ensued. Li Ruoqing, however, had not forgotten the purpose of his visit. He approached the stall owner with a cheerful demeanor. Good sir, this black stone. At that moment, the stall owner began to realize the gravity of the situation. Both factions before him appeared to be extraordinary. The common folk had no inkling of what the Divine Hall or the upper realms entailed, but witnessing the casual exchange of tens of thousands of spirit stones, it was evident that this was a power beyond what a mere stall owner could confront. Haha, esteemed guest, I sense a fateful connection with this stone, so I shall gift it to you without charge, the stall owner said, forcing a smile as he reached to hand the black stone to Li Ruoqing. Wait. Chu Feng stepped forward, firmly grasping the stone in the stall owner's hand. This item was clearly first claimed by me. Surely there should be a matter of precedence. Ah. This. The stall owner was nearly in tears, terrified of both parties involved, desperately wishing to relinquish the stone. Yet the current predicament rendered him as helpless as a 40-year-old child weighing 200 pounds. Just then, a commotion arose from the distance. What is going on? What has happened? The prince of the Li clan, Li Tianyi, furrowed his brow as he approached the scene. Upon seeing Chu Jiaojiao and the other disciples of the Divine Hall, he hurriedly cupped his fist in respect and said, Esteemed immortals, my father is concerned that you, being new arrivals, might encounter unforeseen circumstances and has sent me to accompany you. No need. Chu Jiaojiao was about to decline when a thought struck her. She turned to Li Tianyi and inquired, Within your dynasty, any items should naturally be under your jurisdiction. Is that not correct? Li Tianyi was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of the implication of her words. He then observed as Chu Jiaojiao pointed her delicate finger towards Li Ruoqing's silhouette. This person intends to forcibly purchase items from your dynasty. Following her gesture, Li Tianyi glanced in that direction. Although Li Ruoqing did not turn around, his presence caused a sudden tremor in Li Tianyi's body. Chu Feng, upon seeing this, felt a surge of joy. Could it be that this dynasty was aligned with them? That would ensure their victory. At that moment, Li Ruoqing, puzzled, turned back and upon recognizing Li Tianyi, broke into a grin. Ah, it is you who has arrived. Li Tianyi's expression was one of disbelief, his lips trembling as he stammered, Imperial ancestor? Chu Feng? What? Imperial ancestor? Who? Chu Jiaojiao felt an ominous premonition rising within her. She glanced at Li Ruoqing, her bright eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. Li Ruoqing, the Li dynasty. Could it be that the benefactor of the Li family, The one who established the dynasty? Is this young man before them? Li Ruoqing smiled faintly and inquired. Where is your father? I have matters to discuss with him. Li Tianyi could hardly contain his excitement, his body trembling uncontrollably. As he finally confirmed that he was not dreaming, standing before him was the living embodiment of Li Ruoqing. After the Li family fell into crisis, it was Li Ruoqing who single-handedly overthrew the great Qi dynasty and established the Li dynasty. Such a figure was indeed a member of his family. Li Tianyi had often heard his father, Li Zhantian, lament that it was as if divine providence had descended from the heavens to aid the Li family. This idol was someone Li Tianyi had revered deeply, not merely a facade he presented before the lofty celestial beings in the divine hall. Chu Feng furrowed his brow, perplexed by the delay in handling a mere stone. Fortunately, Li Tianyi finally regained his composure, picking up the black stone from the ground. The stall owner, unbeknownst to anyone, had already fled. With a smug expression, Chu Feng extended his hand to take the stone, only to see Li Tianyi turn and respectfully present the black stone to Li Ruoqing. Li Ruoqing chuckled softly, speaking to himself. It seems that sometimes certain individuals ought not to rejoice too prematurely. Lacking strength, yet still posturing, when faced with adversity, they become docile. At that moment, the celestial beings in the divine hall appeared as though they had swallowed flies, their expressions darkening. A system notification chimed in. Ding. Suppression of the destined protagonist completed. With a beaming smile, Li Ruoqing stored the black stone in his storage ring. Chu Feng, in a fit of rage, pointed an accusatory finger at Li Tianyi, exclaiming, You, a mere ruler of a lower realm, dare to defy the commands of celestial beings? You should be aware of Miss Chu's identity. If she wished to annihilate your dynasty, she could do so with a mere wave of her hand. Li Tianyi frowned at this remark. He harbored no fondness for these celestial beings who frequently descended to the lower realm, each one with an air of superiority, as if it were a given that the lower realm's inhabitants should serve them. Was it a privilege for those from the lower realm? Moreover, this Chu Feng did not seem to belong to the upper realm, did he? Li Ruoqing, unable to contain his amusement at the flustered Chu Feng, chuckled. What is the matter, buddy? Aren't you also from the lower realm? You speak of the upper realm as if you take great pride in it. What is this? Has the master of the upper realm not summoned you yet, and you're already anxious like a dog? What did you say? Chu Feng was instantly consumed by a surge of fury. This individual dared to seize his opportunity and humiliate him in front of so many, particularly before Chu Jiao. Seeking death, Chu Feng stepped forward, unleashing an explosive wave of spiritual energy. What? The Ascendant Realm? Li Tianyi was taken aback. This Chu Feng appeared to be barely in his 20s, yet possessed such formidable cultivation. Behind him, the gaze of Chu Jiao towards Chu Feng was filled with astonishment. After years apart, her brother seemed to have grown even stronger. In the past, when Chu Jiao was first fostered by the Chu family, due to her unique background, her peers and even many elders in the family regarded her with great trepidation. Only her brother, Chu Feng, was different, with his remarkable talent. He meticulously guided her through her training. Whenever there were delicacies or enjoyable diversions, he would be the first to share them with her. He often protected her and stood up for her. In this moment, her brother's imposing figure still exuded the same strength as before, instilling a sense of security. However, Li Ruoqing merely scoffed. A mere Ascendant Realm practitioner dares to challenge me, a Transcendence Realm cultivator? Does he truly believe himself to be invincible? Or has life been too smooth, leading him to seek his own demise? Amidst the spectators' gazes, Li Ruoqing casually raised a hand, not even employing a technique. Slap. Chu Feng's once commanding presence was instantly reduced to a spinning top, whirling several times before crashing to the ground with a thud. Immediately, silence enveloped the surroundings. Chapter 61, Utter Domination. The Mysterious Powerhouse. After a brief moment of silence, Chu Jiao was the first to react, gazing at the unconscious Chu Feng, who was in a state of uncertainty regarding his fate. Her expression shifted dramatically. Chu Feng, my brother. However, Chu Feng offered no response. Suddenly, Chun Lao could no longer contain his amusement. He turned to Li Ruoqing, giving him a thumbs up with a look of approval. Well done, my boy. Your temperament is quite to my liking. Li Ruoqing, understanding the unspoken words, merely raised an eyebrow, silently acknowledging the situation. Chu Jiao abruptly lifted her head to glare at Li Ruoqing, her fury palpable. How dare you strike my brother, Chu Feng? I shall make you pay, regardless of who you are. Li Ruoqing was momentarily taken aback. Dear sister, are you blind to the fact that he struck first? Should I simply stand still and allow Chu Feng to hit me? Unmoved by reasoning, Chu Jiao was resolute in her conviction. Whoever harmed her brother would face her wrath in double measure. With a thunderous roar, her formidable spiritual power surged forth, her hair billowing as if caught in a tempest. Mid-level Tribulation Realm. The other members of the Divine Hall present were astonished, recognizing her as the most gifted saintess within their ranks. Chu Jiao's prowess and cultivation speed undoubtedly positioned her among the elite prodigies of the Heavenly King realm. Yet, Li Ruochen remained unfazed. Raising his hand to deliver a gentle slap, devoid of any complex maneuvers, as he faced the advancing Chu Jiao. Slap. In an instant. Her fair cheek flushed and swelled, her spiritual energy dissipating like a fleeting shadow. The overwhelming force she had just displayed vanished without a trace, sending her spinning backward. Behold. The birth of the second spinning top. Li Ruochen clapped his hands, thoroughly pleased with his handiwork, and politely remarked, "No need for thanks. Impudent. How dare you strike our saintess?" The voice of a protector from the Divine Hall resonated through the air, exuding a terrifying aura. Li Ruochen raised an eyebrow. "You strike the young, and now you send in the old? How brazen!" In the void, the voice coldly scoffed. "Daring to lay hands on a member of the Divine Hall warrants a lesson from me." Suddenly, Chen Lao, who had been observing quietly, let out a chilling laugh. "Since when do my Li family members require the likes of you to speak on their behalf?" With that, in the blink of an eye, Chen Lao raised his hand, his wide white sleeves billowing dramatically. Above the firmament, a colossal hand materialized. "You, a mere waste of the profound immortal realm. Dare to speak to me?" Chen Lao sneered, unleashing a powerful strike. A cry of despair echoed through the void as a figure fell, rolling several times on the ground to dissipate the force of the blow. The protector of the Divine Hall, a middle-aged man clad in black robes, was left in a pitiful state. The remaining members of the Hall of Gods were instantly struck with shock, their faces paling. What? Elder Mo was actually crippled by a single strike at the Xianxian realm. Even the 4 Hall Masters of the Hall of Gods could not possibly possess such power. Who, then, was this white-haired elder before them? What kind of formidable existence had they inadvertently provoked? The young disciples of the Hall of Gods had never encountered such a situation before. They were now utterly flustered, their previous bravado completely vanished. Li Ruochen offered a faint smile. Elder Chun was still showing him some respect. Technically, he had declined the offer to return to the Li family. Elder Chen had no obligation to intervene and resolve matters with this protector of the Hall of Gods on Li Ruochen's behalf. Ding. Task detected for the host. 1. Suppress the destined protagonist. Completed. 2. Alter the original plot. Completed. Rewards. 9 Transformation Tribulation Pill 1. Ah, a splendid item, though I have no immediate use for it. Li Ruochen smacked his lips and stored the reward in his storage ring. He then raised his gaze to the members of the Hall of Gods, who were now like frightened birds, scattered on the ground. "Oh, esteemed immortals of the upper realm, why are you all sprawled on this filthy ground of the lower realm? Have you suddenly lost your disdain?" The unicorn-like creature wore a face of terror as it looked at Li Ruochen, tremblingly threatening. "You, I warn you. We are disciples of the Hall of Gods. Dare you lay a hand on us?" Poof. Li Ruochen struck out with his palm, and in an instant, the unfinished words of the unicorn-like creature transformed into a mist of blood. "How about I kill you then?" Li Ruochen's eyelids did not even flutter. His calm voice, though soft, echoed in the ears of those from the Hall of Gods like the ominous tolling of a bell from hell. Buzz. Li Ruochen flipped his palm, summoning his treasured artifact, the Emperor's banner shrouded in black mist. Elder Chen, watching from the side, was momentarily taken aback. "Wait. You have that too?" Li Ruochen, puzzled, replied. "Isn't it reasonable for a supreme being to use the Emperor's banner?" Elder Chen was speechless. "Do you think I'm blind? Or do you take me for a fool? Isn't the Emperor's banner supposed to gather the essence of the Xian and Huang? This black smoke is thick enough to form clouds, and you dare to claim it's the Emperor's banner?" Li Qianni, however, remained unfazed, having witnessed it once before. That scene had been even more intense than this one. Li Ruochen smiled at the crowd. "I believe that one who cultivates should avoid waste. Don't you all agree?" Although the members of the Hall of Gods did not comprehend the meaning behind his words, they dared not refute him, nodding in submission. "Very well then." Li Ruochen chuckled before seizing the soul of the unicorn-like creature at the tribulation stage. "Ah, spare my life. I am a core member of the Hall of Gods." With swirling black smoke enveloping them, Li Ruochen was too indifferent to engage in further conversation, directly absorbing the essence. As always, one might wonder, where had this been all along? A pure surge of spiritual energy enveloped Li Ruochen, prompting him to stretch languidly. He then turned his gaze towards the others, inquiring, "What about you? Do you still doubt my courage?" The members of the Divine Hall were momentarily stunned into silence. "Indeed. Brother, what could you possibly fear? Your audacity is commendable." Just then, a vague silhouette materialized in the void above, seemingly appearing out of nowhere. Li Ruoqing was taken aback. For this figure exuded no trace of spiritual energy, reminiscent of the faceless entity encountered previously. Such formidable anomalous energy, the world cannot even reflect its true form. Elder Chen suddenly scoffed, observing the silent, indistinct figure above. How intriguing. When did a mere member of the Celestial Demon Clan gain such audacity to appear so brazenly? Chapter 62, The Demon Clan, Arch Nemesis? Upon hearing the words, the indistinct figure remained motionless, yet when it spoke, its voice, raspy and filled with mockery, questioned why beings from the upper realm harbored such animosity. Below, the members of the Divine Hall looked up in unison, their faces lighting up with joy at the sight of the indistinct figure. It was the revered one. How splendid. With the esteemed presence here, they would surely think twice before taking further action. Hearing the murmurs from the Divine Hall, Elder Chen's already frosty expression tightened further. He had initially believed that only Jun Jioge was colluding with the Demon Clan, but judging by the reaction of the Divine Hall's members, it seemed that the connection between the Demon Clan and the forces of humanity in the upper realm was far more severe than he had anticipated. This was no trivial matter. Elder Chen sensed that the indistinct figure above possessed strength comparable to his own. What of the other unseen members of the Demon Clan? Were there even more formidable beings lurking within the 33 heavens? A weight of gravity settled in Elder Chen's heart. This was no longer within his purview, and he must swiftly report to the Emperor and his family. Li Ruoqing turned back in confusion, sensing that Elder Chen's demeanor had grown increasingly grave. The Demon Clan, why does it remind me so much of the faceless one sent by Jun Jioge? Li Ruoqing murmured softly, his golden eye swirling. Yet he could only discern a faint trace of the aura emanating from the indistinct figure above. The figure suddenly smiled, directing its gaze towards Elder Chen. With our respective realms, should we engage in combat, this world would undoubtedly collapse. Let us end this here. I shall take the members of the Divine Hall and depart immediately. Elder Chen remained silent. The indistinct figure in the void chuckled lightly, and the overwhelming aura of hostility receded like the tide. It raised a hand, and the shattered space instantly restored itself. Even the spiritual energy that had been dispersed from Chu Feng returned to his body. Why must the guardians of the Li family be so belligerent? The revered figure gradually solidified, transforming into a scholarly figure clad in azure robes, with fingers entwined in strands of causality. Can you fathom how many cultivators among the 33 heavens have already forged alliances with my Demon Clan? Be silent. Elder Chen's voice resonated like thunder across the heavens. The Demon Clan shall forever remain the mortal enemy of humanity. Our kind shall never forget the atrocities committed by your clan. Aha, is that so? The indistinct figure scoffed, showing no inclination to further argue. With a flick of its sleeve, it directly drew the members of the Divine Hall, along with the unconscious Chu Feng, into the void. Words are futile. You might as well see for yourself what the 33 heavens hold at this very moment. Aha. With that, the indistinct figure stepped into the void, ripple shimmering as it vanished from sight. Old Chen's pupils constricted, yet he refrained from intervening throughout. Li Ruoqing found himself utterly incapable of obstructing the other party, whose prowess matched even that of Old Chen. This was well beyond his capacity to impede, and, in any case, the task had already been completed. Rather than continuing the fray, Li Ruoqing was increasingly curious about the origins of the Celestial Demon Clan that the two had mentioned. In the heavens above, the aura vanished completely. After a prolonged silence, Old Chen suddenly turned to Li Ruoqing and said, "Young man, I may need to return to the upper realm. It pertains to the Celestial Demon Clan. I shall speak with you upon my return." Li Ruoqing nodded, aware that his knowledge of upper realm affairs was limited. "If I am absent when you encounter members of the Celestial Demon Clan, do your utmost to avoid them. Their cultivation system differs significantly from that of our human race." Old Chen cautioned, walking over to Li Ruoqing and patting him on the shoulder. "To be frank, with your talents, entering the Changsheng Li family should not pose much difficulty. The best choice would be for you to accompany me back to the clan." "Haha. Let us not get ahead of ourselves, Old Chen," Li Ruoqing replied with a sudden smile. "I have grown accustomed to my freedom. I cannot abide by the constraints of a large family. I will certainly venture to the upper realm. It is merely a matter of time." Old Chen smirked. "Well, just make sure you ponder this thoroughly." With a humming sound, a spatial rift appeared behind him, and Old Chen stepped into it. Casting a complex glance back at Li Ruoqing, Subsequently, the rift fused together, and Old Qin vanished from sight. It was only then that Li Ruoqing realized that everything around him had become utterly still, as if time itself had frozen. Everyone appeared to be ensnared in a state of immobility, with even the air seemingly solidified. This must be the doing of Old Qin. After all, witnessing too much can be perilous. Even Li Tianyi stood motionless behind him. Li Ruoqing smiled faintly, stepping forward to place a hand on Li Tianyi's shoulder. What has happened to me? What just transpired? Li Tianyi abruptly awoke from his stupor, confusion etched on his face. Nothing much. You probably just fell asleep after observing too long. Li Ruoqing mused, a smile breaking across his face. Oh, by the way, take me to meet your father. I have some matters to discuss with him. Okay. Li Tianyi nodded, still bewildered, as if a switch had been flipped. The people around them soon began to break free from their paralysis, each appearing as if they had just emerged from a distant dream, bewildered by the experience. In the royal palace of the Li dynasty, Li Zhantian remained troubled by the sudden arrival of the celestial beings from the divine hall above their dynasty. He was unaware of their true intentions, and given that his dynasty was newly established, he lacked the authority to impede their actions. Unbeknownst to anyone, including Li Zhantian, the palace's inhabitants remained oblivious to the unfolding events. In a shadowy corner of the palace, several dark figures gradually materialized. I sensed that the terrifying aura had dissipated. This moment presented the perfect opportunity for avenging the fourth brother. Outside the grand palace gates, Li Ruoqing abruptly came to a halt, leaving Li Tianyi, who was leading the way, momentarily taken aback. He quickly inquired, Your Majesty, what troubles you? With a calm gaze, Li Ruoqing's golden eyes began to swirl, fixating on the palace above. After a considerable pause, he suddenly smiled and replied, No matter, please continue. Chapter 63, A Contest of Madness Yet. The faint smile at the corner of Li Ruoqing's lips had not entirely faded, and within his, the flowing golden radiance suddenly solidified. Above the palace, the ominous clouds were not merely a weather phenomenon. Several thick, ink-like shadows, twisting and writhing, silently melded into the dark corners of the palace. They emanated a chilling, corrupt aura, instilling a profound sense of decay that sent shivers down one's spine. These entities, akin to the faceless beings and the offerings of the celestial demon clan, were even more pure, more enigmatic. There was more than one of them. A heavy feeling descended upon Li Ruoqing. The power of these shadows far exceeded that of the Elder Mo, who had just been severely injured by Elder Qin's strike. Each presence exuded an oppressive aura that could easily crush him in his current state. Engaging them head-on would be tantamount to seeking death. Your Majesty? Li Tianyi, observing Li Ruoqing's abrupt halt, wore a puzzled expression. Lacking the cultivation and the dual pupils of Li Ruoqing, he was oblivious to the hidden threat lurking in the shadows. It's nothing, Li Ruoqing swiftly quelled the tumult within, maintaining an expression of serene composure, even appearing more casual. Let us not keep your father waiting. He patted Li Tianyi's shoulder, his gesture fluid, as though the earlier pause had been merely a trivial matter. Li Tianyi, reassured, nodded eagerly. Yes, Your Majesty, please follow me. He turned and led Li Ruoqing through the towering palace gates into the heavily guarded royal residence. Li Ruoqing walked with a steady gait, side by side with Li Tianyi. The golden light within his subdued. Yet, he absorbed every detail of the surrounding environment, particularly the movement of shadows. He could distinctly see those shadows, akin to a malignant growth, silently traversing the shaded pillars of the palace, the corners of the eaves, even weaving through the shadows of patrolling guards, closely trailing them. Their target was unmistakable, Li Ruoqing himself. With Elder Qin's deterrence, it was unlikely that the beings from the Divine Hall would pursue him. Reflecting on the fragments of thought he had gleaned from the shadows, Li Ruoqing's understanding deepened. As soon as Elder Qin departed, the adversaries appeared with uncanny precision, suggesting they had either been lying in wait for a long time, or possessed some extraordinary means of tracking him. One might ponder, why had these celestial demons consistently managed to pinpoint his location? The pressure bore down upon him like a towering mountain. Li Ruoqing's mind raced, seeking a way to extricate himself from this perilous situation. A direct confrontation was impossible. Escape? The palace had already been ensnared by their invisible aura, and the very space seemed to thicken. Attempting to tear through the void under the watchful gaze of several individuals at the pinnacle of the Xianxian realm would be akin to courting death. Elder Qin, far removed in the higher realms, would be unable to intervene in time, even if he had a contingency plan. This was the first time Li Ruoqing faced such a grave crisis. Maintaining his composure, he focused his consciousness into his storage ring. Within the confines of the ring, the recently acquired 9-turn Transcendence pill hovered silently, emanating an overwhelming and pure fragrance imbued with a hint of transformative power. A spark ignited in Li Ruoqing's mind, leading him to a swift decision. He murmured softly, "Little Black." From the storage ring, a shadow emerged from the Kunlun Beast Mastery diagram, none other than the Ink Lion. Its aura had intensified, thanks to the nurturing effects of the Kunlun Beast Mastery diagram. Little Black's presence felt even stronger now. However, Li Tianyi remained oblivious, his gaze fixated on the middle-aged man in a yellow robe standing before the Grand Hall, who exclaimed joyfully, "Father, the royal ancestor has returned." Li Zhantian was momentarily taken aback by these words, instinctively taking a few steps forward. Yet, the instant his figure was exposed to the sunlight in the palace square, an unprecedented change occurred. From the immense shadow of the Qingtian Hall, 3 thick, inky shadows, akin to venomous serpents that had long been lurking, suddenly surged forth. They lacked physical form but coalesced into 3 colossal, obsidian claws that blotted out the sun. Ignoring Li Tianyi and Li Zhantian, they advanced at an astonishing speed from 3 cunning angles, ruthlessly targeting the center, Li Ruoqing. This was a full-force strike from the pinnacle of the Xianxian realm, sealing off all avenues of escape for Li Ruoqing, intent solely on delivering a fatal blow. In a moment of desperation, a soundless yet soul-piercing shriek erupted within the consciousness of the 3 shadows. Time seemed to stagnate, and the flow of time thickened unnaturally. It was the roar of the Ink Lion, a powerful bellow infused with the bloodline of the gluttonous beast. Simultaneously, Li Ruoqing's erupted with an unprecedented brilliance, radiating a dazzling golden light. "Wait for you all for a long time," he declared with a commanding voice. This was not an attack, rather. His right hand shot into the storage ring like lightning, seemingly retrieving an object, which he then crushed forcefully. A muffled pop resonated, reminiscent of something exceedingly precious being forcibly shattered. An indescribable wave of pure energy surged forth, mingled with an intensely fragrant medicinal aroma, as if a suppressed force had suddenly erupted. It was the 9-turn Transcendence pill. At the moment the pill shattered, a blindingly brilliant white light erupted from Li Ruoqing's core, so intense it was nearly blinding. This was the force of heaven and earth's transformative power contained within the 9-turn Transcendence pill, forcefully reversed and detonated, creating a devastating shockwave. The silent explosion resonated on a spiritual level. The radiant white light erupted like a supernova, expanding instantaneously and colliding fiercely with the 3 approaching obsidian claws. Hiss. Like a searing iron pressed against ice, a piercing sound of corrosion and dissolution echoed in the presence of this radiant light. Infused with the essence of creation and immense energy, the black claws faltered, their surfaces boiling violently. Now was the moment. In the instant Li Ruoqing detonated the pill, a roar filled with fury and murderous intent reverberated through the void. "Ents, dare you to mock this sovereign?" Li Ruoqing's complexion was as pale as parchment, a trickle of fresh blood escaping the corner of his mouth. He had forcibly detonated a 9th-grade elixir, and the ensuing energy backlash inflicted considerable harm upon him. "Go," he uttered with a low growl, his figure once again shimmering with golden light. "Pursue." He was now at the end of his tether. Kill him. Avenge the 4th. The 3 dark figures were utterly enraged, disregarding the incapacitated Li Zhantian and his son seated on the ground. Their intentions were unequivocal. They transformed into 3 distorted streams of black light, piercing through the palace walls and columns with reckless abandon. Wherever they passed, even the very fabric of space bore the corrosive marks of their passage. The terrifying pressure rendered the guards and palace maids along the way silent, turning them into mere pools of blood. Li Ruoqing propelled himself to the utmost limits of speed, simultaneously unleashing his supreme aura. Yet, he could still sense the chilling and relentless killing intent from behind, akin to maggots gnawing at his bones, closing in evermore. The speed of the Xianxian realm was not something a mere tribulation stage cultivator could withstand for long. "You cannot escape, boy." One shadow tore through space. A more refined and menacing claw, adorned with sharp-boned spurs, pierced the void before him, descending with lethal intent. So swift, Li Ruoqing's pupils constricted sharply as the Emperor's flag materialized in his hand, black mist surging forth in a desperate attempt to resist. However, the might of the Xianxian realm was not something a mere earth-ranked artifact could easily contend with. With a resounding thud, the Emperor's flag trembled violently, the black mist was shredded, and Li Ruoqing felt as though he had been struck by a massive hammer. This was the end. The 3 dark figures, like shadows, cackled as they lunged toward his plummeting form, ready to deliver the final blow. Yet at that moment, the seemingly weakened Li Ruoqing suddenly transformed. Where was the appearance of someone gravely injured? Instead, a sinister smile graced his features. Madness, I've played the fool all along, waiting for you. Supreme Art. Heavenly Calamity Light. Boom. Thunder rumbled ominously in the skies above. However, the pursuing shadows merely sneered at the sight, dismissing him. A trifling tribulation stage wretch. Even with Supreme Art, what can you do? Huh. Their mocking laughter was abruptly silenced. For above the firmament, a terrifying and majestic aura of the heavenly Tao began to coalesce. Hey, if Supreme Art fails, will the heavenly Tao lightning tribulation suffice? Li Ruoqing appeared almost deranged, forming seals with his hands. Supreme Art. Sacred Path Amplification. The laws of space solidified. Boom. The rolling thunderous tribulation descended in an instant, crashing down toward all present. Chapter 64. Gazing across the 5 continents, it must be him. At this moment, Li Ruoqing was ostensibly in the early stages of the tribulation realm. Even with the use of the 9 turns tribulation pill, the heavenly Tao would not target him. However, if he were to simultaneously employ the tribulation pill while unleashing the Supreme Art, Celestial Tribulation Light, it would be tantamount to challenging the heavenly Tao, daring it to strike. Boom. Indeed, the heavenly Tao was evidently enraged. The very first bolt of thunder that descended carried such overwhelming force that one might think someone was undergoing a celestial tribulation. The 3 shadowy figures exchanged glances, their expressions shifting, as beings from the upper realm covertly descending to the lower realm. They had to evade the laws of the heavenly Tao at all costs. If detected by the heavenly Tao, even the combined might of the 3 immortal sages would find it impossible to withstand the celestial punishment. Let us retreat and evade the heavenly Tao, the leading shadow began. But his words were cut short. Suddenly, Li Ruoqing broke into a smile. Retreat? Where do you intend to flee? A faint tremor resonated through the air, and before long, golden pillars of light surged forth, instantaneously encircling the 3 shadowy figures. Stay here, he commanded. Supreme Art. Celestial Prison. In an instant, a phantom with golden pupils materialized in the void. The 3 shadows were taken aback. Had this individual lost his mind? This golden cage ensnared not only them but also Li Ruoqing himself. One of the shadows, aghast, exclaimed, "Is this lad insane? This heavenly thunder, though formidable, can at most inflict severe injuries upon us. Yet he is merely in the tribulation realm. Under such a deluge, he is surely doomed." Haha. Li Ruoqing merely chuckled coldly. Immortal sage? Is that truly so powerful? Do you truly believe I cannot contend with it? Boom. The thunder roared down, unleashing a cataclysmic force that erupted instantaneously. However, everything halted within the confines of the golden cage, not even spreading beyond the palace. Boom. Another bolt of tribulation struck down. The true immortal tribulation, often referred to by cultivators as the 9-9 thunder tribulation, would descend a total of 9 bolts of heavenly thunder. Li Tianyi, in a state of panic, supported the incapacitated Li Zhantian. Father, the royal ancestor, and those 3 shadowy figures are over there. He pointed shakily toward the golden prison, where no figures remained, including Li Ruoqing. Under such terrifying thunder, even a true immortal or an immortal sage would either perish or be gravely harmed. Li Zhantian's dry throat constricted as he suddenly seemed to recall something, urgently shouting, "Someone! Summon aid from all forces across the 5 continents, offering the dynasty's fortune as tribute." The trembling eunuch beside him, upon hearing this, immediately knelt in alarm. "Your Majesty, this is unwise. The fortune of the dynasty is the foundation of the nation. Get out." Li Tianyi interjected fiercely, kicking the eunuch aside. "Nonsense about the nation's foundation. This dynasty was established by the royal ancestor. If I were to helplessly witness the demise of the imperial ancestor, the Li dynasty would indeed be a laughingstock. Immediately, send out a call for assistance." After a brief moment, a golden message imbued with the essence of the dynasty swiftly dispersed in all directions. Boom. Boom. At this moment, the 9 heavens thunder had merely descended to the 4th strike. Inside the golden cage, a cacophony of anguish cries reverberated as 3 shadowy figures had their surrounding nebulous black mist completely dissipate, revealing the true forms of the celestial demon clan, resembling the pallid complexion of the faceless man who had attacked Li Ruoqing. Yet, there were slight differences in appearance. Among the 3 demons, the most formidable was Demon 1. On its grayish-white visage, there existed but a single vertical eye. Damn it, this golden prison is likely a control-type secret technique among Supreme Arts. Even with our combined might, we cannot budget an inch? Demon 2 could not suppress a cry of despair. "Oh no, brother, my cultivation is plummeting." "What? Once the laws of heaven detect a being from the higher realms and the lower realms, they typically strike them back to their original world with thunderous wrath. Yet at this moment, the three demons were confined and unable to return, forced to endure the celestial wrath. Under the laws of heaven, their realms would gradually be suppressed to the limits of the lower realm, which meant to fall back to the true immortal stage. No matter. Let us not concern ourselves with anything else. We must unite to face the heavenly tribulation. Once it concludes, we shall return to the upper realm. Demon 1 bellowed, and the trio immediately gathered their energies. As for Li Ruoqing, they had never considered that he could survive under such thunder that even the profound immortal realm could not withstand. Boom! The fifth bolt of tribulation descended. In the distance, a massive spatial rift suddenly appeared near the Li dynasty. The ancestor Yao Guang stepped out with a cheerful demeanor, his spirit invigorated. To exchange the fortune of a nation for a single strike? I am eager to see. Before he could finish his thought, his brow furrowed. Within the royal city, a figure clad in azure was desperately racing toward the imperial palace. Murong Qingxue? Wasn't she accompanying the Supreme One? Why? Just then, a series of spatial rifts opened in succession. The ancestor Hongming, Taoist Lord Jiuxiao, and other familiar faces also emerged. The commotion here was indeed substantial. I could faintly sense it from Zhangzhou. The ancestor Hongming squinted as he gazed towards the heavens, where bolts of thunder, each towering 100 feet, were gathering and falling. Yet they struck only within a golden circular cage, posing no threat to the surroundings. What on earth has transpired to provoke such terrifying heavenly wrath? Suddenly, Taoist Lord Jiuxiao spotted Murong Qingxue within the royal city. His previously puzzled expression froze in astonishment. Could it be? Murong Qingxue had been resting at the inn, feeling a sense of unease. Li Ruoqing had clearly stated he was attending to minor matters and would return shortly. Yet, after waiting for what felt like an eternity, there was still no sign of him. At last, the Black Lion arrived. Upon seeing her, it let out a frantic roar and dashed toward the imperial palace. Murong Qingxue's heart sank at that moment. It seemed likely that something had happened to Li Ruoqing. This frantic notification from Little Black, just as Murong Qingxue had taken only a few steps out of the inn. A tremendous rumble of thunder suddenly descended from the heavens. In the sky, dozens of ancestors stood suspended in the void, momentarily engulfed in a peculiar silence. If indeed something had befallen Li Ruoqing, given the limited strength of the few present, it was uncertain whether they could provide any assistance. It was more likely that they would endanger themselves in the process. Yao Guang, what are your thoughts? The Haoming ancestor inquired suddenly. After all, among all the powers across the 5 continents, only the Yao Guang sacred land had any semblance of a connection to Li Ruoqing. Upon hearing this, the Yao Guang ancestor felt a wave of frustration. While others might be oblivious, he was acutely aware. The only link between the Yao Guang sacred land and Li Ruoqing was their previous schemes against one another. What perspective could he possibly offer? However, upon further reflection, it was evident that across the 5 continents, only Li Ruoqing could have stirred such a commotion. Chapter 65, Truly Disappointing Boom. In an instant, the 7th bolt of heavenly thunder descended. It resembled a ferocious dragon, tearing through the heavens, striking mercilessly upon the teetering golden prison. Moe and the others could no longer endure, simultaneously expelling grayish-white blood, their vitality instantly waning. Their realms were forcibly suppressed to the pinnacle of true immortal. And they continued to plummet. The seemingly indestructible prison for the celestial beings now dimmed, its surface marred by web-like cracks, evidently unable to endure for much longer. Damn it! This prison is about to shatter. The moment it breaks, we must immediately tear through space and return to the upper realm. Moe's singular eye brimmed with resentment and fear, fixated intently on the center of the prison. In that area, repeatedly ravaged by thunder, where energy surged to its zenith, there lay Li Ruoqing. At this moment, only the rampant lightning and the aura of destruction remained. They could hardly believe that Li Ruoqing could still be alive. Outside the palace, Murong Qingxue finally arrived. Witnessing the terrifying spectacle at the center of what appeared to be divine retribution, within the nearly dissipating golden prison, she could faintly sense the emanation of an exalted aura. It was Li Ruoqing. Murong Qingxue's heart trembled. Disregarding everything, she made to charge forward. Young master, roar. The ink lion was swifter, its dark fur bristling as it resolutely blocked her path. It emitted an anxious low growl, its enormous beastly eyes fixed on the sky, filled with trepidation. The residual force of the heavenly tribulation instinctively instilled fear within its gluttonous bloodline. Not far away, Li Tianyi gazed upward at the unmoving figures. His eyes filled with confusion and urgency. Why had these individuals not moved to save their royal ancestor? Above in the sky, dozens of ancestors from the 5 continents. Drawn by the spectacle, were varied expressions, none daring to act rashly. If Yu Guang is indeed the exalted one, the Haoming ancestor spoke again, his voice low, yet his gaze sharply sweeping over the nearly shattered prison. Hiki. The seriousness on Yao Guang's face suddenly vanished, replaced by a smile. Brother Haoming, this heavenly tribulation is insurmountable for mere mortals. Even Li Ruoqing. He paused, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Under the thunder, he shall undoubtedly be reduced to ashes. While his words seemed analytical, they carried deeper implications. Should Li Ruoqing perish, the remnants he leaves behind would hold immense value. Most importantly, the supreme bone within him would become a possession without a master. The promise of the dynasty's fortune now appeared laughable. The Jioshu Daoan stroked his beard, his gaze flickering uncertainly. What you say, Dao friend Yu Guang, holds merit. The might of the heavens is overwhelming. How can a mere tribulation realm hope to survive? Though the golden prison technique is formidable, it has also become a death warrant for him. In the current predicament, his gaze swept over the other patriarchs. Regardless of whether Li Ruoqing's fate remained uncertain, he had suffered such severe injuries that, even if he survived, he would undoubtedly be left in a state of profound weakness. United, we might still be able to capture him and seize his legacy. Each word he uttered was laden with gravity. The primordial ancestor remained silent, seemingly weighing his options. He was astute and shrewd, well aware of the intentions of both Yao Guang and Jiao Shao. Yet, he too felt a stirring of temptation. If Li Ruoqing were truly dead, the value of the celestial demon and the potential existence of the supreme bone were immensely enticing. The assembly began to envision that whoever could obtain the supreme bone would, like Li Ruoqing, dominate the 5 continents. As for the plea for assistance from the Li dynasty, a small dynasty bereft of any support, where would its fortune lead? Was it not for them to decide? The other patriarchs began to exchange glances, their thoughts transmitted silently. The air was thick with a blend of greed and caution. No one mentioned the rescue of Li Ruoqing, as if the once mighty sovereign of the 5 continents had become a relic of the past. Their attention had completely shifted to the dying figure of Li Ruoqing within the cage. A chorus of aged voices, a barely perceptible, chilling chuckle seemed to emanate from the depths of the abyss, echoing like the remnants of thunder. At that moment, boom, the 9th and most ferocious heavenly thunder, imbued with the terrifying power to obliterate the void, struck down with unrelenting force. Its target, the golden cage, riddled with cracks and nearly extinguished of light. Now, break. Moe and the others howled, unleashing the last vestiges of their strength upon the most vulnerable point of the cage. Crack. The golden celestial prison finally succumbed to the strain, shattering violently the instant the 9th thunderbolt descended. A tempest of raging lightning and shattered golden radiance intertwined, forming a cataclysmic energy storm. In an instant, it consumed everything within the cage, distorting and collapsing the surrounding space. The shockwave surged forth, reducing vast sections of the palace to mere dust. The ink lion roared mightily, its form swelling instantaneously, bloodlines unleashed. It shielded Mu Rong Qingxue and Li Tianyi behind it, bracing against the onslaught. The patriarchs in the sky were also jolted by the sudden explosion, their breaths momentarily stifled as they recoiled. Their protective auras flickered violently. Yet no one cared about their own disarray. All their consciousnesses were firmly fixed on the chaos at the epicenter of the explosion. As the golden light and lightning gradually dissipated, a vast, charred pit emerged. At the bottom of the pit, 3 demonic silhouettes, blackened and exuding dissipating demonic energy, lay gasping. It was indeed the severely wounded Moe and the other 2, their realms plummeting and on the brink of death. They barely maintained their forms and finally exhaled in relief. However, just as all the patriarchs began to contemplate how to seize the opportunity and were even warily eyeing their allies, a figure slowly emerged from the thick remnants of thunder that still lingered in the center of the deep pit. His tattered garments revealed skin marred by burns yet subtly glimmering with an undercurrent of dark gold. The space around him distorted under the oppressive heat. Yet he stood tall. With his elongated figure, a familiar laughter echoed. Li Ruoqing slowly raised his head, the corners of his mouth curling into a defiant smile. Stained with blood yet brimming with audacity, his golden eyes, peeking through disheveled locks, sparkled with a purer, colder brilliance than before, as if capable of piercing through the void and gazing directly at the heavens above. He raised his hand, casually wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze sweeping across the sky, laced with unabashed mockery. Then, he made a distinctly provocative gesture towards the supremely dignified heavenly Dao, an erect middle finger. A clear front. Ding. The 9 turns immortal pill has been consumed. The host has returned to his peak condition. How is this possible? The numerous ancestors, including Yu Guang, were instantly struck with astonishment. Under such a heavenly tribulation, how could one possibly survive the tribulation realm? Ah, have I disappointed you, you old relics? In an instant, a colossal handprint coalesced in the sky. Let them all perish. In the next moment, Li Ruoqing smiled faintly, his handsome features appearing even more alluring amidst the tumult of thunder and lightning. He cast his gaze towards the three unmoving figures of Moe and his companions. Charred and incapacitated and mused, you three Xianxian realms, attempting to confront one in the tribulation realm? The tadpole bears the markings of a frog. What are you embroidering? Indeed?